Reaper of the Drifting Moon. Action, adventure, martial arts, psychological, seinen, wuxia. He's in the deepest part of Zhonghu. Keep your eyes wide open, if you do not wish to get dragged into the abyss. 1. Chapter 1. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 1. Manhwa, Chapter 1. He opened his eyes. All that he could see before his eyes was black. There he was in the darkness that spread like a tabernacle before his eyes. Unable to distinguish any shape, he thought there was something wrong with his eyes, so he blinked. Even after closing his eyes a few times and opening it, all he could see was still a thick darkness. A pitch-black darkness took over him. He was in a completely dark place with no light coming in. He tried to move his limbs, but it felt like it was tied with chains. His body didn't move like he wanted it to. There was no strength in his hands and feet. His whole body felt helpless. The only thing that can move is his eyelids. He couldn't control the other parts of his body at all. This did not go in. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. There is nothing wrong with my eyes. He couldn't be sure because he couldn't even recognize his own limbs right away, but he instinctively realized that there's nothing wrong with his eyes. If he became blind, he would have felt something like pain. But there was no abnormality in his senses. Then it meant that there's nothing wrong with his eyes, but that the space in which he lay was unusually dark. A pitch-black location with no light coming in. Underground? He thought of the possibility. He had never heard of a building built with human technology that can block out light so perfectly. If so, then there was a high probability that the space he was lying in was a basement or a perfectly closed space where light could not reach him. Why did this happen? He slowly traced his memory. Who was he? And why was he in this situation? His head throbbed as he tried to jog his memories. He couldn't think of anything, as if his brain had been struck. It hurts. Tears were soon streaming from his eyes. It was as if someone had put a finger in his head and swung it around. He forcefully swallowed the scream. It was painful, but he didn't stop thinking. Then, little by little, his memory returned. My name is Pyo Wall. I am 14 years old, a drifter who aimlessly wanders the world like an orphan without parents. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. He has no roots, no dwelling place. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. He, Pyo Wall, furrowed his eyebrows in a frown. Again, the pain rushed in like a tidal wave. Yet he forced himself to thinking. As a result, he was able to fully remember who he was. Now it's time to figure out why and how he ended up here. Pyo Wall recalled the man who remained in his last memory. A middle-aged man whose characteristics was a plain face and sharp eyes that do not match. The man who he had stumbled upon in the midst of begging had said, "You look good enough." That was the last memory of Pyo Wall. At the end of those words, Pyo Wall lost his consciousness and woke up in the dark. The man in his memories must be related as to why he was left alone in such a space where no light enters. Pyo Wall did not know the man's name nor identity. He didn't even know why he was locked up like this. It couldn't be because of a grudge. There was no way that he, an orphan who was just wandering aimlessly, would be the target of a resentment so deep that someone would do this. There must be some kind of purpose, a goal. If the captor's aim was to kill him, then they would have already killed him. They would not have gone through the trouble of locking him up without killing him. So they obviously must have some need or purpose for him. His head ached as if it would break. Trying to think deeply with his abnormal state had already consumed a great deal of mental power. Pyo Wall closed his eyes. Whether he opened his eyes or closed it, there was no change. He wondered what it meant to close his eyes since his surroundings remained dark. Still, closing his eyes was less painful than keeping them open. He didn't know how much time had passed. Whether he had already lost his mind or was maintaining it, the boundaries were blurred. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. His head was a mess. Still, Pyo Wall struggled to find a clear spirit. After a while, his mind became clearer as if his efforts paid off. Pyo Wall was surprised with the involuntary sigh that escaped from him. The last time he woke up, he couldn't even breathe heavily. All he had to do was keep breathing hard, and he couldn't even dare to take a deep breath like this. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Being able to breathe deeply was clearly a sign that body functions were returning to normal. Maybe it was an illusion, but he decided to think positively. It was painful to be alone in the darkness without a single light. The darkness made a person think a lot. Thoughts would flood in like a tidal wave, controlling over the mind and body. The overflowing thoughts would be enough to drive a person crazy. Even more for Pyo Wall, who was unable to move. The sense of isolation, as if alone in the darkness of the beginning, corroded his mind little by little. If time continued to go by like this, it was clear that he would go crazy with his own thoughts. Therefore, Pyo Wall tried to think positively and cleared his mind. My name is Pyo Wall, 14 years old, my father's name is Pyo In Hok, and my mother's name is Lee Sun Hong. In the midst of his countless thoughts, he tried to think only of things related to his identity. The only way to keep one's mind intact in the onslaught of thoughts was to solidify his identity. He didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been just one day, or it could have been weeks. It was impossible to comprehend the flow of time in such deep darkness. Moreover, Pyo Wall's whole body was paralyzed. All the activity of the body had fallen to the floor. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. As long as he was barely holding his breath, most of the functions were at a standstill. Because of that, he couldn't even feel hunger. It was like dying alive. This was the most terrifying moment of Pyo Wall's life. To overcome the fear, Pyo Wall muttered endlessly, "My name is Pyo Wall." Time continued to pass like that. His fingers moved slightly. It was proof that power was returning to his body. Although he wasn't sure what kind of expression he would be making because there was no light or mirror, his face must be glowing with joy. Little by little, the sensation of the whole body was returning. Power entered his fingertips and his sense of smell was revived. The damp smell felt through the tip of his nose was telling him that this place was underground, as Pyo Wall had guessed. However, the fact that this place was underground was not very important to Pyo Wall. The most important thing for him is that the senses of his whole body are returning. His fingers wiggled, and he could feel a cold sensation in his toes. Pyo Wall felt that he was alive. And he was grateful. It was unfamiliar for him to feel grateful just for the slightest sensation, but just being able to feel the fact that he was alive somehow made him feel more breathless. Pyo Wall was going crazy and struggling to maintain his identity. If only a little more time had passed like this, he certainly would have gone crazy. No, he couldn't even be sure if he was crazy right now. No, that doesn't matter at all, he thought. He was just happy to know that now the sensation of his limbs has returned. With a little more effort, he will soon be able to move his arms and legs. But there was one downside. As the senses of his whole body returned, the functions of his organs were also revived. As the function of the organs was restored, he began to feel extreme hunger. The squeezing feeling in his stomach as if washing laundry was painful. His mouth was so dry that he could feel his own bad breath. It was then that Pyo Wall realized that he was dying. He couldn't eat anything while he was trapped here, so, it was clear that if he did not eat food for a few more days, he would die. There were only two options left for him: go crazy, or starve. Pyo Wall's mouth was twisted. Deep in his heart, anger rose toward the man who had locked himself here. Anger soon became hate. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. What the hell did I do wrong? It's a question he had asked himself dozens of times. But no matter how much he thought, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't even beg in front of the man. He was literally just passing by. But the man had grabbed him and thrown him in this hellish place. Respect for human beings, courtesy towards oneself, etc., did not exist even after washing my eyes. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. No matter how insignificant he was, he shouldn't have been treated as inferior to an insect. At least if you're human. It was clear that the man did not consider himself human. That's why he had found himself in such a hellish place. Why? He questioned why he should be locked up here if he didn't do anything wrong. If he didn't do anything wrong, then there was no reason to be trapped here. Still, if he had been trapped here, it was clear that the man had done so with some clear purpose. Pyo Wall contemplated on what the purpose of the man was, but there was nothing he knew about him. If he knew anything about him, he could possibly infer even a little bit, but he didn't have any information about the man. Pyo Wall bit his lip. He felt the flesh ripping out and the blood flowing. Even after such a mess, his blood still seemed warm. That fact relieved Pyo Wall. He still felt like he was alive. Fingers moved. It was not at the level of being paralyzed like before, but it was enough to open and close it as he wanted. The sensation in his feet has also returned. Now he was able to turn his ankles slowly. The hunger was still the same. So it remained painful. Still, Pyo Wall was not frustrated. He looked like he was going to die of hunger, but the fact that his hands and feet were still moving gave him hope. Pyo Wall held on to that glimmer of hope. What he needed now was a faint hope that he could live. He knew well that the moment he let go of that hope, he would fall into a pit from which he could not climb again. So, he held on to hope like crazy and stretched out. One good thing is that the extreme hunger opened up all his senses. His nose smelled a variety of odors that he would never normally smell. The smell of moisture in the air, even the moisture rising from the floor. His ears were also wide open. His senses were so sharp that he could hear the faint sound of water running down the wall. What he needed most for his survival now was a sip of water. He really felt like he could sell his soul to the devil just for a sip of water. Huo! A rough breath came from his lips. His mouth was dry and cracked like a dry paddy field, and his upper and lower lips were glued together. In such a situation, the sound of harsh breathing was squeezed out and it hurt as if his flesh was being torn. The more force was applied to the abdomen, the harsher breath flowed out, making it painful for Pyo Wall. Still, Pyo Wall did not stop giving strength to his abdomen. He didn't want to be hungry anymore. He didn't want to be thirsty anymore. So, to turn over, he applied strength to the abdomen. He struggled to transmit the power from his abdomen to his limbs. He had been motionless for a long time, and his whole body was as dry as firewood. If he had time to spare, he would have studied how to slowly revive his muscles, but unfortunately he didn't have much time left. If he keeps on waiting like this, he will soon run out of breath. He had to move before that. Kueu. In the darkness, a groan like the cry of a beast rang out. Pyo Wall really did everything he could to death. His body trembled slightly as if his efforts had paid off. The excitement grew, and when it finally reached its peak, Pyo Wall exploded the ever-gathering power in a short time. Kerhyuk. With a scream, Pyo Wall's body flipped. He felt the touch of the floor on his chin and forehead. Pyo Wall shivered at the terrifyingly cold yet humid feeling. After a moment, Pyo Wall began desperately crawling towards the place where he could hear the sound of the running water. He wriggled like a snake and advanced a little. Sark sark. His jaw was torn and blood flowed on the floor, but Pyo Wall did not stop moving. Time passed like an apocalypse. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. He finally managed to stop himself and reach the wall. Blood splattered as he hit his forehead against the wall, but Pyo Wall didn't even feel pain. Pyo Wall stuck out his tongue. His tongue touched the wall. A refreshing feeling on the tongue. It was water. Pyo Wall licked the flowing water hurriedly in panic. Ha-hoo-eup. In the darkness, only the sound of him desperately drinking water echoed. Editor's notes. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with the MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. 2. Chapter 2. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 2. Manhwa, Chapter 1 to 2. Water drops were flowing along the curved side of the wall. Although it was a very small amount, it was the water of life that made Pyo Wall hold the string of life. Pyo Wall frantically licked the wall. It was only a little bit, but as the water entered his body, his hunger also went away a little. After drinking enough water, Pyo Wall's rationality returned little by little. He leaned his back against the wall and sighed. As the water was supplied to the body that had been afflicted with gamul, strength returned little by little to his dried-up muscles. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Pyo Wall moved his arms and legs while breathing slowly. As time went on, his joints were gently loosening. His muscles were also getting stronger. When he had sufficient strength, Pyo Wall leaned his back against the wall and tried to stand up. Okay. A painful moan came out of his mouth, and veins spurted out of his forehead. Simply crawling on the floor and getting up with strength in both legs required a different level of strength and concentration of mind. It was a painful challenge for Pyo Wall, who had been lying on the floor for a long time with his entire body paralyzed. In his mind, he wanted to rest his back against the wall like before. But knowing that he could never get up if he did, Pyo Wall endured the pain and gave strength to his legs. Both of his legs were trembling, and cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall from his body. All the water he drank a while ago seemed to be drained out as sweat. Turn it off. Pyo Wall clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. His body shook as if he was about to fall soon. However, Pyo Wall barely managed to hold on to his center of gravity. He eventually stood up on his own two legs. The breath that had been suppressed came out. Pyo Wall wheezed as he stood holding his thighs with both of his hands. He couldn't confirm it because he couldn't see it, but Pyo Wall thought that hot steam would rise over his body. That's how hot his body was. Like a volcano just before it erupts. Pyo Wall had to spend a long time dissipating the heat. When the heat finally subsided, he looked around. All he could see was still a deep black darkness. Even though he had been here for quite a while, his eyes still did not adapt to the darkness. In the end, Pyo Wall gave up looking with his eyes. Instead, he reached out and touched the wall in front of him. The walls were slippery as water flowed for a long time. He felt fine protrusions as well as bites on my hands. Moss? Moss is always present when there is water flowing. In particular, such a humid place was the optimal environment for moss to grow. Pyo Wall skimmed the wall with the tip of his nail. When moss was caught on his nail, he ripped it off. He couldn't tell what color the moss was, nor can he tell what kind it was. Some moss is edible, but some can cause serious health problems. It could have been poisonous, or it could have harbored a disease. If he can see it with his eyes, he can easily decide. But now the only thing that Pyo Wall can get information from was the sense of his fingertips. Pyo Wall felt a twisting pain in his stomach. The hunger that he had forgotten for a while suddenly came back. Drinking water was nothing more than a temporary measure. He had to eat something. His fingertips alone wouldn't be enough to tell if the moss was edible. Still, the fact that he was holding moss in his hand made his mouth salivate. His worries didn't last long. Now was the time to eat something, even if it's poison. Pyo Wall took the moss to his mouth. The mouth was tight. An indescribable hellish taste attacked his tongue. The taste was so terrible that Pyo Wall almost sat down and gagged. Knowing that once he sat down in his current state, it would be impossible to get up again, Pyo Wall forced himself to hold on. Water dripped from his eyes and nose. Since losing his parents, he has been wandering around the world and picking up all kinds of things, but he has never tasted something this horrendous. It was such a taste that he didn't want to taste it again. Pyo Wall did not throw away the moss in his hand despite his streaming tears and running nose. Hell was unfolding in his mouth, but fortunately he didn't feel any abnormality in other parts. If moss had harbored extreme poison, he would have lost his life as soon as it was eaten. Even if it did not have such an extreme effect, any abnormality should have been felt in the body, but he didn't feel any other abnormalities except that his taste buds were numb. It meant it was edible. Pyo Wall hastily scraped the moss and brought it to his mouth. Since his mouth was already paralyzed, he no longer felt the taste of hell. It was painful nonetheless, but once he got used to it, it was tolerable. Dead deck. Pyo Wall randomly scraped the wall and collected moss. When it is collected to a certain extent, he puts it in his mouth and he repeats the act of collecting the moss. I can live somehow. Chewing the moss, Pyo Wall murmured. His tongue was almost paralyzed, and his voice never came out of his mouth, but his spirits were firm. He had to survive to get revenge on the man who imprisoned him here. At the very least, he would be relieved to find out the reason why he had been imprisoned here. He didn't know how much of the moss had been scraped off. There was no feeling of satiety. Still, the hunger went away to some extent. His tongue continued to tingle as if paralyzed. Pyo Wall caressed the area around his mouth with his hand. Fortunately, after some time, the sensation of his tongue returned to normal. Pyo Wall thought he was lucky. It was a gamble that risked his life. He doesn't know how big the space he's trapped in, but there's a lot of moss on the wall, so he'll be able to hang on to his life for the time being. Of course, he will have to endure that hellish taste every time. Pyo Wall, who was standing and resting for a while, soon began to move, putting his hand on the wall. It was to estimate the size of the space in which he was confined. As he walked about 10 steps with his left hand against the wall, a dead end appeared. It is blocked by the wall. He walked again along the blocked wall. Again, after about 10 steps, a wall appeared. A rectangular space of about 3 square meters. It was only then that Pyo Wall began to visualize the size and shape of the space in which he was confined. I could roll. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Pyo Wall continued walking along the wall. Chin. Then something was caught in my fingertips. It was a solid feeling, a different texture from moss. Pyo Wall moved his hand along the different area. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. It was a single line. A long and thin line. A square line like a space trapped by a table wall. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Is it a door? Pyo Wall knocked on the part that was supposed to be the door with his hand. Thump. A dull sound echoed in the underground space where he was confined. T was a distinctly different sound from the other parts. Big, thick iron gate. Pyo Wall fumbled and looked around for a device that could open the door. However, the iron gate was smooth with no protrusions or indentations. There was no way to open it inside. It seemed like it could only be opened from the outside. Pyo Wall couldn't figure out a way to open the door. But he didn't despair. He survived the starvation crisis. There was moss and water to hold on for a while. It will be difficult and painful, but he will be able to survive for a few days. Pyo Wall slowly sat down, leaning his back against the iron gate. Now there was no fear that it would never happen again. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Now that he has filled his stomach, it's time to rest. In the darkness, only the sound of his breathing echoed. Pyo Wall opened his eyes. In fact, it was unclear whether his eyes were open or still closed. He closed his eyes, but when he opened his eyes, all he could see was darkness. Pyo Wall lay still and tried to gauge how much time had passed. It didn't seem like a long time had passed since he didn't feel hungry. For the past few days, Pyo Wall had lived by eating moss on the walls. He thought he would never get used to it, but to his surprise, he got used to the hellish taste of moss. His tongue is still numb, but it doesn't feel as disgusting as it used to be. After solving his hunger like that, many thoughts flooded his mind like a tidal wave. It was quiet here, there was no sound outside, he couldn't see ahead, so he couldn't feel the passage of time. It was obvious that anyone would go crazy if they were locked up here. He had to hold his mind tight. If he lowered his guard, he would lose himself and go crazy. Pio Wall constantly repeated his name and tried not to lose his identity. There was no promise of how long it would last like this. When he was hungry, he scraped the moss on the wall and licked the running water. He had to persevere in order to survive. Pio Wall thought that he was getting thinner and leaner. Even if he wasn't, the fat that was unsightly was lost. Fortunately, he can still maintain his strength, but he did not know when the limit would come. The moss on the wall was not infinite. The day when all the moss disappears will be his last. Still, he thought he'd stick with it until then. He didn't know why he was holding on so badly like this. If he would just give up, his body could have been more comfortable. He didn't know that if he died, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Such temptations came often. Each time, Pio Wall bit his lip and endured. Overcoming the temptation of death, his mouth was torn and bursting. There was no day when his blood would dry. The wall suddenly felt peculiar. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. When he looked up, he saw someone looking down at him. Who's there? He questioned. The iron gate was clearly firmly shut. There was no sign of anyone coming in from the outside. Above all, it made no sense to see someone else's figure in this pitch-black darkness. Pio Wall still couldn't see his hand. It's not real. Is it a dream? Pio Wall raised his head and looked at the person looking down at him. The man with a skinny face and body and empty eyes strangely resembles himself. It was clear that if he had been skinny before he came in here, he would be like that. It's me. It was then that Pio Wall realized that the man he was facing was another version of himself. It was exactly himself in a dream. Or it was his true form lurking within. In an extremely cornered situation, one would start to see things that you would never see in the normal way. Pio Wall asked his inner self, for what reason are you enduring so recklessly? Just let it go. If you let it go, it will be easier. His inner self replied. Pio Wall narrowed his eyes. Because he didn't expect him to actually answer. He asked, why are you holding on so hard? For what reason when you don't have anything? What is a bastard who has nothing to protect endures so recklessly? Is there something I must protect? It's funny, why do you struggle so much because you can't afford to waste your life? Give up. Giving up makes it easier. Will you really feel comfortable? Will it really be comfortable when you let go? I don't think so. You're sick as hell. I'm going to live. It's a life that I can't afford to lose. I'm going to survive and see the end. You're talking nonsense. It would be unfair to die like this. I'll put a knife on the guy who imprisoned me here. If I don't, then I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die. So, I'm going to live. I'm going to live like a vicious person and get revenge on everyone who made me this way. The inner self squatted down and stared in each other's eyes. Are you really going to get revenge? Yes. You won't give up? Never. His inner self smiled, as if he liked Pio Wall's answer. Pio Wall also smiled. Their smiles were strikingly similar. At that moment, Pio Wall opened his eyes. His inner self was gone. Pio Wall realized that he had woken up from a dream. At the same time, he realized that the other self he had seen was not just a dream. It was his inner heart demon, Shin Mo. If he hadn't been able to overcome the heart demon, he would have been devoured and gone insane. Or his ego would be split in two. Darkness drives people crazy. Pio Wall had passed a new hurdle unknowingly. Pio Wall sighed. Chungkying. Suddenly, the window at the bottom of the iron gate opened with a dull sound. The space was only small enough to fit one small plate. A faint light peered through the space. Even with the feeble light, Pio Wall's eyes hurt as if they were about to explode. Eyes that have adapted to darkness react violently to weak light. Sook. A small plate popped inside. And the window was closed again. Pio Wall's sense of smell was the first to respond. Food? Editor's notes. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. 3. Chapter 3. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 3. Manhwa, Chapter 2. Pio Wall hastily brought the plate to his face. An unidentified smell stimulated his sense of smell. He didn't know what kind of food it was. It was clear that the mix of things was probably a collection of leftovers. Still, it will taste better than the moss that Pio Wall had ever scraped. In fact, immediately after smelling the food, Pio Wall's mouth was constantly drooling. However, Pio Wall did not take food for granted. It was the food given to him by the man who imprisoned him here. He couldn't tell the contents inside of the food. If it contains poison, then he can die. He doesn't have a choice when it comes to eating moss. However, the situation is different now. He can choose whether to eat the food in the plate or eat moss. After all, there was still plenty of moss left, so even if he doesn't eat this food right now, he can still survive for a while. That thought didn't stop from saliva drooling from the ends of his mouth. Still, he had time to deliberate about it. He had to get information about the food. The means to get information in the dark, where a single light does not enter, were extremely limited. Since he cannot use his vision, which is the most convenient means of obtaining information, then it is necessary to mobilize the next developed sense, which is his sense of smell. Pyo Wall took a deep breath, almost sticking his nose to the plate. A lot of smells mixed in. It was as if the garbage had been collected in one place and the various smells were mixed. Some were stinking, some still smelled edible. If it was the old him, he wouldn't be able to distinguish the smells mixed together. Before being imprisoned here, Pyo Wall was just an ordinary boy. He was just a kid with no talent to stand out. However, while being trapped here, a great change took place inside him. He became vigilant and doubted everything, even if it's a minor thing. Being trapped in an underground space without a single point of light for a long time made Pyo Wall's sense of smell as sensitive as a hunting dog. Pyo Wall soon distinguished the odors that could never be distinguished one by one. He wouldn't have been capable of doing this before if he was still living on the outside. Pyo compared the odors he distinguished to those that remained in his memory. This smells like rotten fish and tea leaves. This is pork bone and the remaining shavings. The types of food in the small plate were incredibly diverse. It was incredible that Pyo Wall himself could distinguish all of these smells. There was no poison mixed in. It was all the residue of food that someone had left behind. To some, it may be just rotting stinky food, but for him it was a valuable resource that provided a lot of information. There were more than 5 types of food that Pyo Wall managed to identify. It meant that there were enough people to eat at least 5 kinds of food. As I thought, I wouldn't be the only one. He didn't think they would have made more than 3 by 3 square meter underground all for himself. To prepare such a space, considerable funds and manpower were required. It meant that it was not a space that could be created by an individual's deviation or obsession. If there were 5 kinds of food, there was a high probability that 5 or more people ate it. Plus, the different degrees of spoilage in each food meant that the time they were eaten was different. This meant that several people ate at a time lag. The amount offered was too much for 1 or 2 people to eat. Above all, each food contained the scent of a different person. There were only 5 body orientations that Pyo Wall knew. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. It was clear that more than 5 people had imprisoned themselves here for some purpose. No, I can't be the only one. Pyo Wall thought that there would be others who were imprisoned besides himself. Using such a space to confine only one person is too expensive and inefficient. Pyo Wall organized his thoughts. The number of people who manage this place is at least 5, and the number of people in the same situation as me must be at least more. The thought bit the tail on the tail. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Those who locked us up would have made this place for some purpose. The problem is, what could possibly be their purpose? He could not yet guess the purpose of those who locked themselves here. This was because the information was too scarce to infer with only one unidentified food mixed with food waste. Pyo Wall did not worry. There was plenty of time left for him. After all, there was nothing else to do here. The best thing he can do to spend time with was thinking. If he continues to think, and think endlessly, he will one day be able to come across the truth. Fortunately, there was no odor that could possibly be poison from the unidentified food. Pyo Wall carefully began to eat his food. This was also a gamble. Nutrients other than moss were needed to restore stamina and muscle strength, even if it's a mix of garbage. After sorting out all his thoughts, Pyo Wall began to eat the unidentified food on the plate with his hands. Farouk's slur. The sound of him eating food echoed in the darkness. The food tasted terrible, but it was still more edible than moss. Food was given at the same time once a day. The time was not actually accurate. It was just Pyo Wall guessing with his sense. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. The quantity given is such that a person can barely survive for a day. The food also tasted different every day. This is because different kinds of food are mixed every day. However, there were foods and spices that were always present. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. It was pork offal and hot spices. Whatever food was mixed, these two were always included. That meant that it was easy for the personnel here to get pork and hot spices. A place rich in pigs and hot spices. There are very few places like that in the world. Pyo Wall has wandered the world alone since childhood. Thanks to that, compared to his peers, he had a lot more information. One of them was Sichuan province. There was a wide basin in the jar-like closed terrain. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. For this reason, it was particularly famous for raising large numbers of wild grass-eating animals, particularly pigs and sheep, and the unbearable heat continued in summer due to the nature of the basin confined to the high mountain range, and people sought spicy food to beat the heat. Spicy food using pork and lamb was known as a symbol of Sichuan province. Piao Wall thought that this place was somewhere in Sichuan. I didn't know the exact place name, but I had a feeling that it would not be a place far away from Sichuan. Sichuan Castle is famous for its unique closeness. The word closed also meant that it was an easy place to avoid other people's surveillance. In other words, the group that imprisoned Piao Wall here was planning something to avoid the eyes of others, and it was clear that they had chosen a place in Sichuan province as the location. It was never a good thing if they were trying to avoid the gaze of others like this. There's no way those who do good things can do such inhumane acts. Piao Wall bit his lip. Blood bursted out and moistened his lips, but he felt no pain. This kind of pain is nothing because he was already used to extreme pain. Piao Wall felt even great anger towards those who imprisoned him here. It was clear that he, as well as anyone, would be equally furious if they were trapped in this space for no reason and treated as nothing but a beast. Piao Wall suppressed his fiery anger. Feeling anger is in no way beneficial in this situation. He had to hide his anger and become more cold. He had to figure out as much information as possible and use it to his advantage. No one had taught him, but Piao Wall was learning his own way of surviving in the dark. Time passed. He guessed that he had been trapped here for at least 4 months by the amount of food he had eaten. The giver of food did not say anything to Piao Wall. The small window was just mechanically opened once a day and supplied him with food. Piao Wall also felt the limit of his mental powers because he couldn't talk to anyone for 4 months and was isolated in a dark space alone. More and more time was spent talking alone. After asking and answering by himself, he wondered if his mind was already split. But each time, Piao Wall held on to his spirits like crazy. It was as if time had stopped here. Staying sane in a place like this has never been easier. In particular, it was easy to go crazy if he had nothing to do. So, what Piao Wall chose was to move. He walked along the wall in a narrow space of 3 or more in all directions. He walked and walked and walked until he collapsed from exhaustion. He was like a hamster running on a wheel. Calluses were formed on the soles of the feet, and little by little muscle started to form in the legs. When he remained standstill, his hunger was tolerable, but as he began to move, a feeling of extreme hunger tormented him. The food given once a day was insufficient. So he scraped up the walls and ate moss. He chose to eat moss to survive through the day despite the numbing hellish taste. Hoo-hoo. Piao Wall's whole body was soaked with sweat. He would eat moss and roam the narrow space all day long. Thanks to this, he now has some muscle in his legs. The skin was still skinny due to a lack of nutrients, but it was not as weak as if it would break if he touched it with his fingers like before. When the leg muscles had gained some strength, Piao Wall contemplated on doing some upper body exercises. He soon decided on doing push-ups. So his time now is split into walking and push-ups. The push-ups cause him as much pain as the first time he walked. At first, just doing 10 repetitions made him out of breath. But as he endured the pain and continued trying, the number of repetitions increased day by day. A few months passed like that. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, Piao Wall felt that his body had changed quite a bit. He was still skinny, but it was not just the skin that was covered like before, but strong muscles under the skin. Piao Wall had to put in a lot of effort before this could happen. He was constantly fighting with himself, not with anyone else, to the point of collapsing. It was a different kind of pain from the initial hunger. Piao Wall learned how to endure such pain on his own. That wasn't the only thing he learned. He began to perceive the passage of time through his own internal body reactions. It is possible to measure the approximate flow of time through the defecation cycle, the time when the mind becomes clear, and various other body changes. There was another change. It was his eyes. His eyes began to adapt to the awful darkness. He didn't know when it started, but little by little the landscape around him slowly came into his eyes. It might just be distinguishing shapes and lines, but it was still a great progress. Piao Wall was satisfied with at least being able to stop being blind. The underground space he saw with his eyes was desolate as he expected. There was not a single piece of furniture in the square space. On one side, the feces excreted by Piao Wall had accumulated and gave off a foul odor. And unidentified insects gathered to eat the feces. It was surprising that so many bugs lived in a dark space where there was no light. Piao Wall looked at the swarm of insects from a distance. If he had seen such a sight before coming here, he would have been disgusted and frightened, but now he doesn't feel anything. Isolation in the dark wore out his emotions, and his capacity for feeling fear seemed to have been killed. His wrist suddenly tingled, surprised by the pain as if being stabbed by a needle. Pyo Wall looked at him and saw a small snake biting his wrist. It was a small snake with degenerated eyes like other bugs. The snake soon wrapped its entire body around Pyo Wall's wrist with a tight bite. Hiss! Pyo Wall tried to get rid of the snake immediately, but at that moment, his eyes suddenly turned red, and the intense heat filled his head. Poison? That was the last thought he had before Pyo Wall lost consciousness. The snake biting his wrist fell. The snake crawled away from Pyo Wall and went back with the other insects. The food that snakes could eat deep underground was extremely limited. For the little snake, insects were its only food source. It was a coincidence that Pyo Wall was bitten by a snake that had come all the way to this place for the swarm of insects. The snake enjoyed its supper without paying any attention to the fallen Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall fell to the floor, unable to move. His whole body felt like it was on fire. The venom of a small, unknown snake was truly terrifying. Poison flowed through his blood vessels and attacked his whole body. Nerves and internal organs were attacked by poison. Despite the intense pain, Pyo Wall did not scream once. His whole body was so stiff that he couldn't even move. Pyo Wall's eyes were wide open in extreme pain. His eyes were red as if blood had burst all over and he was about to pour out blood. As the poison attacked his body, the heat continued to intensify. Pyo Wall could not even let out a scream and had to endure the pain. It would have been less painful if he had lost consciousness, but perhaps it was the effect of poison. His mind was rather clear, so he had to feel the excruciating pain vividly with his bare mind. 3 days passed in excruciating pain. The last 3 days felt more painful and longer than the time he had been confined in the underground space. Different parts of Pyo Wall's body were broken as he endured the pain by clenching his teeth. It was almost 3 days after the paralysis was relieved. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. The numbness that bound his body as if it were a lie was released, and the heat in his body disappeared. In the end, he won the battle against poison. He managed to hold on to his life, but the result did not come easily. He overcame the poison, but most of his internal organs, muscles, and nerves were damaged. He will recover to its original state over time. He has no energy to move right now, but he forced himself to. Pyo Wall crawled towards the only door leading to the outside. A plate of food was placed in front of the iron gate. His mouth was dry and he couldn't feel any taste, but he had to eat something to survive. Pyo Wall crawled like the snake that poisoned him. After crawling for a while, Pyo Wall, who barely reached the iron gate, hurriedly put his face into the plate. As he licked the food, Pyo Wall murmured, "I won't die, no matter what." His eyes, now bright red in the darkness. Editor's notes: I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL, so I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. 4. Chapter 4. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 4. Manhwa. Chapter 3. Pyo Wall glanced at the snake passing near him. It was the one responsible for biting his wrist. He almost died because of the snake's venom, but he felt no animosity. The cold reptile was the first one to settle down in this underground space earlier than him. If anything, Pyo Wall was the one intruding. Pyo Wall did not particularly hate or fear the snake since it did it out of survival. The snake had to bite for it to live. The snake slaughtered a large insect at the corner where Pyo Wall usually deposited his feces. While his eyes had slowly adapted to the darkness, he had never seen so clearly as he does now. It seemed that some change had taken place inside his body when he fought against the poison that penetrated him. As this poison tolerance? He had heard of stories of people becoming stronger from surviving after being poisoned before. Pyo Wall thought that it would be the case for himself. The problem was that not only did he gain resistance to poison, some changes have also taken place in his body. It seemed that the poison had a synergistic effect and affected his eyesight. There was only one way to confirm his guess. Pyo Wall caught the body of the snake that was eating an insect and returned to where he was prior. The captured snake immediately opened its mouth wide and dug its fangs at the back of Pyo Wall's hand. The effect was immediate. He could feel the heat rising from the back of his hand. It was enough proof that the poison had started to penetrate his body. Pyo Wall prepared for the pain by gritting his teeth. Having resistance to the poison did not diminish the pain at all. Like Pyo Wall predicted, he could feel the excruciating pain at the sight of the snake's bite. Scorching heat rushed through his veins as if it was trying to burn his whole body. It was painful. He almost regretted his decision. but the pain was more bearable than he thought. The first bite had left him completely paralyzed, while the second time did not. Sure, it was still painful, but he can still endure it. When a day passed, the pain started to completely disappear. Pyo Wall was soon convinced that he had finally developed poison tolerance. It may only be towards a certain type of poison, but it was clear that he had his own weapon that others didn't know about. His vision also seemed to have gotten a little clearer. Okay, for the first time, a smile graced Pyo Wall's lips. It was the first smile he made after being locked up in an underground space. After that, another change occurred in Pyo Wall's daily routine. Once a day he let the snake bite his wrists. He knew that his body had developed a tolerance, but Pyo Wall never intended to be satisfied with his current level. He wanted a more perfect immunity, so he repeatedly let himself be bitten by the snake every single day. He also observed the behavior of the snake. The tiny snake with degenerated eyes was the only intelligent creature in the subterranean space, besides Pyo Wall. When he stared at what the snake was doing, he can see that it rolls its head. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Snakes were exceptional hunters. It can approach the prey without making a sound and kill it at once. It stealthily conceals its presence so that even vigilant insects will not notice. Occasionally, there would be insects who noticed the appearance of a snake, and when that happened, it made a peculiar cry of washing. Then, the movements of the worms hardened like a lie. Opening parenthesis, single quote, closing parenthesis. It can incapacitate its prey using sound. But even so, the snake is not greedy. It doesn't make the mistake of intimidating insects around it and chasing them away. The appearance of such a snake attracted Pyo Wall's interest. So besides dedicating his time in training his stamina, Pyo Wall would also come and observe the snake. For Pyo Wall, watching the snake was his only means of entertainment. Pyo Wall unknowingly fell in love with the snake's movements. To increase his strength, he tried to imitate the movement of a snake as he walked around the room. He practiced trying to navigate through the darkness without a sound or presence. The days went by quickly with him doing the same thing over and over. Pyo Wall routine would consist of eating the served food, observing the snake, and training his body. Pyo Wall had to constantly repeat these three actions in order not to go crazy. Otherwise, he would have already gone crazy, engulfed in terrible pain. Eating food, training the body, observing and imitating snakes was the only way to lose weight. In the darkness, Pyo Wall was resembling a snake little by little. Clang! Pyo Wall opened his eyes to the sudden vibration. In an instant, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was because the iron door that had kept him locked up here for a long time was opening on its own. Pyo Wall stood up. Soon the iron door was wide open. There was no difference in scenery between the inside of his room and the outside. The pitch-black darkness that covers his eyes and the humid air that irritates his skin remained. Pyo Wall came out of the iron gate and looked around. Outside the door was a large hallway. On his left side were numerous rooms with doors all wide opened. Perhaps all of the rooms had opened simultaneously. The hallway has no end in sight. Pyo Wall moved to the room adjacent to his room. He had to walk approximately 20 steps to reach the next room. Given the size of his room, which was only about 3 square meters or around 10 steps in each direction, there would be another 10 steps left that would serve as a barrier in between the rooms. So that's why I couldn't sense the presence of others. No matter how sensitive his senses were, it would not be able to overcome the thickness of the wall. Pyo Wall looked inside the room. An awful stench stirred his nose. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Someone's body had been left decaying in the darkness. The foul odor indicated that the decomposition had already progressed considerably. Pyo Wall went into the room and inspected the body, ignoring the foul smell. The deceased had its face collapsed, so he couldn't tell in much detail, but judging from the build of the skeleton, he could tell that it was a boy of the same age as him. Perhaps the boy was also imprisoned here at the same time as him. The situation in the other rooms was the same. In each room, either a boy or girl of a similar age as Pyo Wall was dead. Unlike Pyo Wall, they could not endure hunger and died of starvation. Their room was as humid as Pyo Wall's room, so it was full of moss. They probably did not seem to consider consuming the moss. Maybe they weren't able to adjust well to the darkness like he did and hence failed to notice the moss growing around the room. A bowl of rotten food was placed in front of their own doors. Similarly with Pyo Wall's case, the food was also rationed, but they must have been picky and left the food untouched. In the darkness, Pyo Wall's eyes flashed red. He continued to walk straight down the hallway. 20 rooms passed, and 20 bodies were also found. 1 corpse per 1 room. Pyo Wall soon reached the end of the hallway. There was a large iron door blocking the hallway. The iron gate was much thicker and larger compared to the ones that blocked their rooms. The bolts of the gate were also taken out. Pyo Wall pushed the door hard and the towering iron gate opened slowly. Beyond the iron gate, the same hallway where Pyo Wall had been imprisoned continued, and again, 20 iron gates were lined up in a row. The only difference is that there was only one survivor in the area where Pyo Wall was. But in the new section, there were as many as 2 survivors here. It was a boy and a girl who seemed to be of the same age. They looked in the direction where Pyo Wall appeared with wary eyes. Judging by their actions, it seemed that their eyes were not perfectly adapted to the darkness. Like Pyo Wall, it was clear that they had noticed the appearance of a new character through the sound of Pyo Wall's footsteps. Their pricked-up ears were proof. Pyo Wall only looked at them without saying a word. Both the boy and girl were skinny, as if they had not eaten properly. But compared to Pyo Wall, they still seemed to be in better shape. Pyo Wall glanced at the next room. A body was seen through the door. He could see a food bowl next to the body. There's no doubt that there was a sufficient amount of food. So it was either that he died because he could not stand the loneliness and died of madness, or he could not overcome the disease he had acquired underground. One of the survivors spoke cautiously. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" "He and I are the only survivors in this section." The question was directed to Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall looked at the girl who asked the question. She was a girl who did not lose her beauty despite being locked in the basement for a long time. She was staring in the direction of the wall, like a cat full of poison. However, it seemed that she could not recognize Pyo Wall's appearance since her eyes were not focused. The boy next to the girl also looked in the direction of Pyo Wall with a very wary look. If it was too late, it had the momentum to attack Pyo Wall. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Their eyes weren't able to fully adapt to the darkness like Pyo Wall, but their sense of hearing and smell still developed by leaps and bounds. It is for that reason that they managed to take notice of Pyo Wall's arrival and become vigilant. Pyo Wall opened his mouth. "My name is Pyo Wall. I was locked up in the adjacent area. Area next door? So are you saying there are other places like this?" "It seems so." In response to Pyo Wall's answer, the girl bit her lip. The girl, like Pyo Wall, did not know they ended up here and was captured here and lived for several months. Even as everyone in each of the trapped rooms was dying, she clenched her teeth and endured it until she eventually survived. It was the same with the boy. He has outstanding mental strength who succeeded in overcoming the feelings of despair and loneliness day by day. Pyo Wall asked, "What are your names?" "I'm So Yowol. And he is Song Cheonwoo." "Let's go." "Go where?" "I think there are more areas like this." Pyo Wall's gaze was on the other side of the hallway. There was also a huge iron gate similar to what Pyo Wall had passed through. It was proof that another section existed. So Yowol and Song Cheonwoo did not recognize the existence of the iron gate that divided the different sections because they did not have eyes that could see through the dark. So Yowol's voice trembled. "Oh my god, there's more places like this? Follow me." Pyo Wall took the lead. So Yowol and Song Cheonwoo followed the sound of his footsteps. If they had held hands, they could walk faster, but Pyo Wall didn't. Giving up your hand meant that he would not be able to use it in an emergency. It's like giving out a weakness. Even though no one had taught him that, Pyo Wall was aware that in order to survive he must not let anything easily slip into his gap. "Hold my hand." Song Cheonwoo reached out to So Yowol. Pyo Wall thought that she would hesitate for a moment, but So Yowol immediately grabbed Song Cheonwoo's hand and followed behind Pyo Wall. As they moved on to the next area, they saw more survivors. This time there were 5. Like Song Cheonwoo and So Yowol, they also gathered together and shared information. They were alarmed by the sudden appearance of Pyo Wall, So Yowol, and Song Cheonwoo. However, So Yowol came forward and explained it calmly, and soon the boundaries were softened. Pyo Wall glanced into the room as the others were having a conversation. Most of the rooms also had decomposing bodies. Unlike Pyo Wall's section, only a few people died of starvation. Instead, most of them showed signs of self-harm. Some had their heads broken, and others showed signs of strangulation. They must have been unable to endure despair, loneliness, and fear, so they chose to commit suicide. It was a harsh environment for children in their teenage years to endure. It only makes sense for them to commit suicide. The next thing Pyo Wall looked at was at their food bowl. It was definitely bigger than the food bowl in the area where Pyo Wall was confined, and the amount of food was greater. At least in terms of food, it was clear that they received more rations than the area where Pyo Wall was confined. Were they discriminating? Whatever the purpose of those who imprisoned them here, it was clear that they managed it by giving each section a different level of treatment. In comparing the sections he has observed, the environment in the area where Pyo Wall was confined was the harshest. It was a miracle in itself that Pyo Wall managed to survive there alone. However, the children who were talking outside did not seem to realize that fact. When Pyo Wall came out, So Yowol sensed his presence and said, "These children were also imprisoned at the same time as us. This is Li Min and Go Shinnok," and as if they had already shared a common name, So Yowol introduced the children as the representative. Pyo Wall silently remembered their names. In the 3rd district, Li Min and Go Shinnok stood out. Li Min was a beautiful girl similar to So Yowol, while Go Shinnok was a very handsome man. He had such a beautiful face outline and appearance that he could not be considered a man. There were probably a lot of girls who fell for him when he was outside. Li Min spoke towards the direction she assumed where Pyo Wall was. "Hello, I'm Li Min. I'll be in your care from now on." He did not know what he was asking for, but Pyo Wall silently nodded his head. Opening parenthesis comma dot closing parenthesis. The survivors continued moving on to the next section. There were a few more survivors in the next area. Around 8 people survived. Whenever they moved to other sections, the number of survivors continued to increase. In the end, the number of those who survived reached a whopping 100, while the number of those who died were more than doubled. 300 people were put in, and only 100 of them survived. It's not normal for 300 young children to be imprisoned. No matter how big Sichuan province is, if 300 children went missing all at the same time, the powerful sects will not remain silent. But if they expand their range to other parts of the world, then they probably won't be noticed. In the case of Pyo Wall, he was arrested in Harem, which was far away from Sichuan. So Yowol and Song Chunwoo were also orphans, so perhaps others are as well. Even if they disappeared, no one would care and look for them. They were the perfect target for anyone to carry out some secret conspiracy. Pyo Wall opened the door to the next area. However, the scenery that appeared this time was different from what he had imagined. Back next. Editor's notes. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. 5. Chapter 5. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 5. Manhwa, Chapter 4-5. A huge underground cave stretched out before their eyes. The underground cave was so huge that if not for the torches hanging all over to light up the place, it would be impossible to even guess the size. "Aw, ow." Cries coming from the children bursted from all over the place. After being stuck in a place where there has been no light for the past few months, suddenly being exposed to a torch hurts so much as if their eyeballs were about to burst out. It was painful for Pyo Wall too. Tears streamed down his eyes as if they were being stabbed by thousands of needles at the same time. Pyo Wall tried to adapt to the sudden bright light with his eyes half closed. It took him a long time to get used to the light because his eyes had already perfectly adapted to the darkness. After a while, Pyo Wall finally managed to adjust to the light while the majority still couldn't open their eyes. Pyo Wall paid them no attention and proceeded to look inside the underground cave. The cave seemed to have been formed naturally. The huge stalactites hanging from the ceiling were proof. The cave's structure was that it narrowed as it went up, like a bowl that had been turned upside down. Inside of the cave was full of buildings made out of wood. The buildings were made crudely as if they were modeled after a manor. What is this? The children, who recovered their sight belatedly, were surprised to find the buildings. It was already amazing to find such a huge underground cave, but seeing the wooden buildings standing in the middle, which were definitely made by human hands, made them vigilant. Pyo Wall strode towards the building. So Yowol and Song Cheonwoo quickly followed behind him, followed by Li Min and Go Shinnok. Pyo Wall looked into the building at the entrance and said, "There are no people here." "Really?" A light of suspicion appeared on So Yowol's face. They continued to search all the other buildings, but they haven't found anyone. The children had bewildered faces. They were wary that they would discover another person, but they didn't know what to do now that they're alone. While the children were bewildered, Pyo Wall didn't stop inspecting the building. The building wasn't very old. Judging from the condition of the wood, it was clear that it was made recently. The grain of the wood and the dust that had accumulated on it made it clear that it was made during the time Pyo Wall and the children were locked up in each section. As a result, the building itself was in poor condition. From the outside it looked fine, but on the inside, it was terrible. Only the appearance looked okay, but the inside was so crude that it was impossible for a person to live. It was as if they had deliberately constructed it that way on purpose. Pyo Wall thought there must be a reason. One of the truths he learned while wandering the world alone is that everything happens for a reason. If a beggar who was begging next to him was beaten to death, it meant that he had no eyes that could accurately judge the person he was begging from. If someone offered food to him, they must also have a reason for doing so. Probably the figure of the beggar would have reminded them of their child or someone close to them. So sometimes Pyo Wall was beaten to death. The reason was simple, because the person he was begging for wasn't very good. Pyo Wall's eyesight was already sharp as he had many experiences at a young age. Because of that, even the slightest strange point didn't go unnoticed. Pyo Wall came out and looked at the layout of the building. The building itself is very rough, but the layout is excellent. Even Pyo Wall, who is not familiar with architecture, knew that the buildings were arranged intentionally. But anything beyond that, Pyo Wall couldn't find out. Then, someone approached Pyo Wall. "It's you, Pyo Wall." The girl who spoke in a soft voice was Lee Min he met in the 3rd district. It was the first time for Lee Min to see Pyo Wall in person. Unlike Pyo Wall, she doesn't have eyes to see through the darkness. Lee Min narrowed her eyes and looked at Pyo Wall. Eyes set under dark eyebrows, a towering nose, and tightly closed lips. Although he was very skinny and his cheeks were sunken, he still had a very handsome face. However, it was not Pyo Wall's appearance that Lee Min paid attention to. It was his eyes. Pyo Wall's pupils, with their hollow eyelids above them, were tinted with a soft reddish tint from the light. She doesn't know if it's because of the torch or if it's the eye's original color, but it felt very mysterious. Was it always like that? What do you mean? Your red eyes? My eyes are red? Yes, looks like you didn't know. Then, it must have happened to you when you were here. Lee Min reached out and touched Pyo Wall's face. Pyo Wall stood still and accepted Lee Min's hand. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he was unaware of her touch. Are my eyes red? Could it have something to do with snake bites? Being different from others is never a good thing, especially when there are so many children gathered together. Children are accustomed to instinctively detect and reject beings different from themselves. Most of the children Pyo Wall had seen while wandering the world were like that. Fortunately, his eyes did not turn completely red. According to Lee Min, his eyes would appear to have a faint reddish tint when there's a torch nearby, but otherwise it's not very visible normally. Pyo Wall thought that was a good thing. Lee Min asked, "What are you thinking so hard about?" "Just this and that. You are different from other children." "How so?" "You just are. While we're all here confused, you're the only one thinking deeply." Lee Min stared at Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall also looked into her eyes. "What are you two doing over there?" So Yo-Will and Song Cheonwoo approached them. "Just talking." "Talking? Just about this and that." Lee Min shrugged. So Yo-Wall looked at Lee Min-eun with a puzzled look. But only for a while, and said to Pyo Wall with a nonchalant expression. A few kids decided to group themselves together. "What do you guys want to do?" "About what?" "You're coming with us, right?" So Yo-Will said with a very natural expression, and Song Chun-woo, who was behind her, nodded and agreed with her. Pyo Wall looked at them for a moment and then opened his mouth. "We'll see." "What do you mean you'll see? Are you saying you won't be joining us?" "I'm just saying that I'll wait to see how things go." Perhaps Pyo Wall's answer was unexpected, so Yo-Wall was unable to speak for a moment. Song Cheonwoo looked like he was about to get angry at any moment. But being with So Yo-Wall calmed his anger. He realized that being isolated for a long time in the dark will cause someone to lose their mind. Some have succeeded in holding onto their identity with strong mental powers, but not all of them can. What's more is that the people who are now trapped in this underground space were only children in their early to mid-13 years. Since they are imprisoned in a state where their mind is not fully developed, the breakdown of their ego was particularly serious. It may not appear on the surface right now, but no one knew what trouble it would cause in the future. Pyo Wall didn't want to mix with them yet. Pyo Wall did not trust the other children. He doesn't even believe in himself. He may have looked normal, but he can't tell if he had already developed some kind of problem mentally. On Pyo Wall's dumbfounded look, So Yo-Will gave a confused expression for a moment. But she quickly smiled and spoke softly. "Come back anytime you change your mind. Our door will always be open." Pyo Wall just nodded his head without saying a word. So Yo-Will looked at Lee Min. "How about you? What are you going to do?" Instead of answering, Lee Min looked at Pyo Wall and So Yo-Will alternately. Her troubles didn't last long. "Alright, I'll join you. It's much better to stay together than to be alone." Lee Min went to So Yo-Wall's side. The three went back to where the other children were, shoulder to shoulder, and Pyo Wall, who was left alone, looked at their backs. After only a few hours of getting to know each other's faces, the children soon found a group similar to themselves. The group was divided into groups led by So Yo-Wall and Song Chun-woo, a group led by a child named Kong Il, a group led by a boy named Yo Miljing, and a group headed by a boy named Go Youngsun. The children who became the heads of each group have a remarkable and outstanding presence. Other children instinctively grouped around a leader with similar tendencies, and factions naturally formed in the underground cavity. Pyo Wall did not belong to any faction and watched the children. The children berated Pyo Wall and told him he was unlucky. You said there were no other survivors in the mouth where that bastard was. Everyone else died, so how did he survive alone? Could he have killed them all? Unfounded rumors spread. Everyone knew that Pyo Wall couldn't kill others because they were all individually locked up in solitary confinement. Still, the rumors spread secretly. Although there were only 100 or so, the world of children in the underground cave was no different from the world outside. They become similar to adults who are vigilant and jealous of someone differing from the majority and pushed them aside. He was no different. He was explicitly being ostracized, but Pyo Wall didn't seem to care. It's because he has been through a lot of things like this while wandering the world alone. Above all, Pyo Wall could not afford to care about the children. It was because there was not enough time just to seek survival. Pyo Wall roamed the underground cavity all day long. The first reason was to find out if there was a place to escape, and the second reason was to figure out the origin of the underground cavity. Although the structures in the underground cavity were recently improvised, it was clear that the underground space where he and his children were confined was built a very long time ago. It took at least several decades for the moss to form on the wall. There was a time gap of at least several years to decades between the room in which he was confined and the buildings here. Pyo Wall came to a conclusion. The underground space was built a long time ago. It's already been abandoned, but for some reason, someone is reusing it recently. The problem is the reason for reusing it. Perhaps they were the original owners of this underground cavity, or they could have discovered it by chance. Whoever it was clear that they have enormous financial power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build such structures in such a short time underground. Pyo Wall was so immersed in thought when suddenly, clang! Suddenly, a dull sound resounded from the basement ceiling. Pyo Wall and the children's eyes turned to the ceiling. A ray of light seeped in, then a rope with a large basket came down. There were various kinds of food in a basket large enough for one person to eat. It's food, let's eat, the children cheered. The children's hunger was at its peak because they hadn't eaten anything since leaving their confinements. The children rushed towards the basket like an anglerfish. Because they had been starving for quite some time, the eyes of the children were turned upside down when they saw something to eat. Wait, at that time, So Yowol and Song Cheonwoo stopped the children and shouted, "What the hell? Get out of the way!" The children were, of course, angry. They growled as if they were about to attack the two of them at any moment. However, So Yowol was not afraid and said calmly, "Why don't we share it equally among us?" Her gaze was directed at the heads of each group, Kong Il, Yo Miljing, and Go Youngsun. The heads of each group each nodded in agreement with her. They stepped forward on behalf of each group, and they distributed the food in the basket. Then Pyo Wall stepped forward. "Wait, what are you?" Yo Miljing looked at Pyo Wall with fierce eyes. So did the other bosses. Their eyes were full of poison to the point that even adults would shudder. The long imprisonment has turned the children into beasts. Those who imprisoned children here created 100 ferocious beasts. Anyone who faced such children's eyes would be saddened. However, Pyo Wall was no different from the children. An animal that grew up eating poison and despair in the dark. That kind of gaze and pressure didn't work on him. Pyo Wall calmly picked up the food and answered, "I'm going to take my share too." "Put that down." Yo Miljing grabbed Pyo Wall's wrist. When Pyo Wall looked at him without saying a word, Yo Miljing gave even a more ferocious expression. "No one can take the food from the basket without our permission. Everything in this basket is under our control." He looked at So Yowol and the other leaders. So Yowol and others nodded their heads in agreement with his words. An easy way to control the group you led is to take control of their lifeline, food. Although they're still young, they knew they had to get their hands on food to ensure they had control over the other children. In other words, food was power. They had no intention of giving power to anyone but themselves. This is especially true for loners who go out alone without being able to form a group like Pyo Wall. It was then, pook, something that no one had expected happened. All of a sudden, Yo Miljung uttered a desperate scream. In Yo Miljung's eyes, Pyo Wall's fingers were embedded. Pyo Wall pierced his left eye with his index finger. "What did you say?" "Say it again," Pyo Wall asked indifferently, putting his finger in Yo Miljung's eyes. His eyes were glowing red like when a torch was nearby. Editor's notes. This is totally unrelated, but it's my first time having someone show their support by buying me a coffee, Nabla. No, I'm really so happy, thank you so much, I'll continue to do my best. 336. Chapter 6. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 6. Manhwa. Chapter 5. Ku. Yo Miljing, whose eyes were pierced by Pyo Wall's fingers, screamed and struggled. However, Pyo Wall grabbed Yo Miljung's neck with his opposite hand and made it impossible to move. The index finger of his right hand was still inserted into Yo Miljung's eye. From the perspective of Yo Miljing, a mixture of liquid and red blood was flowing out. Many children shut their eyes at the terrible sight. For the past few months, living in isolation and full of poison, he was just a child who had not yet matured. They might have instinctively gathered and formed a group, but no one here was prepared to kill the other children. That was the difference between them and the Pyo Wall. He was the only one who survived in the harshest environment. He was willing to kill other children in order to survive. So the result was a finger stuck in Yo Miljung's eye. I told you to say it again. Ah! Yo Miljung gave all his strength to get out of Pyo Wall's hand, but he remained immovable. While the other children hoped and waited for the iron door to open, Pyo Wall trained his body. The difference was huge between the growing children. Let go of that hand, you crazy son of a bitch. Fuck, let go of him right now. Children following Yo Miljung surrounded Pyo Wall. At that moment, Pyo Wall put his finger deeper into Yo Miljung's eyes. Gah! The desperate screams of Yo Miljung continued to echo in the underground cavity. The eyes of the children, who were about to run to the creepy sight, fell down. This behavior of Pyo Wall was far beyond their imagination. They could never have imagined that there would be such a person in the same age group as them. They remember a viper from the figure of the Pyo Wall, a small snake with a lot of poison that once bites it, it never lets go. No one dared to stop Pyo Wall. They felt like they were going to get beaten up by Pyo Wall if they dared to do something. So Yo-Will came out. She came in front of Pyo Wall. He's not in a situation where he can answer. Stop it. Why should I? He should have understood after you did that much. What about food? No one will touch your share. So Yo-Wall's last words were directed towards the other children. No one opened their mouths to answer, but their intentions were conveyed to Pyo Wall. At that time, Pyo Wall pulled out the finger that had been stuck in Yo Miljung's eye and released the hand that was holding his neck. Ugh! Yo Miljung sat down on the spot and covered his pierced eyes with the palm of his hand. He looked at Pyo Wall, gritting his teeth. You bastard. What? Do you want me to do the same thing to your other eye? If you wish to be blind, then go ahead. My fingers are strong enough to pierce your other eye. Crazy, you bastard. Yo Miljung grinded his teeth. In his heart, he wanted to hit him to death, but the atmosphere in the hall was dominated by him. The other children have already been devoured by Pyo Wall's momentum. It was impossible to expect a reversal in this atmosphere. In the end, Yo Miljung had no choice but to step back while covering his wounded eye. Pyo Wall looked at him for a moment, then backed away holding his portion of food. So Yo-Will whispered to him, "What are you going to do now? You turned them all into enemies. Even if they didn't turn into my enemies, I already consider everyone here as my enemies anyway." "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Pyo Wall shrugged his shoulders and moved on. The children in front of him stepped aside. Pyo Wall passed by them and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building. The roof of the building has the best place to monitor the area. With what he did to Yo Miljung just now, Pyo Wall made all the children in the underground cavity hostile. The highest place was chosen because it was necessary to monitor whether children would secretly approach him during their eating time. The food in Pyo Wall's hand was a rice cake. It had been a long time since they had been made, so the rice cakes were hard and tasteless. However, Pyo Wall silently chewed the rice cake without complaining. As he sat on the roof and surveyed the view, he could see the surrounding landscape in more detail. This is a test to filter out useful children. Throwing the children one by one in a space completely cut off from the outside was a clear process to filter out useful children. Such a process could not end immediately. This process would be repeated over and over again, and it was clear that many children would continue to die in the process. He could think of cooperating with other children to fight back, but Pyo Wall did not believe that things would turn out so smoothly. It was their intention to drive so many children into one place. It will certainly put the children at risk by testing them in one way or another. Until now, they still haven't appeared and were still forcing the children to survive on their own. If so, it was clear that the same method would be used this time as well. Making children kill each other or making them suspicious of each other. If that happens, everyone will be each other's enemy. If they were going to be an enemy anyway, it doesn't matter if they become his enemy a little earlier, because he would be able to examine the situation a little more clearly. Pyo Wall looked at the panoramic view under the underground cavity for a long time. Food came down once a day, always at the same time. As the food came down, each group fought a nerve war to get even a little more food. Food was directly related to survival, and in order to increase the probability of survival even by a little, the children tried to secure even a little more food. As time passed, the children's antagonism grew more and more intense. The more it happened, the more prominent the presence of the children who served as the heads of each group became. It was definitely So Yo-Will who showed the greatest presence among the leaders. So Yo-Will, who is a woman, secures the most food for her group. Then after securing as much food as possible, she still only ate the smallest amount. And she took good care of the children who followed her. The strong loyalty of the children who followed So Yeowol was natural. The next largest group was Kong Il's group. Kong Il had a very quiet personality. He was so silent to the point of not saying a word all day. Nonetheless, he took great care of the children who followed him. He was the type of person who showed his leadership through actions instead of words. The group led by Go Youngsun has a strong personality. It may be because Go Youngsun has a bubbly personality, but the personalities of the children who followed him were somewhat similar. Finally, there was a group led by Yo Miljing. At first, many children followed Yo Miljing, but when they saw him lose one of his eyes and was humiliated by Pyo Wall, many children left. For that reason, Yo Miljing harbored great resentment towards Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall knew that, too, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He would only take his share of food and disappear somewhere else. Many children thought of him as a thorn in their eyes. However, the brutality of Pyo Wall when he dealt with Yo Miljing had left such a strong impression on them that they were reluctant to confront him, so they can just monitor Pyo Wall's actions from afar. Pyo Wall was constantly the subject of their attention. Numerous children were keenly aware of his movements. Except when eating food, Pyo Wall was confined to the underground area where he was imprisoned. Each room was cleaned by putting the scattered bodies in one place. The other children did not understand Pyo Wall's actions, who preferred to stay alone in the deepest part. The place where Pyo Wall occupied was in the deepest darkness where it was impossible to see anything ahead. Pyo Wall, who returned to such a place on his own feet, would only look strange in their eyes. But Pyo Wall didn't care about what others thought at all. He chose the underground space where he was confined because he thought it was the safest place. It was good to live in an underground communal space, but there was no freedom of movement because it was open on all sides. No matter how secretly they move, they cannot escape the gaze of the children. For that reason, Pyo Wall spent most of his time in the space where he was first confined, training his stamina or developing his tolerance to poison by being bitten by a snake. Having lived with snakes made them his close friends. At some point, even when he was bitten by a snake, he no longer felt any pain. It seemed that he now had complete tolerance for their poison. Pyo Wall came out, rubbing his wrist that had recently been bitten by a snake. As he came out of the dark room, he could feel the secret glances the children threw from everywhere. The other children are watching him come out. The children were hostile towards Pyo Wall, who chose a lifestyle greatly different from theirs. They could not understand Pyo Wall, who chose to live alone without a group. However, Pyo Wall looked at the ceiling, not paying any attention to their gaze. Now it was time for the food to come down. When the basket came down, the leaders such as So Yeowol and Kong Il were already there. Still, because they were the leaders, they were quite proud. Yo Miljing was staring at Pyo Wall with his one eye. Despite the ferociousness in his eyes, there was also a fear. Kong Il and Go Youngsun were also wary of Pyo Wall, but did not show any particular hostility. The only one who expressed good feelings towards Pyo Wall was So Yeowol. What's good staying in a dark place where you couldn't even see anything in front of you? Instead of staying by yourself like this, why not come and join our group? I believe I've already answered that question before. Shouldn't your answer change depending on the situation? Despite Pyo Wall's blunt words, So Yeowol did not lose her smile. It was so pretty that it made his eyes dizzy when she smiled lightly. So Yeowol's face gained some weight because she ate well and was comfortable. As her health improved, her dazzling beauty also came back. Her beauty was also a big factor in leading her group. In fact, many of So Yeowol's followers are those smitten with her beauty. Pyo Wall looked at So Yeowol without saying a word. He found her beautiful. After all, he was also a man. Although he was young, he was mature enough to serve as a man. If it had been before he came here, he would have succumbed to So Yeowol's beauty and followed her. But the hellish times of the past few months have instilled in Pyo Wall a strong patience. He thought more deeply than before, and started to doubt everything around him. He didn't trust the children here yet. No, he couldn't. That was then. There was a dull sound from the ceiling, and a basket of food came down. All the children's eyes turned to the basket. Kong Il murmured, "Aren't there going to be idiots like Gug Pyong again?" Gug Pyong was the name of a child who died a while ago. He made a plan to escape outside by getting in the basket. When the children had all their food, he climbed into the empty basket. However, while the basket was being pulled up high in the air, the rope that tied the basket from above was suddenly cut off. In the end, Gug Pyong fell to the floor and died horribly. The basket did not come down for 3 days after that. During that time, the children had to starve. It was a clear warning. If something like that happens again, they will starve again. Children who learned the lesson the hard way did not dream of escaping through the basket leak. Gug Pyong ever since. Finally, the basket of food came down to the floor. The expressions of the children looking inside the basket changed. Why is there only this much? The amount of food has decreased. What? The smile disappeared from So Yowal's face, and the other leaders couldn't hide their bewildered expressions. Securing food was of paramount importance in this closed place. At first glance, food was reduced by almost a quarter. It could have been seen that there was not much difference, but the amount was so small that it reminded them of starvation, e.c., for children who were barely satisfying their hunger. The evidence was that even the head children could not hide their bewildered expressions. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. In the darkness, a red tint lingered in Pyo Wall's eyes. It has begun. He thought they would pick out the children in one way or another, but he expected that they would choose such an extreme and primitive method. Already, a hideous atmosphere was sensed among the children. So Yowal and the other leaders looked at each other. So far they have fairly distributed the food. Although the quantity was insufficient, they were able to fill the stomachs of the children who followed him to some extent. However, since the amount of food has decreased, it was unimaginable to fully satisfy their hunger. It would be nice if they stopped at this level, but Pyo Wall predicted that the food would decrease further considering their behavior so far. I'm only taking this. Pyo Wall only took care of his share with a glance. The food in his hand has significantly been reduced as compared to before. So Yowal and the boss's eyebrows twitched. So far they have implicitly acknowledged the share of Pyo Wall. This was because Pyo Wall left a strong impression, but things have now changed. Even the small amount that Pyo Wall takes seems to be a waste. The only reason they haven't done anything is that the amount has decreased for the first time today. It is not clear how long it would last. In their minds, the quantity decreased today, but there was a feeling of expectation that it might return to its original state tomorrow. That's why they just let him go even though he looks at Pyo Wall. But the Pyo Wall knew. Those good times will never come back again. And, as he had guessed, the food was noticeably reduced every day. And one day something terrible happened that should not have happened. Editor's notes. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. 7. Chapter 7. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 7. Manhwa, Chapter 6. Mok no Sam was a boy who survived the last section and joined the group led by So Yowal. Although he has the smallest build among So Yowal's group, he had pulled his weight through sheer tenacity, and that small man was lying on the floor dead. His appearance was truly miserable, as he had been brutally beaten up to the point of death. His face was mutilated to the point of being unrecognizable, and his body was full of black bruises. The appearance of the Mok no Sam was enough to bring out the anger of So Yowal and the crowd. Who the hell did this? Quote, I won't let this go, you bastards. The children burst out in anger. It was difficult to believe in their eyes. There was only one reason for the death of Mok no Sam. He was the weakest link of So Yowal's group, and it is said that he has a habit of sparingly eating his rationed food. There were traces of food on his hands. It meant they were attacked before eating. Song Cheonwoo frowned and asked the children, did anyone see who did this? Everyone shook their heads. Damn, we need to know who did this to get revenge. Song Cheonwoo burst out in anger. Even though he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't do it because he didn't know the culprit, which made him even more furious. So Yowal opened her mouth. It doesn't matter who. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter who made Mok no Sam this way. The important thing is that someone who followed us died. That's, even though Mok no Sam is dead, if we decide to stay still, everyone will start to look down on us. Yeah, but to get revenge, we need to know our opponent. But it will be too late. It will take at least a day or two to find the person who killed Mok no Sam, and if we fail to find the culprit, we'll just be wasting our time, and that will certainly make the other groups look down on us. We must take revenge now in the same manner. So Yowal did not say who the subject of their revenge will be. But Song Cheonwoo already has an idea who she's talking about. A weak and powerless child like the youngest among the other groups. They were So Yowal's targets. That night, the group led by So Yowal moved secretly, and the weakest child in the group led by Go Youngsun died. It was the beginning of the war. Pyo Wall scratched the wall with his fingernail. It's been a while since he had scraped his hands against the wall recently. Pyo Wall brushed a considerable amount of moss that he had gathered into his mouth at once. It still tasted disgusting, but it was still better than starving. The children's war also affected Pyo Wall. The war was so brutal that it was hard to believe that it was conducted by children in their early to mid-teens. It was difficult at first, but once they saw others' blood spilled, the children stopped being hesitant. If they don't find the courage to kill someone, then they will be the ones who would die. Food was scarce and it was impossible for everyone to share equally. In such a situation, the children chose to reduce the mouths to feed one by one. From the beginning, harmony and coexistence among them was impossible. Every time a night passed, someone was always found dead. One night, it would be one of So-Yo Wal's group that had died, and on another day, the child would be from Yo Miljung's group. When the situation came to this, distrust flared up. The children who belonged to some groups began to leave one after the other. Since the leader decided that he could not completely protect them, he decided to survive on his own. So the 4 large groups were divided into 8 smaller groups. The children did not trust each other. The food became less and less day by day, and the children's fighting grew fiercer. The already hellish underground cave literally became hell in itself. No one could be relieved, and no one can guarantee one's own survival. Hunger-stricken children have become as ferocious as beasts. Ji-Gui. Fortunately, the children have yet to reach the point of entering the space where Pyo Wall is staying. Children instinctively still felt fear towards the space they were initially confined in. In particular, the deep darkness which hinders them from seeing anything ahead greatly stimulated their fear. Even if they were holding a torch or light, they would still hesitate in coming into such darkness. Thanks to this, Pyo Wall has been able to live more comfortably than the other children. He can eat moss peacefully, but that peace seemed to have ended today. Thrack! A small rustle came to Pyo Wall's ears. It was the sound of footsteps rubbing against the floor. The sound was so subtle that it would never be detectable by someone unless they have sensitive hearing like Pyo Wall. They're here. In the dark, Pyo Wall's eyes shone sharply. It wasn't just 1 or 2. At least 4 people were moving together. Pyo Wall's residence was in the deepest area, so it was not a place where one could accidentally get lost. It was a place that could never be reached unless someone visits intentionally. So, the people who appeared here must have come to Pyo Wall for a certain purpose. A bad one at that. Are you sure this is the right place? Why yeah, I'm certain. Why is it so dark? I can't even see anything in front of me. The voices of the visitors echoed in the darkness. They tried to whisper, but given that there was no furniture or objects in the room that could absorb the sound, their voices still resonated quite loudly. Then one of the children set fire to the torch he was holding in his hand. He wanted to move as secretly as possible, but when his vision was limited due to the darkness, he had no choice but to light a torch. When the torches were lit, their faces were revealed. They were Yo Miljung and the 3 more children who followed him. After losing one eye to Pyo Wall, Yo Miljung was waiting for a chance to get his revenge. However, the memory of the day he lost his eyes to Pyo Wall was so strong that he couldn't help but hesitate. Even though he was the leader of a group, he was only in his early and mid-teens. It's never easy to shake off the fear once imprinted in one's head. If not for the lack of food, the children would be in a peaceful situation. This would consequently cause Yo Miljung's revenge to be delayed. However, the sudden decrease in food led to a fight among children. As the death and death situation took place every day, his fear of Pyo Wall faded away. Yo Miljung himself killed as many as 2 children. He became a beast that has tasted the blood of others. He thought that now was the moment to overcome his fear by killing Pyo Wall. After killing Pyo Wall, he will fight So-Yo Wall and Kong Il and become the sole leader of the underground community. That was the end goal of Yo Miljung. Yo Miljung held a torch and lit every corner of the room. But Pyo Wall remained nowhere to be seen. Why is he not here? Quote, and no, I'm certain he went here. Damn it, where is he? Quote, a bewildered expression appeared on the children's faces. That was then. AHGH. Suddenly, a child shrieked. Yo Miljung snapped his head towards the child in surprise. What's wrong? Something bit my foot. Thud. The screaming child did not speak and stepped back. When the torch illuminated the child's face, his face had turned black and foam started to form in his mouth. Huh? Thump. Then they heard something creeping into the darkness. Yo Miljung held the torch towards the area the sound was heard, but there was nothing there. Ugh. Then another child screamed. When Yo Miljung turned his head quickly, he saw his henchman already lying on the floor. And then came the sight of a black object moving rapidly. The black shadow moved in an instant and moved behind the last boy's back. You bastard. The boy who was the target of the black shadow swung his fist. Like the other children, it was a fist covered in someone else's blood. While he's not as remarkable at anything else, he was confident enough to make a fist. His fists were sharp and elaborately aimed at the black shadow's head. But at that moment, the black shadow's head flickered like a candle in the wind and disappeared from view. Kukik. Then the boy suddenly found himself unable to breathe. The black shadow quickly appeared behind him and stuck to his back like a cicada. The black shadow was Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall's strong arms were wrapped around the boy's neck like a snake. The boy's face turned white in an instant. The blood vessels in the neck are blocked and the blood supply to the brain is cut off. You bastard, let Jonga go. Yo Mil-young pointed a torch at the Pyo-wall and yelled. The strong light created dark shadows on Pyo-wall's face. The dark shade made the Pyo-wall's impression more intense. There was a glimmer of fear in the eyes of Yo Mil-jung, who was looking at Pyo-wall. The fear that he had struggled to suppress was instantly revived when he saw Pyo-wall. This kind of fear is like mold, and no matter how much you scrub and wipe it, it will grow and pollute your mind. There was a mixture of embarrassment, confusion and fear in his remaining eye. It was because in an instant, all the children who came with him were mercilessly attacked by Pyo-wall. The fact that he did not even see how Pyo-wall used to suppress the children further amplified his fear. Kuk-kua, the boy, who had been suppressed by Pyo-wall, was running out of breath. If time continues to pass on, the boy will surely die. Both Pyo-wall and Yo Mil-jung knew that fact. Pyo-wall knew he was at a crossroads. If he kills the boy here, Pyo-wall would become a murderer. He will become exactly what the creators of this place want him to be. He thought that a moment like this would come one day, but that moment came faster than he expected. Pyo-wall could decide to not be a murderer and not have blood on his hands. It all depended on his choice. The red tint in Pyo-wall's eyes, which was only reflected by a torch if it's nearby, was visible. Seeing Pyo-wall's eyes, Yo Mil-young had an ominous feeling and shouted, "And no." However, Pyo-wall did not care and gave more strength to his arm. He could feel the struggle of the boy as he was strangled by his throat. But after a moment, the boy had his tongue stuck out as he dropped to the ground. He has no vital signs. His breathing stopped and his body temperature gradually cooled. That was the boy's end. Pyo-wall did not delay his decision in becoming a murderer. The creators of this place forced the children to make decisions, and those who did not reach their desired standards would be cut off. It was natural selection. Throng. The boy's body collapsed as Pyo-wall relaxed his arms. Why you? Yo Mil-jung took a step back. The momentum he had when he decided to come here had long since disappeared. Hey, you devil-like bastard, to kill Jonga. He himself also killed several people, yet Yo Mil-jung still cursed at Pyo-wall for killing the boy. Pyo-wall doesn't have an excuse. He still considered himself weak, but actually, he was not weak. Adapting to the darkness, he was more poisonous and stronger than Yo Mil-jung. Even Yo Mil-young instinctively recognized that fact. The fear that Pyo-wall had planted on him was like a fungus that continues to firmly stick in his mind. Even if he lets him live here, Yo Mil-jung will never be able to stand up to Pyo-wall again. The fear that Pyo-wall had planted in Yo Mil-jung's heart was terrifying to that extent. Yo Mil-jung, who had his two legs trembling and his face with sweat droplets flowing incessantly, had proved that. Pyo-wall approached him. Save me. If you spare me, I will become your subordinate. You will need a subordinate like me. I'm sure you'll be obedient at the beginning, but as time goes on, your fear of me might lessen, and you will do the same thing again. And no, you're wrong, never. Yo Mil-young, who was shaking his head quickly, opened his eyes wide. It was because the figure of Pyo-wall in front of him suddenly disappeared. Who? Before he can even find Pyo-wall, bam! Suddenly, a shattering pain overtook him. Pyo-wall's fist exactly hit the tip of his chin. His brain shook, blurring his vision. Pyo-wall put his arm around his neck, not missing that moment. With his right arm, he pulled Yo Mil-jung's neck, and with his left arm, he pushed his head forward. Yo Mil-jung struggled with the suffocating pain. "Gahgs, save em," Yo Mil-jung begged, but Pyo-wall did not release the arm wrapped around his neck. Pyo-wall murmured with strength in his arms. "The reason I'm killing you is because I'm still weak." Editor's notes. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. 8. Chapter 8. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 8. Manhwa, Chapter 7. The group that followed Yo Mil-jung was disbanded. This was because both Yo Mil-jung and his henchmen were found dead. Their corpses shocked the children who were busy quarreling in the underground cave. As food decreased, murder became a routine, but never did so many children die at once. Moreover, one of the deceased was Yo Mil-jung, the leader of a group. Although he was humiliated by Pyo-wall once, no one could ignore Yo Mil-jung. Yo Mil-jung was one of the strongest in this underground community, and even the strongest group headed by So Yo-will could not afford to do anything about him. But Yo Mil-jung and his henchmen were all killed. No one among them admitted that they killed the group of Yo Mil-jung. So Yo-will, Kong-il, and Go Youngsun were silent. The children knew the meaning of their silence. It's Pyo-wall. He killed the whole group of Yo Mil-jung. After the murder amongst the children, Yo Mil-jung openly talked about killing Pyo-wall. That is why the children knew that the Yo Miljing would one day visit Pyo Wall. Yo Miljing went to Pyo Wall to get revenge, but he ended up losing his life. How strong is he? To kill 4 people alone, that demon-like child. You can't be enemies with that bastard. It was a moment when the fear toward Pyo Wall was deeply engraved in the minds of the children. Since then, the children's fight for food continued. Children continue to die day after day, but no one dared to go to the place where Pyo Wall was staying. He's clever and spiteful. He obviously knows how to make people fear him, Go Youngsun murmured. He was also the leader of a group. As he tried to save his group, he, too, was forced to kill. Some children even said this. Why don't we negotiate with the other groups instead? If we reduce the amount we eat even a little bit, we don't have to kill each other like this. But in spite of his words, those who locked them here had their food distribution reduced to almost 3/4. They couldn't tell how much food would be further reduced. In order for the children to survive, they had no choice but to kill. Go Youngsun sighed and looked at his group. In the beginning there were 20, but now only 7 of them were left. Some went out to live separately, and some lost their lives in the process of fighting. The size of Go Youngsun's group shrank. There was another thing that changed. The eyes of all those who survived were full of poison. The children, who had never even killed a dog before being kidnapped here, have now become toxic enough to kill without hesitation. In order to obtain food, they had to kill others. Even though it was already difficult to get food, they still always end up hungry because of the lack of quantity. Because of the circumstances, there was always a vile intention in the eyes of the children. There are still some food left so they can still endure it, but if the food is cut off, they might start to crave human flesh. Pyo Wall, that guy had predicted this moment would come. That's why he took Yo Miljung's eyes at that time and didn't align himself with any group. They all knew they were going to be murderers anyway, and at the most opportune time, he killed one of the leaders and imprinted in everyone's mind the fact that he was the absolute strongest amongst them. Go Youngsun once again trembled at Pyo Wall's scheme. He was one of the older kids here. He had a lot of experience and had met a lot of people. However, there were not many people who had a vicious heart at such a young age as Pyo Wall. He told his other members, "You guys, never touch Pyo Yol. He's a different kind of guy, but he's alone. That's what makes it scarier. There's nothing scarier than a bastard who has nothing to protect. Don't even try to approach him." "Alright, yes, okay." The children could not help but agree. "Boss." Then a child came running from the other side. It was the child Go Youngsun sent for reconnaissance. His feet are fast and he is quick-witted. "What? Why are you running?" There are 2 kids over at the red house in the north. I guess they're the ones who fell out of the Soyowal's group." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I checked it several times." At the child's confident answer, Go Youngsun bit his lips for a moment. "What about their food? I'm sure that they have potatoes in their arms. If we don't go now, they'll eat it." At the words of the boy who had been scouting, an urgent expression appeared on the children's faces. The children were hungry enough to consider murder for just 1 potato. Go Youngsun frowned. He thought about it for a while, but he had already decided. "What about the opening?" "I already figured it out." Most of the children were scattered and living in a war zone that someone had made. Although only the outside looks satisfactory and the inside is crude, a ray of hope still shines through. Because it's better than living in an unknown underground area. It was the same reason why children were unable to leave the war zone even after the food scramble broke out. Most of all, it was here where the baskets of food came down. Leaving this place meant moving away from the food source, and for the children, it meant falling behind in the food battle. They had to stay here, dead or alive. Because of these circumstances, they were enamored with the geography of the area. Where can they sneak in and where can they get out? They clearly knew which places were advantageous for a surprise attack and which places were unfavorable. It was the same with the other groups. After fighting fiercely, they had completely mastered the geography of the interior of this place. But nevertheless, there was bound to be a secret passage that others did not know. The dog hole Go Youngsun mentioned was one of those places. They moved to the dog hole. As the boy who scouted said, there were 2 children peeling potatoes. The moment they saw the potato, the eyes of the children led by Go Youngsun changed dramatically. "Potatoes! Kill them!" Even before Go Youngsun gave an order, the children rushed towards the 2 who were holding the potatoes. "N number!" Go Youngsun shouted late, but he could not control the children whose eyes had already turned over. The children ran like an ogre. So the children holding the potatoes were startled and ran away. "Something is strange." A light of doubt appeared on Go Youngsun's face. Pock! Suddenly, an intense scream rang out. Go Youngsun looked up and saw a child running from the front with a broken head and collapsing. Behind the alley, someone swung a club and smashed the child's head. The children who had been hiding in the alleys and nearby fences were revealed. "Damn it, it's a trap." Everyone back off. Go Youngsun realized that they had fallen into a trap and shouted, but it was already too late. The children, led by So Yowol, completely surrounded them. So Yowol, as Go Youngsun yelled, So Yowol and Song Qianwu appeared from among the children. Ho ho, I caught a big fish with just one potato. We can reduce the mouths to feed by a lot this time. So Yowol let out a cold laugh. Her face was painted with a victorious smile. How dare you? What can you do by staring like that? Crack. Go Youngsun grinded his teeth. Their situation was really grim. They were outnumbered, and the terrain was to their disadvantage. To make a mistake like this, he felt the agitation of the crowd. Everyone was clenching their teeth, but there was an uneasy feeling in their eyes. Go Youngsun stepped forward and said, "Can't you just end it with my life? The food situation is not good for that. Will you only be satisfied after killing them all?" Quote, "If you were in my position, you would have done the same thing too. Why are you pretending otherwise?" The request of Go Youngsun did not work for So Yowol. Her face remained cold. Food coming from the outside was becoming less and less. If the number of people is not reduced accordingly, everyone will end up starving to death. This was not the time to care at the situation of the other group. Kill them all. A cruel command fell from So Yowol's mouth. The group following her rushed towards the group of Go Youngsan. Arg! Kill them all. The children twisted together and fought. The children's movements were clumsy because they haven't even learned the basics of martial arts. However, their intention to kill their opponent was no less than that of an adult who had mastered martial arts, so it appeared more brutal. The sight of children pounding their opponents' faces until they shattered with clenched fists, and biting their opponent's flesh with their teeth looked devastating. It is never easy for a man to kill another person with his bare hands. Children are doing things that are difficult for adults to do. They didn't look like people at all. The children look like beasts that have gone wild. Kug! Help me! Screams and clamors rang out dizzyingly. It was Song Qianwu who faced Go Youngsun. Song Qianwu put Go Youngsun into a corner with such agility that others wouldn't be able to believe that he was a child who still hadn't mastered martial arts. So Yowol did not intervene in the fight. Instead, she looked around and monitored carefully the other children who had gathered because of the commotion. But the other groups did not dare to intervene in the fight. This is because the power of the group led by So Yowol is much stronger. A sense of danger that they could be annihilated by a counterattack made them hesitant in trying to aim for So Yowol. Pyo Wall watched the two groups fight on the roof of a nearby pavilion. The fight was about to end in favor of So Yowol's group. It was a one-sided victory. Pyo Wall watched their fight from start to finish. From So Yowol planning a trap to Go Youngsun being properly caught, he saw everything. They used the terrain thoroughly. They tried to deceive each other's eyes using open holes and all sorts of shortcuts, and lead the situation to their advantage. What Pyo Wall paid attention to was how skillfully they used the terrain, just like the courtyard of their house. Suddenly he muttered, "So it was like that." Now it seems Pyo Wall understood what the captures wanted from them. The way the children are now will be what they want them to be. There is a high probability that this place is a miniature or a replica of an actual place. And there is a high possibility that it is a Genshin blood that cannot be compared with this place. One of the things that Pyo Wall felt while watching the entire fight was that it would be almost impossible to infiltrate if there were proper security everywhere. The creators of this place wanted children to get accustomed to this place. They seemed to want no hesitation as they tried to kill each other. There was only one answer. They are going to use us in the same terrain someday. In a place with such a large army, of course, there is a high probability that it is a manor of a large clan in Zhonghu or a very influential person. The red light in Pyo Wall's eyes grew even worse. Thinking up to this point, the question of why he had kidnapped himself and his children was resolved. We are tools that will be used once and thrown away, so that's why they're treating us so harshly. What they need is a usable tool, not a human who can think. In order to prevent a person from thinking and to forge them into the tools they want, no matter the nature of the person, when they are exposed to such an environment, they cannot think properly. What's more, the people here were young and their identity had not yet been established. If they stay in this environment for a long time, there is a high probability that they will gradually stop thinking. Children who do not have troublesome thoughts and would follow whatever orders they have, everyone would turn out to be ferocious and fearless. Since they've already experienced killing in this underground cave, there would be no hesitation in taking another person's life. There is nothing more suitable as a tool. Pyo Wall stood up and muttered, "They're going to turn us into assassins." Editor's notes. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. 9. Chapter 9. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 9. Manhwa, Chapter 8. So Yeowil enjoyed her overwhelming victory with a smile on her lips. The group she led was also drunk with the afterglow of victory. But not everyone was like that. Some children were shuddering with a terrible sense of guilt. Lee Min was one of them. She also killed another child today. She had blood on her small white hands. She didn't know how many times she had already washed her hands. But the smell of blood did not disappear and seemed to follow her. Lee Min sighed softly. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, perhaps because she had been forcing herself to cry. Kiki, did you see that guy? You know the guy who I strangled to death? He looked like a crucian carp when he gulped his last breath. It was really exciting. Our leader is truly the best. The children ate the food they had stolen from the Go Yongsan group and talked about their experiences, as if it was the most natural thing, like eating with food on their hands. They had become accustomed to blood. Just like it's their natural inclination. It was terribly disgusting. No, the truly disgusting thing was being with them. Without knowing it, Lee Min was already fed up. Clang! Suddenly, a dull noise resounded from the underground ceiling. What? Is it time for food to come down already? There should be another half day. The children looked at the ceiling with suspicious eyes. A huge basket was coming down. The children jumped to their feet expecting that the food was coming down. So Yeowil said to the children, you have to secure as much food as possible. Yes boss, will do. So Yeowil's group responded with equal momentum. As soon as the Go Yongsan group disappeared, there was no group left to oppose them. Of course, some groups are still alive, but they wouldn't dare compare and compete against So Yeowil's group. So Yeowil looked around the area with sharp eyes. Her eyes were searching for Yeowil. Yeowil was the only person So Yeowil felt uncomfortable confronting inside the underground cavity. Yeowil was different from other children in many ways. He wasn't leading a group like himself, and he wasn't engaging in conspicuous activities. He only takes his share of food, but So Yeowil was strangely vigilant around him. If she wanted to, she could mobilize all her members to attack him. But the reason she didn't do so was because of Yeowil's eyes. Yeowil's eyes, with a tinge of red, were strangely deep, and she couldn't guess what's on his mind. Although they were living in the same space and time, she wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even the people following her were reluctant to take an action against Yeowil. They were all afraid. In particular, after killing a group of Yeomiljing alone, the fear of Yeowil became increased. Not only So Yeowil, but most of the children in the underground cave had the same sentiment. At some point, So Yeowil's eyes lit up, because she found Yeowil among the children. However, the expression on Yeowil's expression was somehow strange. His expression stiffened as if he was on guard against something. Why does he look like th? So Yeowil unknowingly looked at the basket instead of asking Yeowil. Because Yeowil's gaze was fixated on the basket. It was then, suddenly people came out of the basket. They were all adults wearing masks. Instead of food, they were the ones who came down to the underground cave inside baskets. Each of them had a metal bats in their hand. What? Who are you? Quote, the moment the children screamed in surprise, the masked people riding in the baskets began to engage in merciless violence. What's going on? Kayak. The iron rods of the masked men hit the children. The children were left helpless with their assault. A few hard-headed children rushed forward, but they were not opponents they could go against in the first place. The children were far too weak to deal with the grown-up adults, more so against fighters who were trained in martial arts. Perk puck. The sound of flesh exploding resounded everywhere. No matter how poisonous they were, children were just buds that had not yet matured. Such sprouts were being trampled by the clubs of the masked men. The masked men were merciless. They continued the brutal assault without saying anything. So Yeowil was no exception. She had to endure the assaults of masked men with her body bent like a shrimp. It was the same with Yeowil. Yeowil was beaten without any resistance. He had anticipated this. He could have escaped into the darkness of the underground area if he had made up his mind, but he didn't. If he were to do that, there was a high probability that he would unnecessarily attract their attention. Don't stand out or else his efforts will turn out for nothing. He'd just become a person who would be used as a consumable much sooner if he caught their attention. That was the reason why Yeowil did not resist and was beaten like other children. Yeowil looked at the basket, bending over and protecting his head with both hands. The gigantic basket once again went up to the ceiling and came down with new people. They were wearing masks like the masked people who are now assaulting. The moment he saw them, goosebumps ran all over Yeowil's body. They are the real masterminds. There were 3 of them, and they had an atmosphere that was so intimidating that it could not be compared with the masked men wielding iron clubs. On their masks, the characters 1, Yi, 2, and 3, Sand were written. They looked around the hall with sharp eyes. Not one child remained standing in the hall. All of them were on the floor collapsed due to the overwhelming violence. Neither So Yowal's leadership, the children's poison, nor the murder experience worked against the masked people who had overwhelming power. They were being tamed like this. Pyo Wall trembled slightly at their cruel heart. Even animals are not tamed in this way. At least if they consider themselves as humans, they wouldn't treat people like consumables. They did not think of children as human beings. Just like Pyo Wall thought, they were being treated like a tool. In order to raise them the way they wanted, it was necessary to kill their spirit. Hence the need for violence. The masked man with the number 1, Yi, written on his face raised his hand. The violence immediately ceased. The masked men gathered their clubs and stood behind the 3 masked men. The masked man with the number 1, Yi, on it opened his mouth. I am called First Sword, Yi Wan. From now on, I will manage this place. Your life will be mine from now on. There are no exceptions. Who are you? One of the children shook his head. He was the leader of a small group. His character was also commendable. Thud. But he couldn't finish his speech. As soon as he opened his mouth, a masked man nearby hit him on the neck. The boy's head was rolling as he opened his mouth. It was a great shock to the children to see a human head rolling like that. I never gave you permission to open your mouth. At the indifferent words of the First Sword, the children held back the screams that were about to come out. The children had a gut feeling that a new hell had opened. The number of remaining children was 49. The original number of children, which was over 300, has been reduced to almost 1/6. 200 people died of starvation or suicide because they could not endure despair, and the remaining 50 people died in the end because of the food war. In the midst of this, the children who survived to the end were poisonous among poisonous species. Although they bowed their heads at the merciless violence of the masked people and looked as if they were frightened, the eyes of the children were completely different. These bastards will die by my hands someday. I will kill them. Just you wait. The children's eyes were full of poison. They still lacked strength, so they have no choice but to endure for now. But their hatred and anger towards the masked people did not diminish at all. Even the masked people were aware of that fact, because it was them who raised those children that way. They are cursed poison. Gudu Kadoku. First Sword murmured. If several poisonous insects are mixed in a jar, they will eat and kill each other until only one survives. The last one remaining insect that survives after eating the other poisons would emerge as one with the most venomous poison. That was cursed poison. The one with the strongest survival instinct among many poisons. A monster possessing the most venomous poison. Among the countless children, only the most wicked and the ones with the strongest survival instincts have survived. Just as we wanted. Raising those children as tools is not a concern. They were full of poison. They will not be discouraged by any ordeal or training. The question was whether they could control the children as they wanted. Even so, the anti-skeletal temperament was abundant. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. If they can't exert control over the children, there is a high probability that they will become a double-edged sword. Even the enemy can harm the one holding the sharp sword. The one sword's gaze turned to the other sword. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. He asked in a low voice that children couldn't hear. Which of them is worth paying attention to? It's So Yowal, as you'd expect. As she leads the largest group, she has a great influence on children. If we don't break her spirit now, she will be much harder to deal with in the future. Grant her special attention, so she wouldn't even dream of starting a rebellion. Alright, who else is there? Song Qianwu and Kong Il are also noteworthy. Although they are overshadowed by So Yowal, they are the most outstanding in terms of their sense towards martial arts. The masked men were clearly aware of what had happened in the underground cavity. Unbeknownst to the children, there were several monitoring equipment throughout the underground cavity that could observe everything that was happening inside. Through the equipment, the masked people were aware of all the internal affairs. This underground cave was not made by them. It was a secret facility built a long time ago by a certain clan full of mages. The masked people just accidentally discovered the place and ended up recycling its facilities. All the kernels disappeared and only the shell remained, but that alone was enough for the masked people. Except for the masked people, no one knew about this place. It was the perfect facility to avoid the eyes of the world and do something. The best thing is that it didn't take a lot of money to run the place. Hence also the reason why they chose this place. A place where they can cultivate cursed poison will become their weapon. First Sword asked as if he had suddenly remembered. How's that guy? Who? The lone survivor of Sector 1. If it's Pyo Wall, then he's still alive. Is that so? First Sword murmured as he touched his chin with his hand. They managed each of the 10 underground sections separately. They tested each child's ability to survive in different environments. Among them, the conditions in the area where Pyo Wall was confined was the most severe. They also provided the least amount of food. Pio Wall survived in such a harsh environment that even the masked himself was not sure that he himself could guarantee his survival. His survival was enough to attract the attention of masked people in many ways. Keep an eye on him. He's not a normal guy. Understood. There are only 6 years left. We must complete the quest within that duration. Given that only the poisonous and strongest who will survive, 6 years will be enough. After the first sword became silent for a moment, the other sword quietly went out. First sword, who was now left alone, muttered as he pulled out a finely folded piece of paper from his bosom. Why did the captain accept a request like this? He unfolded the paper. Privy only to the Blood Phantom Group captain. Requesting the assassination of. Duration, 7 years. Reward, 500,000 gold. Condition, to not leave a single trace related to the Blood Phantom Group. Editor's notes. I cannot find the novel version of this manhwa anywhere, so I decided to do it myself. I cannot read nor write in Korean, so I mainly use machine translation and edited it to make it readable. Those in the underline are sentences I don't quite understand even with MTL. So I added the raw version. If anyone can help translate, it would be highly appreciated. 10. Chapter 10. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 10. Manhwa, Chapter 9. The third sword threw a booklet in front of the children. Learn this from today. On the cover of the booklet, 4 characters were written. Fen Shu Shin Fa Thunder-Splitting Cultivation Technique 1. As the children looked at them with puzzled expressions, the 3 swords continued. I'll give you 3 months. You must learn this within that time. After 3 months I'll check your progress, and if you still haven't mastered it, I'll cut your throat off with my own hands. The children did not answer, because they were commanded to remain silent in any case. The 3 swords looked around the children with cool eyes and said, the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is a cultivation method that the Corps obtained with much difficulty. The main characteristic of this method is that it is easy to learn. No matter how dull you are, if you use it consistently for a year, you can feel chi and build up your internal energy. So it's perfect for a beginner like you. A person who has achieved outstanding achievements in thunder-splitting cultivation technique will be given an even better mind method, so it would be better to work hard. The children's eyes lit up. The more you get a better mental method, the more likely you are to become stronger. The children listened to the words of the 3 swords, knowing that the stronger they became, the higher their chances of surviving. The third sword explained to the children how to operate the thunder-splitting cultivation technique in an easy-to-understand manner. The biggest feature of thunder-splitting cultivation technique is that it is easy to learn, just like the 3 swords mentioned a while ago. Even if one did not read the booklet containing the method of cultivation but knew the overall gist, a person could already execute it immediately. The children listened to the explanation of the 3 swords. The third sword explained it in detail so that children could easily understand it. More than half of the children did not know how to read. They couldn't even read the booklet after it was handed out to them, so they didn't pay it any attention at all and just focused on the voice of the 3 sword. Thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a fearsome weapon that a soldier who had been assassinated by the Blood Phantom Group. The warrior himself assassinated by the Blood Phantom Group was only a second-rate martial artist, but the method of cultivation he possessed was exceptional. The uninhabited man also obtained the method of cultivation by chance, so even he did not know its origin. The reason why the Blood Phantom Group left the cultivation method unattended even after acquiring the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is because it was judged that this method is only suitable as an introductory method for those who do not know any martial arts techniques at all. The Blood Phantom Corps will not accept those who have not mastered any skill. To become accepted as a member of the group, they have to be verified to possess a certain level of skill, so they did not feel the need to learn the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, which is a method for beginners. Hence why it has been neglected until now. Complex methods could not be used to make children a tool to use in the next 6 years. The idea is to create a foundation using the simplest method as possible to let them acquire the necessary skills fast, learning skills quickly as possible, but instead the path to ascension, Zhongsheng, was blocked. There are many sects and warriors in Zhonghu, but there are not many clans who possess the deep cultivation method that can reach the mystery of ascension. It is because it deserves to be called a prestigious political faction of a strong man just because he has a mental method that embraces the mystery of ascension. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Even within the Blood Phantom Corps, there were only a few who had learned the technique of ascending. It was all about the Blood Phantom Corps captain and the 7 ghost swords. Guihun Chi Jian. Even that was only possible because the Blood Phantom Corps had been active for a long time and obtained quite a number of strange books. Chi Shu Kisho, First Sword, Second Sword, and Third Sword were all members of the 7 ghost swords. However, they were old enough to retire from the front line. The Blood Phantom Group captain had ordered them to train the new batch of assassins. While the children were fighting in the underground cavity, the three swords studied the method of cultivation. This is so they can pass on the method to children and to smoothly move on to the next step. The third sword explained to the children the details of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique that he had studied so far. The children were fascinated by his words. Okay, that is all. If you have any questions, read the booklet and study it on your own. The third sword forced the children to sit cross-legged and then to breathe according to the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The masked men surrounded the children and watched to see if they were doing as instructed. The masked men were also assassins, acting as custodians and guards. No matter how simple the method was, there was no one who could execute it properly from the beginning. Not to mention, none of the children here had learned martial arts outside. No, there were a significant number of children who didn't even know that cultivation even existed. It was impossible for such children to feel the inner workings from the beginning. Still, as the three swords taught, the children tried to breathe and feel chi. Pyo Wall was one of them. He frowned heavily and breathed as the three swords had told him. Inner chi or internal energy, Nagong, is not created by practicing cultivation for just a day or two. The human body is at its purest right after it comes out of the mother's womb. If you utilize the breathing method at this time, you will be able to get a tremendous amount of internal energy. Because it is impossible to do so, the prestigious clan sects instead performs a practice of cleansing the bone marrow and cutting their hair, fa mao shi lan fa mao shi sui, to put the children's bodies in an optimal state for building internal energy. The achievements of children who have been subjected to bone marrow cleansing are unmatched by those who do not. That was the difference between those coming from prestigious sects and the not so famous ones. Differences in birth have created a gap that is difficult to overcome. The fortunate thing is that bone marrow cleansing is not something that everyone can achieve, and that only a few selected people in the whole of the stronghold of Zhonghu are blessed. If Pyo Wall and the children had undergone bone marrow cleansing, they would have felt and accumulated inner chi at once, but it was impossible in the first place. First of all, they had to create a state of the body where they could feel the inner air. They had to nurture a field in which seeds called chi could gather by stroking the dantian with their breath. The breathing method, which they are now practicing, was the very first process. The process of cultivating a field is tedious and laborious because it is impossible to know when the seeds of chi will germinate. Those who have developed a sense of chi can feel it completely in a month or two, but those without talent wouldn't be able to feel the presence of inner chi at all, even after years of learning. Now they're in the process of cultivating the dantian that could contain ki. The three swords watched with sharp eyes to see if the children were using the thunder-splitting cultivation technique properly. Fortunately, all of the children were immersed in the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The three swords said to the custodians, "If there is a guy who is fooling around or has other thoughts, kill him immediately." Yes, the custodians responded in unison. Their eyes as they looked at the children were full of life. Although they are serving as custodians because of the orders of the Blood Phantom Group captain, their main occupation was actually being an assassin, a person who kills others for money, with no cause or belief. To them, money was their belief and cause. Even though they were promised to be paid a decent price, there was no way they could be happy nurturing young children in such a dark place, when they can be strolling outside. Because of that, their faces were full of poison. The thought that they would not let it go if even one small twig was caught was revealed on their face. Under their bloody surveillance, the children were forced to immerse themselves in the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The custodians pushed the children harshly. They split the day in half doing two things, except for sleeping. In the morning they spend the time learning how to do the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, and in the afternoon they train their physical strength. The custodians made the children run non-stop. The final battle over there is your goal. I will give the person who arrives the earliest to take a break. Conversely, I will let the person who arrives last know what hell is. At the words of the three swords, the children all started running in unison. There was no time to think. When it was time to roll their heads, they had to run toward the target at least one step faster than the other children. Damn it! Shouts erupted from the children's mouths. They ran with all their might. The terrain where the children were was clearly visible. Some children jumped over the fence, while others tried to shorten the distance by using a hole they had identified in advance. However, the children's attempts were in vain. This is because the custodians attacked from unexpected places. Pak, qua, a wooden sword struck his leg. The beaten child fell to the floor screaming. The child screamed like he was going to die, but the expression on the custodian's face remained cool. Who told you to scream at will? If you don't shut up right away, I'll pick you up. Hiik. At the threat of the custodian, the child covered his mouth with both hands, got up and started running again. The same thing happened all over the place. The custodians were secretly hiding and attacked the children running in front of them. The children's eyes were several times more sensitive than they were before they came in, but they can't detect assassins who have trained professionally for a long time. They can't. It's not just about getting to the battlefield quickly. Its true purpose is to detect the location of the hidden custodian and secure a safe infiltration route. Pyo Wall realized the true purpose of this training. He slowed down a bit. Unlike the other children, he adapted perfectly to the dark. The assassin's hiding was of no use to him, who could see the night as day like an owl. If he wanted to, he could reach his destination in the shortest time by using the only infiltration route where the assassins were not hiding, but Pyo Wall did not. He deliberately passed near where the assassin was hiding. As if waiting, the custodian attacked him. Pak! Ku! Pyo Wall bent over like a shrimp after being hit in the back by the surprise attack by the custodian. The chilly voice of the surprised bridgehead poured down the back of his head. If you move poorly like what you did just now, you won't survive until the end. Hurry up and run. Yes. Pyo Wall struggled to endure the pain and ran again. The custodian looked at Pyo Wall's back with a contemptuous gaze and then hit again. First and Two Swords watched the training of such children from the highest point of the fortress. Most of the children were beaten by the custodians, but some were not. Instead of running blindly like other children, they ran away from where the bridgeheads might be hiding. The sword opened his mouth. As expected, So Yowil is the best. Her intelligence is outstanding. Judgment, courage, and execution are all top-notch. First Sword nodded at the supplementary explanation of the other sword. So Yowil was the person who stood out the most so far. She overcame the physical disadvantage of being a woman and arrived at her destination at the fastest speed. So Yowil was never attacked by the custodians. Following her, Song Qianwu and several children arrived. They, too, were commended. What about the Pyo Wall? He's mediocre. Right now, he's not particularly prominent. Was I mistaken? A light of disappointment passed through the sword's eyes. He had high expectations because Pyo Wall was the only survivor in the area, but he was disappointed that Pyo Wall couldn't stand out in the first training. But he didn't completely let go of his regrets. Still, we don't know, so let's wait and see. Understood. All the children were exhausted from the continuous forced march. As soon as the day was over, the children started falling asleep. It was the same with So Yowil, who stands out by far. Although her qualities were superior to anyone else, her physical strength was clearly inferior to that of boys, so she had to struggle most of the time. However, even when she was exhausted, she showed that she took care of the children who followed her. Because of that, the children's trust in her had further strengthened. On the other hand, Pyo Wall always maintained only moderate grades. Average grades that are neither too outstanding nor too lacking. Because of that, the interest that had been focused on him from the beginning had long since disappeared. A lot of people think he survived in Sector 1 through luck. This was what Pyo Wall wanted. In his hand, he held the thunder-splitting cultivation technique booklet. At first, there were children who read the booklet because they did not understand the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. However, when the method of cultivation became familiar to them at some extent, they stopped reading the booklet. Even the custodians didn't force the children to read the booklet of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The method was nothing more than an introductory mind method to move on to the next stage. Anyway, thanks to this, Pyo Wall was able to monopolize the original copy of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Everyone thought of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique as a passing stepping stone, but Pyo Wall had a different idea. Some time ago, something was sprouting in his dantian. The tickling thing gradually increased in size each time Pyo Wall used the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Pyo Wall thought it was a chi. The other children didn't seem to feel chi yet. Even So Yowil, who is the most highly regarded of the custodians, did not feel the internal energy and was confused. On the other hand, Pyo Wall clearly felt the energy. That was the reason why Pyo Wall brought the original thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Pyo Wall thought that maybe he was more sensitive to chi than the other children, or maybe he had a particularly good compatibility with the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. There was only one way to confirm his conjecture. It is directly checking the original copy of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. So he dared to bring the original copy of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Pyo Wall sat cross-legged and began to read the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Learning to write was the only legacy of his deceased father. Palag. In the darkness, only the sound of the paper flipping resounded. Editor's notes. Fen Shu Shin Fa splitting the mind cultivation technique is the MTL version. In the manhwa it's referred to as the thunder splitting cultivation technique, so I'll be using this instead for consistency. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Chapter 11. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 11. Manhwa, Chapter 9. Time passed quickly even in the dark. The children quickly adapted to their training routine. Now most kids have noticed the real intention behind their running practice. The children tried to find out in advance where the custodians were hiding by spreading their senses as wide as possible. Of course, not all were successful, but So Yo-will and a few children did stand out and succeed. And finally, they succeeded in building internal chi through the method of cultivation. As they start to feel chi, their senses become more sensitive. Thanks to this, they were able to excel better during training. As the number of children who felt the chi increased, the custodians threw them a second cultivation book. It was a book called The Poisonous Dragonheart Method, Du Long Shin Fa. The Poisonous Dragonheart Method was a mind cultivation method that could build up inner energy as an attribute. The path to ascension is blocked, but in exchange, it is possible to build up inner strength at a high speed up to a certain line. The efficiency was significantly higher than doing other methods. It has great destructive power like a dragon with a lot of poison, but since the security is poor, if someone makes a mistake, there is a high possibility that they will get burned. But the custodians did not tell the children anything about it. They just threw out the booklet and forced them to open and learn it. The children learned the Poisonous Dragonheart method without thinking much about. Now the children were addicted to gaining strength. As they continued to master cultivation skills, their overall body ability increased dramatically together with their confidence. The children were hell-bent on becoming stronger as if they were on drugs. Madness dominates the mind of the children. Those who achieved outstanding achievements were rewarded accordingly. They were given abundant food and good weapons. These too encouraged children's competitive spirit and resulted in rapid growth. Pyo Wall looked at the booklet of the Poisonous Dragonheart method with a calm gaze. There were no children who tried to look and read the Poisonous Dragonheart method, quite similar in the case of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. This was because the three swords have already explained the cultivation method in detail. Because of this, Pyo Wall was able to easily obtain the original copy of the Poisonous Dragon Heart method. Pyo Wall compared the Poisonous Dragonheart method with the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The latter method is one that he had read dozens of times already. Thanks to his actions, the booklet has long been in tatters. Probably, Pyo Wall read the thunder-splitting cultivation technique many times more than the three swords, who originally introduced and taught the technique. Pyo Wall came to one conclusion after reading the splitting the mind method dozens of times. They didn't fully comprehend this cultivation technique. If we compare it to a tree, the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a huge tree with very thick branches. However, the three swords and the custodians cut off all the branches, leaving only the core trunk and roots. Because they thought that was enough. Actually it was. Most of the children were able to learn the inner skills through the method of cultivating, using only the core. It was enough to supplement the branching part with the Poisonous Dragonheart method. That one was much more efficient. The children here are not the ones who would lead the future as powerhouses like those coming from prestigious clans. They were just a knife that was raised to fulfill a single quest. They wanted a sharp knife that could leave a fatal wound even once, rather than a strong knife that would never break. And the children have steadily grown up as the Blood Phantom Corps wanted. The children who learned the Poisonous Dragonheart method grew quickly, and by a large margin as compared to the children. On the other hand, the achievement of Pyo Wall, who first felt the chi, was slow. It's because he hasn't tried to learn the Poisonous Dragonheart method yet. The suspicion that arose from the depths of his heart prevented him from learning the method of the Poisonous Dragonheart method. Given his reluctance, Pyo Wall postponed learning the method of the Poisonous Dragonheart method and instead immersed himself in analyzing the method of the Poisonous Dragonheart method. The essence of the cultivation method is in its heart. Shin Su. Everything is contained in the name of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Lightning strikes from the sky to the earth at a speed that humans cannot perceive. The sight that human beings see is only the finished form after the lightning has penetrated the heavens and the earth, but they could not see the process. He had to split the lightning, Fen Lei. It was impossible to break through lightning with human power. It was the same no matter how stubborn the warrior was. Nevertheless, the person who invented the cultivation technique dared to choose the word thunder-splitting. Pyo Wall thought that there was no reason to choose such a word. Every word has its own meaning. In particular, the Gugyeol was added. Point 1. Depending on how one interprets the Gugyeol, the power and achievement differed from heaven to earth. Pyo Wall thought that power meant the mind. It was impossible with the power of the body, but it was possible with the mind. Usually people think that such a thing is a delusion, but Pyo Wall did not think that the author who created the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a dreamer. With only the key point of cutting all branches, the children were able to quickly recognize the chi and build strength. The person who made such a great martial art couldn't have been a dreamer. After much deliberation, Pyo Wall thought that splitting thunder is not meant to be taken literally. Since it's physically impossible to split thunder, it may be referring to the speed of thought. If you can think quickly enough to rival the speed of lightning, you may be able to do many things that are not possible with common sense. The question was whether Pyo Wall, who did not know the martial arts, could perfectly master the essence of such a method. Rather, moving on to the poisonous dragonheart method now would be easier and quicker to achieve. It was obvious that the road would be much easier and convenient if the swords or the custodians had already decided on how to lay their foundation. However, what Pyo Wall is worried about is that if he follows and walks the way that others have laid down, he also wouldn't be able to escape the limits that they have set. Pyo Wall will never be satisfied with that. After he passed the crisis of life and death alone in the darkness, Pyo Wall had a coming of age that no one else had. Maybe he didn't know that his well-hidden rebellious tendency was starting to wake up. He did not want to be ruled by others. He didn't want to surrender to the humans who put him in this dark space. So in order to do that, he had to get off the road they had made. Instead of a safe and flat road, Pyo Wall chose a bumpy and rough road with unexpected dangers. Pyo Wall put the booklet of the poisonous dragonheart method away. Now the children were accustomed to their training of running. The practice of running made their bodies and stamina stronger than ever before. They have strong muscles like wild goats. The combination of an excellent body and the poisonous dragonheart method made their talents bloom. The growth speed of the children was beyond the expectations of both the first and second sword. They're growing faster than I thought. If this is the case, I think 5 years is enough instead of 6. In fact, the time period of 6 years was chosen not because the target is that strong, but to erase traces as much as possible and achieve perfection. You cannot underestimate the target. He possesses the most talent in all of Sichuan province. To deal with such a talent, perfect preparation is not enough, because if we make any sort of mistake, then entire Blood Phantom group may be annihilated. Isn't that why the captain recruits and trains these children who have nothing to do with the Blood Phantom Corps? Even if they fail, there will be no problem. That's also the reason why they never take off their masks. They cannot show their faces to children to hide their identity. The sword apologized. Sorry. I didn't mean to underestimate the target. I know. Still, you must be fully alert. Yes, sir. The second sword replied vigorously. The first sword looked at the second sword for a moment without saying a word. Now, let's teach the children assassination techniques. Sha Fa. Point 2. Alright, the second sword answered immediately. Assassins are never made overnight. The method of killing will also vary depending on the opponent's status, military power, and situation, so one needs to learn as many techniques as possible. There seem to be a mountain of things to learn, from techniques that can actually kill such as through swordsmanship or poison arts, to techniques related to infiltration, such as stealth and secret techniques. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The second sword said that 5 years would be enough, but first sword thought that 6 years was actually not enough. Push the children even more. A lot of them will die, but the ones to survive will become even stronger. Alright, the first sword delivered the command of the one sword to the custodians. The custodians immediately carried out their orders. I will teach you the sword starting today. The assassin's sword is a killing sword. They do not pursue virtuous swordsmanship like a Taoist or unaffiliated do. Xian Dao. They focus on only stopping a person's breath in the shortest time with the least amount of effort. For that reason, the assassin's sword is simple yet effective. The road to ascension is blocked, but it's enough to quickly cut off a person's breath that no other person can follow. To do this, one has to be familiar with the human body. Because of that, the assassins were just as knowledgeable about the human body as physicians. Because they only focus on studying how to kill people every day. No matter how hard you try, if you get hit in these 3 places, you can't avoid death. Those are the head, neck, and heart. If you get stabbed in these 3 places, no matter how high your defense is, it's useless. It's an intensive attack on the enemy. It's called the Snake Soul Sword, Jatamaken. It's a one-hit deadly technique that cuts the opponent's breath at once, just like how a snake snatches its prey at once. You mean there's no second attack if it's a one-hit special? It was Pyo Wall who asked the question without fear. For a moment, the second sword looked at Pyo Wall with numb eyes. His eyes were so cold that it gave me goosebumps. The children trembled, even though they couldn't even see their eyes. The second sword said, "There are no second chances for an assassin. If you can't get your opponent down on the first hit, then you already lost. So it's better not to think about a second attack." The second sword brought up the word assassin for the first time. Many of the children already realized that they were being raised as assassins and started chattering. But after a moment, when they felt the cold gaze of the three swords, they quickly shut his mouth. The custodian formed the children into two pairs, and threw them each a dagger. It was a real sword that was forged with a dark blue blade. Pyo Wall is paired with a child named Goksu Chong. Goksu Chong was a short boy with numerous acne marks on his face. He looked ugly, but his eyes were full of poison. He said abruptly, "Thank you." "For what?" "For everything." Pyo Wall frowned at Goksu Chang's words. Then the voice of the custodian was heard. "We'll start with the neck first." The children aimed their sword towards the opponent's neck, as the custodian instructed. They used a dagger that was much shorter than a normal sword and pretended to stab through the opponent's neck. Not so long ago, they had been hell-bent on killing each other. But after the appearance of the custodians, the children immediately stopped fighting. They tacitly agreed to a truce when a powerful external enemy emerged. Because of that, the swords that were swung towards each other did not contain as much energy. Of course, if the circumstances change in the future, then the day will come when they will truly wield the sword, but for now, there was no reason to harbor murderous intent towards each other. The children repeated several times in order to get used to the swordsmanship taught by the custodians. They were children who had already slain others with their bare hands, even if no one taught them. As soon as they put the forged weapon in the hands of such children, they quickly got used to it. The children used the sword skillfully as if they had learned the sword from a young age. Swish! The sound of children swinging daggers echoed in the underground cave. The custodians only gave them a sword, but did not correct the posture nor give any detailed instructions. It was as if they had finished their work just by telling them about the swordsmanship. Indeed it was. They were children who had already tasted blood through a hellish situation. There was no need to give detailed instructions to those who are full of madness. Just by opening the door slightly, they instinctively found the way they should go. The children's sword grew sharper and sharper. Kikaki. It was the same with Goksu Chong. He swung his dagger freely against Pyo Wall. Swing. It was as if he had been learning swordsmanship for a long time. He stabbed like an island war and receded like the wind. Pyo Wall also responded accordingly. It was time for him to pretend to stab a sword in the throat of his opponent and retreat. But Goksu Chang's eyes suddenly changed. Although one could not notice any change on the surface, Pyo Wall's senses did not miss his subtle changes. Whoosh! At that moment, the dagger of Goksu Chong flew at a speed that could not be compared with before. His dagger was aimed precisely at Pyo Wall's throat. It wasn't just a faint stabs like before, but he was actually starting to attack with murderous intent. Pyo Wall almost instinctively tilted his head back and swung his dagger. Chiang! Pyo Wall's sword deflected Goksu Chang's sword. The fight would normally have stopped at this point, but Goksu Chang rushed at Pyo Wall like a demon. The murderous intent he harbored was real. He really wants to kill Pyo Wall. Even the custodian who was watching from nearby knew that fact, but the custodian did not stop the actions of Goksu Chang. Rather, he looked at them with interest. Pyo Wall avoided his dagger and opened his mouth. "Why are you doing this?" "It's not fun to have a fake fight, don't you think?" "Is that so? You should go all out too. Otherwise, you will be eaten." Kihihi. With a smile full of madness, Goksu Chang dug into Pyo Wall's arms. In a moment of crisis, Pyo Wall threw away his dagger. Because it felt clunky. Thunk! Pyo Wall stretched out his legs and kicked Goksu Chang's stomach. As Goksu Chang was swept away due to the strong impact, Pyo Wall immediately went for Goksu Chang's wrist and twisted it. Crunch! Car! As his wrists rotated, a hollow bone protruded through the flesh. Editor's notes. Gugiol can be rendered as phrase parting, and may refer to the separation of one Chinese phrase from another. Sha Fa killing method is the direct MTL. Sha for kill, murder, butcher, slice off. Fa for method, law, rule, principle. 12. Chapter 12. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 12. Manhwa, Chapter 10. First sword approached after hearing the scream of the Goksu Chang. He looked at the Goksu Chang lying around while holding on to his broken wrist with cool eyes. The first sword's gaze quickly turned to Pyo Wall. Did you do this? Yes. Swing. In an instant, a sharp sound resounded. When Pyo Wall saw that something was glinting up in front of his eyes, a sword was imperceptibly drawn pointing at his neck. Pyo Wall's shoulders trembled. Even with his eyesight, he could not catch the moment when the sword was drawn. It was a terrifyingly quick sword. It was Pyo Wall's first time witnessing how a human could draw a sword and wield it so quickly. After seeing the first sword skills, it was a mind-blowing feeling. As he perfectly adjusted to the darkness, Pyo Wall thought that he had already become a pretty strong person. This is because he has the ability to see what other children cannot see with their own eyes, and is one step ahead of them. The first sword's quick sword shattered his arrogance into pieces. He realized that the skies are high and there are many more stronger people in the world. Pyo Wall does not know how strong the swords are as compared to the others in Zhonghu. However, he knew that assassins were not treated as human beings in Zhonghu. The real masters of Zhonghu said that they can break large rocks with just one swing of their hand. Even if you hit it high, it didn't seem like the single sword had reached that level. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. But even such a single sword could kill Pyo Wall as easily as an ant if the first sword made up his mind. The sword that was now touching his neck proved that fact. A cold sweat ran down the back of Pyo Wall. First sword applied strength to the sword that touched Pyo Wall's neck. Pyo Wall clenched his fists involuntarily at the cold feeling that penetrated his skin. Those eyes without any emotion were crazily terrifying. Am I going to die? For the first time, Pyo Wall remembered the word death. At this moment, in his eyes, the first sword appeared to be a reaper. The god of death who has the right to decide his life or death. Pyo Wall bit his lip until it bled. Did I make a mistake? He thought that if he wounded the Goksu Chong, they wouldn't punish him. Because that's what they've done so far. They decided that what they wanted was only a useful tool, and that the life and safety of the children were not so important, so he acted like this. No, I'm not sure yet. Pyo Wall tried his best to maintain a calm expression. If he revealed his anxiety, he decided that they might swing their sword in disappointment. The pressure applied to the neck grew stronger and stronger. At this rate, the sword will soon pierce through his flesh and enter his muscles. Jururuk. Blood gushed out from Pyo Wall's lips. The sword pressure came in through the neck and hurt his internal organs. That was then. The pressure on his neck disappeared like a dream. First sword had quickly withdrawn. He said as he put the sword into its sheath, an assassin leaves no traces under any circumstances. Breaking the wrist like this and leaving a mark is no different from telling the opponent your military power and identity. Keep in mind, never leave a mark. Pyo Wall could not easily decide how to respond. So he remained silent, because he knew that sometimes silence is more effective than giving out a 10-word answer. Perhaps he liked Pyo Wall's reaction. The first sword turned around without saying anything more. In an instant, Pyo Wall was about to let out the breath he had been holding back. No, not yet. I must not relax. Fortunately, he gave out a good look so he passed, but he didn't know what kind of reaction he would get if he showed a relaxed appearance. Pyo Wall kept his nerves sharp for a long time. Goksu Chong eventually died. It was an underground cave where it was difficult to survive even with the best physical condition. The other children did not leave Goksu Chong alone, who had broken one arm and could not use his strength properly. Just as Goksu Chong did to Pyo Wall, the other children also aimed at Goksu Chong under the guise of training. For the first time or two, he somehow managed to survive a difficult incident, but the situation was not easy enough to survive without injuries. In the end, Goksu Chong could not survive the attacks of the other children and died. The death of Goksu Chong has alarmed many children. It's okay to attack other children, but if they get hurt, they'll be beaten up by others. Pyo Wall also watched Goksu Chong die. Although it was not visible on the outside, the attack of the first sword inflicted a major internal wound on him. Because of that, Pyo Wall had to suffer for several days. Every time he took a deep breath, he felt the pain in his lungs as if it's tearing apart. Because of that, Pyo Wall was unable to breathe properly. He couldn't breathe properly, so of course his energy was weak. Yet Pyo Wall never showed a painful expression. He endured with all his might and continued to endure again and again. As he held on with his strength, his internal injuries began to improve little by little, and now he is completely back to normal. After going through a series of events, Pyo Wall realized once again. In this hellish place, the only thing you can believe in is yourself. And to be strong. There was a high probability of surviving here if he could afford to reach the level of the first sword's quick sword. Pyo Wall bit his lip. The goal was clearly set, but the problem was how to get there. Even with his eyes trained underground, he couldn't see how the single sword was drawn and wielded. Only the cold feel of the sword was engraved on his neck. I have to be more aware and responsive. Otherwise, I can't get out of their grasp forever. Pyo Wall looked at the thunder-splitting method in his hand. It was the only weapon he currently had. He had to find a way using the thunder-splitting technique. He didn't spare a glance at the poisonous Dragonheart method. Pyo Wall frantically delved into only one method of cultivation. Time passed. The training became more severe. The bridgeheads pushed the children to their limits. There were children who suffocated while learning the turtle breathing technique, Gwizik, Daebop, 1, and there were children who lost their lives by using poison incorrectly. Children have always had to fight death. The custodians took special care in teaching the children swordsmanship and assassination techniques. The martial arts they were teaching them were the martial arts of murder that pursued extreme efficiency. There was no such thing as depth in such a void. If you don't kill your opponent in one hit, you die. Because of that, they had to risk everything they had on the first hit. The children's personalities became colder and tougher. Their eyes were like a beast, always full of vigor. The custodians pushed the children to death again. You must not outwardly show your desire to live. Kill the look in your eyes. Don't express your will to live. Opening parenthesis quote closing parenthesis. Children who are already full of life are killing to survive again. It never got easy, but they had to. If you can't do it, it's because the custodians have been brutally driven. Again, many children died in the process. Now there were only about 35 children left. They didn't know how many more of them would die. A bond was formed between the surviving children. They didn't completely trust each other, but still, a sense of camaraderie was created. The masked instructors looked around with sharp eyes. Now the children simply called him instructor, but his original name was Jiam Pyong. Jiam Pyong was one of the assassins belonging to the Bloody Phantom Corps. He possessed great skills to the extent that more than 30 people had lost their lives at his hands. Jiam Pyong was particularly good at stealth and turtle breathing technique. His knack for hiding his presence through the turtle breathing technique and aiming for the optimal moment of assassination was unmatched. But he soon retired, because he was seriously wounded in the process of killing his last assassination target, Gohan Wi. Qingping Shu Shi, an investigator from Chongpyong. It was such a big wound that his knee should have been cut off. Fortunately, the knee was preserved, but it took years for the wound to heal. Even after the wound healed, it was impossible to regain his former ability. Eventually, he retired from the front lines and took on the task of teaching the children. He was accustomed to seeing the blood of others. At first, he had no choice but to start killing to make a living, but eventually he became accustomed to seeing blood and carried out assassinations with his own will. Then he taught the children trapped in a narrow cage-like underground cave. There was no sense of duty in him to raise juniors. He just couldn't do assassination missions, so he had no choice but to do this. Naturally, his heart was filled with anger. At first, the feeling was shrouded just like that, but as time went on, it started to erupt little by little to the surface. Jiam Pyong knew that the negative emotion that sprouted in his heart was anger. His unwillingness to admit that he was pushed out as an old man in the back room and his jealousy towards children are combined and expressed in the form of anger. He did not hide his anger. After all, this place was completely enclosed. Only food was delivered through the baskets they were riding in, but no one came in. There is no way to know from the outside what he is doing here, and there's no actual boss in this place. The only thing they were interested in was raising children strongly, and they didn't care how many people died. And because of that, he treated the children more harshly. He looked around with keen eyes. Now was the time to practice the turtle breathing technique to hide their presence. First, they used the terrain to hide their body, and then they spread the turtle breathing technique to hide their presence. The essence of the turtle breathing technique is to artificially stop most of the vital functions by slowing the heart rate as much as possible. The natural body temperature would drop and become like a dead person. They are not dead, but they are in a state similar to that of a dead person. Once you spread the turtle breathing technique, you will never be able to detect any uninhabited person. However, the extent of mastery is different. Being well versed in the turtle breathing technique means learning the trick of understanding your body. Even the seemingly perfect turtle breathing technique had one drawback. It is a feeling of discomfort that cannot be described in words. In particular, the more vital it is, the deeper the sense of disharmony. Because the human body is forcibly made to resemble a dead state, foreign parts inevitably stand out in a lively place. For that reason, even if the same turtle breathing technique were used, those who did not have enough experience would inevitably be detected. Thud. Jiam Pyong suddenly stabbed the floor with a knife. Coo! Suddenly, someone came out yelling. It was a child who had been caught hiding since his eardrums stood out. A sword of Jianpiang was stuck in his shoulder. If I were an enemy, you would already be dead. Karg. The child couldn't even make an excuse and clenched his teeth. A look of anger was evident on his face. Obviously, he did his best to practice the turtle breathing technique, but he's angry that he's been exposed like this in vain. Jianpiang passed by such a child and looked for the next prey. Thud. Every time he stabbed something with a knife, the children who were practicing the stealth technique came out wearing scars. There are 5 children hiding in his area. 4 of them were already caught. Now there is only one last person left. Jianpiang looked around with sharp eyes. He believed he could catch the last one soon. Although his legs were paralyzed, his eyesight and sense of detection were more developed. He mobilized all of his powers to find the remaining child. However, as time passed, no traces of the child were found anywhere. Is he not here? After coming to the underground cavity, he opened up all his senses wide for the first time. However, no trace of the last child was found anywhere. No matter where he looked, there was no sense of incongruity. What? For the first time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. It might not be possible to find a person if they reached the peak of the technique. But he couldn't believe that the children here had already reached that level. He looked around again closely. Instead of looking around, he tried to find a place where he felt a sense of incongruity by mobilizing all his senses. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no place where he felt uncomfortable any longer. Aren't you hiding somewhere else? Eventually, he doubted that the last child who was missing was here. But he knew best that that couldn't happen. The children were aware that those who break the rules will be killed. It was inconceivable that such children would break the rules and leave this place. Jianpiang wandered several times in search of the last remaining child. But he couldn't find the last child at all. Eventually, he gave up looking and opened his mouth. I can't find you, so you can stop and come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook right next to where he was standing. He was hiding this close to me. Jianpiang was astounded. The fact that he couldn't find him even though the last child was right next to him frightened him. Editor's notes. Gwizik Daebop is the MTL version, meaning, how to stop breathing. Gwizik Daebop does not simply stop breathing, but stops the beating of the heart and lowers the body temperature to eliminate presence. People who have mastered martial arts know other people's location mainly through the sound of breathing. In the manhwa, I think they refer to this as turtle breathing technique. It's the artificial cessation of most vital functions without dying to hide your presence. The name is from the nature of turtles who can hold their breath for a very long time underwater. I'll be using this for consistency. 13. Chapter 13. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 13. Manhwa, Chapter 10. A cold sweat ran down the back of Jianpiang. The fact that Pyo Wall was hiding right next to him, yet he didn't notice, gave him fear. Even if Pyo Wall had attacked him, he would be dead. If this had been a real situation, not a training, he would have lost his life at the hands of Pyo Wall, not knowing how he was going to die. Crazy. How is it possible to master the turtle breathing technique to this extent in only 6 years? Single quote. If it were easy to learn, then the 4 children would never have been discovered by him. Not everyone can do it. It was only possible because it was Pyo Wall. The abilities that Pyo Wall particularly stood out were stealth and demonic tactics. His abilities mainly specialized in infiltrating. Nonetheless, to think his skills are already good enough to deceive me, he felt the blood in his body cooling down. It was the first sense of crisis he felt after retiring from the life of an assassin. It wasn't just Pyo Wall. Among the children, some of the most extraordinary ones boasted exceptional achievements. Their growth threatened the existing instructors. Their senses were so developed that they couldn't believe they were the same human being. Based on such a developed sense, if they learned martial arts, their achievements would be unmatched. Their growth frightened the custodians. It was the evaluation of the custodians that they would not be able to commit an assassination right away. Pyo Wall was one of them. He has not seen sunlight for 6 years, so his skin is as white as snow. His eyes are bright red, and his face is expressionless. Among the children, the most handsome man was Go Shin-ok. If Go Shin-ok has a delicate bodyline and a beautiful face that is reminiscent of a woman, Pyo Wall has a sensuality that is difficult to describe in words. The masculine part and the feminine part are mixed to give off a neutral charm. Even the most experienced assassins, like the Jianpiang, made his heart shudder just looking at Pyo Wall's bright red eyes. Pyo Wall opened his mouth. Now that training is over, can I take a break? Why yes. The governor stuttered involuntarily. Pyo Wall bowed his head slightly to Jianpiang and turned around. He could feel the hot gaze of Jianpiang behind his back, but he pretended not to know. He had been in hiding for 3 days, practicing the turtle breathing technique. It was good to perfectly spread the turtle breathing technique, but because of that, the muscles of his whole body hardened and the function of his organs weakened. In order to recover properly, he had to have a quick breakfast. Pyo Wall's residence was still in the dark area. It has been 6 years since he came here. Most of the other children moved to the main hall, but Pyo Wall still stayed here. When he was in a dark enclosed space that felt gloomy, Pyo Wall felt the most at ease. 6 years have made him that way. Pyo Wall took a seat in one corner of the room and sat down. There was no fear of being attacked from behind, and the front sight was open so that he could react quickly in case of an emergency. For the past 6 years, Pyo Wall has lived like this. He always moved with survival in mind, and he trusted no one. Even when the other children moved together according to their interests, he was not swept away and lived alone. Because of that, he was rejected by many children, but he did not pay much attention to it because he was already familiar with the treatment. Pyo Wall closed his eyes and trained quietly. The cultivation method he used was the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Even though the other children skipped the poisonous dragonheart method and learned other excellent cultivation methods, he was still stuck in learning only the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. That's not to say that he hasn't looked at the other cultivation techniques at all. Pyo Wall looked at all the methods given by the instructors, but each time, his conclusion was the same. It is said that no other cultivation technique can match the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Right now, other cultivation methods are more destructive, but as time goes on, the gap will narrow sharply. And sooner or later he will be able to surpass them. When he practiced the thunder-splitting technique, he felt as if my body had been penetrated from my head to my toes. It was always mesmerizing. Pyo Wall experienced the same feeling every day after his method of cultivating reached a certain point. The internal energy learned by the thunder-splitting method had the properties of lightning. Lei. Although the amount was so small that it could not be excreted from the body, the nerves of Pyo Yu were stimulated every day. At first, it felt bad. His nerves were tingling and it felt quite painful. He could have stopped at that point, but Pyo Wall continued to learn and study the method of cultivation. By the time 5 years had passed, Pyo Wall realized that his body's reaction speed had risen dramatically. When there's an incoming threat, his body reacts even before his head could process what was happening. At first, he didn't know why, but after thinking about it for a while, he soon found out why. The cause was lightning. Lightning stimulates the nerves in his brain and develops it. One of the facts that he learned while learning the method of cultivating is that all the motor responses of the human body are actually caused by electrical or nerve impulses in the brain. Depending on how fast the nerve impulse is transmitted, the reaction speed changes. A person whose nerve impulse is transmitted quicker responds that much faster, while a person with a slow nerve impulse transmission recognizes and responds more slowly. In the meantime, Pyo Wall has continuously stimulated his nerves throughout the body with the thunder-splitting method. As a result, he developed a nerve that no one dared to match. Because of this, his reaction speed was so high that no other children dared to match him. Even if they learned and spread the same martial arts, their speed was inevitably different. Another thing had changed. It was what Pyo Wall named the heart speed, Shin Su. The expansion of neural networks even increased his speed of thinking. The speed of his thinking was outstanding. It was as if Pyo Wall was thinking in a different time than others. Pyo Wall completely hid all of these facts. He only showed his excellence in catching, such as turtle breathing technique and stealth, while he hid his skills in martial arts by making it roughly on par with the other children in the underground cave. Only one person knew that fact. In order to get out of this hellish place, he had to hide his abilities by at least 5%, not 3%. That's how Pyo Wall has spent the last 6 years. If there is one thing that makes him uneasy, it is that the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is no longer enough. A slightly higher level of cultivation method was needed, a cultivation method that will expand and guide him properly. However, it was impossible to find such a method here. The cultivation methods given by the custodians were all methods that did not have much depth in them. Such methods are very helpful for immediate achievement and growth, but their limitations are too clear when looking into the distant future. There were 2 options for Pyo Wall. It was either continuing to learn and develop the thunder-splitting method, or learning other cultivation methods that would be helpful in Zhonghu. But considering that the latter is almost impossible, the former is the only option left now. Even if I die, I have no choice but to cling to the thunder-splitting method. Pyo Wall thought it was his fate to learn the thunder-splitting method. All of the children who came in here learned the same method, but he was the only one who dug deep into the technique. Because of this, others did not know that the thunder-splitting method had such a utility. And they will never know, because they have already forgotten the method of cultivation and are digging into different cultivation techniques. Pyo Wall destroyed the original copy of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Still, no one cared. Not only the children, but even the custodians. The thunder-splitting cultivation technique was now completely gone. Pyo Wall opened his eyes after contemplation. In an instant, the red tint in his eyes grew even stronger. But the red glint in his eyes soon subsided. Pyo Wall looked around for a moment. The snake that bit him was no longer visible. It was clear that the snake had died at some point, or that it had moved to another place in search of food. Pyo Wall made an expression of regret for a moment, but then left his room with a nonchalant face. He headed towards the largest hall in the underground cavity. When we arrived at the entrance to the hall, he could feel secret gazes from everywhere. It was the eyes of children. Kiki, who is this? Why did your precious body come all the way here? One of them appeared and greeted the table. He was an impressive child with a long neck, slightly curved back, and a sullen gaze. His name was So Gyeoksan, and all the other children called him a hoary man or Tamhanrang. Shi Hun Lang Soul Eater Wolf. So Gyeoksan said that he came from an arts troupe who performed miscellaneous plays. Maybe that's why there were so many re-editions, but the most surprising thing was his art of the sword, Shiyan. So Gyeoksan talked about how to change the face by drawing a person's face on silk, layering it over the face, and then tearing it off in an instant. Even if you look with your eyes wide open, you cannot capture the moment when his face changes. But So Gyeoksan was a master of the sword. Instead, there is something different from his face, in that he doesn't paint his face on silk. He took off the skins of the dead children's faces and unfolded the sword, but it was so subtle that it was difficult to ascertain the authenticity. Many people were reluctant to use the faces of dead children as if they were theirs. Pyo Wall opened his mouth. Your face has changed again. Is it Yu Kwang'en's face? Kiki, he croaked not too long ago. That's why I'm using his face. You may forget what your real face looks like at this point. Who cares? We can't even get out of here anyway. If I hadn't done something like this, I would have gone crazy already. If you keep doing that, someone will kill you before you go crazy. Who? You? It may or may not be. Kikiki, you're funny. Do you think it's a joke? I mean, I hope it's a joke. As Pyo Wall's voice lowered slightly, a light of tension appeared on So Gyeoksan's face. Unlucky bastard. So Gyeoksan, who usually fears nothing in the world, strangely felt reluctant in confronting Pyo Wall. Over the course of 6 years, he has grown terribly. Even compared to So Yowol and others who stood out in the early days, he achieved a corresponding growth that is not far behind. Because of that, he was not afraid of So Yowol or the other children. But only towards Pyo Wall, he was strangely reluctant. Perhaps it was because Pyo Wall's appearance in the early days was so intense. At that time, the violence that Pyo Wall committed against Yo Miljing was just so terrible. But many years have passed. That's how the children grew up. Now, all the children here are wearing clothes and it is enough to pierce a person's eyeballs. That's how poisonous and cruel they became. However, even those children, strangely, would feel reluctant to look at the Pyo Wall, and they would usually step back. Apart from his simple martial arts skills, there was something about Pyo Wall that made people afraid. So even if they decide to teach him a lesson someday, they keep on putting it back. So Gyeoksan said with a carefree expression on his face. Go in. Pyo Wall passed by So Gyeoksan and entered the hall. The inside was quite cozy. You can feel the warmth of human life. As Pyo Wall entered, the sitting children raised their heads and looked at them. So Yowol, Song Cheonwoo, Go Shin Ok, Kong Il and Lee Min. Among the children who survived to the end, they were by far the most outstanding children. Now even the instructors could not treat them recklessly. Their growth exceeded the expectations of the instructors. And because of that, it was impossible to control them unless it was the first sword, second sword, or third swords. The children were making a bonfire and grilling something. Pyo Wall naturally sits between them. Even the children were not wary of Pyo Wall. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but there was no reason to ostracize each other. Pyo Wall was staying alone like oil that does not mix with water, but he had done no damage to them, so the children accepted Pyo Wall as a member. Pyo Wall took out a skewer that was being grilled over the bonfire and opened his mouth. They seemed to care, suddenly sending all this meat. Recently, the quality of food has improved a lot, So Yowol said, putting wood into the bonfire. Her eyes were very deep and clear. When she looked at someone, they felt like they were being sucked in. There were many children who were captured by her eyes. Pyo Wall thought as he ate the meat. It seems that the moment they would be given a mission has arrived. Even pigs before they were caught are given delicious food. There was only one reason why the children suddenly currently have abundant food when they were usually given so little. He made eye contact with So Yowol's eyes. Her eyes sank as deep as Pyo Wall. It was clear that she also guessed what Pyo Wall had guessed. So Yowol said, we will be put on a mission soon. Crackle. In an instant, the bonfire blazed even more violently, dyeing the children's faces red. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit. Chaps 3:14. Chapter 14. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 14. Manhwa, Chapter 11. First Sword took off his mask with a heavy sigh. An expression of an elderly man appeared. In the middle of the old man's face, a deep black scar was carved diagonally. It was a wound he suffered when he was put on his first mission. The assassin, who people would tremble when they heard his name, was now an old man who's over 60 years old. Although his strength and senses were lower than it had been before, he filled in the gaps with his skillfulness. But as time went on, it became more and more unavoidable. The name of the first sword was Lim Sayal. However, his name was only known to him and the captain. He was usually just called the first sword, so he had never heard his name through anyone else's mouth. His name seemed unfamiliar. I guess the time for me to die is nearing. For me to be so sentimental. For the past 6 years, he's been pushing the kids really hard. They didn't even care about sacrificing the children. He only cared about raising children successfully. As a result, 30 children passed all the tests and became assassins. From the 300 people who were first deployed, only a tenth of them survived. 270 victims died to raise 30 assassins, but they felt no guilt. The Zhonghu he knew and experienced was a harsh place where anyone would die if they couldn't kill others. Compared to him who started from the bottom, the children here are more fortunate. They received systematic training to become an assassin. The door opened and the second sword and third sword entered. They were startled to see the first sword taking off his mask. It's the first time for them to see Lim Sayal take off his mask since coming here. Why did you take off your mask? It's just stifling. Don't you think 6 years is enough to do? You're free to take it off as well. The second sword and third sword looked at each other. After quarreling for a while, they took off their masks. Phew, they sighed. They simply had their mask removed, but the air coming into their lungs seemed different. For them, masks did not simply work to cover their faces. When they were wearing their masks, they felt no sense of ethics or guilt. To them, walking the path of assassins, the mask was an indulgence and another face. They don't feel any guilt while wearing the mask, but after taking it off like this, they seem to feel weak without realizing it. The name of the second sword was Jiyu Shinhang, and the name of the third sword was Sang Ilshin. The three of them took off their masks, revealing their true faces, and sat down at the table. Lim Sayal said, "Alcohol is best drank at times like this. What a pity. We can drink as much as we want when we get out here, can't we? It's not too long before we get out." There was a glimmer of anticipation on the faces of Jiyu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin. They spent 6 years here teaching the children. They did not have much greed in the world, but it was a great pain for them to have to spend such a long time in a place where there is not a single point of sunlight. Now, the promised time is about to run out. It will soon be 7 years, and if nothing else happens, the children will be sent to assassinations. They had no idea what the fate of the children involved in the assassination would be. They treated children thoroughly. The children were not their disciples. They were just a one-time use and throwaway tools. If they showed affection to their tools, they would be the only ones who would get hurt. Lim Sayal asked, "What are the levels of the children?" "Their skills have improved beyond our expectations. So I'm quite hesitant." "Why? Are you afraid you won't be able to control them?" "Yes. Some children have already gone beyond the level of the instructors." Jiam Pyong said that he did his best, but he couldn't find Pyo Wall who practiced the turtle breathing technique. Who? Lim Sayal let out a sigh. It was Lim Sayal, the first sword, who paid more attention to the potential of Pyo Wall more than anyone else. Although his martial arts did not rise as expected, he excelled in the art of stealth and infiltration. It can be said that he is the best at tracking and hiding, but if he deceived his attention, he could see that he already had superior skills than the instructors. It's a waste. What do you mean? The fact is that we have to use them once and immediately throw them away. We can't help it. Because that was the original contract's request after all. Who the hell is the target of the assassination? Do we really have to do this? Now that the mission is almost over, don't we need to know too? I'm sorry. I can't tell you until the mission is over. Lim Sayal firmly shook his head at Sang Ilshin's words. It was such a dangerous task. It was enough for the captain and himself to be the ones who knows the identity of the assassination target. If the name of the assassination target leaks out by mistake, the Blood Phantom Corps will disappear from the world. Jiyu Shinhang and Sang Il-shin understood Lim Sayal's intentions. To maintain secrecy, the fewer people who know, the better. The more people who know, then the greater the chance of a leak. They knew all too well that a man's mouth is never heavy. Now we must begin the final step. Lim Sayal's gaze turned to the desk. An anonymous booklet, Wu Ming, was placed on the desk. The children looked at Lim Sayol with curious eyes. To be precise, they were looking at the booklet in Lim Sayol's hand. There were no letters written on the yellow cover. It was literally an unknown booklet. Lim Sayol said, throwing an unknown booklet among the children. 3 of you must learn this. The children frowned at Lim Sayol's incomprehensible words. But no one opened their mouths. Because even if they don't ask, Lim Sayol will teach them. As expected, Lim Sayol continued his explanation. In this booklet, the martial arts technique of a certain faction is roughly arranged. 3 of you must master this technique, while the remaining 27 must attack those who have mastered this technique and succeed. Everyone's eyes fluttered at Lim Sayol's words, because they understood what his words meant. They were children who were reborn as assassins after 6 years of rigorous training. The way the children murder was enough to threaten the instructors. It was said that children who will learn the martial art technique presented by Lim Sayol should be attacked by such children. Not just 1 or 2 people, but a sneak attack by all 27 people. As always, there was nothing they can do to take care of the situation. If they do it like in a real battle, there will surely be casualties. It was set up so that those who learned the martial art technique had no choice but to be at a disadvantage. Those who have mastered the martial art techniques are exposed, while the other children will attack in the dark by any means possible. They wouldn't be able to feel safe when they're eating, resting, or sleeping. Even they have to be careful of their breathing. The children knew just how good their assassination skills were. Even if only aims for 1 person, breathing is dangerous. But if you are targeted by as many as 27 assassins, it is safe to say that there is no chance of survival. Such a dog. It's like this until the end. The children shuddered. They really didn't expect that things would come down like this until the very end. In their heart, they wanted to start a rebellion at any moment. However, knowing that they could not get out even if they killed the instructors in this place, they had no choice but to hesitate. Lim Sayol and Ji Shinhang saw through the minds of the children. You won't be able to escape our hands forever. The children were hunting dogs. No matter how ferocious and wild the hound was, there was a way to control it. They already have a number of ways to control the children. So there was no reason to be afraid. Now that the whip is blown, it's time to give the carrots. Instead, the children's eyes were focused on Lim Sayol's face. This will be the last time. After this training, we won't do any training until we get out of here. Lim Sayol's words shook the children's hearts. In the meantime, the children hadn't let down their guard. That's because the instructors severely pushed them hard. Thanks to that, the children's minds became as devastated as a desert, and they stopped trusting anyone. If there is one wish they have, it is that they want to rest in peace, even for a moment. But as if trying to pierce their hearts, Lim Sayol came out with the sweet bait of rest. It was a proposal that is bound to shake the hearts of the children. With only 3 sacrifices, the remaining 27 people could rest comfortably. They just don't have to belong among the 3 people who would be learning the unknown martial art technique. Pyo Wall was also surprised by Lim Sayol's demonic heart. No, it's not his plan. It's probably the idea of a person called Captain. Through his experience, Pyo Wall knew that Lim Sayol didn't have such an excellent mind. Although he was able to perform the given task perfectly, he did not have the brain to plan and invent something for himself. That was the Lim Sayol that Pyo Wall knew. There was no way that Lim Sayol could have come up with such a plan on his own. Pyo Wall looked at the unknown booklet thrown on the floor. It was not known which swordsmanship was written on the anonymous booklet. However, it was clear that the result would be different from the martial arts they had learned. So far, Pyo Wall was greedy for an unknown booklet. The problem is that once you learn the martial art technique, he would become a target for other children. If Pyo Wall would become the target of the children who learned how to kill to the extreme like So Yowul, Song Qianwu and Kong Il, it would not be easy to handle. They threw the poisoned bait properly. The other children did not know, but the bait that Lim Sayol threw was very tempting to Pyo Wall. After saying what he had to say, Lim Sayol went out with the custodians. There was an unspoken pressure in deciding which of the children will learn the martial arts on the booklet. The children looked at each other without saying a word. It was better to not expect that the children who had not mastered the martial art technique would not take care of the situation. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Even if they want to take care of things, the custodians won't let them do that. Knowing that fact, no one dared to learn martial art technique. Pyo Wall thought, scanning the children's faces. There is a high probability that the martial arts in the booklet are the martial arts that our target of assassination is learning. Even if it is not exactly the same, he must be learning martial arts similar to it. It was a pretty detailed plan. It was a highly sophisticated technique that allowed the children to experience going against the martial arts directly while simultaneously identifying its loopholes. I can't be strong if I don't take the risks. I can't stop here. Pyo Wall made his decision. When he picked up the booklet that had fallen on the floor, the attention of the children was focused. I'll learn this martial arts technique. The other two can decide for themselves. Are you deciding to be a scapegoat of your own accord? So Yo will ask with an expression that showed she did not understand Pyo Wall's decision. Well, whether I will become a scapegoat or a wolf remains to be seen. Why did you make that choice? There's no way you'd make that choice for nothing. Did you see any potential in the booklet? Are you curious? Then you can learn this martial arts too. No thanks. It's not my taste to sit back and defend. You learn the martial arts in the booklet while I'll attack. So Yo-will shook her head. Pyo Wall smiled as if he expected her reaction. When someone decides who will learn the martial arts, come to me. I'll hand it over to you. Now, I'll be going first. You'd better be careful. Everyone in this room will be aiming for you. I'm looking forward to it. Pyo Wall waved to So Yo-will and the children then headed to the dark area where his room was. Until then, the children only stared at each other's faces and did nothing. But Pyo Wall knew that the children will soon start moving. Someone has to decide who will learn the martial arts among them. It didn't matter who. The important thing was to memorize and grasp it perfectly before handing it over to someone else. As soon as Pyo Wall returned to his residence, he opened an unknown booklet. 72 sword strikes crash like waves, and even large rocks are swept away like sand. It was the first verse of the booklet. Pyo Wall couldn't take his eyes off the first verse. It was because he felt an unknown ringing in his chest. 72 sword strikes crashing like waves? He imagined himself firing 72 sword strikes. However, even if he used all his imagination, he couldn't see him wielding the sword more than 20 times. Rather than simply wielding a sword, he had to wield it with all his strength with his own strength. The basis of his imagination was his objective level of martial arts. This is my limit. Pyo Wall began to realize his limitations. But he was not disappointed. He still had plenty of time left. As long as he survives, he will surely become stronger one way or another. Pyo Wall thought so and read the booklet again. The slaughter continued. No matter how strong the sun was, the waves continued to crash non-stop. This is not different from the ways of the sword. When the opponent is strong, I will continue my breathing, and when the opponent is weak, I will cut off his breathing. All waves cannot escape from this flow. If you learn this deeply, you will also learn the other martial arts of the main school, Ru Fan Zhong. There was clearly the name of a particular sect written in the verse. However, the person who obtained the booklet definitely crossed it out given the blackened ink on a certain part. It wasn't just that. In the booklet, there were a lot of deleted phrases. It seemed that an important structure in the flow was deleted. It's not a complete copy of the martial arts technique. Pyo Wall made a sad expression for a moment. In this case, there was no reason to take risks and learn the martial art technique. This is because the core is removed and only the shell remained. But Pyo Wall did not give up. It was Pyo Wall who found a trick in the method of the thunder-splitting cultivation that everyone neglects. Although it is currently just a shell right now, if he digs deep, he will surely find something useful even in the nameless technique. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3:15. Chapter 15. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 15. Manhwa. Chapter 11. Chaeing. Pyo Wall deflected the sword. It was So Yo-will who attacked. Shit. So Yo-will put on a sad expression. She couldn't hide her disappointment for a moment at the fact that her elaborate undercover attack had failed. For this one sneak attack, she waited 2 days without moving. She waited for Pyo Wall to come. It was such a difficult opportunity. Pyo Wall was attacked 13 times in one day alone. He was struggling with his nerves all day, so he consumed a lot of mental energy. His face was filled with a tired look. It's fortunate that he had mastered the sword technique written on the nameless booklet, otherwise he would have fallen under someone's sword already. Even though important sentences were omitted, the sword attack boasted considerable power. The fact that Pyo Wall remained alive despite the 13 secret attacks today was proof of OTS strength. By mastering the unknown swordsmanship, he was able to unleash 72 sword strikes like a wave without stopping. However, important passages were missing and it was impossible to make great progress. All that Pyo Wall learned over the last 10 days was the unknown booklet's swordsmanship. It was unreasonable to learn more with an incomplete martial arts technique. However, even at that level, there was no problem in practicing the form to some extent. Pyo Wall resisted the children's sneak attack with the swordsmanship of the booklet. Because that was what was instructed to them. The children tenaciously observed Pyo Wall's sword attack. That way, if they saw even a small loophole, they immediately counterattacked. Pyo Wall tried to compensate for the loophole while defending, but the children would find another loophole and attack him. By relentlessly attacking and defending, Pyo Wall and the children developed. The most difficult person for Pyo Wall was So Yowol. This is because she attacked in a way that he was not expecting at all. A little while ago, her skills were once tested on him. Suddenly, So Yowol said, "I think you'd better throw that sword away." "What are you talking about? I don't fear you with a sword for some reason, even if you're blocking all my attacks. Rather, it feels even more difficult for me when you don't have your sword. Do you think it makes sense for me to drop a weapon in front of an assassin? That's not for me to know. I'm just saying what I feel." Pyo Wall frowned without saying a word. So Yowol looked at Pyo Wall for a moment and then stepped back. "You'd better be prepared next time." She disappeared into the dark. Pyo Wall, who was left alone, sighed and looked at his hand. In his hand was a cheap iron sword that had been provided in batches. It was a dagger that was only half the length of a normal sword. He didn't really like this sword, so he didn't use it. Well, this sword was still usable. Am I trickier to deal when I do not have a sword as compared to wielding one? If his opponent felt that way, there must be a good reason. It could be that she was lying to weaken Pyo Wall, but the So Yowol he knew was not that cunning. So Yowol was a woman whose distribution was so large that most men could not even reach her toes. Pyo Wall thought while frowning. It takes a considerable amount of courage to throw away the sword he was already used to. If he threw away his sword, he had to deal with them using his bare hands. No matter how strong Pyo Wall is, it takes great courage to stand up to opponents who has a weapon in their hand. But now is the only time to throw away the sword. Once he further gets used to it, he won't ever be able to throw it away even if he want to. Clang. After pondering for a while, Pyo Wall threw down his sword. For the past 6 years, he's done things that others thought impossible. He has perfectly adapted to the darkness, and has developed a strong resistance to poison. Single quote. Thanks to learning the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, he has already reached the limit of human beings in terms of pure physical abilities. Compared to the children who had learned the poisonous dragon heart cultivation technique and other methods, his physical abilities were in no way inferior. Pyo Wall believed in his own ability. As he has always done, he will do well this time. Pyo Wall thought so and sank into the darkness. Kuhyuk he. A sound as if the air was being sucked out of a leather bag came out of a child's mouth. A short sword was stuck in the child's chest. The child's name is Yuk Pyong. He also learned the unknown swordsmanship like a Pyo Wall. That's why he's been plagued with assassination attempts from the other children over the past few months. Yuk Pyong did not want to learn the unknown swordsmanship. He just unfortunately won the random draw lots. This was the price. The sword stuck in his chest belonged to Song Qianwu. Song Qianwu and the other 26 children have been targeting the children like Yuk Pyong who have been persistently learning the unknown swordsmanship over the past few months. The 27 children who sneak attacks and the other 3 children who learned the unknown swordsmanship. The fight they fought was really fierce. At first they felt pity for each other's circumstances, but in the duration of the training, they were soon wounded and their hatred for each other deepened. Lim Sayal and the instructors achieved what they wanted. Time passed faster in the dark. The children became more clever and cruel. They learned how to accurately detect the target's breathing, even in the dark. In particular, they became stronger as they faced the children who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship. They attacked the children who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship by any means possible. The result was a sword stuck in the chest of the Yuk Pyong. Yuk Pyong has grown stronger, but the children have completely mastered how to deal with him. To be precise, they had figured out a way to destroy the unknown swordsman that Yuk Pyong had learned. Song Qianwu looked at Yuk Pyong, who was dying with a complicated expression. Even though his human emotions have dried up, he was still not comfortable with killing his fellow colleague. But he had no other option. If they failed to kill Yuk Pyong again, the instructors would have pushed him and the other children to the limit. Song Qianwu opened his mouth, thinking that there was nothing he could do. "I'm sorry." Yuk Pyong was not able to hear his apology. Because his breath stopped, Song Qianwu clenched his teeth. One more. A child named Go Shin Ho died before Yuk Pyong. He was also a child who had learned the unknown swordsmanship. The rest of the children had to hunt them so that they could rest comfortably. Song Qianwu nodded to So Yowol, who was far away. Then So Yowol beckoned to the other children. The children were scattered everywhere, trying to find the remaining child who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship. Only Song Qianwu, So Yowol, and Li Min and So Gyeoksan remained. "Kiki, this is really amazing." Hikikik. So Gyeoksan kept laughing. The children knew all too well that he was not laughing because he was happy. So Gyeoksan just always smiled darkly, whether he's happy or sad. The problem is that there are only a few times when he actually feels happy on the inside. So Gyeoksun's laughter was annoying, but Song Cheonwoo didn't say anything. It is because his feeling of having stopped Yuk Pyong's breath has already fallen to the floor. Lee Min opened his mouth. The only person left is Pyo Wall, right? No one answered. Everyone's expression darkened. It's because they know that the combination of Yuk Pyong and Go Shin would not even amount to one Pyo Wall. After So Yo Wall's secret attack, Pyo Wall disappeared. He was in an underground room closed on all sides. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Still, Pyo Wall was not found anywhere. As if he just disappeared. Lee Min opened her mouth carefully. Maybe he went outside? No, he's definitely still inside. We just haven't found him. So Yo-Will shook her head. At her assertion, Lee Min's eyes fluttered slightly. Then her explosive beauty flowed out. One of the children who made the most dramatic change was Lee Min. In the dark she became whiter and more prudent. Her beauty, which coexists with ignorance and glamour, was enough to take away the soul of the beholder. Because of that, many of the surviving children were captivated by her beauty to the point of offering supplies. However, Lee Min was not well aware of her changes. She always worked with So Yo-Wol. If it was So Yo-Wol's command, she was loyal enough to the point of pretending to die. Song Cheonwoo said in a cold voice. He's a human too. As long as he's a human, he can't get out of our hands. But it's Pyo Wall, Lee Min murmured like a child. But everyone in this room knew what Lee Min was trying to say. Pyo Wall was an incomprehensible person in many ways. They were locked up here together for 6 years, but no one knew the potential of Pyo Wall. He adapted perfectly, as if he was born here. None of the children had shown the ability that is on par with Pyo Wall. Even for those with outstanding abilities like So Yo-Wol and Song Cheonwoo. Did I give him needless advice? So Yo-Wol thought that it might be because of what she said that Pyo Wall hasn't appeared for this long. She didn't know how much she regretted it after she told him how she felt because of a momentary impulse. It was because she remembered too late that the advice she gave might inadvertently make Pyo Wall even stronger. Pyo Wall has always been like that. He would take the small part that could be overlooked as a cornerstone of development by persistently biting and sagging. When the other children took one step, he seemed to take 2 or 3 more steps. Although he thoroughly hid his achievements from the instructors, So Yo-Wol and the children knew he was hiding his own power. His strength can only be felt by those who have faced him in person. However, So Yo-Wol couldn't easily guess what exactly his level was. So Gyeoksun said it as a joke. Why don't we just kill the instructors? It's probably easier than killing Pyo Wall. Agree. Song Cheonwoo nodded, but they knew the fact that some kind of restriction was imposed on them. The instructors and 3 swords they knew were never the ones who would leave it like this, without any preparation and countermeasures. The question was what was the restriction that was imposed on them. We can decide on how to release their restrictions on us later, but now is the time to focus on finding Pyo Wall. If we leave him like this, he will become even stronger. Okay, everyone nodded at So Yo-Wol's words. They left in search of Pyo Wall. In the place where the children left, only Yuk Pyong's body was lying alone. That was then. Suddenly, Yuk Pyong's body began to move. As if he was breathing, Yuk Pyong's chest heaved, and he rolled over to one side. And something suddenly appeared from the place where Yuk Pyong's body was. It was Pyo Wall, who was covered in dirt with all eyes, noses, and mouths. He had been hiding in the ground under the body of Yuk Pyong by spreading the turtle breathing technique. The children could not even imagine that Pyo Wall was hiding right beneath them. Who? Pyo Wall sighed and looked at the bodies of the Yuk Pyong. He was the one who learned the unknown swordsmanship of his own will, but Yuk Pyong was chosen by many to be targeted. Maybe even during his last moments, he thought it was unfair. Pyo Wall reached out and closed Yuk Pyong's eyes. This will not relieve the injustice, but he hoped that he would not suffer the pain of keeping his eyes open until he died. Pyo Wall looked in the direction the children disappeared for a moment. Even at this moment, children will be constantly looking for him. The custodians will also be keeping a keen eye on the children's behavior. In other words, all attention was focused on the pursuit of Pyo Wall. It was the moment Pyo Wall wanted. Pyo Wall moved as far as possible while hiding his presence. No matter how talented a human being, he could not completely hide the sound of his footsteps. But Pyo Wall was different. As he moved, not a single sound came out. Just like a cat or a leopard, the soles of the feet absorb sound perfectly. This was not taught by anyone. It was a skill he had learned on his own. The place he headed for was the residence of Lim Sayul and the others. The children did not know their real names. They were only known as the First Sword, Second Swords, and Third Swords. Their martial skills were far superior to those of the instructors, making them the object of fear to children. Even the children who looked down on the instructors could not hide their tension when standing in front of the three swords. After spending 6 years together, they became psychologically dependent. No matter how large and ferocious an animal may be, it is the same principle as if it were raised from a young age. It would not be able to harm its owner. Pyo Wall called it a psychological taboo. The biggest ban imposed on children was psychological subordination, so they don't dare consider disobeying them. There was a little bit of tension on Pyo Wall's face for a moment. Although he thought and moved independently, he was also psychologically subordinated to some extent after living in the same space for 6 years. But he couldn't stay like this forever. Pyo Wall shook his head slightly to shake off his anxious mind, and then moved on. His goal was to be the residence of one sword, lim-mtl. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3:16. Chapter 16. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 16. Manhwa, Chapter 12. The dwelling place of lim-mtl and the instructors was made by remodeling a naturally formed cave. It was located on the opposite side of the area where Pyo Wall stayed, and it boasted an ironclad border from the entrance. The instructors who had been dispatched to this place took turns and stood guard directly. Because of that, no one dared to infiltrate this place. It was the instructors who taught the children stealth and infiltration. The countermeasures against it were also best known by the instructors. The instructors looked around with sharp eyes. As the children's skills improved, the instructors in particular strengthened their vigilance. They believed that no one would have the courage to sneak in here, but since anything can happen, they could never relax. Little do they know that there would actually be a human being who would be moving cleverly out of their cognitive domain boundaries. It was Pyo Wall who sneaked in without a sound or gesture. Pyo Wall was performing both stealth and turtle breathing technique at the same time. In order to perform the original turtle breathing technique, the biological activities of the body had to be almost stopped like a corpse. He literally has to keep the minimum amount of breathing to maintain his life. Moving was, of course, unimaginable. Of course, the instructors who taught them the turtle breathing technique knew that, and the children who learned the technique used it as it was taught to them. But Pyo Wall was different. Pyo Wall had his doubts after learning how to execute the turtle breathing technique. Why would the turtle breathing technique be undone if he moves? He wondered how he could move while simultaneously using the turtle breathing technique. The body had to breathe in order to move. No matter how skilled he was, he could not live without breathing. The greater the movement, the more breathing was required. Turtle breathing technique is a method of hiding the presence by inhaling one's breath for as long and thin as possible to lower the vital signs of the body. Because of this, it was impossible to move while using the turtle breathing technique. Pyo Wall thought and tried countless times but failed repeatedly. Then one day, he found a solution. The breakthrough was with the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. He thought about what it would be like to break his breath into small pieces through the thunder-splitting method. If he can't secretly move while he's breathing anyway, it's better to finally divide his breath continuously enough so that other people would not be able to feel it. Then, the body signs could drop significantly, and movement would then be possible, Pyo Wall thought. Pyo Wall put his ideas into practice soon. It wasn't easy at first. Breaking his breath into pieces almost to the point of stopping his breathing put a great strain on Pyo Wall's body. Moreover, moving while maintaining such fine breathing placed a greater burden on him. However, Pyo Wall did not give up and kept trying. After trying so many times, it became possible to move using the turtle breathing technique. At some point, he had succeeded several times against children, but this was the first time he used it against the instructor, so he had no choice but to be nervous. He had to maintain his hiding skills while practicing his turtle breathing technique. The burden on him had increased several times. Pyo Wall moved while simultaneously practicing turtle breathing technique and stealth techniques. The instructors were looking straight ahead with their eyes wide open, but they did not notice the passing of the Pyo Wall. This is because Pyo Wall cleverly moved along the areas of their cognitive domain. Ordinary people think that they perceive everything they see, but that was impossible in the first place. Except for the focused area, the brain only sees, and if there is no unusual movement, the brain cannot recognize it. Blindness that cannot be recognized even by looking at it straight with the naked eye. Pyo Wall moved using their blind spot, Sijao or dead corner. Pyo Wall passed between the instructors like a ghost. The instructors were completely unaware that Pyo Wall had passed in front of them. Pyo Wall crept into the cave silently. Perhaps because the security at the entrance was so strict, the guards inside were less than expected. Still, Pyo Wall remained vigilant. This was a sanctuary. If his existence is exposed because of a little bit of carelessness, he will immediately get the attention of the instructors. No matter how much Pyo Wall possessed unrivaled abilities among children, he would be unable to survive turning numerous instructors as an enemy. Pyo Wall calmly grasped his own abilities to that extent. Any point between the near-death heat and the cusps. That was Pyo Wall's evaluation of his own abilities. Pyo Wall looked around Lim Sioul's place with his senses sharpened. Lim Sioul's residence was located in the deepest part of the cave. Fortunately, Lim Sioul was not staying in his room. Pyo Wall began to search Lim Sioul's residence. Pyo Wall wanted to get out of the underground place. But in order to do so, he needs to remove the restriction that binds the children by identifying the affiliation of the instructors and the three swords. He needs to know which groups they belong to. If he can figure out who their master is and where his base is, it will be easier to get out of their grasp. However, no matter how much he searched the residence of Lim Sioul, there was no data related to the instructors. Instead, what he found was a letter with a request written on it. Privy only to the leader of the Blood Phantom Group. Duration: 7 years. Reward: 500,000 gold. Condition: leave no traces related to the Blood Phantom Group. Wu Gunsang? Pyo Wall frowned. He did not know what kind of person Wu Gunsang was. He was curious as to how great Wu Gunsang could be for them to spend 7 years raising children to become assassins. 270 out of 300 have already died during the training just to kill one person. He wondered if that one person's life was as valuable as the sum of the lives of 270 or even 300 children who entered this place. That was then. Thud. He could feel a presence in the cave outside the door. Pyo Wall hurriedly returned the letter to its original place and then left the room. From the entrance of the cave, he saw a person walking his way. It was difficult to distinguish the figure of the incoming person because of the darkness, but Pyo Wall recognized that it was Lim Sioul, the owner of this room. Lim Sioul possessed unparalleled martial arts skills compared to other instructors. His senses were also very sensitive, but Lim Sioul was not good enough as to detect Pyo Wall, who was using his stealth skills and turtle breathing technique. There was no time to think. Pyo Wall immediately jumped to the ceiling. The artificially trimmed ceiling was so smooth that there was no room to hit a finger. Even if he raised his inner chi and slammed his finger into the wall, there was no choice but to make a sound. Lim Sioul wasn't so numb that he couldn't hear the sound echoing from a short distance away. Pyo Wall hung his nails in the micro grooves. One fingernail was literally the only one supporting the weight of his entire body. He couldn't even breathe. The moment his breathing becomes even a little rough, the Lim Sioul will notice him. Pyo Wall looked down at his feet, with his one fingernail supporting his whole body. Lim Sioul was passing under his feet. He looked around to see if he felt something strange, but he didn't look up because he didn't think anyone would be hanging from the ceiling. Pyo Wall concentrated all his nerves on his fingertips. If it had been him in the past, he would not have been able to endure it with only the power of one finger. After So Yowal's advice, Pyo Wall abandoned the sword and focused on training his bare hands. While practicing unknown swordsmanship with his bare hands, his grip strength and the delicate sense of his fingers were not the same as before. So now it is possible for him to perform a stunt like this. At Pyo Wall's feet, Lim Sioul furrowed his brows. Although he is said to have retired from the front line, his senses are not dead yet. As an assassin, the sense he had forged for decades was warning him that something was strange. But he couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Lim Sioul looked around again. But he couldn't find anything odd. Was I mistaken? Lim Sioul shook his head, opened the door and went inside. But the moment he entered the room, the sense of abnormality he felt grew even stronger. His eyes turned sharp. Lim Sioul hurriedly looked around the room. Outwardly, nothing had changed, but the owner of the room could feel it. Something has changed, although it was subtle. Someone came in. Without his permission, both the second sword and third sword, let alone the instructors, could not enter his dwelling. The sense of disparity he felt a while ago was not an illusion at all. Bang! Lim Sioul kicked the door out. When a loud noise resounded in the quiet cave, some instructors jumped out in surprise. What's going on? An intruder has entered my room. He may not have completely escaped the cave yet, so find them quickly. Huh? A look of disbelief appeared on the faces of the instructors. There was only one entrance to this place, and the entrance was always guarded by the pairs taking turns. It was difficult to admit that someone had penetrated through such a tight-knit security. But they knew best that Lim Sioul was not a liar. Who's went inside First Sword Sama's residence without permission? Maybe one of the children? The children were the only ones who could infiltrate Lim Sioul's residence without permission. The complexion of the instructors turned white. They hurriedly searched the cave, but no matter how much they searched, no intruder was found. They questioned the people guarding the entrance to the cave, but they also said they didn't see anyone coming out. Some people might say that Lim Sayol might be mistaken, but those who knew him well will never thought of that. The person who was more thorough and sensitive than anyone here was Lim Sayol. If Lim Sayol said that there's an intruder, then it was clear that there was an intruder. Who the hell is it? The question is, who broke into this place? No matter how much the instructors thoroughly survey the area, no evidence was found to determine the identity of the intruder. Lim Sayol invited the second sword Ji Yu Shinhang and the third sword Sang Ilshin to his residence. Are you really saying that one of the children broke into this place? Who might it be? Their faces were gloomy. It was because they thought that one day, when children's growth rise, there might come the time that they will instigate a rebellion. If anyone were to be treated in this way and to be abused, there was bound to be a resentment. Although some kind of restriction was put in place when the time comes, given the children's growth, the backlash might happen much faster than they expected. It was a very serious problem. If the children resist before they could even get to the mission, all their efforts over the past 6 years will go to waste. So before that happens, they have to suppress the resistance of the children. Ji Yu Shinhang asked Lim Sayol, does anyone have a clue on who might the intruder be? Pyo Wall. Yes? But there is no one more gifted at infiltration than him among the children. Then, yes, it's Pyo Wall. Lim Sayol was certain. There was no evidence, but that was what his senses were telling him. That's ridiculous. To think he'd infiltrate this place while everyone is chasing him. He came in when no one was inside the residence. Shame appeared on the faces of Ji Yu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin. They accepted Lim Sayol's speculation as a fact. If they left him like this, Pyo Wall might look down even more on the instructors and attack them. So before that, they had to go find and punish him. The problem is that they don't know where Pyo Wall is hiding now. Even though all the children were chasing after him, Pyo Wall could not be found. They couldn't be sure that the instructors who had left the front line were better at tracking than the children. Lim Sayol looked at the two with sharp eyes. If we leave Pyo Wall like this, it's sure to cause big problems. But there's no solid evidence that he came in here. It's definitely burdensome to punish him without evidence. I'm also concerned about the backlash of other children, so we have to deal with him in another way. We could direct the children's opposition to Pyo Wall. How? Sang Ilshin looked at Lim Sayol in surprise. Lim Sayol nodded his head. That's right, I'm thinking of using Hell Call, DUG, but it is the last resort restriction. The time has come to show Pyo Wall and all the children who is holding their lives who their true owner is. Well, it's a process that we have to go through at least once, and it's hard to take this opportunity to break the spirit of not only Pyo Wall but all of the children. Lim Sayol's eyes gleamed eerily. Ji Yu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin looked at each other's faces, and they nodded at the same time. With what Lim Sayol said, the atmosphere of the children these days is not serious. At this point, it didn't seem too bad to confirm with the children who had the upper hand. Lim Sayol asked, do you agree to the use of Hell Call? I agree. I agree. Then we shall use it now. Bring it out. Yes. Ji Yu Shinhang got up from his seat and went to his room. When he returned after a while, he had flute in his hand. He handed the flute to Lim Sayol. Lim Sayol, who was handed the flute, took the two of them out of the cave. As they left the entrance, they saw a huge underground cavity. It was invisible, but there were children hiding in every nook and cranny. I'll show you hell. Lim Sayol bring the Hell Call into his mouth. Suddenly, an inaudible sound echoed through the underground cavity. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3:17. Chapter 17. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 17. Manhwa, Chapter 13. Where the hell are you hiding? So Yowal's expression was as cold as a stone. She tried to hide her emotions, but there was a glimmer of irritation in her eyes. It wasn't just her. All the children who were tracking Pyo Wall felt the same way as her. All the surviving children were mobilized to pursue the hunt, but no traces of Pyo Wall were found anywhere. All the children were proud that they had a knack for tracking, but it was no use in front of Pyo Wall, who disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just a feeling of weirdness. Give me a little more strength. I'm sure I'll find it. You bastard, I didn't like him from the beginning. I'll definitely find him. The children swept their hair away and heated up the search even more. Some children mustered up their courage and searched the underground room where Pyo Wall resides. However, not even a shadow of Pyo Wall appeared. That bastard. What a cowardly bastard. Profanity toward Pyo Wall broke out among the children. Beep. Suddenly, a loud ringing plagued the children's ears. At first they thought it was a hallucination. They thought they were only hearing it for themselves. But the tinnitus was heard in everyone's ears. That was then. Ah, ouch. All the children fell, grabbing their chests at about the same time. because they felt pain in their heart. It felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing their heart, and the children could not breathe properly. What? So Yoel crouched like a shrimp and trembled. It was the first time she had experienced this kind of pain since she came here. She thought she was already used to all kinds of pain, but this was different. The pain that felt like squeezing her heart soon turned into a pain that felt like an insect gnawed through her body. Not a single one was an exception. The children all collapsed and struggled in agony. Then, out of nowhere, a boy of the same age appeared. It was Pyo Wall, who exuded a neutral sensuality given the mix of his masculine and feminine parts. The children were in so much pain that they did not even notice that Pyo Wall, who they had been searching for so much, had appeared. Pyo Wall looked at the children with a puzzled expression. 27 children were lying on the floor in pain without missing a single one. Even an ignorant person could know that something unusual was going on. Is it because of the sound they just made? Pyo Wall also heard a tinnitus. However, unlike the other children, he did not feel anything. It just hurt his ears a little. But the other children, unlike him, were all clutching their chests and rolling around. They have triggered the restriction. Pyo Wall's eyes went cold. The moment he has been waiting for came. But he also had doubts. Everyone suffers from the restriction because only he remained fine. He didn't feel pain like the other children, and he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Because of that, he couldn't understand why the children were in so much pain. Pyo Wall knelt down on one knee and looked at the children. The children rolled their eyes and their complexion turned white. It looked like they were about to die. Pyo Wall took a closer look at Li Min, who had the most serious condition of them all. I need to find out the cause. Pyo Wall carefully injected his inner chi into Li Min's body. Even if the person is crazy, it is extremely dangerous to inject internal energy into another person's body. If he makes a mistake, he could cause a collision between the energies, which could cause you to wear a coin. Nevertheless, the reason Pyo Wall instilled his inner strength into the body of Li Min is because she has learned the same cultivation method. Unlike himself, she learned it at a level that just passed by, but he thought it wouldn't cause a major conflict because they had the same internal cultivation method. Pyo Wall's guess was correct. Even though the chi was injected, the collision of the energies did not occur in the body of the Li Min. Pyo Wall carefully operated his internal chi. This was the first time he had injected his inner chi into another person's body. That's why he had to be more careful. Pyo Wall carefully examined the inside of Li Min's body, but there was no reaction or alien feeling anywhere. There's no issues with her internal energy. Pyo Wall took his hand off Li Min's body and fell into deep thought. What is the difference? The difference between them and me is the same environment, the same food, the same martial arts. Of course, he had learned one more unknown swordsmanship, but it was unreasonable to think he was fine because of that. What made me different from them? Pyo Wall erased what they had in common with them one by one. He erased everything that came to mind, such as food, water, and martial arts, so there was only one left. Is it poison? Unlike them, he had great resistance to poison. It was because he was constantly bitten by an unidentified snake. There was only one difference between them and myself. Then it was understandable that the poison could not be pumped out of his body. But the question was not completely resolved. If they were really poisoned, it didn't make sense that they had seizures at the same moment. It was impossible to trigger the poison that lurked in the bodies of 27 people at one time. What's more, the poison was just an unidentified tinnitus. If you say it was a sign before a seizure, it was unreasonable to think that the poison that had been dormant in the body was activated simply by the tinnitus. There's something more. It is impossible to move the poison by external noise in the first place. Pyo Wall's head turned faster. Suddenly, the image of a snake eating an insect came to mind. It controlled the bug by making a cry when it tried to move. What if it's not poison, but poisonous bugs dormant in our body? Then everything clicks. It was very easy to put poisonous bugs into the children's bodies. This is because it can be mixed with water or food supplied from outside. It must be a kind of cursed poison, Gudu-Gu poison. If you put hundreds of poisonous species in one jar, they will eat each other and only the strongest will survive. These surviving insects have a number of bizarre properties. Some of them may have the property of being particularly sensitive to sound. And it was clear that the cursed poison stimulated by the sound emitted poison and consequently poisoned them. As his heart began to harden, Pyo Wall's head turned more complicated. Why did they have to trigger the cursed poison at this moment? Anyway, there was only one reason. It was because of him. It was clear that they were convinced that he had invaded the cave, which was why they activated the restriction. Then the voices of the instructors were heard in the distance. Over there. They're all collapsed there. The instructors found the children who had fallen and run towards them. Pyo Wall was a little conflicted. He could avoid this place if he wanted to, but it was clear that they would discover that he was poison resistant. It was not yet the time to reveal that he was different from the other children. Pyo Wall, who had quickly gathered his thoughts, fell to the floor and pretended to be poisoned. He used his inner strength to make his complexion pale on purpose, and trembled while grabbing his chest. Shortly thereafter, Lim Sayal and the instructors appeared. You were here. Lim Sayal found the collapsed Pyo Wall and approached him. His eyes were full of vigor. Isn't it better to kill him now? Lim Sayal was conflicted. In light of the various circumstances, it was not easy to completely control Pyo Wall. The inability to get along with other children and the tendency to move alone was also a problem, but above all, it struck him that Pyo Wall's mind was so deep that he couldn't understand what he was thinking. Although they had been in the same space for 6 years, Pyo Wall never revealed his true feelings to others. It wasn't something that could be explained simply by expressing that he had a lot of patience, or he didn't talk much. So Lim Sayal thought Pyo Wall was very dangerous. Throng. Lim Sayal drew his sword from its scabbard. Swing. Lim Sayal thrust the sword into Pyo Wall's shoulder without hesitation. Pyo Wall did not resist and was hit by the sword. Because he was just pretending to have lost his mind, the feeling of the weapon tearing his muscles and entering his body was vividly conveyed. At the end of the day, Pyo Wall screamed and opened his eyes in excruciating pain. However, Pyo Wall struggled to endure the pain and pretended to have lost his mind. Lim Sayal whispered into Pyo Wall's ear with his sword still in it. What did you see in my room? Lim Sayal said darkly. No one will know this terrible feeling he is feeling right now. Every time he saw Pyo Wall, he felt a fear of unknown origin. Although he looked just like the other children, Lim Sayal knew that this wasn't his real face. From the first time they met, Pyo Wall had acted differently numerous times. Even when the other children were lost because they could not understand the situation properly, only Pyo Wall grasped the situation and moved boldly. The boldness he showed at that time was still deeply engraved in Lim Sayal's mind. The decisiveness that Pyo Wall showed at that time was at a level that other children did not dare follow. Then he started to stagnate at some point, and he came down to a level similar to the other children. He only showed his abilities in catching such as hiding and infiltration, but there was no development in his martial arts. So, even people like Ji-Yu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin lowered their guards against Pyo Wall. Lim Sayal thought it didn't make sense. He couldn't believe the existence that had stood out so prominently had now turned into a normal thing. Then there was only one conclusion. Pyo Wall is hiding himself. It was clear that this young demon had long been hiding his growth. But there was no way to clarify that fact. He clearly knew that a monster was growing inside, but the fact that no one knew except himself made him frustrated. Now was the chance to kill Pyo Wall. He thought that killing him cleanly would have no repercussions. Lim Sayal drew his sword from Pyo Wall's shoulder and tried to stab him in the neck again. But at that moment, Ji-Yu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin deterred him. You mustn't let go. His infiltration skills are outstanding. His abilities are absolutely necessary for this quest. Other children are enough. You know just as well that that's not true. Do you think it will be easy to control him? As long as there is Hellcall, we can manipulate him at any time. As you can see, he is stuck in the poison emitted by cursed poison. Lim Sayal flinched when Ji-Yu Shinhang mentioned Hellcall. Not only Pyo Wall, but all the children lost their minds and struggled in pain. It was the power of Hellcall. Just as Pyo Wall had guessed, the Hellcall was a piece of equipment capable of incubating the cursed poison hidden in the body. Hell's sound waves stimulate the poison, and the stimulated insects attack the heart by spewing poison. The poison that spread from the heart flowed through the blood vessels and attacked the whole body. As a result, children are paralyzed and unable to move. If they blow the Hellcall and the children do not take the antidote on time, they will eventually die. So as long as there was a Hellcall, it was impossible for children to get out of their control and move freely. It is for the same reason that children have been allowed to be left alone as they please in the underground. In the end, Lim Sayal withdrew the sword that was going to stab Pyo Wall. Then, he gave orders to the instructors. Give the medicine to the children. Yes. The instructors hurriedly gave the children a pill one at a time. Shortly after taking the medicine, the children's complexion returned to normal. Speaking of the efficacy of the drug, it was only a temporary relief from addiction. It doesn't kill the cursed poison that lurked in their body. Lim Sayal looked down at Pyo Wall. It would have been easier to kill him now, but now I can't change my decision. Huff. One by one, the children who took the antidote came to their senses. Pyo Wall opened his eyes with a moan when he thought it was appropriate. HNGG. He deliberately grabbed the part where he was stabbed by Lim Sayal's sword and made an absurd expression. Pyo Wall's acting deceived the instructors, but Lim Sayal did not lose his doubts. What happened? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? What the hell? The children still looked confused. The moment they heard a sound in their ears, they lost their minds due to the excruciating pain, so they couldn't figure out what was going on. At that time, Sang Ilshin spoke in a loud voice so that all the children could hear it. All of you are suffering because of Pyo Wall. If he hadn't invaded our dwelling, you wouldn't have suffered like this. If something like this happens in the future, all of you will suffer the same pain you felt today. Quote, at Sang Ilshin's words, the children looked at Pyo Wall with angry eyes. Editor's notes. Sorry for the no updates the past few days. My family and I unfortunately got COVID, so I was taking the time to rest and recover. I'll try to upload the rest of the chapters ASAP. 18. Chapter 18. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 18. Manhwa, Chapter 13. Although Pyo Wall became the public enemy, he did not care. He was already being treated this way even before Sang Ilshin's remarks. He already got used to being hated. Nothing would change at all even if the children's hatred increased. It was also the cursed poison. Ji-Yu Shinhang definitely mentioned the cursed poison. As Pyo Wall had guessed, they were using cursed poison to impose a restriction on the children. There was no way to get out of their grasps, not unless they got rid of the insects or the cursed poison in their body. Fortunately, their hell call did not work for Pyo Wall. I have overcome the cursed poison thanks to the snake venom. Pyo Wall thought he was lucky. He was not bitten by a snake in anticipation of this particular moment, but as a result, this was his way out of their restriction. This gave him one more weapon to escape from them. Lim Sayal said that he would give the children time to rest until they were put into the mission. Although the children couldn't catch Pyo Wall, who had learned the unknown swordsmanship, it was decided that training beyond this would not have much effect. The children breathed a sigh of relief when they knew that they could rest with peace of mind. They haven't slept comfortably for a single day in the past 6 years. Their hatred towards Pyo Wall remained the same, but for now, they wanted to rest without worrying about anything. As Lim Sayal said, the children were given a sweet rest. The children stopped all of their training sessions and enjoyed the time given to them. Pyo Wall also enjoyed a break in his residence, the first sector. However, his rest was different from that of other children. Pyo Wall checked everything he had learned. The thunder-splitting method, unknown swordsmanship, and the other countless assassination methods fluttered in his head. The skills seemed so different from one another that they could never become one, but he felt like they could be united if done well. Pyo Wall did not know how great the work he was trying to do. Perhaps if another warrior had known his true intentions, he would have wrapped up the rice balls and dried them. It was such a risky endeavor. It was not even possible to try unless the person's martial arts reached the peak and has an accurate grasp of themselves. In such a dangerous attempt, Pyo Wall tried to trust only his senses. This was nothing new to Pyo Wall. So far he has always been relying on himself. There was no one here to teach him proper martial arts. Those who could only teach the art of assassination were the instructors, and they have no plans of giving them in-depth prowess or martial arts. What they wanted was just a murderer who obeys their orders. An assassin. Therefore, they only taught them how to live at the necessary level, and they couldn't expect anything more than that. If they want to achieve a higher level of growth, they have to achieve it through their own efforts. And Pyo Wall had a stronger desire for strength than anyone else, and was accustomed to working hard. Concentration that others would have admired if they had seen him was a daily routine for him. Pyo Wall used the unknown swordsmanship and killing methods, while unleashing the thunder-splitting method. Shish! A sharp cracking sound echoed in the darkness. The faster Pyo Wall moved, the sharper the sound became. His movements were already far beyond the level of children. Heart rate, Shin Su. Now he was able to volley an accident enough to split a thunderbolt. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. It is a matter of instantaneous judgment and decision-making. The acceleration of his thoughts, Ja Su, had a great impact on his physical abilities. Although the herbivore was crude, the speed was absurdly applied. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. All of these were the effects of the thunder-splitting method. Pyo Wall delved into the thunder-splitting method to the point of obsession. His method of cultivation was developing more bizarrely than the direction the man who had created it had intended. If Pyo Wall had a proper teacher, he would have already been severely scolded and made to learn a safe foundation. However, if he had done so, Pyo Wall's thunder-splitting cultivation technique would never have developed the method beyond the creator. Rather, it was a paradoxical situation in which he had achieved greater growth without a teacher. The acceleration of thinking brought the expansion of the imagination. One of the most important things in martial arts was imagination. Even if everyone else said no, those who realized one by one based on their extraordinary imagination were bound to achieve outstanding growth. Of course, the reality was that only a few people have tried it because of the immense risk. There is already a proven safe path, so there is no need to walk the unknown path full of risks. Most of the prestigious sects were like that. They have established themselves over the years, so a stable growth is guaranteed. That is why most people want to become students of prestigious sects. Pyo Wall didn't know that. He didn't have the usual common sense that people of Zhonghu have, so he didn't know people usually choose to learn stable cultivation methods. So he was able to push through with the risky thing he's about to do without hesitation. To others, his location was a dark space, but this place was like a painting for Pyo Wall. Here, he continuously imagines and turns the picture in his head into reality. Pyo Wall imagined a connection between the thunder-splitting method, the unknown sword-fighting method, and the killing method. It wasn't easy at first. No matter how imaginative he was, it was possible to create something out of nothing. Pyo Wall didn't have that much capability. Instead, he had a sense of wonder. The fine sense he had honed in the dark instinctively showed him the right path. Pyo Wall thoroughly trusted his senses. Because of that, he was able to survive until now. Sisset. Every time the surface moved, the air trembled terribly. No, not like this. I have to move more stealthily. It was good to move quickly, but he could not dream of approaching the enemy secretly because the sound was so sharp. It had to be quick and stealthy. Pyo Wall recalled a ghost. He practiced how to move around like a ghost and tried to become like it. Sweat flowed non-stop from his body, but it did not interfere with his movements. Except when sleeping and resting, Pyo Wall devoted all of his time to training himself. He didn't even come to the underground communal hall. Because of that, he couldn't even see the other children's faces. Even though he didn't get along with them and was separated from them, he didn't feel particularly lonely. But it was not the same case for the other children. While he was training, he felt a presence moving from this area to the work area. Pyo Wall stopped moving and listened quietly. You're here, right? It's awful to be alone in a place like this. He's a really unique person. Rejecting the company of others and choosing to live in such a dreary place. Through the darkness, the voices of children were heard. Ordinary people would hear it as just a faint murmur, but Pyo Wall's senses have already gone beyond human limits, so he could accurately distinguish the owner of those voices. So Yowil, Li Min, So Gyeoksun. The three children cautiously entered the area. They held torches in their hands. So Gyeoksun murmured, illuminating all directions with a torch. Where the hell is this kid hiding? Why are you looking for me? Pyo Wall's voice came from right behind So Gyeoksun. So Gyeoksun looked back in surprise. Behind him stood Pyo Wall like a ghost. Since when were you there? Cold sweat ran down the back of So Gyeoksun. He thought that if Pyo Wall had attempted a sneak attack, he would have died without being able to resist. What's going on? We wanted to talk. Instead of So Gyeoksun, who was surprised and unable to say anything, So Yowil opened her mouth. Pyo Wall's gaze turned to her. About what? The restriction. The restriction imposed on all of us. Do you know what kind of restriction it is? So Yowil approached Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall looked at her without a word. Everyone felt pain and fell down at the same time. I collapsed too. That's the problem. Problem? We couldn't find you until the end. So I'm sure you weren't there before we collapsed, but when we woke up, you're lying beside us. So it's clear that you approached us after the restriction was activated. Hence, you were either unaffected by the restriction or it has little effect on you. Surely So Yowil was smart. The other children were not smart enough to put together what happened previously. Perhaps it was her idea to come here. I think you know what kind of restriction it is. Am I wrong? I know exactly what kind of restriction they put on us. Tell us, too. Why should I? What? Why'd I have to tell you guys about the restriction? How does that benefit me? So Yowil was at a loss for words, so she closed her lips. Instead, it was So Gyeoksun who shouted, "You bastard, is that what you're going to say to your colleagues? You guys may be friends with each other, but not me. If you thought we were colleagues, you wouldn't have pursued me so tenaciously. Don't you think so? HNGH. So Gyeoksun wrinkled his face. They couldn't say anything back. In fact, they never even thought of Pyo Wall as a colleague. Pyo Wall was a foreign entity to them. Everyone was reluctant to be with him. Only two girls, So Yowil and Li Min, would talk to Pyo Wall, while the rest of the children just looked at him like cows and chickens. However, when he used the word colleague, even So Gyeoksun was embarrassed. But So Gyeoksun was no ordinary person. Alright, then we can become friends from now on. I swear it, no matter what happens. I will never abandon you, and I will always consider you as a friend. And you want me to trust you with just that? You sure do have a thick face. Kikik, you have to have a thick face to learn the face mask arts. There aren't any cons for you to have someone as capable as me as your friend. If we ever manage to regain our freedom, come visit the Republic Arts Troupe, Gonghua Ji Shu Tuan. Since we've been through hell together, I'll help you at least a little. That won't happen. Pyo Wall laughed bitterly. With his slightly relaxed appearance, So Yowil and Li Min didn't miss the opportunity. I'll also consider you a friend from now on, too. At least the kids who follow me won't be hostile to you. I will consider you as special. I will never betray you. Li Min lowered his eyes slightly and made a shy expression. It looked even more enchanting under the light of the torch. Pyo Wall looked at the three for a moment, then opened his mouth. Okay, I'll tell you. Really? So Yowell was delighted with the unexpected words. Pyo Wall nodded and said, it's cursed poison. Cursed poison? We were all poisoned by cursed poison. It's a type of poisonous organism. It is normally dormant in our body, but it emits poison in response to the sound waves of the flute they blow. The poison swirls through our blood vessels and attacks our internal organs. Then how did you endure the poison of cursed poison for so long? I'm strong against poison from the beginning, so I was able to move even after you lost your mind. Then, now that I've told you everything, you guys have to figure out on your own how to get rid of the cursed poison. Pyo Wall told them the truth. Not because of the children's suggestions, but because he decided that it was in his favor. The more variables there are, the better. Even if only 1 or 2 of the children get out of the cursed poison, a lot of variables will be created. Even if that was not enough, Pyo Wall was satisfied. So Yowell looked at Pyo Wall for a moment without saying a word. The more she looked, the more interesting he was. He was clearly of the same age as them, but the way he thinks and does is beyond their imagination. Where the hell did something like him come from? So Yowell shook her head slightly. This is because the human being called Pyo Wall itself was difficult to understand. In any group, there is bound to be a person who refuses to be ordinary, but Pyo Wall's case was severe. So it makes sense why the other children were more reluctant in dealing with Pyo Wall. Now that they have achieved their goal, it's time for them to go back. Thank you. I will definitely make sure to return the favor. If you need anything later, come to me. I will do my best to help. I will. We'll get going then. So Yowell turned and headed outside. So Gyeoksun also waved his hand and followed her. Li Min, who remained until the end, suddenly opened her mouth. Lee Sol Min. What? That's my real name. I want you to remember it. Li Min smiled with a light blush on her cheeks. Under the light, her lips glowed exceptionally red. Editor's notes. For those who are curious, the light novel is already complete. There's a total of 650 chapters available in Kakao Page. It's a paid source only accessible via mobile and it's only in Korean, RAWs. There's usually 25 chapters per volume, so the series ends with volume 26 episode 25. For the manhwa, the latest raw chapter in Kakao Page is episode 24. It updates weekly every Wednesday. I think the English translation is up to date with the RAWs. 19. Chapter 19. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 19. Manhwa, Chapter 13. The air of the day felt different. No one told the children what was going to happen. Still, all the children instinctively noticed that today was going to be different from any other day. Because of this, the atmosphere was chaotic in the morning. The children who usually stay away from each other gathered one by one to the center of the underground communal area. Among them was Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall came out of Section 1 with a strange premonition and also went to the center of the underground cavity. You must have felt it too. So Gyeoksun spoke to Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall silently nodded and looked around. The instructors have not yet appeared. But somewhere, he could feel they were moving in a hurry. That was then. Lim Sayul appeared together with Ji Yu Shinhang and Sang Ilshin. All of the children stopped whatever they were doing and looked at them. Their attire was different from usual. They were still wearing the usual masks on their faces, but the outfit they wore looked more refined. It was clothes they haven't worn in any of the training sessions before. As the three of them approached, the children looked at them while holding their breath. Lim Sayul looked at the children for a moment and then opened his mouth. Today, we will leave this cave. The children widened their eyes. They expected it to some extent, but hearing it through Lim Sayul's mouth still gave off a different feeling. Nonetheless, no one dared to open their mouths to speak or shout. They were forbidden to open their mouths in a public gathering without the instructors or the sword's permission. But their wide eyes expressed their feelings at the recent announcement. We're finally going out? Pyo Wall's face had mixed emotions. Pyo Wall might have adapted to this place better than anyone else, but it wasn't that he didn't miss the outside world. Even though he had been here for a long time with his memory fuzzy, he still wanted to feel the fresh air from outside. Lim Sayul looked at the children's faces and said, the instructors will go out first, and then it will be your turn. So Yowell. Yes. So Yowell stepped forward and answered, you take responsibility and bring the other children out. Alright. It wasn't just Pyo Wall who thought that, so Yowell's voice was particularly lively. A look of anticipation could be seen over the children's faces. It had been almost 7 years since they were imprisoned in the underground cave. Leaving this place meant that they would soon be put on a mission. Not a single child was unaware of that fact. But it was a good thing nonetheless. The fact that they were able to escape from this hellish place made them happy. Soon after, the instructors appeared. The instructors, like Lim Sayal and other two swords, also had a change of clothes. Although their faces were covered with a mask, there was a youthful expression of excitement in their eyes. Even if they have been trained to hide their emotions, they can't help but be excited to go out after 7 years. Among the instructors, only Lim Sayal remained unmoved and kept a cold gaze. He thought as he looked at the children, how many of them will end up surviving? The children were strong. Although they did not master excellent martial arts like the masters at Zhonghu, they were still basically stronger compared to others. Before teaching them martial arts, the children were thrown into an extreme situation and let them come out on it on their own. In addition, they were always in a state of extreme competition, making it impossible for them to survive not unless they decided to kill their opponents. These were the children who went through that process. Even if they failed to master martial arts, they could be said to be strong enough as a person. The children who went through such a fierce struggle for survival learned to live to a high degree. Each child was like a ferocious beast. However, no matter how advanced their killing techniques were, they were still not the best in Zhonghu. The target of their assassination is not the most powerful person in Zhonghu, but rather, someone who is highly likely to become one in the future. A man of great potential. Lim Sayal did not dare to guess how many children would survive against him. Anyway, I don't know. His mission was just to raise children to a certain level. Anything more than that was already outside of his responsibility. Now that he has finished his job, all that remains is to enjoy his retirement life. He is finally about to end this tedious assassin life. Thud. A basket fell from the ceiling. Some of the instructors, led by Lim Sayal, got on a huge basket. Then the basket went up to the ceiling again. It was a long time later that the basket came down again. The remaining instructors climbed into the basket and disappeared. Now, only Pyo Wall and the children remained in the underground cave. So Yowul approached Pyo Wall. Are we going to be put on a mission soon? That's right. Because they raised us for that sole reason. Do you know who the target of the assassination is? No. Pyo Wall shook his head. He knew the name of Wu Gunsang, but he had no intentions of making it known to So Yowul or the other children. Because the less who know the secret, the better. Pyo Wall asked as if he had suddenly remembered. What happened to the cursed poison? A few of us have been detoxified. Really? Pyo Wall gave a surprised expression. Because he knew that detoxing the cursed poison was not easy. So Yowul smiled softly. Min knows a lot about poison. Li Min? So Yowul just nodded her head. She didn't give any more details, nor did Pyo Wall ask for more. Li Sol Minimum. It was the real name of Li Min. Like most of the children here, her past was also thoroughly hidden by an iron curtain. He wouldn't know what kind of past she had not until she would share it herself. Even so, the fact that she was able to detoxify the cursed poison in such a short time meant that her ability was great. Pyo Wall looked at So Yowul's side face half-heartedly. So Yowul was just as beautiful as Li Min. In particular, as she had not seen sunlight for 7 years, her white skin was enough to steal the souls of men. So Yowul knew that she was beautiful and knew how to use her beauty as a weapon. Perhaps she taught only a few children who followed her how to detoxify cursed poison. Knowing how to detoxify the cursed poison was also a great weapon for her. The ability to use everything around him was truly innate. That was then. Thud. The basket came down again with a dull sound. Finally, we can go out. The children were excited. Now it was their turn to leave. Since they're about to see the sunlight for the first time in 7 years, they couldn't help but be excited no matter how cold-hearted they've gotten. So Yowul stepped forward and said, the basket isn't big enough for everyone to ride, so half of us would ride it first, while the rest would wait for the basket to come down again. Who wants to get up first? Chalfyong, Jinsam, and In Mokso. So Yowul called the children's names as they waited. A light of joy flashed on the faces of the children who were called. The children who were not called did not show any particular dissatisfaction. This was because So Yowul and her closest aides remained for the last. The children who were called hurriedly climbed into the basket. I'll go up first and wait. We'll go ahead. The basket with the children went up again. Pyo Wall looked around with his arms crossed. The sunlight was almost gone, and most of the structure was engulfed in darkness, but it was still clearly visible to Pyo Wall's eyes. This had been the place where they spent 7 years. He might not have any good memories in this place, but it can't be denied that he felt somewhat sad now that he was about to leave this place. Pyo Wall suddenly removed the expression on his face. What kind of feelings? This place was hell. Here he became a demon. They were taught how to kill people. His hands were stained with children's blood, and the smell of blood continues to linger. In order to live, he had to kill others, and he had to thoroughly hide his feelings and inner thoughts. So his emotions were worn out, and the only thing that was left was a monster who knows how to kill. The human in Pyo Wall died. Only Pyo Wall, who was reborn as a monster, remained. Maybe this place was the best fit for Pyo Wall. If the basket had not come down at the right time, Pyo Wall's thoughts might have continued endlessly. Thud. The basket came down with a dull sound. A light of joy flashed on the faces of the children who were left for last. The fact that they could go out soon, no matter how hard they tried to pretend, made them excited. Thump. Finally, the basket reached the floor. The children lined up and climbed into the basket. Finally, there was no one left and all of them were battered. So Yowell pulled the string tied to the basket. Then the basket slowly began to rise to the ceiling. The basket went up continuously. They continued to climb up past what they thought was the ceiling. It felt like hundreds of sheets were going up vertically. You mean we were in such a deep underground? This is crazy. Only then did the children tremble when they realized the reality of the place where they were imprisoned. They weren't just in a hellish place, they were literally in hell. If someone from above had not lowered the basket, they would have starved. A white light sphere could be seen in the distance. Recognizing that it was an outside light, Pyo Wall ripped his sleeve and made a long piece of cloth. Although his clothes that had been ripped became messy like rags, Pyo Wall didn't care. He quickly covered his eyes with a cloth and tied them tightly. So Yowell and Li Min, who looked at the scene with puzzled expressions, realized something and quickly followed suit. Why? What are you doing? The children asked with a puzzled look on their faces. So Yowell said, tying the cloth tightly, if you don't want to go blind then cover your eyes. Aw, shit. Only then did the children realize why Pyo Wall and So Yowell acted the way they did. His eyes, which had not seen sunlight for as many as 7 years, were weak. He wondered what the consequences would be if he looked directly at the sun without an acclimatization period. Either his eyes will completely be blinded or his eyes will be severely damaged. So action had to be taken before that. The children hastily tore a fabric and covered their eyes. Still, the closer they got to the ground, the stronger the light felt. The intense light that pierced through the fabric seemed to pierce even their eyelids. Even with their eyes closed, tears started to flow due to the pain. It was the same with Pyo Wall. Rather, the pain he felt was greater than that of the other children. His eyes were more sensitive because his eyes have perfectly adapted to the darkness. The pouring light was like a weapon that threatened his life now. His pure white skin, which had not seen sunlight for a long time, was already reddish. He got a minor burn from just contact with normal sunlight. It was the same with the other children. Ugh, oh, it hurts. The children groaned involuntarily. They had developed a tolerance for almost all kinds of pain, but they didn't know that the sunlight which they had so longed for would cause them to feel such pain. Thud. Finally, the basket they got on was completely out of the ground. Waiting for the children was a group of warriors dressed in black. The warriors whose eyes were on the children were assassins from the Blood Phantom Corps. Among them was a particularly skinny middle-aged man. He had glass-like eyes and an expressionless face, which seems incapable of human emotions. His features give off an uncomfortable feeling to anyone who would look at him. A moon-shaped sword hung around his waist. The name of the sword is Blood Moon Knife, Shui Yu Dao. It was a man's affair. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. He doesn't know how many people have died so far because of the deformed Blood Moon Knife. The owner of the Blood Moon Knife signifies the captain of the Blood Phantom Group. The man's name is Ji Yu Juyong. He was the master of the Blood Moon Knife and the man who reigned as the captain of the Blood Phantom Group of assassins. It had been a long time since he appeared in broad daylight. Today was the day when the results of the 7 years and enormous funds spent in training the children were put out into the world. Of course, he had to check the results with his own 2 eyes. There was a small smile on his lips. We seem to have created some useful ones. I'm sure the client will be satisfied. Although the children were suffering from the sunlight, eerie energy was flowing from their whole body. This was enough to be spent on this hunt. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3:20. Chapter 20. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 20. Manhwa, Chapter 14 to 15. It was the first time Pyo Wall knew that the warm sunlight he used to enjoy to his heart's content in the past could be fatal. It felt like his whole body was burning. If left under the sun for a little more time, it seemed that his whole body would turn to ashes. The excruciating pain did not bring the other children to their senses, but Pyo Wall did not lose his temper. He closed his eyes, endured the pain, and listened to the sounds around him. Then a voice pierced into his ear. We seem to have created some useful ones. I'm sure the client will be satisfied. As soon as he heard the voice that contained no emotions, Pyo Wall realized that he was the captain of the Blood Phantom Group. It was because he felt extraordinary confidence in the person's voice. Those who only receive orders from others can never make such a voice. Moreover, while the man spoke, the others remained silent. It meant that only he deserved to open his mouth at this point. Pio Wall made sure to remember the man's voice. Another voice was heard. Put them all in the wagon. Move them to the Clear Wind Manor, Chongpengjiang, 1, and have them adapt them to the outside world. By your order. Assassins of the Blood Phantom Corps answered as they approached the children. They formed a pair and went side by side with the children. They took each of the children's arm and dragged them to the wagon that was prepared in advance. The inside of the carriage was completely blocked from outside light using a blackout curtain. The assassins pushed the children into the wagon without hesitation. Hup, okay. When the door closed and the light from outside was completely blocked, the children took off the cloth that covered their eyes. They all each have an expression that shows that they can finally live. Pio Wall also unwrapped the cloth that covered his eyes and leaned his back against the wall of the wagon. The carriage was like a cage for animals with how cramped it was. Dozens of people were crammed into a tight space that could have been full even if only 3 or 4 people fit in. Thanks to this, the children were unable to move and could only breathe heavily. We're being treated like an animal until the end. The children's eyes blazed with anger in the darkness. They were used to being treated like subhuman, but they didn't really know that they would be treated like this even when they went out of the underground. They thought the treatment would be a little better when they came out, but the fact that nothing had changed made them despair. Pio Wall leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. There was nothing he could do here anyway. It would have been better for him to take a little rest and conserve his stamina. The carriage was so cramped that it was difficult to even breathe, but Pio Wall tried to relax by loosening the muscles of his body as much as possible. The carriage moved non-stop. By intuition, Pio Wall noticed that more than a day and a half had passed. For such a long time, the assassins of the Blood Phantom Corps not once opened the door of the wagon or gave them food. Thanks to this, the children had to spend the whole day starving. Creak. When the hunger of the children reached its peak, the carriage stopped. Pio Wall had a gut feeling that they had finally arrived at their destination. After a while, the carriage door opened. Everyone get out. Assassins of the Blood Phantom group dragged the children out of the wagon. The children were afraid to see the sun again, but luckily they arrived at night. So they were able to get out of the carriage without fear of the sun. The carriage arrived at a small manor surrounded by a high wall. When all the children came out of the wagon, Ji Yujuyang said, "This is where you will be staying from now on. This is where you will adjust to life outside. Don't be relieved that you're outside. I'll cut off the breath of any indolent bastards myself." The children couldn't even breathe deeply at the breathtaking voice of Ji Yujuyang. That is how intense the presence of Ji Yujuyang was, to the extent that even these strong children are terrified. He beckoned the assassins to put the children into their respective rooms. Still, the room was better than the carriage. It was because they were assigned to the signing room. Pio Wall was assigned the same room as So Gyeoksun and Go Shinik. They had been together for 7 years in the basement, but this was the first time they had been together in the same room like this. There was no awkwardness in between So Gyeoksun and Go Shinik, but since Pio Wall was a complete stranger, having him join was inevitably uncomfortable in many ways. Pio Wall also noticed that fact and said, "Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if you treat me as someone who doesn't exist." "Kikiku cares?" So Gyeoksun replied with his characteristic bizarre smile. The only furniture in the room was 4 old wooden bunks and a desk. There was a change of clothes on the wooden bed. At first glance they were cheap clothes of poor quality, but at least they were better than the current clothes the children were wearing now. The clothes of children who had not changed properly for such a long time were worse than a rag. It was because they couldn't wash it properly, so the stench remained. "I need to go and wash up." "Where?" Pio Wall silently pointed his finger at the window. A well could be seen through the window. "Ah, a well?" So Gyeoksun and Go Shinik burst out in exclamation. In the past 7 years, they weren't able to properly wash themselves. There was not enough water to drink, so they couldn't waste water on washing. While they were admiring the view, Pio Wall had already arrived at the well. Under the dim moonlight, Pio Wall took off his clothes and poured water from the well on his body. The cold feeling on his body made him realize that he was back in the outside world. "I'm finally here." Pio Wall once again splashed water on his body. "Let's wash together." So Gyeoksun threw off his clothes and ran to the well. After that, Go Shinik and another child followed. For the first time in 7 years, they washed, ate to their fullest and rested freely. Over the next 7 days, Pio Wall gradually increased the amount of his time in the sun. At first, it was extremely painful to stand for half an hour, but after 7 days, he was able to endure it for several hours without any problem. So were his eyes. At first, he almost closed his eyes and moved only by hearing, but after a while, he was able to walk with his eyes open even in broad daylight. However, there was not much space for them to move freely. At best, the backyard was all they could get to loiter around. Still, the children looked happy. The blue sky seen over the high wall, the fresh smell of air, the sound of grasshoppers, and the flowers blooming under the wall made them happy. It was a scene they thought they would never see again. They managed to capture the scenery that the children who died in the underground cave wanted to see at least once. It's okay for me to die right now. Some children even shed tears due to intense emotion. It wasn't that much, but they were quite touched. They realized how precious the scenery that they took for granted when they were young. But the Pyo Wall knew. The happiness they are all feeling right now will not last long. The Blood Phantom Group had a clear purpose in raising them. Pulling them out of the dark meant it was time to use them. Now that they have all perfectly adapted to the sun, there's no reason to wait any longer. Pyo Wall's conjecture soon became true. I'll hand out the weapons, so from now on keep them safe. You'll use them soon. The Blood Phantom Group provided the children with swords, gifts, and tools used in disguise. The smiles disappeared from the children's faces. They too felt that the time had come to be put on the mission. Ji Yujuyang's residence was located in Great Moon Hall, the largest hall in Clear Wind Manor too. Clear Wind Manor was originally prepared by a certain rich merchant to spend his old age. He wanted to live comfortably with his lover and die in peace, but his wish did not come true. While sleeping in the arms of his lover, he was attacked by an assassin and died screaming. All the family members who were working left, and the Clear Wind Manor was naturally ruined. The abandoned Clear Wind Manor became the base for the Blood Phantom Group. The young assassin who assassinated the old owner of Clear Wind Manor was now a middle-aged man, occupying the bedroom. Lim Sayal, who took off the mask, sat in front of Ji Yujuyang. Like Pyo Wall and the children, Lim Sayal and the instructors had struggled to adapt to the sunlight they saw for the first time in 7 years. The younger people adapted a little more quickly, but the older people like Lim Sayal had to suffer for a long time. Ji Yujuyang looked into Lim Sayal's face. You've been struggling all these years. Of course, I only did what I had to do. Our group became more prosperous thanks to the sacrifices of you and the others, uncle. I'm not sure how to repay all of these favors. There is no favor to repay. I would already be dead if it weren't for the former head. Lim Sayal won with a bluntness. It was Ji Yujongpyeong, the father of Ji Yujuyang, who led him down the path of an assassin, who had a difficult life trying to make a living. If it wasn't for him, Lim Sayal would have died earlier in some place. In order to repay the favor, Lim Sayal has been faithful to his savior for generations. Whoosh! Ji Yujuyang poured alcohol into the glass placed in front of Lim Sayal. Uncle has done his job. You may rest now. Are you finally allowing me to retire? Of course. I have taken measures so that not only uncle, but also the second sword and the third sword can retire. Thank you. It's no problem at all. You've always dedicated your life to the Blood Phantom Group, so I should give you at least this much favor. Ji Yujuyang poured alcohol into his glass as well. Lim Sayal looked at him with eyes filled with mixed emotions. He devoted his whole life to the Blood Phantom Corps until it was okay for him to retire completely. He didn't know how much time he had left, but the fact that he could live the rest of his life regardless of the Blood Phantom Group was enough to satisfy him. Lim Sayal picked up the glass of wine poured by Ji Yujuyang. The cheap, strong liquor he was currently drinking felt more delicious than any other drink he had ever drank. Ji Yujuyang also smiled slightly and took a glass of wine. Unlike Lim Sayal, he only slightly moistened his mouth. Lim Sayal is now fully retired, but he was different. If you drink too much alcohol, your nerves will become dull, and your judgment will be affected. To an assassin whose life or death could be decided by a momentary judgment, alcohol was like poison. Because of that, he never had more than one drink before. Suddenly, Lim Sayal opened his mouth. Those children are really pitiful. Their qualities and abilities are too great to be used once and thrown away. I know. Ji Yujuyang shook his head. Through correspondence sent by Lim Sayal on a regular basis, he was well aware of the terrifying development of children trapped in an underground cavity. If they can fully absorb the children, the Blood Phantom Group will be able to emerge as the strongest assassin group. But they couldn't. That was the condition of the contract with the client in the first place. The client wanted assassins who are completely new faces, not just any existing assassins. Ji Yujuyang thought that the reason was to completely hide the identity of the client. In fact, even though he received a huge request worth 500,000 gold, he did not even know the identity of the client. If the Blood Phantom Group had not discovered the underground cave by chance, they would not have accepted this quest. It was close to impossible to avoid the eyes of the world and raise a new army of assassins. The first to discover the underground cave was Ji Yujongpyeong, the former captain of the Blood Phantom Group. He discovered an underground cavity by chance. an underground cavity where traces of man-made terrain remain. After several years of research, Ji-yu Zhangpyeong concluded that this underground cavity was probably a secret facility operated by one of the 13 tribes of the old Magyo. However, it was not possible to ascertain exactly which tribe the facility belonged to. In fact, it didn't matter who the original owner was. The important thing is that the underground cavity is a facility abandoned a long time ago, and it has an optimal environment to train new assassins while avoiding the eyes of the world. From the beginning, it was possible to teach martial arts and put the children into the underground cavity, but Ji-yu Juyong did not. Rather, children who had never learned anything were thrown into extreme environments, and only the surviving children were taught martial arts and trained as assassins. They've done this because it was judged to be much more efficient. In fact, the amount they spent to raise the children as assassins was only 100,000 nyang of gold. He invested only 100,000 nyang and made a profit of over 400,000 nyang. More than 10 times the number of children who survived lost their lives, but their deaths did not faze Ji-yu Juyong. After all, they were children who were randomly kidnapped from all over Zhonghu. Most of them were orphans who wandered around the river without any connection, so no one would care whether or not they would disappear. They perfectly meet the requirements of the client. Their abilities are precious, but there is nothing we can do about it. Our relationship with them ends here. Don't worry about them either, uncle, and enjoy your retirement life. It would be nice for you to have a pretty girl as a concubine. Have you figured out who the client is? I don't know either. If we want to do this for a long time, we shouldn't cross the line. The corner of his mouth twisted upwards. It wasn't difficult to find out who the client was if he wanted to. However, it was a request worth 500,000 nyang of gold. If he invested that much money in 7 years of time, he wouldn't be an ordinary tycoon. There was no reason to pretend to be such a big guy for nothing. Despite the fact that the Blood Phantom group had the size and ability to fit among the top 10 powerful assassin groups, it was still an assassin group. No matter how great the assassin group was, it could not be compared to the powerful and prestigious sects. Even if only one of the powerful and prestigious sects come forward, a group of assassins the size of the Blood Phantom group will be annihilated in an instant. The only exception was White Spirit Troop 3, the most powerful assassin group. The strongest assassins of Baekgui Ryan, the 10 Bloodsuckersal, Shi Shui Sha, was already a legend in Zhonghu. The main pillars of the current Zhonghu are the Wudang sect, Shaolin Temple and Mount Hua sect. The group of assassins that even the 3 chieftains were reluctant to face was White Spirit Troop. The goal of Ji-yu Juyong was to raise the Blood Phantom group into a group comparable to that of White Spirit Troop. Until then, being as careful as possible was not enough. The Blood Phantom group will take a massive leap forward if we manage to complete this request. Once we do, it's not impossible to catch up to White Spirit Troop. Ji-yu Juyang's eyes were full of ambition, but Lim Sioul's eyes, who was looking at him, were slightly shaking with unease. Editor's notes. Clear Wind Manor was the name used in the manhwa. Clear Breeze District Great Moon Palace was the term used in the manhwa. For the MTL, it is Outsukiden Great Moon Hall. White Spirit Troop was the name used in the manhwa to refer to the strongest assassin group in Zhonghu. In the MTL, it was translated as Baekgui Ryan, Bai Gui Ji 100 Ghost. I'll be using the manhwa vir for consistency. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Chapter 21. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 21. Manhwa, Chapter 15. Pyo Wall silently looked at the weapon in his hand. It was a deformed dagger with serrated teeth on the back of the sword, like a dagger. It was not a form commonly seen in Zhonghu. It was a vicious weapon that was created only to cut off a person's breath as efficiently as possible. The imagination of humans is so amazing that they can casually create such weapons to kill their fellow human beings. The same dagger was given not only to Pyo Wall, but also to the other children. It was unlike any cheap weapon they had ever used. The weight, strength, and sharpness were all incomparably superior. Although it was their first time using this type of dagger, the children knew how to handle it as if they had been using it for a long time. This was not strange since the children had dealt with numerous weapons in the underground cave. Pyo Wall placed the dagger into his bosom. He wanted to throw the weapon away, but if he did, he would be immediately under the surveillance of the Blood Phantom Corps assassins. The fact that Pyo Wall preferred to use his bare hands was a secret. Since he has thoroughly learned all the assassination methods using his bare hands, the weapons provided by the instructors ended up being used as decoration. Even when the other children were taught by the instructors on how to handle a weapon, he only studied how to effectively kill using his bare hands. To him, utilizing a weapon was cumbersome. What are you thinking so hard about? Kikik. So Gyeoksan approached him. As Pyo Wall looked at him silently, So Gyeoksan sat down next to him and continued. Are you trembling now that we're going to be on a mission soon? Well, to some extent. You son of a bitch, you're lying again. You? Tremble? I'm sure everyone would laugh at that joke. Chuckle. You seem to be the one trembling. Considering you're talking a lot more than usual. Hey, who's trembling? I've given up fear for a long time. Nothing in this world can scare me. So Gyeoksan snorted. He continued his speech by moving the deformed dagger in his hand. I wish I could be put into the mission soon. I feel like I'll only be rewarded for all the suffering I've endured in the past if I chop someone's head off. So Gyeoksan's voice was filled with stinky flesh. It was the same with the other children. Although they did not say anything, they too share similar feelings with So Gyeoksan. They feel conflicting emotions of both fear and excitement. Because of that, they were radiating more energies than necessary. Pyo Wall understood their feelings. He, too, was restraining himself from feeling emotions as much as possible, but he was also feeling some excitement to some extent. The goal is, after all, that Wu Gunsang, right? He wanted to sneak out and figure out the identity of Wu Gunsang. Doing so might quench the excitement that he was feeling right now. Since coming to Clear Wind Manor, he has not seen any other children except the children from the underground cave. The Blood Phantom group thoroughly separated the children to prevent any collision. So Gyeoksan was still next to Pyo Wall and was still talking. But Pyo Wall didn't listen to him, treating his chattering as just passing noise. Then a voice came from outside. Get the equipment you've been given and go outside. Pyo Wall and So Gyeoksan looked at each other's faces, then hurriedly got their gear and ran out. With the two of them in the lead, children from other rooms joined one after another. Familiar faces such as So Yeowol, Lee Min, and Song Cheonwoo gathered in one place. After a while, Ji Yu Juyong appeared. In his hand was a musical instrument. A slight tension flashed on the children's faces. They instinctively noticed that the flute in the hands of Ji Yu Juyong was the instrument that controls the cursed poison hidden in their body. The memories of that time were still vivid in their minds, which brought them great fear. Ji Yu Juyong looked at the children's faces one by one and opened his mouth. From now on, you will move secretly to somewhere else. From now on, move according to the fourth sword's orders. Behind Ji Yu Juyong was a man wearing a mask. He was the strongest swordsman among the 7 ghost swords. After the retirement of Lim Sayul, he served as the de facto head of the 7 ghost swords. Ji Yu Juyong handed the hell call to the swordsman. The right to decide the life and death of the children was now at the hands of the swordsman. The swordsman's eyes gleamed fiercely. Those who disobey my orders will die by my hands. Those who act late will also die. Those who act stupidly will die. So if you don't want to die, you better act wisely. The children's faces hardened at his threat. He was an assassin on active duty. He was incomparable to the 3 swords who recently retired. Naturally, the degree of coercion felt by the children was different. Let's go. The swordsman moved first. The children followed him and moved out of the Clear Wind Manor. Then, about a dozen assassins moved together after the children. Ji Yu Juyong looked at the children's backs with cold eyes. The swordsman and the children moved in the dark. Sasek. In the pitch-black darkness, only the rustling of the blades of grass resounded. The swordsman couldn't help but admire the children who followed him without falling behind. The senior brothers raised them well. As an assassin who had reached a high level, he could guess the level of the children just by the sound of their breath and the slightest movement. The children had achieved incredible growth at such a young age. His conjecture was confirmed by the fact that as many as 28 children were moving together, yet not a single footstep was heard. None of the children fall behind the regular assassins of the Blood Phantom group. Rather, some appeared to be even superior. He suddenly felt that it was a waste, but he deliberately tried not to think more than that. After all, the children have to be only used once and thrown away after. They were different from the existing assassins who belonged to the Bloody Phantom group. There was no need for affection, no reason to feel pity for them. By the time they reached their destination, it was already dawn. They ran all night. The place they arrived at was a small hillside. From there, a large mountain was clearly visible in the distance. The huge mountain with numerous mountain peaks connected like a blue castle overwhelms the viewer. Even the clouds could not cross the mountain, and they were spinning around their waists. The children were overwhelmed by its immense majesty. Pyo Wall was no different from the children. Even when he wandered the world before becoming an assassin, he had never seen such a huge mountain. Our objective lies in those mountains. Pyo Wall had an intuition that the huge mountain in front of him was his final destination. The existence of Wu Gunsang is probably somewhere in that mountain. The swordsman ordered the children. Everyone, hide yourselves here. As soon as his command was given, the children dug into the ground like moles and hid. The voice of the fourth sword was heard through the ears of the children who were hiding in the hideout disguised as leaves. Your target is on that mountain. If you climb the mountain as per my instructions, you will find a manor that looks exactly as the one you were all living in before. Among the buildings, the man inside the Bright Moon Palace is your target. The voice ended. It was then that the children realized the truth of why they had been trained in the underground cavity. Bright Moon Palace is a small house on the outskirts of a manor. The road leading to Bright Moon Palace was already well memorized. The children were not afraid to infiltrate Bright Moon Palace. They were just curious. They were wondering on who could be the person inside the Bright Moon Palace for them to spend the whole 7 years in the underground cave to be raised as assassins. Only Pyo Wall knew the person inside Bright Moon Palace. Wu Gunsang. The woman was beautiful. She wasn't very tall, but her skin was as pale as snow, and her long, hanging hair was as shiny as silk and was dark as pitch black. Her eyelashes were very long when they were slightly lowered, and the eyes set below them were black and clear and seemed to clear the heart of the viewer. The woman wore a light blue top engraved with a peacock feather pattern, and a waist skirt was layered over the lower skirt, which was elegant and attractive. The woman walked alone in the flower garden in full bloom. The garden, which has been nurtured with great care by skilled gardeners for many years, is reminiscent of the kingdom of heaven, with numerous flowers blooming in harmony. Ha! The woman suddenly sighed. Her face was full of sorrow. The woman reached out her white hand and caressed a blooming flower. PSSH. She said she was careful to touch it, but the petals crumbled in an instant and turned into dust. Ha! It was the second time for the woman to sigh as she raised her hand. An old woman who appeared to be in her 60s entered the garden. She was an impressive old woman with a gray robe reminiscent of a jackdaw and her bubbly eyes. The whole body of the old woman walking in with the monster in her hand as a staff felt a tremendous sense of intimidation. As soon as she saw the old woman, the woman bowed her head. Master, are you alone again? Soul ran. I was outside because the breeze felt so nice. You're needlessly sentimental as always. I've been working hard all this time. Can't I use this amount of free time? An ordinary person would not be able to raise their voice just by looking at the old woman's eyes, but the woman answered with a calm expression without any sign of nervousness. Do you still resent me? I don't resent you. My life is on the line for this, so I would have liked it if you excused me from it. You're taking quite the high and mighty tone. I have fucking brought you in when you were just a child begging on the streets. I have washed, fed you good food, and even taught you the very martial arts that made you who you are today. And after all that, you want to be excused? Quote, the eyes of the old woman over 60 shone more fiercer than that of a tiger. The woman frowned slightly. The old woman's eyes did not threaten the woman at all. But the old woman was her master. Had it not been for the old woman, the woman might have died of starvation, or she might have been living a miserable life as a plaything for a rich man. No matter what the old woman's intentions were, the fact that she had received grace did not change. That was the only reason the woman followed the old woman. Well, it's just a thought. If it's the master's order, of course, the disciples must follow it. So, don't be too upset. It's harmful to your health. The old woman's eyes grew more fierce at the woman's words. However, the woman's expression still did not change. Seeing such a woman, the old woman wrinkled the tip of her nose. The only person to whom her dignity did not work was the woman. Everyone is afraid of the old woman, but she is the only one who doesn't mind. Of course, there were talents and abilities to do that, but the barrier was the biggest. So it made her feel even more sad. The fact that a woman cannot be appointed as a legitimate heir, and that she has no choice but to be used as a political tool. The woman asked the old woman, is it today? Yes. If they don't give a definite answer by today, we'll have to carry out the plan we've prepared, but that would put a lot of pressure on us. Would we have prepared for the next 7 years without that much pressure? You just have to follow the directions of this master. Of course, I'm always ready to follow master. Despite the woman's somewhat sarcastic tone, the old woman did not get angry. Today was a very important day for the old woman. Because of that, she hasn't slept properly since last night, and her eyes were red and bloodshot. It was the first time since she became the owner of a clan that she felt such a burden. How pitiful. The woman looked at the old woman and gave her sad eyes. That was then. Master, with a loud noise, a woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-40s ran into the garden. Flowers were trampled on and scattered by her rough steps, but she didn't care. A woman in her 40s arrived in front of an old woman and a woman in an instant. The woman in her 40s bowed down to give her greetings and said to the old woman, Master, I got a call from them. Really? What did they say? They came up with the offer we wanted. It's done. Thud. All of a sudden, the old woman pounded the floor with her cane. The impact dented the floor, and numerous petals flew into the sky. The old woman's face had a young light of excitement, but the opposite shade was cast on the woman's face. After all, this is what it is. This determined the woman's fate. The old woman looked at the woman. From now on, you have to do well. The fate of the sect depends on what you do. Please do not worry. I will do well. The woman struggled to hide her feelings and spoke calmly. Even the old woman knew her feelings, but she chose to ignore it. The burden she carried was too great to understand the student's private feelings and take care of the situation. Then a woman in her 40s interrupted their conversation. But there is one problem. Problem? Oh, the old woman's expression contorted. Even so, the wrinkled face looked even more ugly. Is today that day? Yes, how do we deal with that matter? The old woman's expression hardened at the disciple's question. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit chapters 3. We'll be uploading 2 chapters for today. 22. Chapter 22. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 22. Manhwa, Chapter 15 to 16. Pyo Wall and the children checked the condition of their bodies while hiding in the ground. Ordinary people would go crazy or terrified when they saw that they were hiding in the ground without a single light, but the children felt more at ease. They were more accustomed to darkness than light. They can rest more comfortably when they are in a dark space like this. In fact, Pyo Wall slept comfortably while hiding. Thanks to it, he was in excellent shape. An ordinary person would not be able to feel the passage of time if they were in the dark like this, but Pyo Wall knew exactly how much time had passed. Using his intuition, less than a day must have passed. Afternoon? A light of suspicion appeared on his face. It was around evening when they got here yesterday. A day has passed, and now it will be noon. If they were going to execute a sneak attack, they should have done so last night. Because the best way to hide assassins was during the night, an assassination in broad daylight was bound to be a great burden on the assassin. Even for an assassin with excellent stealth skills, it was not easy to completely hide during the day, and it required several times the effort compared to at night. Then are we going to do it tonight? He thought that might be the case. It was not a big deal for the children to hide and not move for a day or two. Still, he felt strangely reluctant. The children together with the fourth sword and other assassins were all spread out hiding. Their presence. It should be normal for the area to be this quiet. However, Pyo Wall felt that something was off. He could feel something ominous. Even in the underground cavity, many children died whenever he felt this way. That was then. Puik. Suddenly a spear pierced through the ground where he had been hiding. Pyo Wall avoided the spear by twisting his body. But not everyone was so lucky. Q. A scream erupted from the mouth of the child hiding right next to him. There was a long spear stuck in his chest. Pyo Wall shouted as he kicked out the dirt. It's an attack. The children ran out of their hiding place as soon as his cry rang out. The first thing they saw when they came out was a group of soldiers armed with swords and spears. They encircled the hillside where Pyo Wall and the children were hiding. What's going on? The children, who did not understand the situation, have a bewildered expression. In the meantime, a soldier pulled out a spear that had been stabbed into the floor. A body of a child who had been stabbed to death came out. It was true. Assassins were hiding here, he muttered as he swung his spear and tossed the body of the dead child in the distance. How dare you assassins hide around Qingcheng Mountain? You must not value your lives. The man with the spear is named Yu Jin Ok. He came from the Qingcheng sect and was a military man who ran the Jinsung Military Academy. Yu Jin Ok pointed at the children with a spear and shouted, "They have come to attack the Qingcheng sect. Don't miss a single one and kill them all." "Yes, sir." The soldiers who were besieging the hillside rushed towards the children all at once. "What happened? Why are they?" "Disperse, we'll regroup once we get out of the encirclement." When the children could not properly judge on what to do, so Yo-Will gave the order. At that moment, the children who came to their senses scattered all over the place. "We're at a disadvantage." Pyo Wall also ran away and checked the situation. It was not known exactly how many soldiers were besieging the place. There were only about 100 people that were visible. If they include the people in hiding, it could have been several times more. Yu Jin Ok was a man who was unusually good with a spear. That is why the soldiers of Yu Jin Ok were also excellent at using the spears. Against assassins who mainly use a short dagger as their main weapon, the spear posed a challenge. Another bigger problem was that their hideout is exposed and there is nowhere for them to hide. Assassins showed their greatest power when they utilized the darkness when they attacked. This face-to-face confrontation in broad daylight was inevitably disadvantageous to the children. Yuk, Karg. The children were not able to respond quickly to the situation and thus were beaten by the soldiers until they collapsed. The children who died couldn't even close their eyes properly because they could not react in time. The soldiers also rushed to Pyo Wall. Shish! Their spears went flying towards Pyo Wall from a distance. Pyo Wall's body shook for a moment before he approached through the narrow gap in between the two soldiers. Hup! What? The soldiers, who did not know that Pyo Wall would approach them like this, looked surprised. Quada! Pyo Wall grabbed the man who was closest to him and snapped his head to the side. The man's neck was broken with a horrific bursting sound before dying. He killed one. Die! The soldiers, who had unexpectedly lost one of their comrades, hurriedly swung their spears and attacked Pyo Wall. However, Pyo Wall had already kicked off the dead man and flew into the forest. Pyo Wall had no intention of confronting the soldiers head-on here. Breaking through the siege was an urgent task. Looking sideways while flying, he saw So Yowil and several other children breaking through the siege and escaping. Pyo Wall increased his speed. Find them. Do not miss a single one. Those who surrounded the children were not just the soldiers of Jinsung military. There were also many warriors who used different kinds of martial arts. They continued to attack the children mercilessly. The children did their best to break through the unexpected siege. Still, more children died than those who implemented the siege. Lord, I don't want to die. What did we do wrong? Tears flowed from the eyes of the wounded and dying children. They didn't do anything wrong. At least after going out into the world, they felt aggrieved and indignant with the way they're going to die. Those assassins dare to cross the prestigious Qingcheng sect. That alone is enough reason for all of you to die. There is no place for an assassin to set foot on this land. Madness was visible on the faces of the soldiers who killed children. They slaughtered them mercilessly. Pyo Wall climbed up the tree to gain height. Then he hopped from one tree to another like a squirrel while simultaneously avoiding the attacks of the soldiers. A few soldiers who discovered Pyo Wall even tried to climb up the tree, but could not keep up with his pace. We must move quickly to a safe place. Pyo Wall finally broke through the encirclement. He gained quite a few injuries in the process, but nothing fatal. Pyo Wall ignored the pain he felt throughout his body. The important thing now was to get away from here. Pyo Wall thought as he ran as fast as he could. What happened? They obviously moved in secret. On the way to the mountain, they never met a single person. So, their tracks weren't supposed to be exposed. Pyo Wall remembered Yu Jin-ok's words. It was true. Assassins were hiding here. He clearly said so. This meant that the group of soldiers attacked after receiving information that Pyo Wall and the children were hiding here. Someone leaked information beforehand. Who leaked the information? Except for Pyo Wall, the children did not know who the assassination target was. They haven't had any contact with anyone since they came out to the outside world. In other words, there was no possibility that the children had leaked information. Then there were two cases left. It was leaked from the Blood Phantom Corps, or the person who commissioned the assassination leaked the information on purpose. Pyo Wall bit his lip. PSH. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound rang out. Pyo Wall almost instinctively twisted his body and kicked himself out of where he was staying. Puke. At that moment, a flurry of spears was stuck at the location where he was just a moment ago. Someone made a surprise attack. This way, the man who threw the rain of weapons shouted loudly. Then the soldiers who were nearby came rushing in. Catch him. Each assassin has to be caught. The warriors chased after Pyo Wall like hunting dogs. Pyo Wall flew away from them. Although the momentum of the warriors was fierce, there was nothing that could not be fought if they made up their mind. In his heart, Pyo Wall wanted to fight too. But if he fights here, he will eventually get caught. He didn't even know how many enemies there were, so he could not afford to waste time in a place like this. Pyo Wall ran like crazy. He thought he would have shaken them off by this time, but soldiers suddenly came out of nowhere and attacked him. Is this the net of heaven? Tian Luo Ji Wang. Pyo Wall found it outrageous. One day, the desire to catch assassins is spreading, no matter how ignorant Pyo Wall is, how absurd the current situation is. He knew it wasn't. Come to think of it, I don't see the fourth sword and his subordinates. Even in the midst of a surprise attack, Pyo Wall had a clear grasp of everything around him. With what he has seen in his environment, the fourth sword and other assassins was clearly missing. I'm sure they retreated before we were ambushed. It was clear that they knew in advance that the soldiers would attack. So they went and left them out ahead of time. I don't know what the reason is, but the client must have changed his mind, and it became a situation where he can't afford leaking it out. So he's trying to destroy the evidence. It will be difficult for him if we succeed in infiltration or if it turns out that we are related to them. Pyo Wall bit his lip. Whatever the reason, it was clear that they had been abandoned. It was foolish to expect the help of the Blood Phantom Corps. He had to get out of here on his own. Pyo Wall looked closely at the surrounding terrain while running at full force. The place he was running was a vast plain with nowhere to hide. He was driven to such an unfavorable place because he was frantically pursued by the soldiers. The warriors intentionally pushed Pyo Wall and the children toward the plains. Because this was the most unfavorable environment for assassins, there was not a single place where he could hide. But Pyo Wall did not give up. There is no such thing as perfection in the world. No matter how unfavorable the circumstances were, there was bound to be an opportunity for reversal. At that moment, a faint sound of water reached Pyo Wall's ear. There's a river. There was nothing more to think about. Pyo Wall ran in the direction of the river. Puke. Ah! At that moment, Pyo Wall's body shook violently. Suddenly, a long object was lodged in his shoulder. It was an arrow. Someone had shot an arrow at Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall almost fell forward. But he clenched his teeth and got up and ran. There was no time to check who shot the arrow. At this moment, he had to run a little more. Puff puke. Arrows were shot in succession towards Pyo Wall. Shit. The man who shot an arrow at Pyo Wall made a face of regret. Jongnazin of Gwimyeon Palace, Kimenyumi Ghostface Bo, was the name of the warrior. He was a warrior who learned archery, which is rare in Jonghu. He was a master of archery, capable of hitting the head of a sparrow even from 100 steps away. 3 children have already been killed by his arrows. Opportunities to hunt humans openly like this were rare. You must be caught by me. He spread out his senses and pursued Pyo Wall. The fact that he fired 4 arrows and only 1 shot had hit its target hurt his self-esteem. He ran along the trail Pyo Wall left on the ground. A master of archery was also a master of light engineering. And he had a knack for tracking. For him, tracking the traces of Pyo Wall was an easy task. Moreover, the arrow he had shot was lodged in Pyo Wall's shoulder. The blood he had shed had dripped on the floor. Given that the trace was so visible, if he dared to miss it, then he is not qualified to be a hunter. He also had to abandon his nickname, Ghostface Bo. He operated the Chongyiak Samgong, Qingshu Yu Shin Gong Qingshu Jade Heart exercise. The Qingshu Jade Heart exercise had the ability to maximize his senses. There was no better cultivation technique for an archer who used a bow as a weapon. So far, no man has been able to escape from his Qingshu Jade Heart exercise. Jongnazin thought it would be the same this time as well. That was then. The soldiers who were chasing the children from afar suddenly pointed their fingers at him and shouted something. They were too far away for him to hear their voices. What are they saying now? Jongnazin saw them pointing their fingers at his back. The eyes of Jongnazin opened wide as he unwittingly turned his head to follow the direction where their fingers were pointing, because someone was following him like a ghost behind his back. It was Pyo Wall that Jongnazin was pursuing. What? You? Hooked? At that moment, Pyo Wall poked his throat with his finger. Pyo Wall's fingers dig into Jongnazin's neck as if digging into tofu. Qua. Jongnazin vomited blood. He looked at Pyo Wall with a look of disbelief. It was obviously him who was chasing Pyo Wall. He was on the lookout using the Qingshu Jade Heart exercise, but he couldn't understand how Pyo Wall came back from behind him. How? Pyo Wall couldn't afford to answer his question, because his situation was also quite unreasonable. He had to perform both the thunder-splitting and turtle-breathing technique at the same time. There were a lot of loopholes because it was done in a hurry. If Jongnazin were a little bit more vigilant, he would definitely have found Pyo Wall. But Jongnazin was too careless. He committed the mistake of tracking only the bloodstains that Pyo Wall deliberately left, so Pyo Wall managed to trick Jongnazin's senses. The price of his carelessness was death. The sight of him being killed was clearly visible to the eyes of the people who looked at it from a distance. Because Jongnazin was a master of tracking and archery, he had to be killed first. Knowing how dangerous these two combinations are, Pyo Wall had no choice but to gamble with his life. The other soldiers continue to be right on his tracks. Pyo Wall escaped by jumping into the river. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3:23. Chapter 23. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 23. Manhwa, Chapter 16-17. Pyo Wall surrendered himself to the flow of the current. Because there was always a shortage of water in the underground cave, he couldn't learn how to swim. However, he knew the approximate principle of it. Pyo Wall used the power of his body as much as possible to operate in the waters. Just because he jumped into the water doesn't mean he can't escape their pursuit. Not knowing what kind of danger lurked, he continued to swim away while taking a break from time to time. Fortunately, Pyo Wall was very good at this kind of work. The greatest strength of Pyo Wall was not losing his composure no matter how urgent the situation was, and to calmly make a decision on what he had to do first. Pyo Wall thinks that the biggest advantage he had while he was raised in the underground cave was his accelerated thinking. He learned how to think, judge, and make decisions one step ahead of others. Thanks to that, Pyo Wall was always one step ahead of the other children. Right now, there is only one step difference among them, but as time goes by, the gap will widen. If only he would be able to survive right now. He had to focus on his survival. I have to group up with the other kids first. He didn't know how many people ended up escaping, so he had to meet the survivors first. It was necessary to meet the other children and share the information they gathered. Only then could he grasp the big picture drawn by the unknown enemy. Phew! Pyo Wall came out of the water after recovering some of his strength. He wanted to hide in a cave where no one could see him and make a bonfire. However, it was impossible to find such a topography in the open plain. Pyo Wall first focused on finding traces of the survivors. For 7 years, the children confronted each other to the extreme and tried to kill each other. But oftentimes they collaborated, creating a bond of their own. They created a code for communicating without the instructors knowing. It is a brief description of a language that only they can recognize in graffiti, which can be mistaken for just random scribbling or doodling by strangers. The children rejected Pyo Wall and did not share the secret codes. The children were jealous or afraid of Pyo Wall. To them, Pyo Wall was a foreign entity like oil that could not be mixed with water. Some children, including So Yowil, showed interest, but most of them were reluctant to do so. Even if the children did not teach it to him, Pyo Wall noticed the existence of passwords based on his unique observation skills, and even understood through the language system. But he pretended not to know the secret code, because he didn't want to mix with the kids. But things have changed. Disregarding his personal feelings, he had to meet with the other children now. Pyo Wall thought from the children's point of view. Shortest escape route, lots of hiding places, sparsely populated places. Under the assumption that there is no other information, the probability of moving to these 3 conditions was high, because that's how they were trained. Thoroughly, they must have been hiding around here. The voices of the soldiers were heard from afar. Pyo Wall had flowed quite far along the river, but the siege was still strong. Pyo Wall passed in between the soldiers who were searching for him by simultaneously practicing the thunder-splitting and turtle-breathing technique. His appearance was so naturally hidden that the soldiers did not even notice that Pyo Wall was nearby. Pyo Wall paid attention to the clothes of the soldiers. There were 4 warriors, each with a different outfit. People who belonged to a particular sect had a strong tendency to wear uniform clothes. This is because the clothing establishes the identity of the sect. The fact that all 4 of them wore different clothes meant that they all belonged to a different sect. The uniforms of the soldiers Pyo Wall encountered before he managed to escape to the river were also different. At least 7 sects participated. For them to kill young assassins, conceptually, it made no sense. Pyo Wall thought that someone was in charge of the situation now. There was a high probability that it was the person who commissioned the assassination. The question was who commissioned the assassination. In order to find out the truth behind this situation, he had to find the client. Otherwise, he would not know if he would be chased for the rest of his life. Pyo Wall moved in search of the best environment for the other children to hide. And it wasn't long before he found a small graffiti carved on the bottom of the rock. It was a secret code left by one of the children. About 200 sheets to the north. It wasn't long before I found a small graffiti carved on the bottom of the rock. It was a password left by one of the children. About 200 meters to the north, Pyo Wall moved to where the secret code was pointing towards. He moved secretly while killing his presence as much as possible. He didn't know if anyone would be on his trail. If he makes a mistake and his actions are exposed, he will end up being pursued by many warriors. Because of this, it took him more than half an hour to reach the distance of another corner. The owner of the secret code was not on the location he previously instructed on the rock. Instead, he left behind another secret code and moved to somewhere else. Pyo Wall looked at the code. About 400 meters to the northeast. Pyo Wall frowned. Again, rather than the fact that he had to travel a long distance, the traces left on the floor went on his nerves. There were traces of black droplets left behind. Pyo Wall knew what that meant. Is the person injured? He did not know who the owner of the secret password was, but it was clear that the person was hurt. A minor wound would be nice, but unfortunately, given the amount of blood remaining on the floor, it was highly unlikely. Pyo Wall moved in secret again. Several times along the way, he encountered soldiers who were combing the area. Fortunately, Pyo Wall was able to hide before they could find him. The soldiers were not yet tired and were in hot pursuit of the children. Their appearance was no different from that of a very excited hound. I'm sure he's around here. For every single one of them, Pyo Wall's face darkened when he saw them. Because they were wearing clothes he hadn't seen before. One more was added to the existing 7 factions. The problem is that he cannot even guess how many more sects were added into the mix. This is the worst. The soldiers were spread like a huge net as they looked from every corner. In other words, escaping would be a far-off dream, since at this rate, they will one day get caught in the net. Before that happens, Pyo Wall has to find the owner of the password. Pyo Wall overcame the risk of being caught several times and finally arrived at the final destination. Pwash. Waiting for him to arrive at his destination was someone's sneak attack. However, Pyo Wall avoided his sneak attack by a hair's breadth. It was a beautiful girl who silently attacked like a cat. Pyo Wall immediately recognized her identity. Li Min. The girl was just Li Min. It was you, Pyo Wall. Li Min was relieved. However, Pyo Wall's expression when looking at her was not so bright. It was because he saw that Li Min's side was stained red. At a glance, it was clear that she had suffered serious injuries. The blood stains on the floor were also hers. Like an idiot. What about the other guys? Most of them are dead. So Yoel and Song Qianwu too? I don't know what happened to them. So Yoel and Song Qianwu remained fighting until the end to save even one more child. Like a fighting dog, they bit and drooped at those who attacked them. That was the last appearance that Li Min remembered. Li Min suffered serious injuries in the process of escaping. The reason she's still alive is because she's made full use of all her strengths. Through deceitful acts such as hiding and leaving false traces, she managed to drive here. But in return, she suffered such great wounds and was dying. Pyo Wall sighed softly. It's nice to meet you, though. Li Min smiled wryly. Her complexion was pale. She had lost too much blood. Although Pyo Wall had no medical knowledge, he could tell that it was too late to save her. Anyone can see that Li Min is on the line between life and death. Pyo Wall said as he sat down next to Li Min. Unless a miracle happens, you will die soon. I know. Li Min replied calmly. Aren't you scared? Don't you want to live? I want to live. Can you save me? No. That's why I've given up. I already know the state my body is in. You don't have to be sorry. After all, it's not your fault. Right, but I'm relieved. I won't have to die all alone. Will you stay with me to the end? Yes. Pyo Wall nodded his head. Li Min looked at Pyo Wall. Her pale face was full of emotions. Pyo Wall, what is it? I want you to survive. I'll try. I hope you survive and get revenge on them in the same way. It's unfortunate. After everything that we went through to survive, we have to die like this. It's tragic that someone I don't know determines my fate. I hope they feel the same way as me one day. Li Min spoke calmly, but Pyo Wall felt the cry in her voice. In the underground cavity, she fought harder than anyone else to survive. In the underground cavity, she fought more closely than anyone else to stay alive. Even in a world where there was no hope, she was able to not get frustrated because she believed that something would change if she went out to the outside world. Such belief was the driving force that allowed her to endure until now. But that belief was shattered, and only despair was gnawing at her heart. There was no hope or light to be found in her eyes, which used to shone brightly in the dark. She lost the will to live. She no longer had the strength to move forward. It was impossible to save her. However, he didn't want to let her go in despair like this. Pyo Wall opened his mouth. Li Min, you don't have to comfort me. It's not bad to die by your side. It's because of Wu Gunsang. What? At the answer that was different from what she expected, Li Min made a puzzled expression. But Pyo Wall continued to speak, regardless of her reaction. Our assassination target was a person named Wu Gunsang. There is a high probability that he is a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Because the large mountain where we were hiding before was Mount Qingcheng. I'm sure of it. If we go to the mountain, there will probably be a full-scale group just like him. He was speaking to Li Min, but he was also speaking to himself. I don't know the reason, but someone had requested the Blood Phantom Corps to kill Wu Gunsang of the Qingcheng sect, and we were kidnapped and raised as assassins for 7 years as a result. The client has a cautious personality. Such a person cannot stick to only one method. Maybe they have 2, 3 or more backup plans in mind to achieve the result they wanted. Maybe at the beginning, things didn't go the way they had hoped, so they told the Blood Phantom Corps to go ahead with the request. But something must have happened before the assassination, so they ended up changing their mind. Now that things are like this, there's no need for us to continue with the assassination. Li Min listened to Pyo Wall. Her mind was starting to get blurry, but she could hear Pyo Wall's words strangely and clearly. They already got the desired result, so if the assassination ended up being successful, we would actually lose money. That's why they cancelled the request. They leaked the assassination attempt on the Qingcheng sect to the other sects. They tried to erase us by borrowing the hands of the other sect. So that was it. Li Min nodded helplessly. Her mind was getting more and more cloudy. Still, she tried to listen to Pyo Wall until the end. The client is probably a person who the Qingcheng faction knows. If it takes 7 years to process the request, it can be seen that he or she has a very tenacious personality. She didn't even have the strength to open her mouth anymore. Li Min helplessly looked at Pyo Wall who was speaking. They must have tremendous power and wealth. How many people in Sichuan province can afford the huge amount of money that goes into abducting and raising helpless orphans from all over Jianghu? I'll find out soon enough once I survive here. Even in the midst of losing her mind, Li Min thought that Piao Wall was scary. To her and the other children, Piao Wall was a demon from hell itself. They never dared to cross Piao Wall. Outwardly they seemed to be equal, but in reality, she and the other children continued to be subordinated to the existence of Piao Wall. Suddenly, she felt pity for those who turned Piao Wall as an enemy. It must have been the gamble of a lifetime for them, and their gamble has been brilliantly successful. Now everything would have been perfect if they got rid of us. How can I watch the person who made us suffer for 7 years live and smile well? I can't stand that. I see, I knew you would. If it's you. At Li Min's answer, Piao Wall turned his head and looked at her. Li Min looked at him and smiled. His eyes were strangely clear. Can you call my name? Li Min. My real name. Li Solmin. Thank you, I wanted to hear it from you. Sol Min. Li Min did not answer. She did not even move. Didn't even move. Piao Wall noticed that she was dead. Just as a candle that has reached its end of life shines brightest at the end, Li Min, too, did her best to hear her real name one last time. Li Min remained beautiful even though she was injured while hiding. She no longer had a painful expression on her face. Piao Wall looked at Li Min's face without saying a word. The faint ties that had been connected with him were broken. That was then. It's this way. There's a bloodstain running this way. Everyone, come this way. The voices of the soldiers who followed the traces of Li Min were heard. Now it was time to leave. Piao Wall gently laid Li Min down and whispered, I don't know who planned this, but I'm going to erase them all from the face of this land. So watch over what I do. Editor's notes. I never realized setting up a website would be so difficult. Had to learn a lot of stuff to make this site presentable. My brain was definitely fried nonetheless. I'm quite happy how it turned out. The site was dark and gloomy before. 24. Chapter 24. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 24. Manhwa, Chapter 17-18. The base of the Blood Shadow Group was top secret. No matter how much people say that the Blood Shadow Group has a great reputation in Sichuan, in the end they were nothing more than a bunch of assassins. Those who had a grudge against them were as many as the grains of sand by the river. The Blood Shadow Group just accepted requests for the group's survival, but it made them bear the great resentment from families of those who suffered at their hands. People who wanted to take revenge on the Blood Shadow Group were scattered everywhere. They wanted to tear down and kill the members of the Blood Shadow Group. Knowing that fact, the Blood Shadow Group never leaked the location of their base to the outside world. In the end, no one ever knew where the base of the Blood Shadow Group was in Jianghu. Most people thought that the base of the Blood Shadow Group would be in a quiet rural village, without people or in a green forest. However, contrary to their expectations, the base of the Blood Shadow Group was actually located in the middle of the capital city, roadside of Sichuan province. It was a dull-looking mansion made out of red bricks. People thought of the mansion as just the house of a person who had made some money and retired. A mansion where an ordinary person who's nothing special lives. That was the general feeling the people around the mansion had. The mansion owner's name is Jiyu Juyang. Another status of his, aside from being known as a retired person, was the head of the Blood Shadow Group. Jiyu Juyang was listening to the report from the fourth sword at his residence. Only me and my subordinates managed to secretly escape. Quote, and the children? The inescapable net has been used. Is it not impossible for them to get out? What a pity they were raised with care, but they ended up being thrown away like that. Jiyu Juyang clicked his tongue. There was an expression of genuine regret on his face. This was because the children were so talented. He thought the children were a hand he could just throw away, but he never expected that they would immediately be discarded without being even able to use them. He looked at the letter on the desk. There was only one word in the letter. Cancelled. It meant that all operations were abolished. The person who sent the letter was the client who had originally requested the assassination. As soon as he received the letter, Jiyu Juyang ordered the fourth sword and the regular assassins to secretly escape. The children did not notice their escape because they were immersed in their hiding with their turtle breathing technique spread out. Right after the fourth sword and his subordinate assassins escaped, the inescapable net unfolded. Even the use of the inescapable net was unexpected. It would have been impossible for the fourth sword and his subordinates to escape if the inescapable net had been fully activated. Fourth sword said, "Isn't this place in danger as well? Because of the client? I don't know why, but they chose to kill and destroy the evidence. Wouldn't it be much safer for them to get rid of us as well if they wanted to perfectly keep their secret from getting out? That makes sense. But they'll never be able to find this place. It's impossible for them to find us in the normal way." This was not the only base of the Blood Shadow Group that existed. There was one house about 50 steps to the north and another house about 70 steps to the west. It wasn't just a single house in the area. Everyone in those houses was owned by people who had nothing to do with the Blood Shadow group. And it was connected to this place through an underground passage. If an unfamiliar enemy appeared, they could escape at any time through the basement. No matter how smart an enemy might be, he would not be able to think of the houses to be in connection with the Blood Shadow group. We just have to wait here for the storm to blow over. I don't want to make the problem bigger by being hasty. You really don't know the identity of the client? If you want to know, you can always know, but you have to keep the line. Ji Juyang grabbed the letter and shook it. In an instant, the fourth sword smelled a strange smell. By shaking the letter, it emitted a strange scent. In an instant, his complexion changed. It's tracking incense. What? Someone has placed a tracking incense in the letter. It was such a subtle scent that he would never have been able to smell it if Ji Juyang had not shaken the letter. The fourth sword's sense of smell was so developed, so that was why he could smell it. If it were just an average person, they wouldn't even have noticed that it had such a scent. Even Ji Juyang, who is extremely cautious, didn't even notice that there was a trace of tracking incense in the letter. Who? Maybe the client? It was the moment when Ji Juyang jumped up. Arg! Q! The screams of assassins erupted from outside. Ji Juyang and the fourth sword rushed towards the sound. The scenery they saw was that of a group of soldiers breaking into the mansion and mercilessly slaughtering their assassins. All those working in the mansion were assassins. On the surface, they looked like ordinary workers, but each one of them was a very talented person. Such great assassins were falling apart without much effort. Bang! Kerhyuk! One of the intruders swung their bare fists, and the sound of iron cannons being fired reverberated, and the assassin of the Bloody Shadow group was crushed like fish meat and died. It was that powerful. All of you retreat, you're no match. There was one who struggled alone. It was the first sword, Lim Sayal. He tried to extend himself by holding on to one of his enemies to save even one assassin. However, even with his abilities, he was unable to properly kill an intruder. The ability of the intruders was that much stronger. Bald shaven hair, gray robes, and beads around their necks stood out. Monks. It wasn't just the monks. There were also people in ordinary uniforms. The assassins of the Blood Shadow group were also experienced warriors who had gone through different battles since birth, but they were no match for the warriors. Besides, it was the middle of the day now. This is not the best time for assassins. Sweep away those dirty assassins, leave no one behind. Start the killing. The monks pushed forward with a more frightening force. The corpses of assassins started to pile up everywhere. Run away, Captain. The fourth sword grabbed Ji Juyang's arm and dragged him away. Where to? Anywhere. Ha, don't you see? It's me who they're after. Since they came after me, do you think they would leave a place where I can escape? Flames seemed to burn in Ji Juyang's eyes. Kaduk. He gritted his teeth. He knew it without checking the identity of the intruder. The client began to make a move. You're crossing the line. His eyes came bloodshot. Even between the assassin and the client, there was a line that had to be kept. They crossed the line a long time ago. Ji Juyang pulled out the sword he was wearing on his waist. It was the blood moon knife. Sir, we can still step back. How far will we retreat? Can't you see? They attacked us with such determination. There's no way we can escape. The fourth sword couldn't answer. Ji Juyang shook off the hand of the dead sword and stepped forward. Now is the time to show them that they will be the ones to be devoured if they bite us. His eyes gleamed eerily. He knew it was an unfavorable fight, but he still had to fight. Chot! Go Juyang flew towards the intruders along with the blood moon knife. His sword was long and sharp. Although he usually does not use swordsmanship techniques, he did his best to overcome the unfavorable situation. Kak! A young monk lost his life in the blood of Ji Juyang. One-of-a-kind blood spots, Yi Dao Bai Sha, Shui Tien. Wherever he wielded his sword, a corpse always appeared, leaving traces of drops of blood. Although he had not been active in the front line for a long time, his method of killing was still powerful. When he and the fourth sword joined, the battlefield shook violently. The assassins regained their composure and began to deal with the monks while taking advantage of the terrain. Then, the momentum of the soldiers who had initially been pushing wildly slowed down a bit. Everyone, hold on a little more. If we hold out, we can win. Ji Juyang fought hard while encouraging the assassins. You won't have a chance to do that. Hooing. At that moment, along with the woman's cold voice, a great energy flew by. Kong. Ji Juyang tried to protect his whole body by swinging the blood moon knife. Fortunately, he was spared from being seriously injured, but the complexion of Ji Juyang noticeably became pale. His internal organs were shaken by the shock. Who are you? Ji Juyang shouted, forcing himself to swallow the blood that was welling up to his throat. How dare a lowly assassin ask for my name? A woman in her 40s jumped over the fence and landed in front of Ji Juyang. Her overall appearance was beautiful, but the raised corners of the eyebrows looked very poisonous. The woman glared at Ji Yujuyang with fierce eyes. The expression on Ji Yujuyang's face darkened at the unusual momentum of the woman. Ji Yujuyang recognized the woman's identity at a glance. At least among the famous warriors in Sichuan, there was no one whom he did not know. Zhonghua, the life-ending toxic heart. Why, then could the client be? Stop right there. If your mouth say anything more, I will pull out your tongue, she exclaimed as she pulled out the Chauri one from her waist. In an instant, a shadow fell on the corner of Ji Yujuyang's eyes. I wonder if that place was the one who made the request. It must be difficult to get out of bad luck. Zhonghua was by no means an ordinary warrior. Although both of them practiced martial arts, they were famous for their meticulous yet vicious hearts. At the very least, wouldn't even a special title be the #1 red? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. But what was truly terrifying was not Zhonghua. It was Zhonghua's background which was terrifying. Only then did Ji Yujuyang know the true client who sent such an unreasonable request to the Blood Shadow Group. A light of fear flashed across his eyes. Although he had little to fear in the world, he was wary of the person behind Zhonghua. I should have thought that they were related. Ji Yujuyang blamed his complacency for not recognizing the identity of the client in hopes of not crossing the line. All this catastrophe today was the result of his own mistake. If they were involved, even if the assassination was successful, their annihilation would surely follow. My wrong judgment has brought forth a disaster. But even if I die, I will never die alone. Ji Yujuyang shouted loudly and ran towards Zhonghua. He held the blood moon knife in his hand, and a reddish-black aura continued to stretch out. Even in front of the sword that dyed the entire surroundings red, Zhonghua's expression did not change. Hey, a mere assassin? She swung her weapon. Then a storm-like aura arose and counteracted the energy from Ji Yujuyang's knife. Kakakong. The blood moon knife and Chauri collided over and over again. Ji Yujuyang did his best. If he couldn't subdue Zhonghua today, then there would be no future for him. Zhonghua's weapon was pushed back little by his energy. A light of admiration flashed across her face. The leader of an assassin group possesses such a level of martial art impressive. From an early age, she steadily learned the martial arts of a prestigious sect. She may not be regarded as a great genius, but she has steadily learned the wisdom taught by her master and has become a master recognized by the four natures. Even with her martial arts, the captain of the Blood Shadow Group was so good that she couldn't subdue him in just a short time. Fortunately, their battle was a face-to-face confrontation in broad daylight. Zhonghua realized once again that Ji Yujuyang and the other Blood Shadow Group assassins had to be annihilated. Zhonghua performed Daijing Sun Gong, Dajing Dan Gong, which contains the secrets of Pasa, Po Xie. It was an attack injected with internal energy. Ji Yujuyang was not confident enough to face her attack head-on, so he tried to avoid it. Pit. At that moment, something tiny flew and pierced his ankle. Zhonghua's comrade had attacked him. Ji Yujuyang, who was very nervous about the confrontation with Zhonghua, could not avoid the sneak attack. Ji Yujuyang's balance was broken because of the wound in his ankle, and the Chauri that contains Zhonghua's powerful internal energy exploded in his body. Bang! Q. With a scream, Ji Yujuyang's body collapsed. In that one attack, Ji Yujuyang could not counterattack in time. His chest was hollow, as if he had been struck by a large sledgehammer. Kekuk. Ji Yujuyang lay on the floor and took a deep breath. Huke. When he collapsed, the other assassins who had also been struggling with him also began to collapse rapidly. As the fight continued for a bit, monks and warriors slaughtered the assassins more explosively. Oh, no. Ji Yujuyang shed tears of blood as he watched the collapse of the Blood Shadow Group. Pock pock. Then there was a loud sound of footsteps. Zhonghua took a step towards the owner of the footprints. Your disciple, Zhonghua, is greeting master. How much time are you wasting to subdue such lowly assassins? I apologize, master, it took a while because they resisted a lot more than I expected. It was an old woman reminiscent of a crow. The whole body of the old woman who was walking with a staff brought great momentum. The old woman looked down at Ji Yujuyang with cold eyes. Ji Yujuyang shouted at the old woman. Abbess of 9 calamities too, how can you do this to me? How could the MA sect do this to the Blood Shadow Group? Your request. In an instant, the old woman swung her staff and smashed it towards the head of Ji Yujuyang. What nonsense are you talking about? The old woman muttered coldly as she watched the blood flowing through the shattered skull of Ji Yujuyang. Editor's notes. Enjoy reading. Chauri. Korean term is buljin or. This is also known as a fly flapper or whisk. This is the weapon used by Zhonghua. It is a symbol of Buddhahood used by meditators to shake off the delusions of the mind. It is called buljin, fu xian, because it blows away the dust of defilements. It is said that it was originally a tool used by monks to repel mosquitoes in India, where there are many mosquitoes. Abbess of 9 Calamities. Ju Guo Shi Tai. This was previously translated as the elderly master of brilliance. 25. Chapter 25. Light Novel, Volume 1 Episode 25. Manhwa, Chapter 18 to 19. Gu Wasada, Abbess of 9 Calamities. One was the head of the Ma sect. When she became the head, the Ma sect was in decline. Due to the long seclusion, the members of the clan were poor. There were some formidable warriors such as Baekwal Samsung II who's stronger than Gu Wasada, but unfortunately, her political power and sense of reality were not up to par. She focused on learning martial arts rather than expanding the influence of the clan. As she did not accept an external disciple, the Ma sect naturally declined. When Baekwal Samsung realized that fact, the Ma sect had shrunk to nothing. Even if she died and reincarnated with her powers, she could not lead the revival of the Ma sect, so the one who was chosen to become the sect leader was Gu Wasada. In the case of the Gu Wasada, her martial arts might be mediocre, but her sense of reality and leadership was outstanding. With her overwhelming presence, she was supported by her students. When she became the head, Gu Wasada boldly opened their gates and began to accept disciples from the outside. The Ma sect was originally an exclusive sect where an overwhelming number of its members were female monks. In Zhonghu, more than 2/3 of the prominent characters were men. This was because it was physically more advantageous for men to learn martial arts. So with that, she had to choose a disciple among the leftover population of less than 1/3 in Zhonghu, but even then, most women did not want to become monks. Because of that, the Ma sect had to struggle with lack of members. That was one of the reasons for the rapid decline of the Ma sect. After identifying all these problems, Gu Wasada decided to boldly open their doors to everyone. She selected talented disciples from among men as well as women. In addition, the restriction that only one great disciple must become a monk was also lifted. The biggest obstacle that prevented the influx of talented members was removed. Even Gu Wasada herself changed. This was because if the sect leader herself was a monk, external members would have a preconceived notion that the Ma sect was an exclusive clan. After that, the Ma sect began to expand rapidly. At present, the Ma sect was closer to a secular sect than a Buddhist sect. All of these changes were the achievements of Gu Wasada. Gu Wasada was the vanguard that destroyed all the elements that had defined the Ma sect for hundreds of years. Even though her staff was covered with the blood of Jiyu Juyang, she did not even blink an eye. Gu Wasa looked around the inside of the mansion with cool eyes. Screams were resounding everywhere. Most of them belonged to assassins. The assassins were helpless in the face of the formidable force of the Ma disciples. When the captain, Jiyu Juyang, died, their power and spirit further weakened. He knelt down with a single sword pierced through his chest. In front of him stood a dazzlingly beautiful woman. She was the master of the sword that pierced the chest of the first sword. The woman was wearing a pale blue top with a peacock feather print on it. First sword thought that the peacock pattern went well with her gorgeous appearance. "What is your name?" Yang Soul ran. "I heard that among the disciples of Abbess of 9 Calamities, there is a disciple whose appearance is like that of a fairy and has a talent that pierces the sky. It must have been you." "Those are all just exaggerated rumors." Yang Soul ran shook her head slightly. The first sword thought that she was beautiful. I guess being an assassin for decades was useless. He felt that decades of his life had been denied. First sword died in despair. Yang Soul ran looked at the first sword with sad eyes for a moment, and then moved towards the Gu Wasada. Around the Gu Wasada, all the great disciples of the Ma sect had gathered. Zhonghua, Chulsim, Douyin, Dansim, Unmong. All of them were direct disciples of the Gu Wasada and the senior sisters of Yang Soul ran. As the Yang Soul ran approached, Zhonghua opened her mouth. "You're late, youngest. What kind of conversation did you have with an assassin?" "I'm sorry, senior sister," Yang Soul ran replied calmly. Zhonghua's eyebrows twitched slightly at Yang Soul ran's attitude. However, she didn't say anything more because it was in front of the Guzada. Yang Soul ran was a very important figure in the Ma sect in many ways. She would be playing the largest role in the future plans of the Gu Wasada. So Zhonghua couldn't treat her like that. That was then. Two of the Ma sect's disciples dragged a person in the front of Zhonghua. It was the fourth sword who had both of his arms and legs cut off. The Ma disciples threw the fourth sword in front of Zhonghua as if he was trash. This is the person in charge of leading the newly trained assassins to the vicinity of Qingcheng Mountain. Gu Wasada looked at the fourth sword with contemptuous eyes. The kind of people she hated the most were the assassins. Humans who only need money to kill and do not need any other cause or justification. Assassins were the most unworthy of living among the many types of human beings in the world. Exactly how many assassins did you take with you? Why do you ask? The fourth sword could barely raise his blood-stained face and looked at the abyss of 9 calamities. You don't need to know why. Just answer the question. I don't know. Are you lying to me? Even if I know, I can't tell you. You don't think I'm going to tell the truth to the person that made our base this way, do you? Hey, a mere assassin dared to pretend to be quite strong. Guwasada snorted and stretched out her hand. Her wrists, reminiscent of an old tree, were exposed. She grabbed the fourth sword's wrist with her fingers. Chuhongyang Gigung. 3. It was one of the MA sect's best martial arts. It was a kind of penetration which boasted a more brutal and vicious power than any other torture method. It was said that those who suffered from the said technique would end up having their entire body paralyzed while enduring a hell-like suffering. As if gnawed by an insect, the body and mind would be cut off and the person would end up suffering extreme pain until death. Agra, the fourth sword screamed. He was an assassin who had gone through all sorts of battles. The Chuhongyang Gigung was so painful that he, who did not even blink an eye from any kind of torture, let out a devastating scream. It wasn't just the pain of an animal scratching his flesh, as if hot candle wax was poured along his blood vessels. The pain that melted and hardened the whole body made the fourth sword felt extreme pain. The pain was so severe that his body ended up being twisted in a bizarre angle, even though all the muscles in his limbs had already been cut off. At the terrible appearance, the disciples of Ma, including Zhonghua, turned their heads away. Guwasada did not flinch and continued to torture the fourth sword using the Chuhongyang Gigung. In the end, the fourth sword could not endure the pain and succumbed. 20 AGHT. And now key kill. HMPH. After hearing the desired answer, Guwasada took her hand off from the body of the fourth sword. The fourth sword was still alive. He was still breathing, but he was better off dead. Chuhongyang Gigung completely destroyed the inside of his body and continued to inflict extreme pain. The fourth sword had felt the pain vividly until he stopped breathing. Guwasada's gaze turned to Zhonghua. How many people have you killed so far? 24 people. There are 4 people left. I want to get rid of all the variables. By your order. As Zhonghua left with the answer, Guwasada looked at the young Soul Ran. Soul Ran, your role from now on is crucial. You know that, right? Yes, master. As soon as this case is settled, I will send someone to the Qingsheng sect to set a date. Until then, prepare your heart and body for the wedding. Yes, master. Young Soul Ran answered briefly. Her attitude was a little annoying, but Guwasada did not bother to scold her. Instead, she said something to herself. Everything is for the sake of the sect. The War of Demons in Heaven 4 brought a great change to the ruling system of the Zhonghu. As many sects collapsed and new sects emerged, abrupt changes took place in the topographical map of Zhonghu. The sects that participated in the War of Demons in Heaven experienced explosive growth with the support of the world, while the clans who did not join the war faced difficulties. The sects of Sichuan belonged to the latter. Sichuan province was less influenced by foreign powers because of its closed topography. Since they were not influenced by the outside world, there was no reason to go out of their way to participate in the Great War. Once established in an isolated environment, the hierarchy of the sects did not change easily. After the fall of the Tang sect, the leadership of Sichuan province was held by the Ma sect and the Qingsheng sect. Between the two, it was the Qingsheng sect that took the lead. This was largely due to the fact that they opened their gates earlier than the Ma faction, and that Muriongjin 5, the sect leader of the Qingsheng sect, had superior judgment. Muriongjin thought that in order for the Qingsheng sect to revive, those who excelled in world affairs were more needed than those who were strong in martial arts. So, Wu Jinpiang, a former disciple of the Qingsheng sect, was brought to the headquarters. The family of Wu Jinpiang soon became close with the Qingsheng sect by having a disciple enter for numerous generations. They established Sanjay using the identity of the Changshengpa Sangha, and they grew rapidly by combining the vision of Sanjay, Mujay, and Daeguk. Muriongjin gave Wu Jinpiang the position of second in command of the Qingsheng sect. It was the first time in hundreds of years of history that a subordinate disciple who was not a main disciple became the elder and second in command of the Qingsheng sect. That was proof that Wu Jinpiang was excellent. At first, the elders opposed Wu Jinpiang's appointment, but after experiencing his formidable abilities, they became an ardent supporter. Wu Jinpiang took advantage of the gap that the Ma sect had not opened their gates yet and rapidly expanded the power of the Qingsheng sect. In Sichuan Fortress, where the Tang sect was destroyed and the Ma sect was in seclusion, the Qingcheng sect has no rival. As if robbing a house, the Qingcheng faction possesses all the major interests of Sichuan province. The Qingcheng sect was truly at their most prosperous era. Both the Qingcheng and Ma sects were classified as two factions, or pai. It was followed by small and medium-sized sects such as the Three Gates, Sanmen, the Four Rooms, Si Fang, and the Five Halls, Wu Guan. Many of them were mobilized in the hunt for assassins. It was an incident aimed at the Qingcheng sect, the unrivaled stronghold of Sichuan, not elsewhere. Considering the other sect's future relationship with the Qingcheng sect, the assassins had to be found and annihilated. For that reason, the sects of Sichuan province sent numerous disciples to support them. Since the Battle of the Blood Heaven, Ket Ten Taisen, when Zhengma clashed for the fate of the world a long time ago, it was the first time that so many warriors in Sichuan province were again mobilized. They didn't expect this to happen. Over the past years, Sichuan has been very peaceful, where time has passed through without any major incidents. Peace was a blessing to ordinary people, but it was a curse to the warriors who wanted to show off their power. Numerous warriors appeared in Sichuan province, but they did not have the opportunity to use their force. After spending a long boring time because of the peace, when the assassins appeared, it brought great vitality to the daily life of the martial artists of Sichuan. The martial artists of Sichuan province voluntarily participated in the quest of hunting the assassins. It was a moment of entertainment that appeared after a long time. If they missed this opportunity, they will not know when another moment would come when they could show their power to the fullest. The warriors persistently pursued and killed the children. The surviving children were scattered. They chose to escape from Sichuan province. The warriors were waiting for the children while occupying the road leading to the outside. When all eyes of Sichuan were focused on the children, the Qingcheng sect, the target of the assassins, was quiet. The Qingcheng sect did not show any movement, as if to show that they were different from the other sects. The appearance of the Qingcheng sect, which did not tremble, was like the gatehouse that ruled the Sichuan province. Even though it was night, the Qingcheng sect was bright enough to be reminiscent of a night castle. Many corners of the Qingcheng sect were lit by torches, and many men stood on a tight-knit vigil. Although the sect did not send out troops to catch the assassins, the internal security were more thorough, reminiscent of a fortress. There was a man holding his breath in the shade of a large tree overlooking the Qingcheng sect. It was Piao Wall who looked at the Qingcheng sect. He was in perfect assimilation with the darkness. While the other children were struggling to distance themselves from the Qingcheng sect, here he was secretly hiding near them. Those who spread the inescapable net only thought of blocking the road to the outside. They did not even consider blocking the road towards the Qingcheng sect. Piao Wall outwitted them by completely acting in the opposite direction. Since all of their focus and power was dispersed to spread the inescapable net, now was the perfect opportunity to carry out the assassination. Piao Wall muttered, "If they want to die as natural enemies of the Zhonghu, then I'll just become one." The target of his assassination is Wu Gunsang. Piao Wall's first solo assassination was just the beginning. Editor's notes. This is the end of Volume 1 of The Reaper of the Drifting Moon. This was also the most difficult chapter to write. There were so many names and Chinese characters used. I did my best to provide the right translation, but I'm still not sure of it, so I still added the raw text in between. If anyone has any suggestions to make the translation better, let me know in the comments. Thank you, heart. Hope you enjoy reading this chapter. Gu Wasada, Abbess of 9 Calamities. Zhu Guo Shi Tai. She's the old lady who's also the sect leader of the Ma sect. Baikwal Samsung, Bai Yu Sansu, Chuhonyang Gigong. I'm not exactly sure how to translate this, so I left it as is. Here's what appeared when I tried to machine translate it. Autumn Wedding Ceremony. Zui Hun Dong Yang Gong Soul Chasing Aerobic Exercise. War of Demons and Heaven was the name used in the manhwa. Maten Taisen. But in the novel, it was translated as The Great War, Makian War, Makian Daejeon. Mariangjin. He's the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect. Wu Jinpiang. He's the second in command of the Qingcheng sect. 26. Chapter 26. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 1. Manhwa, Chapter 18 to 19. The first thing Piao Wall did was to examine the topography of the Qingcheng sect. All assassinations start by knowing the surrounding terrain like the back of their palm. It was to figure out the best intrusion and escape routes in advance. Surprisingly, many assassins tended to overlook this part. This was because preparation takes a lot of time and requires a lot of patience. But more experienced assassins spend more time on these basics. In that respect, Piao Wall was born with the nature of an assassin. He never stopped being vigilant even for a moment, and he had a habit of constantly observing his surroundings. The habit of not missing out on even the smallest change and taking note of everything helped him grow as an assassin. Although this was his first actual battle, he grasped the surroundings as skillfully as a veteran assassin who had already committed numerous murders. The Qingcheng sect itself was like a heavenly fortress. The name Qingcheng, Qingsheng, was given because the mountain peaks which were lined up in a row looked like a wave, the moon being protected by the waves which was the Qingcheng mountain. Since the mountain was so steep, it was not easy to secure an infiltration and escape route. There were numerous guards throughout Qingcheng Mountain. All of them were members of the Qingcheng sect. They usually live separately, but when the Qingcheng sect has a problem, they move as one body. It is safe to say that the true strength of the Qingcheng sect lies in the people scattered across Mount Qingcheng. It was already difficult to succeed with the assassination, but it was even more difficult to get out safely after succeeding. Moreover, the Qingcheng sect of today is at its best after decades. After the fall of the Tang sect, there was no sect that could stop the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan. As such, the border of the Qingcheng sect was also ironclad. It was almost impossible to figure out all the security rotations in one day. It was beneficial for Piu Wall to just give up, hide, and sneak out of Sichuan fortress after the siege was over. Piu Wall was aware of that too. However, his nature and instincts were refusing to back down. The client had him kidnapped against his will, turned him into an assassin, then now having him disposed of. He wanted to stop having his fate be controlled by other people. If he steps back now, he will not be able to navigate his destiny by his own will until the end. More than anything else, Piu Wall wanted to destroy the client who had manipulated his own destiny. For whatever reason, they withdrew the assassination and tried to destroy the evidence by attacking the children. They were trying to bury the fact that they had raised children and secretly attempted to assassinate them. There was only one reason. Things must have changed. It was clear that their relationship with the assassination target had changed and that killing Wu Gunsang now was out of the question. There was no way to know the exact details, but it was clear that the assassination target was not supposed to die anyway. That was the reason why Piu Wall continued to do the seemingly impossible assassination. After examining Mount Qingcheng, Piu Wall came to one conclusion. If I am not one of the people of the Qingcheng sect, then I would never be able to enter the interior of the sect. Piu Wall hid where the entrance of the Qingcheng sect was visible and observed people coming and going. As the number one sect in Sichuan, Qingcheng was visited by thousands of people every day. There were those who were affiliated with Zhonghu, and there were those that supplied goods. The entire Sichuan province was bustling with the search for assassins who tried to attack the Qingcheng sect, but the actual party involved was living a peaceful life. This demonstrates the appearance of a giant who is not shaken by such trivial things. Merchants and outside soldiers were excluded from the subject. In order to freely roam the interior of the Qingcheng sect, it was necessary to be a member of the Qingcheng sect. Piu Wall's eyes glowed. It was because a young man who had just left the Qingcheng sect caught his eye. He looked about 4 or 5 years younger than Piu Wall. He smiled brightly at the soldiers guarding the front door and went out alone. His detailed identity was unknown, but given his attitude toward the other members of the Qingcheng sect, it was clear that he was also a fellow disciple of the said sect. Piu Wall secretly followed him. The young man hummed and walked without even thinking that someone would secretly follow him. The young man was Dojin, a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Although Dojin was the youngest of the third-generation disciples, he was very talented and friendly, so he was loved by many. He was now on his way to the nearby area to obtain medicinal herbs under the orders of his master. His father-in-law belonged to the Yaxuandong, Yao Shan Shang, one of the Qingcheng sect. Naturally, Dojin also belonged to Yaxuandong following his master and was doing one of his chores, one of which was collecting herbs from a nearby mountain. I guess I'll head to the nearest Kurg. Dojin stopped his muttering and immediately felt something on his neck. Something had tightened around his throat. He was not that far from the sect. If he can manage to scream, the Qingcheng soldiers will jump right in. But in the end, Dojin couldn't scream. Quack! The noose that tightened his throat suddenly lifted him up into the air. Dojin's body was flung onto a tree. Hoo! Dojin was about to shout, when a sharp dagger pierced his thigh. Coo! Dojin wanted to scream since his throat felt like bursting, but his screams could not flow out of his mouth, because the man who had stabbed him in the thigh with the sharp dagger was covering his mouth with a strong hand. It was Piu Wall. The moment he looked into Piu Wall's eyes, Dojin froze. Those were eyes which he had never seen in the Qingcheng sect. It was a pair of eyes with an expression that could not simply be explained as either cold or emotionless. The soft red light in his eyes reminded him of a snake. Dojin was overwhelmed by Piu Wall's eyes and could not move. He seemed to understand the feelings of a rat standing in front of a snake. Now, Dojin was a mouse. And Pyo Wall was a viper full of deadly poison that could suffocate him anytime. Even though Pyo Wall's bloodlust was suppressed, Dojin still couldn't move. Pyo Wall's presence greatly overwhelms him. Pyo Wall closed Dojin's mouth with his hands and asked, "Are you a disciple of the Qingcheng sect? If yes, nod your head." Dojin nodded quickly. "I'll let you go now, so you can answer my questions. You better not consider screaming for help." Dojin nodded once more. When he felt Pyo Wall loosening his hands, Dojin forgot his promise and tried to shout out loud. Cack! He felt a fiery pain in his shoulder. Pyo Wall covered his mouth again and drove a dagger. It was truly terrifying to see a blade as thin as a child's finger piercing his shoulder. Ah! Dojin's eyes shook. Pyo Wall's eyes seemed to have changed even more terrifyingly. It felt like Pyo Wall was really going to kill him the next time he screamed. So he desperately suppressed his voice. Only then did Dojin realize the fact that the man in front of him could kill him at any time. And in a way he couldn't even imagine. If the dagger stuck in his shoulder had pierced his neck, he would be dead. Yellow liquid flowed from his trousers. He peed because of extreme fear. Pyo Wall said as he loosened the hand that covered his mouth. "If you scream again, you will be unable to see the world again with your own two eyes." "Yes," Dojin replied politely. "Your name?" "Du Dojin." "What is your identity?" "I am a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect." "Is that all?" I belong to the Yaxuandong." "What does Yaxuandong do?" Dojin confided in everything he knew. He was out of his mind because of fear. He was not a second-generation disciple, he was only a third-generation disciple. He was just a young boy who had recently entered the sect. It was impossible for him to possess the spirit that was prepared to die. In order to live, he confided everything he knew. Pyo Wall scraped out all the information he could find out from him. "I ask you one last time. What kind of person is Wu Gunsang?" Wait, are you talking about senior brother? Wu Gunsang of the Great Star of Qingcheng, Qingsheng Gu Xing. Quote, "Great Star of Qingcheng?" Pyo Wall frowned, because it felt unusual from the start. Senior brother Wu Gunsang is the best disciple produced by the Qingcheng sect. At a young age, he learned most of the Qingcheng's martial arts and has reached a very high stage. It is said that the former masters of the Qingcheng sect have shown their interest in teaching him directly. Dojin told Pyo Wall everything he knew. To sum up his words, he said that Gunsang Wu was the son of Wu Jinpiang, the second in command of the Qingcheng sect, and was a person of absolute talent. His talent was so great that all of the previous masters of the Qingcheng sect respected him and taught him martial arts. Thanks to his formidable talent, he became a great disciple even though he was only 10 years older than Dojin, and he was expected to be the one who would further revive the Qingcheng sect. This is the worst. Pyo Wall thought that Wu Gunsang was already a great being, considering that 7 years had to be invested in carrying out the assassination, but he did not know that he was that much of a great existence to the extent that Wu Gunsang received all the expectations of the Qingcheng sect. No, maybe it's to be expected? That's why 7 years of training was needed. Although it is not possible to know the level of the opponent's martial arts in detail, it was clear that he was a great master if he earned the nickname of the Great Star of Qingcheng. Pyo Wall was thinking of giving up. But it's too late for him to step back. When they find out that Dojin was gone, they will surely come after them. Even if he stepped back without doing anything, the risk was the same. Pyo Wall had no choice. Dojin pleaded, "Oh, I've told you everything I know, so please spare me." Tears streamed down from his eyes. Pyo Wall touched his face with his hand for a moment. Dojin trembled at the eerie feeling. At that moment, Pyo Wall put blood on his face. Dojin's body hardened like a stone statue. He will be stuck for a day or so unless someone releases him. Pyo Wall stood next to Dojin and began touching his face. The items he received from the Blood Phantom group also included makeup tools. Lime, glutinous rice, and honey were mixed and applied all over his face, and makeup was applied in a color similar to the skin color. Soon, Dojin and Pyo Wall's faces became similar. Hyuk! Dojin was appalled to see Pyo Wall's face, which has changed to resemble his own. If someone would look closely, they would be able to notice the difference. But at first glance, they both look indistinguishable. In fact, the best way was to remove Dojin's face skin and use it. However, the process of making a face mask using human skin was complicated and time-consuming, so it could not be used immediately. Even if it was clumsy, it was much more efficient to put on makeup. Of course, the probability of getting caught was high, but it was the best way for Pyo Wall now, who was rushed for time. Pyo Wall touched Dojin's face to check his facial muscles. Then he took off Dojin's clothes and wore them on himself. He could not check his overall look because he didn't have a mirror, but he guessed it was passable. Pyo Wall left Dojin alone and headed towards the main gate of the Qingcheng sect. His gait was similar to that of Dojin. Not only his face, but everything from his body shape, walk, and atmosphere all resembled Dojin. The soldiers guarding the main gate of the Qingcheng sect found Piao Wall and talked to him. "Oh, it's Dojin. Why are you coming back already?" "Oh, I've left something behind." "Geez, you scatterbrain, stay focused, you hear me?" "Okay." Piao Wall scratched his head and made a sullen expression. Then the man who was guarding the front door smiled and opened the way. He did not even suspect that the young man in front of him was not Dojin. Piao Wall was the same as Dojin to that extent. Piao Wall calmly passed through the front door. As he passed through the main gate, the Qingcheng sect revealed its true form. The appearance of a number of temples boasted great majesty. Nevertheless, the reason why Piao Wall was not overwhelmed was because he had experienced such a landscape like this before. The exterior of the buildings that existed in the underground cave were similar. It was similar yet different at the same time. First of all, the size was vastly different. There were buildings all over the place that was not present in the underground cavity. However, the overall layout has not changed. He had been there for 7 years. Even if he closed his eyes and moved around, he would be able to find his destination. Piao Wall proceeded as calmly as if he were at home. He already knew where the securities were tight and where it was weak. He deliberately moved only to places with poor security. Thousands of people passed by him, but no one doubted Piao Wall. If someone would look closely at his face, they would have noticed something strange, but no one managed to notice because Piao Wall was acting so naturally. Occasionally, when someone who knows Dojin, Piao Wall just calmly greeted them back and passed by. "Is it here?" Piao Wall finally arrived near his destination. Bright Moon Palace, Mingyu Dian. Point 2. It was the residence of Wu Gunsang. Editor's notes. Yaxuandong, Yao Shan Shang. When I try to search for the meaning of the word, the only information that appeared was a restaurant, and taking in the individual Chinese characters. Maybe the term refers to a family store specializing in medicine. It also explains why Dojin was collecting herbs in the mountain for his chores. Yaku medicine, Shan goodness, right, value, Shang reward, praise. Bright Moon Palace was the name of Wu Gunsang's residence. Using machine translation, Miangwuljan, Mingyu Dian Mingyue Hall. 27. Chapter 27. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 2. Manhwa, Chapter 19 to 20. After their seclusion ended, the Qingcheng sect continued to expand. Because new disciples continued to be accepted, there was insufficient space to stay for the upcoming generations. It was not difficult to expand. In Sichuan province, the Qingcheng sect had already established a unique force. There were so many active disciples who was willing to donate large amounts of money for the Qingcheng sect. As the power of the Qingcheng sect grew, the benefits to be received also followed. There was no reason not to donate. In a way, it was like a Qingcheng sect tax, where both the disciples and the sect prospered together. As time passed by, a whole new environment was created. Because of that, even the disciples of the Qingcheng sect were unable to memorize the names of the newly created buildings. The Qingcheng sect often changes its establishments, but there are some places that do not change. One of them was Songqing Palace. Point 1. Since Songqing Palace was the most important place in the Qingcheng sect, the security was strict. Most major events of the Qingcheng sect were all decided at Songqing Palace. Even today, the elders were gathered at Songqing Palace, including Muriangjin, a longtime sect leader of the Qingcheng sect. Muriangjin was an old man in his early 70s, but looking at his appearance alone, it was hard to guess that he was at that age. Because of his unconventional appearance, deep eyes, and naturally flowing dignity, he only looked like he was in his early to mid-50s. It was the same with the other elders. The elders who had mastered the martial arts of the Qingcheng sect looked much younger than their actual age. Rather, the person who looked the oldest was Wu Jinpiang, who is called the Jinong, last, of the Qingcheng sect. Because he came from a branch family of the Qingcheng sect, his martial arts were the weakest. That is why he looked much older than the other elders. The first person to speak was Muriangjin, the sect leader. Has the outside situation calmed down? It seems that the search for the assassin has come to an end. How dare an assassin target our sect? Do you think this makes sense, junior brother? Of course it doesn't make sense. It's highly likely that someone has plotted this. Wu Jinpiang's eyes lit up coldly as he answered. Who do you think it could be? It's too early to make a hasty decision because we don't have the right information yet. Are we going to leave it that way? Of course not. I've already sent some of my disciples to gather information. As expected of junior brother Wu, Muriangjin smiled, satisfied. The old man with a heavy atmosphere, who had been silent until now, opened his mouth. Whoever caused this situation must never be forgiven. Our sect is currently at a crucial turning point. We must make it so that something like this never happens again. He was Mu Zhengjin, an elder of the Qingcheng sect. Mu Zhengjin was unquestionably the #1 sword of the Qingcheng. No matter how brilliant Wu Jinpyong was, the Qingsheng sect would not have been able to achieve this level of development if it hadn't been supported by the armed forces of Mu Zhengjin. Wu Jinpyong nodded in response to Mu Zhengjin's words. It will be so, senior brother. The Shaolin Temple, the Wudang sect, and the Mount Hua sect, who participated in the battle after opening their doors during the War of the Demons in Heaven, regained their former reputation. However, those who sealed their doors and did not participate in the war, such as our sect and the Ma sect, only gained an empty name of 4 heavenly kings in Sichuan. However, our actual power is far short of theirs. To catch up with them, we must tighten our reins. If we can't move forward because we're caught up in an incident like this, even if we die, we won't be able to reach our previous glory. At Mu Zhengjin's words, all the elders nodded their heads. A lot of things have changed in Zhonghu due to the war that took place several decades ago. At that time, Zhonghu was in danger of being conquered by the Celestial Demon Union. 4. If the extraordinary martial artist named Li Kuok had not formed the Providence Alliance, Tian Yi Men, and resisted, Zhonghu would have fallen into the hands of the Celestial Demon Union. At that time, the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang sect, the Mount Hua sect, the Qingsheng, and the Ma sect had their gates closed. However, soon the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang sect, the Mount Hua sect boldly opened their gates and participated in the Heavens Will Alliance, and made a great contribution in driving out the Celestial Demon Union. On the other hand, the Qingsheng and Ma sect did not open the gates because they were too careful. The difference divided the fate of the 5 sects. The Shaolin Temple, Wudang, and Mount Hua sect, who participated in the war, regained their former glory with praise from the people, but the Qingsheng and Ma sect were criticized by the people. Since they unlocked their gates late, Zhonghu's gaze on them was unbearably cold. It was unfair because of their circumstances, but they could not turn back Zhonghu's already tilted gaze. Now, people did not think that the Qingsheng sect and the Ma sect were in the same ranks as the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang, and the Mount Hua sect. Actually, it was true. Zhonghu's outstanding martial artists preferred the other 3 sects more than the Qingsheng sect or the Ma sect. The Qingsheng faction has recently expanded its ranks and has been eagerly following the 3 clans, but the gap was still considerable. The gap was not narrowing at all, but rather widening. Because of that, the sense of crisis that Qingsheng felt was really great. Don't worry. If things go as planned, we'll be able to catch up with them within a decade. How dependable. It's reassuring to have someone like you. No, senior brother, since you're so great, your son must have taken after you. Wu Jinpyong's face darkened slightly at Mu Zhengjin's words. Wu Gunsang has isolated himself to focus his training with the thought of atonement. Is that so? I apologize. What do you mean, my son? It's understandable for a boy of his age. There's no need for you to apologize for something that has already been taken care of. Peacefully, I will make sure that he pulls himself together. Mu Zhengjin replied with a look that said nothing was wrong. Yes, that's plenty. No matter what anyone says, Wu Gunsang's talent is real. At Mu Zhengjin's words, the elders nodded their heads. I heard that you accepted Ma's sect's proposal of marriage? This time, it was Marie Ongjin, the sect leader, who opened his mouth. Wu Jinpyong made a sad expression. How did that happen? Marriage with the Ma sect not bad. Is the bride the youngest disciple of the Abbess of 9 Calamities? That's right. It's rumored that she possesses both intelligence and beauty. If that's the case, it's not bad match for Wu Gunsang. I think so too. Then why is your expression so dark? It's probably because I'm reluctant. Is it because of the Abbess of the 9 Calamities? Yes. When the Abbess of the 9 Calamities was mentioned, all the elders frowned at once. There was an existence that made people feel bad just by hearing their name. Guwasada was such a person. Like the Qingsheng sect, the Ma sect fell behind because of the late opening of their gate. No, the Ma sect was far below that of the Qingsheng sect, let alone the other 3 great sects. For that reason, she was determined to catch up with the Qingsheng sect in any way. Such tenacity of the Guwasada made the elders of the Qingsheng uncomfortable. If Wu Gunsang gets married to the youngest disciple of the Abbess of the 9 Calamities, we will have no choice but to make concessions. So that's the problem. If we make a mistake, there's a risk that our sect will be the ones who will be devoured. That's why I've rejected the proposal so far. But now, there's nothing I can do about it. However, we have no choice. We can't continue to be enemies in this small land of Sichuan. Accept it. I will. Wu Gunsang is the only hope of the Qingsheng sect to catch up with the other 3 sects. Never forget that fact. The meeting ended with Mu Zhengjin's last words. Bright Moon Palace was an old hall with the history of the Qingsheng sect. Although the size of the hall is not very large, it is separated by a high wall and there is a space for closed training in the basement. All those who stayed in the Bright Moon Palace left a great mark in the history of the Qingsheng sect. Giving the Bright Moon Palace to Wu Gunsang meant that the Qingcheng sect had great expectations for him. Piao Wall looked at the Bright Moon Palace without saying a word. He saw the real Bright Moon Palace for the first time today, but he didn't feel that it was unfamiliar because he saw a hall like this every day in an underground cave. Although there are third-generation disciples who stood guard at the entrance of Bright Moon Palace, Piao Wall knew 10 more ways to sneak into Bright Moon Palace. There was no one who was not a disciple of the Qingcheng sect who knew this place better than Piao Wall. No, even among the disciples of the Qingcheng sect, there was no one who could rival Piao Wall. Piao Wall was walking along the wall and jumping lightly around the corner. A tiled roof was placed on top of the walled fences of the Bright Moon Palace. It was only created when the Bright Moon Palace was first built, and did not exist in any recently created fences. Piao Wall crawled on the tiled roof of the wall fence. Originally, when a tiled roof was put on, the inside of the wall would be filled with soil. But as time passed, the soil inside of the wall would flow down, making its inside empty. The same was true for the fortifications in the underground cave. It was not possible to fill the insides of the wall with soil because the layout was made in a hurry in the underground cave, but Piao Wall guessed that maybe the situation was the same for the real wall of the Bright Moon Palace. His thoughts turned out to be right. Piao Wall crawled through the empty space between the wall and approached the nearest place to Bright Moon Palace. He felt some soldiers passing under the wall, but they could never be aware of his existence. Piao Wall was able to move while unfolding the turtle breathing technique. Even if the soldiers knew in advance and prepared for an intruder, it was not easy to detect Piao Wall's presence. Piao Wall, who was moving while holding his breath, heard the voices of the soldiers chatting under the wall. Wow, did Wu Gunsang bring in a woman again? Shish, be quiet. To bring a woman inside under the pretext of closure training. That's really bold of him. Is it one of our disciples this time? Hey, I told you to be quiet if you don't want to get caught and be scolded. Be careful with your mouth. Damn it. Their conversation gave Piao Wall valuable information. He brings women in here? The Qingcheng sect was basically a Taoist sect. In the recent years, while expanding the sect, they have accepted a lot of disciples and their secular tendencies have strengthened. But the fact that they are a sect based on Taoism has not changed. It was, of course, unimaginable to hold a woman in the training hall. However, a man named Wu Gunsang secretly took the woman into his residence. From what he heard from Dojin, he said that Wu Gunsang was the object of admiration by the Qingcheng disciples, but it seemed that there was something different inside the sect from what is known to the world. Wherever you go, there is always someone who is different on the inside. It was unfortunate for the Qingcheng sect disciples, but it was a good thing for Piao Wall. After confirming that no one was around, Piao Wall quietly flew to the roof of Bright Moon Palace. He landed on the roof silently. It was starting to become dim. Soon night came. For others, darkness was a big obstacle, but for Piao Wall, the night was like another weapon of his. Piao Wall moved while completely being assimilated into the darkness. He kicked off the roof tile and infiltrated inside. He crawled on all fours like an animal. Still, he did not make any sound. Piao Wall carefully went through the roof and looked inside the hall. However, the figure of the person presumed to be Wu Gunsang was nowhere to be seen. It looks like he's in the basement. Piao Wall did not panic. He already knew that there was an underground basement here. The problem was opening the entrance to the basement. When the entrance is opened, Wu Gunsang, who was inside, had no choice but to notice. So Piao Wall had to think of infiltrating using other places instead. He went through the ventilation hole, which was essential for any underground space. Perhaps even the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect do not know that there was a ventilation hole here. The ventilation holes were hidden quite well. Piao Wall soon found the place behind a large pillar. It was the vents. He carefully opened the vent and sneaked inside. Piao Wall completely concealed his presence by utilizing the turtle breathing technique. Still, he was not complacent, so he moved as slowly as possible. Finally, Piao Wall arrived at the underground basement. The location of the ventilation hole was on the ceiling overlooking the underground basement. Piao Wall carefully peered into the underground basement. He saw a 6-foot-tall man lying there with his clothes off. Next to him was a half-naked woman, Wu Gunsang. As the best weapon of the Qingcheng sect, Wu Gunsang had a well-trained body. The densely developed muscles were reminiscent of a snow leopard, shui bao, that freely roamed in snowy mountains, and calluses were lodged on his palms and back. He was sleeping with the woman in his arms, but there were no flaws in the look of Wu Gunsang. It looked like he would react immediately if there was even a small stimulus from the outside. Wu Gunsang looked like a well-forged sword. Piao Wall felt goosebumps all over his body. This was the first time he had personally seen a warrior who had reached this level. He also felt a thrill when he saw Ji Yujuyang, the leader of the Blood Shadow group, but this time it was different. Wu Gunsang exuded an atmosphere as someone who had reached such a high stage by taking the right steps. There's a natural aura flowing out. It was a kind of energy that assassins who did not learn proper martial arts and only learned how to kill could never have. But Piao Wall never faltered. He is also human. If he had his blood drawn or get stabbed with a knife, he would die nonetheless. Piao Wall looked into the underground basement. Weapons were scattered everywhere. There were a lot of swords in particular, as if to prove that the martial arts that Wu Gunsang had learned was swordsmanship. There were various types of swords, such as long swords, daggers, and yam swords. Piao Wall rehearsed the whole scene in his mind. A picture that can only be seen by him was painted in his head. When the painting was completed to some extent, Piao Wall took out a small bundle of rope from his bosom. It was a gift given by the Blood Shadow group. Piao Wall made the rope in the form of a noose and sent it down through the ventilation hole. It was when the noose almost reached Wu Gunsang's face. Wu Gunsang, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were looking exactly where Piao Wall was hiding. Caught him. At that moment, Piao Wall pulled on the rope. Ping. Editor's notes. Songqing Palace. Shangqing Gong. Mariangjin. In the manhwa, he was referred to as the Saint of Martial Spirit. Mu Zheng Jin. In the manhwa, he was referred to as the Saint of Martial Justice. The Qingcheng sect's greatest warrior. Celestial Demon Union. The MTL version used Shin Ma Ryan. 28. Chapter 28. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 3. Manhwa, Chapter 20-21. The reason Wu Gunsang woke up was purely because of an ominous feeling. His nerves had bothered him. Wu Gunsang did not ignore his instincts. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eyes was the ventilation hole on the ceiling. He couldn't see it with the naked eye, but he could instinctively sense that there was something inside the vent. Bang! That was then. He was suddenly short of breath, his throat was choked, and his body was hung up to the ceiling. At the same time, the vents were broken and a black object fell. It was Piao Wall. In his hand was the rope tightening on the neck of Wu Gunsang. As Piao Wall came down the ceiling, Wu Gunsang's figure went up. "Oh, senior brother." As soon as the woman screamed in surprise, Piao Wall kicked her in the stomach. The woman, who was defenseless, collapsed without managing to let out a scream because her internal organs were shaken. Squeak. At that moment, Wu Gunsang, who was struggling in the air, cut off the rope above his head with his hand. His hand, which had been injected with internal qi, was like a sword in itself. The rope was immediately cut off, and Wu Gunsang found freedom. Wu Gunsang threw off the rope that was holding his neck and shouted, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, Piao Wall picked up the sword that was lying on the floor and rushed towards Wu Gunsang. Clang! His sword aimed at Wu Gunsang. Wu Gunsang struck Piao Wall's sword with the blade of his hand. Joyoyong! The sharply forged sword bounced off. Even though he collided with the blade with his bare hands, there was not a single scratch on the hand of Wu Gunsang. It was Zhul Yung Su, Wei Ying Shou Absolute Shadow Hand, a secret technique of the Qingcheng sect. Wu Gunsang had reached a level where he could use swordsmanship without actually wielding a sword. He snorted. For an assassin to dare come here. Wu Gunsang ran towards Piao Wall and waved his hand. Then a cloud-like match arose and struck the Piao Wall. Herg! Piao Wall's body slid backwards as he let out a groan. There was blood on his lips. He was wounded in a single blow. Wu Gunsang advanced with joy. At that moment, Piao Wall kicked one of the daggers lying on the floor. The dagger flew precisely at the head of Wu Gunsang. Hung! Wu Gunsang caught the dagger in between his fingers. Although it was a short sword that did not reach the length of a sword he usually used, he felt that his heart was reassured as he held a weapon in his hand. Although he was good at martial arts with his bare hands, he was still the most confident with his sword-fighting skills. The length of the sword does not affect his sword attack. That was how well-versed Wu Gunsang was when it came to swords. Shish! He unleashed one of the swordsmanship of the Qingcheng sect, the red drop sword, Qing Yun Kai Sha Jian Qingyun Chixia sword. The entire underground dance floor seemed to be dyed with the red glow emanating from his sword. Piao Wall felt an extreme sense of crisis. The weight contained in the sword of Wu Gunsang was so great that he could not bear it. Pit pit pit. In an instant, Piao Wall was wounded in 3 places. Each wound was not light. Quirg! Piao Wall let out a scream and staggered. But he persevered without falling down. Wu Gunsang fired another shot at Piao Wall. Piao Wall avoided all of those attacks by a hair's breadth. "You're pretty good." A cruel light flashed in Wu Gunsang's eyes. He continued to pressure Piao Wall like a cat playing with a mouse. Pyo Wall's whole body was gradually stained with blood from Wu Gunseng's formidable swordsmanship. Even if it wasn't, it was a free car because of the practice of closing the pipe that I didn't want. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. He brought in disciples who usually sucked up on him and held them in his arms. But the endeavor became boring. Wu Gunseng had stood out since childhood. His formidable intelligence made it easy to learn any martial arts. Everyone applauded his outstanding growth, and the seniors of the Qingcheng sect each taught him martial arts. It was probably from then. Learning martial arts was no longer fun. The martial arts that others had to learn for more than a year, he learned in a month. As he learned it so easily, his interest in martial arts began to fall. From that moment on, he started to become interested in women. There were many women who sucked up to him. He, too, was at a hot-blooded age, so he did not shy away from any woman who came up to him. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The trouble arose when he forcibly took a woman. At that time, Wu Gunseng was intoxicated and lost his judgment. When he met a certain woman, her beauty made Wu Gunseng act like a beast as he forcibly took the woman. The woman, who felt ashamed, committed suicide, making her family fall apart. Wu Jinpyong barely managed the situation, and he ordered Wu Gunseng to spend a whole year training in isolation. Although he admitted his mistake, the fact that Wu Gunseng had to be put on probation for a year was a cruel treatment that was hard for him to accept, so his heart was filled with discontent. Even as he held a female disciple in his arms, the deterioration in his heart did not go away. Then, the assassin's attack exploded his anger. Did that bitch's father send you? Wu Gunseng mistook Pyo Wall as an assassin sent by the father of the woman he raped. The woman's father was a power to recognize in the neighborhood. He had enough fortune to hire a few assassins. Pyo Wall didn't answer. His attitude provoked his anger even more. Wu Gunseng performed the sword attack of the Qingcheng sect that he had learned so far as if he had been angry with Pyo Wall. SSI's. The entire underground basement was filled with his swordsmanship. It was only then that Pyo Wall realized how great a martial artist Wu Gunseng was. From the sword of Wu Gunseng, 3 swords came out. At least it's a dagger, so if he had a long sword, his neck would have been separated from his body. That is why Pyo Wall deliberately threw a dagger and held it. Pyo Wall did not dare to block the sword in front of him, so he managed to avoid the attack of Wu Gunseng with the technique of Nalyotagan, Lan Lu Da Gun Lazy, donkey rolling. Dear. Wu Gunseng followed Pyo Wall and spread the water. At that moment, Pyo Wall kicked a sword that was rolling on the floor with his foot. Kong. However, the sword he kicked collided with the dagger of Wu Gunseng and bounced off. Pyo Wall grabbed the bounced sword in the air and swung it. How funny, how dare you attack me with my own sword? Wu Gunseng, who was a martial artist until the very tip of his head, changed his sword. Instead of the Chongenjukhagam, it was the 72 sword waves, one of the secret techniques of the Qingcheng sect. As if the waves were pounding 72 times, the revolving sword had a tremendous power that was difficult for any master of Zhonghu to easily take. The 72 sword waves was not the highest swordsmanship technique of the Qingcheng sect. Even though there were a few more techniques with stronger power than that, Wu Gunseng was most familiar with the 72 sword waves. He was fascinated with the 72 sword waves from a young age. Since it's been a long time since he learned it, he reached a point where he can execute the technique even with his eyes closed. Successus. Sharp sword strikes flew in succession like waves. Pyo Wall's body seemed to be in danger, as if it was going to be torn apart at any moment. Pyo Wall fled behind the woman who was earlier beaten down by him. Move. Gunseng Wu kicked the body of the woman whom he had made love with a while ago. The woman bounced out and hit the wall. As a result, the nerves of Wu Gunseng were temporarily distracted. That was then. The red light in Pyo Wall's eyes glowed. He swung his sword in the wrong direction as if he had given up on everything. A smirk crept on the corner of his mouth. Foolish. Kong. Then the unbelievable happened. The sword of Wu Gunseng, which was raging wildly like a wave, was blocked by Pyo Wall's sword. What? Wu Gunseng dismissed it as a coincidence and again unfolded his 72 sword waves. Kong. But this time, he was blocked by the sword of Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall cut off his attack, as if he had already known Wu Gunseng's swordsmanship in advance. Indeed he does. The 72 sword waves displayed by Wu Gunseng was the martial art Pyo Wall knew. The unknown swordsman he learned in the underground cavity was the 72 sword waves. 3 children out of the 27 children had learned the 72 sword waves. 2 of 3 were attacked by the other children, with Pyo Wall being the sole survivor. Pyo Wall learned the 72 sword waves to death in order to survive. So, he knew the characteristics of the 72 sword waves better than anyone. Although his understanding and mastery may be lagging behind that of Wu Gunsang, he surpassed him in terms of demolishing the technique. To Wu Gunsang, the 72 sword waves was simply a sword that he had mastered, but for Piao Wall, the 72 sword waves was the only hope he expected to use in order to survive. SSIs. Piao Wall stabbed his sword. It was an ordinary stab that relied on his instincts. However, its speed and direction exceeded the expectations of Wu Gunsang. Swift mind. The speed of the mind moves the body. On this one chance, Piao Wall risked everything he had. Puig. The sword pierced his chest. The sword of Piao Wall pierced through the chest of Wu Gunsang. Kakaage. Wu Gunsang vomited blood. The blood poured out of Wu Gunsang's mouth had soaked Piao Wall's face. How can the likes of you use the 72 sword waves? Quote, although Piao Wall did not know, the technique he unwittingly unfolded was a resemblance of the 72 sword waves. He executed the 72 sword waves as he destroyed the 72 sword waves of Wu Gunsang. No one else knew, but Wu Gunsang was able to recognize that. Piao Wall didn't answer. He couldn't. It felt like the energy would scatter and collapse if he opened his mouth. In the brief moment of confrontation, Piao Wall poured everything he had. The key was to have Wu Gunsang execute the 72 sword waves. Lim Sayal said that the unknown swordsmanship, the 72 sword waves, was the mastered martial arts of their target. Piao Wall thought there was a chance of winning if he would let Wu Gunsang perform the 72 sword waves. That's why he desperately dragged time to unfold the 72 swords. This was the first time he had used the thunder-splitting technique in practice. It was a gamble that could cost his life. His gamble might have been a success, but he suffered serious injuries in return. He had to get out of here quickly. Piao Wall looked at the woman for a moment. The woman who had been struck by Wu Gunsang was losing her mind. Piao Wall exited the underground basement through the ventilation hole. From now on, it was a race against time. He had to get as far away from the Qingcheng sect as possible before they noticed. Chang Il was one of the members of the Qingcheng sect and was in charge of the Yaxuandong. Although he is not as strong in martial arts as his high-ranking brother Cheng Yopi, Qing Ming, or Wu Gunsang, he was well-versed in medicine and was respected by many of his disciples. Chang Il looked at his disciple, Jin Guang, with a frown on his forehead. What do you mean? Dojin is on the grounds? Wasn't Dojin walking around the mountain collecting herbs? I thought so too. Jin Guang put on a puzzled expression. It was him who instructed Dojin to gather the herbs from the mountain. But he heard some strange news. It was said that Dojin, who had gone out under his orders earlier, returned to the Qingcheng sect for some reason. There were also testimonies from the disciples who saw Dojin. Jin Guang wandered the Qingcheng sect in search of Dojin. However, Dojin could not be found anywhere. That's so strange. It's not enough for Dojin to dare disobey my orders. He's even wandering around the grounds without any permission. I've been looking for him too, but I can't find him anywhere. Is it not possible for the other disciples to see it wrong? Several people have already said that they saw him. Where was the last time you saw Dojin? Near the Bright Moon Palace. Let's go. Yes. The two left Yaxuandong and went to the nearby Bright Moon Palace. Chang Il grabbed the man who was guarding the Bright Moon Palace and asked, have you ever seen Dojin? I saw him roaming around. Really? Yes. Why? Instead of answering, Chang Il frowned. Something didn't feel right. It's strange that Dojin, who had to go around the mountain and collect herbs, came back without a word, then was seen wandering around Bright Moon Palace. Something weird was happening. Suddenly, the eyes of Chang Il turned to the Bright Moon Palace. Is Wu Gunsang inside? Yes. He's in training in isolation. Send him a message that I will visit him. That is, as the disciple, Li Daijie, hesitated, Chang Il's face distorted. Has he taken a woman in again? I apologize. The disciple Li Daijie quickly bowed his head. He could not dare tell a lie to Chang Il. I'm going inside. Chang Il pushed the disciple and entered the Bright Moon Palace. Li Daijie, who was guarding the residents, did not dare to stop him. How do you do it? He hurriedly followed Chang Il, expecting a lightning bolt to fall soon. After looking around the inside of Bright Moon Palace for a while, Chang Il found the entrance to the underground basement. Grung. When the lock was activated, the entrance opened with a dull sound. Chang Il, Jin Guang, and Li Daijie went down to the underground basement through the entrance. The corpse of Wu Gunsang greeted them. What? Wu Gunsang? Chang Il ran towards Wu Gunsang and looked at his condition. However, Wu Gunsang had already stopped breathing. Who dares? The roar of Chang Il echoed through the underground basement. Jin Guang, who understood the situation, ran to the upper rooms and shouted, it's an assassin! An assassin has killed the senior brother Wu Gunsang. Editor's notes. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. 29. Chapter 29. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 4. Manhwa, Chapter 22. Dang dang dang. An emergency bell rang dizzyingly in the quiet Chingcheng sect. The disciples of the Chingcheng sect, who were resting quietly, ran out bewildered. Then came the shocking news that Wu Gunsang had been attacked and killed by an assassin. Look for the assassin now. Don't let go of him. All the martial artists scattered across Mount Chingcheng came out and searched for the assassin. Who killed Wu Gunsang? A disciple of the Chingcheng sect was killed within the confines of the sect. It was an unprecedented incident where a promising disciple died after being attacked by an assassin. Of course, the Chingcheng sect was turned upside down. In particular, the anger of Wu Jinpiang, who lost his child, and Mariangjin, who lost the future of the Chingcheng sect, was great. They looked at the corpse of Wu Gunsang with wretched eyes. Gunsang. Wu Jinpiang knelt in front of his son's body and horribly sobbed. Wu Jinpiang, who was like a rock since he had never been shaken even once in Chingcheng sect, was now sobbing defenselessly. At the sight of Wu Jinpiang's figure, the expressions of the elders of the Chingcheng sect became somber. O primordial God! How could our sect endure such an ordeal? Mariangjin closed his eyes and shook his white beard. Mu Jung-jin, an elder right below him, approached him. Senior brother, speak. Junior brother, we must deal with that child. Mu Jung-jin's gaze was pointing to the female disciple lying unconscious. Mariangjin frowned. What do you mean? That child is also a disciple of our sect, and yet you still want to dispose of her? The honor of Gunsang is at stake. If it becomes known to the outside world that he has brought a female disciple during his closed training, the honor of Gunsang will hit rock bottom. He is already dead, so shouldn't we at least protect his honor? Junior brother. Mariangjin unleashed a mournful roar. All the other elders flinched, but Mu Jung-jin continued speaking without changing a single expression on his face. What's done is done. Since Gunsang, the best member of the Chingcheng sect, has died, our sect's reputation will also collapse. Mu Jung-jin's voice was as cold as ice. He was the one who loved Wu Gunsang more than anyone else. Except for senior brother Ko Yopijin, who had retired a long time ago, Wu Gunsang was the greatest talent of the Chingcheng sect. He regarded Wu Gunsang as a talented person who would succeed in his footsteps, so he taught him with great care. Although his growth has been slow recently, he has fallen into gloom in the middle, but the fact that he is a talented person who will open up a brilliant future for Chingcheng sect has not changed. Wu Gunsang's death was nothing short of deteriorating the future of the Chingcheng sect for at least a decade. His death was more tragic than anyone else, but now was the time to minimize the damage. Otherwise, it would take more than a decade for the sect to recover. Clearly, there must be someone who hired the assassin. Someone who would benefit from the fall of Gunsang and the Chingcheng sect. We must not let that happen, no matter what. When Mu Jung-jin spoke so harshly, Mariangjin put on a perplexed expression on his face. Senior brother, that shouldn't be the case. No matter how important the reputation of the sect is, it's not as important as a human life. Among the elders, the Mu Wajin, who had the mildest disposition, came forward and stopped the Mu Jung-jin. Then Mu Jung-jin looked at the other elders and said, "Is that what all of you think? Do you think it's okay for the sect's reputation to fall to the ground like this? If this continues, we will not be able to catch up with the Shaolin or Wudang, but rather the gap will continue to widen and we will be reduced to just some mere sect." No one answered. However, their eyes were not so different from those of Mu Jung-jin. At the appearance of the elders, Mariangjin and Mu Wajin put on a difficult expression. That was then. "I'll do it." Wu Jinpiang, who was weeping in front of his child's body, stood up. In his hand was a sword that was stuck in the chest of Wu Gunsang. "Junior brother," Mariangjin shouted in surprise, but he could not stop Wu Jinpiang. Clang! Wu Jinpiang stabbed the sword into the female disciple's chest. The woman, who already lost reason, vomited blood then died. "Junior brother Wu, what have you done?" Mariangjin took the sword from his hand. Wu Jinpiang sat down on one spot and shouted, "Hok Hyuh, what was I supposed to do then? Gunsang was not just the hope of the Chingcheng sect, he was everything to me as a father. How could I just watch Gunsang's honor crumble like this? You can curse me all you like, I dedicated myself to the Chingcheng sect. If you don't understand this level of inconvenience, I'd rather leave the sect." There was madness in Wu Jinpiang's voice. At this point, the Mariangjin and Mu Wajin had no choice but to understand. What's more, the act had already happened. What's more important is setting it right. Who for now, let's just say that the girl came to receive instruction from Gunsang and then died because of the assassin. You thought, well, I don't know if it was a really good decision. I really don't know. As Marie Yongjin let out a deep sigh, Mu Jungjin's eyes shone sharply and said, isn't there something more important than that now? That's right, we must catch the assassin who's the culprit in all of this. We must capture him and let him tell us who's the person behind him. Have the rest of the sects in Sichuan cooperate. For those who refuse to cooperate, let them know that we will take it as a sign that they don't want to be in Sichuan any longer. I will pass on the words of the sect leader to the Ma, Wudang, Shaolin, and all the other sects. All those involved in this sneak attack will be identified and punished. When Marie Yongjin's permission was granted, Mu Jungjin led all the elders and went out. As the words of Marie Yongjin were delivered to the other sects, the whole of Sichuan was turned upside down. Gu Wasada's eyes trembled. In her hand was a letter tied to a bird's ankle that came from the Qingcheng sect. The letter included a request for cooperation with the Qingcheng sect. Words were a request, but considering the prestige of the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan province, it was no less than a command that could not be refused. The problem was not the Qingcheng sect's request for cooperation. The story was that an assassin had killed Wu Gunsang. Is this really true? Did an assassin really kill Wu Gunsang? Quote, it was unbelievable news. But there was no reason not to believe it. It was a letter from the Qingcheng sect, not anywhere else. They had no reason to lie to the Ma sect. Unbelievable. As Gu Wasada clenched her fists, the letter was crumpled and ripped. Master, has Wu Gunsang really been assassinated? Zhonghua asked carefully. She was one of the few people who shared the secret with the Abbess of Nine Calamities. Of course, she knew the full story of this event. An inescapable net was laid out to capture them, but on the contrary, they managed to sneak into Qingcheng sect and assassinated Wu Gunsang? Quote, bang. Gu Wasada smashed the desk with her fist. In her anger, Zhonghua, Chulsim, Yang Soul Ran and the other disciples held their breath. Due to the death of Wu Gunsang, the picture drawn by the Gu Wasada was completely destroyed. It was because of his tremendous talent that Gu Wasada commissioned the Blood Shadow Group to assassinate Wu Gunsang. There was a gap that was difficult to narrow between the Qingcheng sect and the Ma sect. Furthermore, there's a sense of crisis that their sect will never be able to catch up with the Qingcheng sect given that Wu Gunsang's talent was fully blooming. It caused her to feel unbelievable pressure. 500,000 gold was by no means a small amount. This was especially true with Ma's current situation. Nevertheless, she invested such a large amount because she recognized the appearance of a Wu Gunsang as a threat. Then she had an idea. If Wu Gunsang could be used as a pawn that was beneficial to the Ma sect, then she would not end up paying for the 500,000 gold to the Blood Shadow Group. Gu Wasada had a beautiful disciple named Yang Soul Ran. Yang Soul Ran both possesses great beauty and intelligence. There was also her cool temperament and blade-like judgment that other disciples did not have. She thought that it would not be too difficult for her to control Wu Gunsang. The Abbess of the Nine Calamities did not stop with the assassination plan while she was promoting the marriage of Yang Soul Ran and Wu Gunsang. If Wu Gunsang had refused to marry, the assassination would have proceeded. Wu Jinpyong, Wu Gunsang's father, was not an easygoing person. He did not readily accept the marriage proposal of Ma, because he, too, knew that the marriage with the Ma sect would do more harm than good. It was only recently that the situation changed. Wu Gunsang had a major accident, and Wu Jinpyong realized clearly that his son should not be left alone like this. So, he ended up accepting the marriage offer of the Ma sect. As soon as the conversation between Wu Gunsang and Yang Soul Ran was made, Gu Wasada cancelled the assassination request, and in order to destroy the evidence, she moved the warriors of Sichuan to attack the Blood Shadow Group assassins. It was already cooked rice, but how dare you sprinkle ashes? 1. Fire seemed to be burning in the eyes of Gu Wasada. If Yang Soul Ran and Wu Gunsang had gotten married as planned, they would have dominated the Ma sect within 10 years. But all of her plans went awry because of a mere assassin. All the plans that were created for 7 years were ruined. Zhonghua said, we must not leave the assassin who killed Wu Gunsang live. They may know our secret, so we must get rid of them. You must immediately lead the disciples and participate in the inescapable net immediately. You must kill that assassin. Leave it to me. Zhonghua led her brothers and sister disciples out. It was time for Yang Soul Ran to naturally follow them outside. Now that the marriage has been cancelled, you must be overjoyed, aren't you? The sharp voice of Gu Wasada stopped her. When Yang Soul Ran turned back, Gu Wasada was looking at her with cold eyes. Yang Soul Ran answered calmly, of course not. There is no way I am glad that I lost my husband. Husband? We decided to marry, so he is my husband. Yang Soul Ran bowed her head at Gu Wasada and went outside. Everything regarding the Qingcheng sect has turned into his enemy. In fact, the whole sect couldn't be his enemy, but it was what Pyo Wall felt. Everything in the Qingcheng sect seemed to be aiming at him with hostility. The death of Wu Gunsang of the Qingcheng sect was revealed much earlier than Piu Wall had expected. He expected that the pursuit of the Qingcheng sect would start in the morning, but in reality, less than half an hour later, the masters of the Qingcheng sect had already begun to move. It was a much quicker response than Piu Wall had calculated. On the other hand, Piu Wall's physical condition was at its worst. Due to the confrontation with Wu Gunsang, his body was seriously injured. Not only external wounds but his internal injuries as well were in critical condition. He wanted to hide somewhere for just a moment. But he wasn't given even a small amount of time. Piu Wall hurriedly went down the mountain after he barely stopped the bleeding. But he had to change direction before going down half a mile. It was because the masters from the nearby area were blocking the way. Bark bark. The sound of a dog barking echoed from somewhere. Even the dogs raised in the sect were mobilized to track down Piu Wall. I have to get rid of the smell. As it was clear that his actions would soon be discovered. Piu Wall turned his body in the direction where he felt the strong moisture. As he walked along, following the damp smell, a small valley came out. Piu Wall moved along the valley. He could not help but try to remove his body odor as much as possible. Fortunately, the barking of the dog was no longer heard. It was because the water removed the body odor of Piu Wall. But a bigger challenge awaited him. Block the valley. Set up a checkpoint over here. In the nearby area, the warriors were sent to prevent anyone from going out of the valley. The martial arts skills of the warriors didn't seem that great. Unlike the previous disciples who were training in the main mountain, they only learned a little bit of martial arts for self-defense. I have to break through. Choosing to go on a detour would be a waste of time. It was safe to say that they were guarding only all the way up to this point, since it was filled with warriors. It would have been better for him to break through head-on before their encirclement was completed. With his judgment made, he quickly acted on it. Piu Wall rushed towards the warriors in an instant. There's the assassin. Stop. By the time the warriors noticed Piu Wall's existence, he had already come close. Paverbic. Piu Wall's attacks exploded on their necks and stomachs. In an instant, 3 or 4 warriors collapsed. The warriors, who had deflected Piu Wall's attack, hurriedly fired firecrackers into the air. Piu Wall gave up attacking and ran away. This way. The assassin has fled this way. Seeing the firecrackers, many of the warriors ran towards him. All the people in Mount Qingcheng chased after Piu Wall. Editor's notes. Thank you for taking the time to read. Commenting or reacting to the post would be highly appreciated. It gives me motivation to translate and edit Chaps 3. It was already cooked rice, but how dare you sprinkle ashes? This is a Korean proverb. Other way of saying it is scattering ashes on already cooked rice. Or, don't rain on someone else's parade. This refers to ruining work that is almost finished. 30. Chapter 30. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 5. Manhwa. N.A. People often thought that assassins move alone. But that was a misconception. An assassin had to go through a lot of steps in carrying out assassinations. First of all, there should be a person who receives the request, and another person who can collect the information. There should also be someone who can carve out assassin's infiltration method and another person to figure out the escape routes. A minimum of 4 personnel were required for one assassination. That was just the case for the minimum. On average, more than a dozen personnel actually have to move organically and assist in executing a single assassination. Because of that, assassin groups like the Blood Phantom Group have been able to prosper until now. For nearly 200 years, Zhonghu has been involved in great wars such as the Battle of Blood and the War of the Demons in Heaven. Assassin groups such as the Blood Phantom Group expanded their power by taking advantage of such chaos. After the 2 battles, the Assassin Group became more and more professional and systematic. If the Blood Phantom Group had been fine, Piu Wall would have been able to receive systematic support. However, Piu Wall did not think that the Blood Phantom Group would be okay. The client was meticulous and cruel. There was no way for them to feel any remorse. Piu Wall had to do both assassination and escape by himself, even with his injured body. The escape route Piu Wall chose was the Min River, Minjiang. The Min River was a huge river flowing behind Mount Qingcheng and passed through the Sichuan Basin. The richness of the Sichuan Basin was due to sediments brought from upstream by 4 great rivers, including the Min River. 4 rivers, hence the name Sichuan. The 4 rivers were connected through numerous tributaries and connected the entire Sichuan province like a spider's web. That was why Piu Wall chose Mingang as his escape route. Similarly, the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect knew this, so they built a security network on the escape route leading to the Min River. There, the warriors who discovered Piu Wall attacked. Piu Wall chose to avoid them rather than confront them head-on. Piu Wall made a big detour and ran towards the Min River. A field of reeds could be seen in the distance. Once he hides himself in the reed fields and enters the Min River, the pursuers will not be able to find him easily. Okay, but before Pyo Wall could even enter the reed field, a large axe flew. Bang! A crater the size of an adult's torso exploded in the place where Pyo Wall had just been. If Pyo Wall had been a little late to avoid it, he would have been smashed like fish meat. Blood Dragon Blade Lighting, Shui Long Cheng Fu. He was a master who had no opponent if he only had an axe. As soon as he heard that Gunsang was assassinated by an assassin, he ran to this place with his axe. When he found Pyo Wall, he swung his axe with all his might. How dare an assassin dare to kill Qingcheng's Wu Gunsang? I will punish you by offering your corpse as a sacrifice on the altar of the Qingcheng sect. He was genuinely angry. Although he had no relationship with Wu Gunsang, the fact that the young disciple who carried the future of the sect had his life ended in vain because an assassin made him angry. It wasn't just that. Most of the warriors who supported the Qingcheng's call and formed the inescapable net had similar feelings. Hong hong. A huge axe flew with a vicious momentum. Pyo Wall did not dare to face the axe and fled. Then, this time, something invisible flew aiming for Pyo Wall's blood. Pyo Wall almost instinctively bowed his head. Then something invisible ran through his hair and back. A handful of hair was cut off, and the hem of his clothes was torn, revealing his bare skin. Fishing line? It was a fishing line that was so fine that it was indistinguishable by the naked eye that attacked Pyo Wall. The owner of the fishing line was an old man in his 60s dressed as a fisherman. The old man's true identity was So Tae Myung, the Min River's fish, Mian Zhong Yu Weng. So Tae Myung's weapon was a fishing rod called a dragon pole, Long Gone Sao. The fishing rod itself was ordinary, but the fishing line used was made of a material called cheonjamsa, silk thread. 1. The cheonjamsa was so thin that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and its sharpness was comparable to that of a famous sword. Zhou Pyong Guang and So Tae Myung were old friends. One attacked from a close range with an axe, and the other attacked from a distance using a fishing rod. Their collaboration was truly perfect. Pyo Wall realized that he couldn't get to the Min River until he defeated them. Pyo Wall ran towards So Tae Myung. Hey, this will be easy. Someone who's an assassin baboon. Whirlick. So Tae Myung snorted and recovered the dragon pole. Then the fishing line returned and aimed at Pyo Wall's back. The hooks on the fishing line were so sharp that once caught, it was impossible to get out. Pyo Wall knew that too. Still, he ran away without blinking an eye. Both the number of years of learning martial arts and the level of skill was quite different. Still, the reason Pyo Wall rushed to the front was because he had an intuition that the opportunity would not come if he didn't go for it now. Pyo Wall's nerves were at a standstill. As his sight, smell, and hearing expanded beyond my limits, he felt the trembling of the air. The movement of the fishing line sharply piercing the air was vividly pictured in my mind. Pyo Wall stretched out his hand. The fishing line was caught on his thumb and index finger. Bang! You fool! At that moment, So Tae Myung pulled the fishing rod with all his might. His fishing line was made of silk yarn. By injecting the internal energy, it can become sharper than any other famous swords. Human skin could also be cut in half like a fish body. So Tae Myung had no doubts that he could cut off Pyo Wall's hand. However, the thumb and index finger of Pyo Wall, who grabbed the fishing line, were still intact. What? So Tae Myung opened his eyes wide in surprise. The unthinkable happened to him. Pyo Wall's internal strength could hardly keep up with the depth of So Tae Myung. Moreover, the piece called cheonjamsa was added, so his finger should have been cut off. Nevertheless, his fingers remained intact because he concentrated all of his internal strength on the two fingers holding the cheonjamsa. In other words, it was a matter of efficiency. While the depth and vastness of the action did not need much internal energy, the delicateness needed for the operation was different. Pyo Wall possessed a more sensitive sense than anyone else. As he struggled to survive in the dark, his senses expanded. Such expanded senses were so sensitive that the average person could not even imagine. When So Tae Myung pulled the fishing rod, he came closer, and when he swung it, he followed him like a scarecrow. Pyo Wall was like a ghost hanging from a fishing line. He had killed a lot of warriors with the dragon pole so far, but this was the first time this has happened. Bastard! Zhou Pyong Guang suddenly attacked Pyo Wall's waist with an axe. At that moment, Pyo Wall let go of the fishing line he was holding in his hand and jumped forward. Because of the action of Zhou Pyong Guang, Pyo Wall used his momentum to go for So Tae Myung's chest. Oh no! So Tae Myung hurriedly tried to block Pyo Wall's attack with the handle of the dragon pole. But before the dragon pole's handle reached, Pyo Wall gently pushed it away with his palm. In an instant, So Tae Myung's body was out of balance. Without missing the gap, Pyo Wall's hand pierced his throat like tofu. He executed the 72 swords with his bare hands like a blade. After listening to So Yowal's advice, Pyo Wal concentrated on his handiwork. And he was able to get some results. He can make his fingers reminiscent of a sharp blade at will. The result was right before his eyes. Pyo Wal's hand stopped So Tae Myung's breathing. So Tae Myung collapsed in his blood. Tae Myung, a voice close to the scream of Jo Pyung Gwang, the blood dragon, resounded in the Min River. He never could have imagined that he would lose a close friend in such a vain way in front of his eyes. Pyo Wal ignored Jo Pyung Gwang. There was no time to deal with Jo Pyung Gwang now. He picked up So Tae Myung's dragon pole and flew into the Min River. Plop! In an instant, his figure disappeared into the river. Damn it! Jo Pyung Gwang's desperate cry echoed through the Min River. He jumped into the river. Follow him. The soldiers who joined late followed Pyo Wal and plunged into the river. Jo Pyung Gwang cried while holding the body of his dead friend. Damn, I will never forgive you. The Chingchung sect organized a tracking team of about 100 men to pursue Pyo Wal. However, the rest of the warriors were not idle. They coordinated in achieving their goal by closely liaising with the warriors of other sects. The people who led the pursuit from the Chingchung sect were Mu Jung Jin and his disciple Ching Ming. If Mu Jung Jin was the #1 martial artist in the Chingchung sect, Ching Ming possessed an unparalleled force among his fellow disciples. Although he was not as famous because of his brilliant talent, his martial arts skills were among the top 3 of his great disciples. Ching Ming had another talent besides martial arts, which was that he was good at hunting. Before entering the Chingchung sect, he lived with his father, who was a hunter. From the moment he started walking, he went with his father, so he inherited his father's talents. Knowing the nature of the beast, tracking and hunting skills were at a level that even hunters could not match. Thanks to his talent, he was able to catch the eye of Mu Jung Jin early and became his disciple. Knowing the talent of Ching Ming, Mu Jung Jin set out to pursue Pyo Wal with him in the lead. After examining the traces left on the floor, Ching Ming opened his mouth. He's a great guy. He's bold and fearless on the subject being chased. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have dared to assassinate Wu Gunsang. Can you track him down? Of course, Ching Ming answered in a confident voice. It has been more than 10 years since he gave up on hunting, but his skill was still there. Rather than worrying about not being able to track him, he was rather excited about hunting after a long time. Now that Wu Gunsang has died, this is a golden opportunity. Ching Ming was very ambitious. However, it was difficult for him to express his ambitions since the position of Wu Gunsang or his older brother, Ching Yeobian, was so strong. In particular, Wu Gunsang was younger than him, and he was loved by the elders for his superior talent. Ching Yeobian, his older brother, received the full support of the disciples for his outstanding martial arts and gentle personality. Because the two had the love and attention of the entire Chingchung sect, there was no room for him to intervene. So Ching Ming was giving up on it to some extent, but suddenly the opportunity came. Ching Ming did not want to miss the opportunity that suddenly came. Let's go, we must catch him to lift up the spirit of the sect. Yes, Ching Ming took the lead and ran. He tracked down Pyo Wal, recalling his memories of hunting with his father. Where Pyo Wal had passed, traces remained. Pyo Wal preferred to get out of hiding if possible, and he did so. However, it was near impossible to get out of the inescapable net that was spread out like spider webs throughout Sichuan province without any trace. Pyo Wal fought a few fights, used his wits and escaped, but he left a trail each time. Ching Ming found the ghost-like traces left by Pyo Wal. He turned around here. Where will he go after coming here? He will end up in Danba. If you go further west from Danpa, you will find the highlands. He's a clever guy. The other guys died trying to escape out of Sichuan, but he's doing the opposite of trying to escape by going deep into Sichuan. If his destination is really the highlands, we will have to catch him before he gets there. The mountains there are too steep and deep, and if he made up his mind to hide, we will never be able to find him. Mu Jung Jin nodded his head at Ching Ming's concern. The Sichuan land was basically a basin. The vast plain, which provides enough grain to feed hundreds of millions of people, was protected by mountains high enough to reach the sky like a folding screen. Among them, the highland in the west was famous for its rugged and dense mountains. Even in broad daylight it was as dark as night, and it was notorious for having first-time visitors to get lost and wander for days and days, eventually starving to death. Mu Jung Jin gave another disciple an order. Make an announcement to the sects that have made up the inescapable net. Since his destination is the Western Highlands, tell them to concentrate and fully prepare their forces there, especially for those sects in that direction. Understood. I'll tell them that. The disciple lowered the large box he was carrying on his back as he answered. Inside the box were dozens of well-trained carrier pigeons. The disciple took some of them out of the box, then threw them away. The carrier pigeons flew in different directions with a letter containing the orders of Mu Jung Jin on their feet. It was time for the warriors of the Qingcheng sect to start moving again after a brief rest. Suddenly, a red hawk appeared in the sky. The red hawk hovered in the sky for a while, then swiftly descended and landed on the forearm of the disciple who sent out the carrier pigeons. The disciple hurriedly delivered the letter tied to the carrier pigeon's ankle to Mu Jung Jin. This is a letter from the Ma sect. Ma? Mu Jung Jin hastily read the letter. Master, why did Ma send a letter? They say they want to participate too. Ma? What are their intentions? Qing Ming frowned. His perception of the Ma sect was not good. Mu Jung Jin crumpled up the letter and said, "It doesn't matter what their intentions are. What matters is that the number of cards we can use has increased. We will surely catch the assassin and soon have him taste the pain of hell." Editor's notes. Even if the translated chapters hasn't caught yet with the manhwa, it's nice to see some events here in the web novel which was not shown in the manhwa. Cheonjamsa. Silk Thread. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Chapter 31. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 6. Manhwa, Chapter 22-23. The whole world was tinged with gold. The rice fields before harvest swayed like waves in the wind, and the farmers smiled happily. Their faces were tanned by the intense sunlight, and their whole body was sweating non-stop, but they were happy nonetheless. Now the harvest is near. The end of the arduous journey that has continued since spring is in sight. That is why the working farmers burst into laughter. They failed to notice that someone was stealing the clothes they had left on the farm road. It was Pyo Wall who walked calmly while changing into farmer's clothes. He hung his sickle around his waist and walked like a real farmer. Because of that, even the peasants didn't think it was strange at all when they saw him. Pyo Wall acted like a real farmer. He thoroughly imitated the behavior of farmers, even their facial expressions. One of the things Pyo Wall learned in order to survive in the dark was to imitate others. It was So Gyeoksan who taught him the art of imitation. So Gyeoksan was from an arts troupe that performed miscellaneous plays. He was particularly good at changing his face in an instant. He said that the audience cannot be immersed in a miscellaneous drama simply by changing their face. The audience can only sympathize deeply when they act like an object with a completely changed face, and the key is to think from the perspective of the owner of the face. Pyo Wall had to think and act thoroughly in the position of the owner of the face. Imitation was the starting point. It had to be the subject of thorough imitation. So Gyeoksan said it in passing, but his words were deeply engraved in Pyo Wall's mind. After that, Pyo Wall had a habit of observing and imitating the actions of others. Its true value was being demonstrated now. Even now, the warriors were frantic as they tried to look for him everywhere, but Pyo Wall himself was walking with a relaxed mind like a farmer. Pyo Wall looked at the golden fields with a heartwarming smile like a real farmer. He was truly amazed at the magnificent spectacle he had seen before. He had quite a lot of experience wandering the river alone as a child, but he had never seen such spectacular scenery. Pyo Wall thought that the scene in front of him was beautiful. He himself wanted to become a farmer and live a peaceful life like this. But he knew best how vain his wishes were. On the way here, Pyo Wall had the blood of many people buried in his hands. In most cases they were the ones who attacked first, but in some cases, Pyo Wall was the first one to sneak and kill them. As long as their blood is on his hands, he will not be given a peaceful life. Pyo Wall shook his head and threw away his thoughts. He was simply pretending to be a farmer, but he was too immersed in it. Pyo Wall walked hurriedly, because he wanted to get out of this situation. It was when he reached the end of the farm road. It's a message from the Qingcheng sect that the assassin is moving west. Everyone blocked the road around here. A group of warriors appeared and blocked all the farm roads leading out of the paddy fields. Pyo Wall's expression hardened. It was not simply because they blocked their way, but because of the fact that someone from the Qingcheng sect accurately grasped his path and gave instructions. I have to get out of this place in at least an hour. If they blocked this place, the other roads would also be guarded by soldiers. He had to get out when the security was still loose. Pyo Wall approached the warriors blocking the farm road with the most casual look. Stop, huh? Pyo Wall looked at the soldiers with a frightened expression. He looked like a real farmer. We are searching for a criminal who has committed a grave sin. State your identity this instant. My name is Yangqiel, who lives in the village over there. I'm on my way home from farming today. It's still this early. Are you saying you've already finished farming? Yes, all the weeds have been cut, so everything is done for the day. The soldiers who saw Pyo Wall's frightened appearance made a lost impression. No matter how fearless they were in the world, they could not handle innocent civilians at will. To them, Pyo Wall looked like a real farmer. Pyo Wall rubbed mud all over his body, and changed his face to the opposite. His appearance was like any other rural villager. Jiyu Yunsung, the leader of the warriors, looked closely at Pyo Wall. Jiyu Yunsung was from the Ma sect and was favored by Guwasada, the abbess of 9 calamities, because of his excellent martial arts and observation skills. What shall we do? The soldiers under his command waited for Jiyu Yunsung's instructions. Let him pass. At Jiyu Yunsung's command, the soldiers paved the way. It was when Pyo Wall almost passed them by. For a moment, suddenly, Jiyu Yunsung stopped Pyo Wall. Why? Why is the sickle of someone who came back from cutting weeds so clean? If you cut weeds, then there must be some sort of traces on the sickle. Pyo Wall's eyes shook for a moment. He didn't expect that Jiyu Yunsung would be able to notice such a small detail. Jiyu Yunsung did not miss Pyo Wall's reaction. You must be the assassin the abbess of 9 calamities was talking about. Attack him. At the command of Jiyu Yunsung, the soldiers who were guarding the road rushed towards Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall heard what Jiyu Yunsung said even as he avoided the attacks of the warriors. Abbess of 9 calamities? He has dealt with many people so far, but no one has mentioned the name of a specific person before. Pyo Wall instinctively noticed that Jiyu Yunsung had a different purpose than the other people he had faced. Originally, he was planning to escape as soon as his identity was discovered. However, as soon as he heard Jiyu Yunsung's words, he changed his mind. CIIT. The sickle, which played a decisive role in revealing his identity, broke through the air. Gah! Blood gushed out from the neck of the man who was running in front of him. Pyo Wall beheaded his head with a simple swing without much of an afterthought. Poing! The man in the back threw firecrackers into the air. It was a signal that the assassin was on their location. Pyo Wall expected that sooner or later a flock of soldiers would come running to his location. There was no time to waste. He had to subdue the group in front of him as fast as possible to find out what they wanted. Shiak! Pyo Wall threw the sickle at the rushing enemies. HMPH! You dare! The warriors used chi and simply dodged the sickle. Avoiding such attacks was easy for them. Damn, it would be better for you to give up. They rushed towards Pyo Wall in an instant. At that moment, Pyo Wall flew backwards and clapped his fingers. A gleam of suspicion shone on Jiyu Yunsung's face, because Pyo Wall's actions seemed meaningless. That was then. CIIT. A horrifying sound rang out from behind their backs. Kurg! Uro! The soldiers behind Jiyu Yunsung screamed. What? As Jiyu Yosung looked back in surprise, he saw the soldiers who were following him suddenly fall down with blood pouring from their necks. It was the sickle that had just been dodged that had decapitated them. The sickle, as if a living creature, came back in a large curve in the air and landed in Pyo Wall's hand. How? At that moment, Pyo Wall once again threw his sickle. Jiyu Yunsung instinctively swung his sword and deflected the sickle. Pyo Wall lifted his finger. The sickle, which was about to fall on the ground, flew towards Jiyu Yunsung again at a frightening speed. The handle of the sickle was connected to a thread so thin that it was invisible to the naked eye. It was So Tae Myung's fishing line that Pyo Wall stole after killing him. The silver thread was made of cheonjamsa, silk thread, so fine that it was hard to distinguish it with the naked eye, and was as sharp as any other famous sword. Such a waste! Jiyu Yunsung, who finally understood the situation, exploded in anger. He performed the Nanchi Wind Sword Technique 1, one of the best techniques of the Ma sect, and strictly defended his whole body. However, Pyo Wall's real target was not the sickle. His left hand pulled the blade out of his waist and threw it. It was the weapon of an unknown man whom Pyo Wall killed while escaping from the inescapable net. Puke! Kook! The blade was precisely nailed in Jiyu Yunsung's shoulder. The unpredictable attack disturbed the Jiyu Yunsung's posture. Pyo Wall did not miss the gap and adjusted his sickle using the silk thread to attack Jiyu Yunsung's left leg. The sickle cut precisely the Jiyu Yunsung's popliteal tendon. Kurg! In the end, Jiyu Yunsung screamed and collapsed. Pyo Wall climbed on Jiyu Yunsung's chest and wrapped his neck with the cheonjamsa thread. Kekwik! Jiyu Yunsung couldn't even scream and let out a strange moan. The fear of having the thread digging into his neck little by little made him contemplate. Save me. Who is the abbess of 9 calamities? That, Kook. When Jiyu Yunsung hesitated, Pyo Wall gave the thread more power. Then, silk thread further dug deeper into the throat of the Jiyu Yunsung. Gu Guwasada, the Abbess of Nine Calamities, the sect leader of MA sect. The MA sect's Abbess of Nine Calamities? Why yes, I answered your question. My life. Did the Abbess of Nine Calamities directly commanded you? Not only me, but all of the disciples of the MA sect. We were ordered to help the Qingcheng sect capture the assassin, no matter what. In the first place, was the MA sect always so active and helpful towards the Qingcheng sect? And not really. We were originally like cats and dogs before, so I thought it was strange. You thought it was strange? Why yes, that's Gu Yunsung faithfully answered all of Pyo Wall's question. The purpose was somehow to pass time. Even at this moment, the martial artists who saw the fireworks signal would be running. He thought that he would likely survive if he just took the time until they arrived. So he talked about everything he knew. Pyo Wall listened to him without missing any detail. Even the minor things. It's her. All of the pictures that used to be torn apart in his head were now put together. Someone who knows Wu Gunseng. Someone who feels inferior towards him. Someone who has the patience to invest 7 years worth of time. A person who possesses enough wealth to pour a huge amount of money into the plan. Someone based in Sichuan. Guwasada, the Abbess of Nine Calamities, was an existence that satisfies all these conditions. There was no definite evidence, it was only his hunch. But Pyo Wall was confident that his guess was certain. Over there, it's him. A group of soldiers appeared from the other side of the road. They were the ones who saw the fireworks and followed the signal. Gu Yunsung looked at Pyo Wall with a wicked grin. Since they're here, it's over for you as well if you want to live, then release M. Scratch. In an instant, the Cheonjamsa thread cut off his neck like tofu. Gu Yunsung lost his breath with a vicious smile on his face. Pyo Wall recovered the Cheonjamsa thread and got up. Bastard, stay there. The warriors were coming. Pop pop bang. Firecrackers bursted from all over the place, and whistles rang out. Pyo Wall glanced at them and started running in the opposite direction. Abbess of Nine Calamities, right? She was the culprit in all of this. The ambitions of the Guwasada drove the lives of Pyo Wall and the other children to hell. Regardless of his will, he was raised as an assassin, and the blood of countless people was buried in his hands. He will never be able to go back to his normal life again. All the martial artists of Sichuan were on his tail. Even at this moment, the Qingcheng sect was suffocatingly coming towards him. Even if he can shake off those who were chasing right behind him, others will soon come and replace them. His desire will never end until he dies. Even if I were to die, I would not go to hell alone. If you want to bite a mad dog, you must be prepared to be bitten yourself. At this moment, Pyo Wall was like a mad dog. Editor's notes. Now we know how and where Pyo Wall got the golden threads in the manhwa. Ch23, which he used to choke the enemy. Gu Yunsung. Nanshi Wind Sword Technique. Pai Feng Chuang Fa. 32. Chapter 32. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 7. Manhwa. Chapter 23. The assassin has broken through the Qingyang Pavilion. One martial artist's encircling net and has escaped. At the report of the disciple, Zhonghua's expression stiffened like an ironclad armor. The Qingyang Pavilion was composed of disciples of MA. Although their forces were shabby, they were still part of the Axis, where their skills were still considered as quite good since they inherited the martial arts of the MA. The fact that the encircling net of the Qingyang Pavilion was breached in an instant meant that the assassin's skills were excellent. Zhonghua's serious expression was not simply because the assassin's skills were excellent. The assassin's superior ability was evident from the assassination of Wu Gunseng. The fact that he managed to assassinate Wu Gunseng, who was said to possess the best talent among the newer generation in Sichuan, meant that the assassin's ability was excellent. Up to that point, Zhonghua knew well. The problem was that the assassin grew stronger over time. She could tell just by looking at the bodies of those who had been assassinated. As more people chase him, the cleaner and more sophisticated the scars of the corpses become. She could tell by looking at how quickly he broke through the encircling net of the Qingyang Pavilion. Although 3 of Qingyang Pavilion were insignificant, they were still strong in their own way. But the assassin was said to have broken through without taking any damage. At this level, the opponent could not be dismissed as an assassin who had only learned how to kill. You're bound to see people who stand out wherever you go, but for a mere assassin he must be eliminated. If you fail to get him, the repercussions will never end. As soon as it is revealed that MA, a prestigious sect, ordered the assassination of the recently departed Wu Gunseng of the Qingcheng sect, Zhonghu's attention and criticism will be focused on them. Even if it was not revealed, they cannot fall behind the Qingcheng sect. Or else the power of the MA sect would be reduced even more. Where did that person come from? They must first secure or eliminate the assassin before the world knows. The truth could be revealed if the Qingcheng sect captures the assassin first. It was absolutely necessary to prevent such a situation. Zhonghua gave orders to her junior sisters and other disciples. Everyone will chase after the assassin. Run with all your might and catch up with him. No, we cannot capture him like that. At that time, there was someone who interrupted her words. The dazzlingly beautiful woman was Yang Sol-ran. When her youngest junior sister dared to dispute her orders, Zhonghua's expression became more venomous. What do you mean? Literally. The assassin possesses greater abilities than we expected. Given that he was not caught even with the inescapable net focused on him proves that fact. If we continue to chase after him like this, we will never be able to catch him and we will only be seeing the back of his head. HMPH, then what do you propose? We should predict where he will go next. How? Are you saying you know where he will go and that we'll wait there? Irrespective of Zhonghua's blunt reaction, Yang Sol-ran continued to speak calmly. I don't know the exact destination, but I can estimate the approximate location. How? The Blood Shadow Group 2 trained assassins in a secret place at the request of the MA sect. At that time, we deduced that the place where the Blood Shadow Group trained assassins was near Batang. Although we failed to pinpoint the exact location, we found out that a lot of supplies were supplied through the area. Zhonghua unconsciously listened to Yang Sol-ran. The MA sect's fate was at stake. Of course, the minimum safety device had to be put in place. So, they tried to find out both the location of the home base of the Blood Shadow Group and the facility of the assassins who were trained to assassinate Wu Gunsang. Nevertheless, both attempts failed. That's because the Blood Shadow Group moved secretly. But it wasn't completely unsuccessful. A lot of materials were needed to create the place where new assassins were trained. The Blood Shadow Group obtained materials from all over Sichuan province, and it was discovered that the materials collected had flowed into Batang. Batang is adjacent to the Western Highlands. I'm sure he'll pass there. Why do you think so? It is said that some fish born in the rivers would go to the sea. And as they become adults in the sea, sooner or later they would end up returning to the place where they were born. Such an instinct is called the homing instinct. I think that assassin is also driven by his homing instinct. I don't know him personally myself, but the place he's most familiar with is probably the one where he was raised as an assassin. Of course he would think of it as the safest place. So, are you sure he will pass through Batang? Yes. He must be on the way to Batang. Zhonghua let out a sigh. It was well known that Yang Sol-ran was outstanding. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to directly adopt a disciple who was younger than her by skipping the recruitment period. But she really didn't expect that her brain was going to excel to this extent. She's really a bitch who has it all. From the depths of her heart, a burning feeling arose which she knew was jealousy. But Zhonghua tightly suppressed her emotions. The rest of the disciples were watching. She cannot show the ugly jealousy she was feeling towards her junior sister, else she would not be able to save face. Zhonghua said with a calm expression, "You have a point. Alright, I'll follow your advice. But if we lose the assassin because of you, I'll hold you accountable. Do you understand?" Yes. Yang Sol-ran nodded her head with no fear on her face. Seeing her appearance like that made Zhonghua even more pissed off. Zhonghua gave orders to the disciples. We will go to Batang first and wait for the assassin. Yes. Zhonghua and the MA sect warriors got on the horse they had prepared in advance. Dozens of horses rushed towards the Batang with all their might. Piao Wal's face was filled with a tired light. Piao Wal was proud of his stamina, but no matter how strong he is, the fact that he could not take a proper rest and march through the force led to the exhaustion of his physical strength. He had numerous wounds all over his body. It was a wound suffered in the process of breaking through the inescapable net. Piao Wal tried to break through the inescapable net without fighting as much as possible, but doing so was impossible in the first place. Fortunately, none of his injuries were fatal enough to render him unable to move. In his mind, he wanted to go hide somewhere and rest. But now that the inescapable net were becoming more and more dense, taking a break was no less than an act of suicide. Piao Wal moved non-stop. He had a clear destination. He was using all of his 6 senses to reach his destination. Immediately after coming out of the underground cave, the Blood Shadow Group moved the children in a wagon that could not see the outside. During the long journey, they couldn't see the scenery outside, so they didn't know which way to go. They had to let themselves stay in a wagon which was dark. The same was true for Piao Wal. However, while resting as much as possible, he tried not to miss the outside path for even a single moment. He was in the carriage, but all of his senses were spread out wide. He remembered all environmental changes, the road conditions, the smell of the air, humidity and sounds. Piao Wal was finding his way based on all that information. He didn't even know the name of the place he was passing by. He didn't know where the road would lead him to. However, he instinctively knew that if he followed this way, he could go to the place where he had been trained. Pyo Wall believed in his own instincts and senses. After living in the dark for 7 years, his senses became mysteriously sensitive. It was thanks to his more developed and accurate senses that was way better than a beast that he had ever been able to survive. Pyo Wall's senses became more sensitive and sharp as he broke through the inescapable net. It seemed like he was making progress while going through a life and death crisis. It is not that far. Pyo Wall sniffed the air. It was damp and had a characteristic musty scent. It was the same scent he smelled while riding in the wagon. Pyo Wall felt that his destination was near. A large village could be seen in the distance. He didn't know the name of the town, but he knew he had to make a detour. The problem was that there's a large river running through the village. A large river, more than 20 meters wide, was flowing in front of the village. Fortunately, there's a bridge leading to the village. It was when Pyo Wall had almost reached the bridge. Do-do-do. Suddenly, a strong vibration was felt on the ground. When he turned around, he saw a group of people running up to him leaving smoke and dust in the air. It's him. Catch him. The people who ran while roaring were the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect led by Mu Jung Jin. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect did not stop for a single moment and caught up with Pyo Wall. The moment he saw the uniform they were wearing, Pyo Wall immediately recognized their identities. Qingcheng sect. He knew he was going to be pursued, but he found it unexpected for them to be caught up so quickly. Although the distance was still far away, he felt an awful energy. It was the energy that was radiated by Mu Jung Jin who was at the forefront. The moment Pyo Wall saw him, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He instinctively realized that he was a master who was at a different level from any other warriors he had ever faced. He's an opponent I can't handle right now. His skin was tingling, as if being stabbed with an awl. Even though there were still hundreds of meters left between the two of them, he does not want to face him. Pyo Wall turned his body and sprinted with all his might. Do you think I would let you escape? Mu Jung Jin roared like a lion and threw his sword. Swang! His sword flew over hundreds of miles in an instant. Pyo Wall twisted his body at the last minute to avoid the ruthless sword. Bang! Mu Jung Jin's sword struck deeply on the floor of the bridge with a deafening sound. Pyo Wall felt goosebumps all over his body. It was clear what the result would have been if the sword had hit his body if he was too late to dodge. If I get caught in this state, I will die. A strong sense of crisis made Pyo Wall move even more. But when he almost reached the edge of the bridge, he had no choice but to stop. Because new warriors appeared from the other side. The group, which consisted mainly of women, was the Ma sect. He's there. It was Zhonghua who shouted with a sharp voice at the forefront. Thick dust sat on the heads and shoulders of the disciples of the Qingcheng and Ma sect. They have been chasing with their horses for half a day without a break. Even the horses were exhausted and collapsed because they ran with all their power. Thanks to that, they were able to arrive and wait in Batang faster than Pyo Wall. When Pyo Wall arrived, Zhonghua was actually surprised, because Yang Sol Ran's prediction was accurate. While admiring Yang Sol Ran's talent, she gave the orders to her disciples. You must kill the assassin before the Qingcheng manage to capture him. Yes. The Ma disciples rushed simultaneously towards Pyo Wall. The Qingcheng sect was behind Pyo Wall while the disciples of the Ma sect were running in front of him. Since both sides were the forces that ruled Sichuan, they gave off terrifying energies. Both sects harbored great hostility towards Pyo Wall. Their hostility and murderous intentions could be felt vividly through the air. Pyo Wall jumped into the river without hesitation. Catch him, you must not miss him. Follow him. Among the disciples of the Ma and Qingcheng sect, those who were good at swimming followed Pyo Wall into the river. There was no hesitation in their actions. The faces of those who were chasing after Pyo Wall were filled with madness. He's going upstream, everyone. Chase him. Pyo Wall dived deep into the water and moved, but Mu Jung Jin found out the direction where Pyo Wall was moving with his superhuman eyesight. The soldiers of the Qingcheng sect, who could not jump into the water, ran straight up the river. The soldiers of the Ma sect, who arrived late, hurriedly followed the soldiers of the Qingcheng sect. Zhonghua approached Mu Jung Jin and greeted him. No matter how urgent the situation was, she had to say hello because the distribution of the Qingcheng people in the area was far greater. Ma sect's Zhonghua meets Qingcheng's Mu Jung Jin. You're here too. How is the Abbess of 9 Calamities? Yes. Thank you for your concern. Master has expressed her condolences on the death of Wu Gunsang and ordered us to help the Qingcheng sect as much as possible. Thank you. Please tell her we will not forget this favor. Yes, I will surely deliver your words. But how did the Ma sect know the assassin's path in advance and manage to come here first? Mu Jung Jin's eyes shone sharply. His eyes felt eerie, but Zhonghua did not express any outward reaction. It was predicted by the youngest of our junior sisters. Predicted? Yes. After gathering a lot of circumstantial evidence, she expected the assassin to escape here. Are you talking about the person who Gunsang was about to marry? That's right. What a pity if such a child became the wife of a disciple from our sect. The whole of Sichuan would have been blessed. I share the same sentiment. I wish I could see her separately later. Would that be okay? Of course. Our talk has gone on too long. We'll continue our conversation later after we catch that assassin. Yes. We will go first then. Zhonghua took the lead by running ahead first before Mu Zhengjin. Mu Zhengjin muttered as he looked at Zhonghua's back face as she moved away. They have other intentions. The MA sect he knew was not such a hateful sect. In particular, as the Qingsheng sect expanded rapidly, the MA sect felt a sense of crisis and kept them in check. Although a friendly atmosphere has been formed in recent times because of the marriage talks, they have always been wary of the Qingsheng sect. The MA sect actively going out to catch the assassin? It doesn't make sense. The MA sect that Mu Zhengjin knew was not a sect that actively engaged in work that gave no benefits to them or whatsoever. Seeing them come out acting like this was enough proof that they have a different intention. Or is there something going on? Mu Zhengjin's sharp gaze tenaciously followed Zhonghua and MA disciples. Editor's notes. There will be a mass release for the free chapters today. It will be up to chapter 36 to catch up with the manhwa. No asterisk. Qingyang Pavilion. Chengyangguan. Qingyangguan. I think this refers to the group of martial artists led by Ji Yu Yangsung from the Blood Phantom group is changed to Blood Shadow group, so it matches with the manhwa. CH24 was when they made the change. Future chapters will go forth with this name. I'll also edit the S soon when I have the time. 33. Chapter 33. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 8. Manhwa, Chapter 24. The warriors of the MA and Qingsheng sect were tenacious. They followed Piu Wall like well-trained hounds. Their tenacity and tracking skills were different from the other martial artists who made up the inescapable net. The Qingsheng sect pursuers, who lost Wu Gunsang because of Piu Wall, possess great tracking skills. But it was actually the MA sect who made his escape more difficult. The MA sect's warriors were like ghosts who predicted and blocked his path. There is someone in the MA sect who possesses great intelligence. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to block his path again and again. He wondered who was predicting his path, but he didn't have the time to leisurely find the answer to his questions. It was because there was a Qingsheng sect master who closed the distance between them and was sending attacks. The master's name is Chongxiu. He was one of the great disciples of the Qingsheng sect. His sword had a bluish energy. But it wasn't just Chongxiu. All of the major disciples of the Qingsheng sect and the MA sect were freely exercising their swordsmanship. They were all masters who took the normal steps and learned martial arts. That's how strong their basics and internal energy were. There was a big difference from Piu Wall, who mainly learned how to assassinate. Piu Wall only managed to survive because he had learned the thunder-splitting cultivation technique in great depths, thus making his body react in time. With a small distance, the sword passed across Piu Wall's cheeks. His skin cracked and blood spurted out, but Piu Wall couldn't even dare to stop the bleeding and rolled to the floor. Verbic. The sword was stuck one after another where he rolled. I will avenge disciple Wu Gunsang. There is no place in the world for you to run away. Give up, you bastard. The warriors of the Qingsheng sect attacked Piu Wall, but instead of meeting their attacks head-on, Piu Wall ran down the mountain road, managing to avoid them with a short delay. The chase that started in the western highlands now continued to Batang. If it hadn't been for the large trees that stood up thick and high, making it so that there's no room for light to enter, Piu Wall would have been captured by his pursuers. In this dimly lit environment, Piu Wall's ability was maximized. Large trees and thick bushes were used as cover as he moved. The warriors of the Qingsheng and the MA sect did their best to catch up with Piu Wall. However, even though it seemed like he would be caught at any moment, Piu Wall escaped their grasp with just a small difference. Hooing, a different level of pounding sound rang out. Piu Wall instinctively recognized that it was an attack by Mu Zhengjin. He didn't dare to fight back and just knelt down on the floor. Suddenly, a strong energy grazed through his head. The energy that passed through Piu Wall's head cut the tree in two. It was a sword energy thrown by Mu Zhengjin. Crazy. At the formidable power of the sword's energy, Piu Wall felt his hair stand upright. It was already difficult to handle Mu Zhengjin, but Zhonghua decided to join as well. She attacked Piu Wall as if she were dealing with her sworn enemy. But her attack actually helped Piu Wall. Because it was not an expected coordinated attack, her attack rather obstructed the path of Mu Zhengjin. Tisk. Mu Zhengjin clicked his tongue at Zhonghua's intervention. As much as possible, he wanted to capture Piu Wall and drag him to the Qingsheng sect. This was so the assassin can reveal the mastermind behind the assassination. This was also the reason why even when he attacked Pyo Wall, he refrained from killing him as much as possible. A lot of consideration was already given to the attack that Pyo Wall felt as threatening. However, when Zhonghua intervened, it somehow touched his nerves. Zhonghua spread her internal energy without mercy. If she manages to land a hit once, she's going to launch a series of attacks that will cost Pyo Wall his life. Pyo Wall was in a dangerous situation. However, he escaped into the mountains, avoiding all attacks by a short interval. Mu Zhengjin frowned. It was because he had doubts about the path of Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall was obviously running away. The masters of the Qingcheng and the Ma sect were closely following him, and the martial artists who spread the inescapable net were also quickly traversing the mountain one after another. No matter how deep he went into the mountains, there was no place for Pyo Wall to hide safely. There's no way he wouldn't know that fact, or does he have any other plans? That was then. Shake. Suddenly, the grass swayed, and someone jumped out and attacked Pyo Wall. It was Qing Ming, a disciple of Mu Zhengjin, who attacked. Pyo Wall was unable to dodge his attack and received a blow on his shoulder. Kurg. Pyo Wall let out a painful moan. He didn't even notice the attack by Qing Ming because he was only concerned about the attacks of Mu Zhengjin and Zhonghua. He's seriously injured, he won't be able to last long. Hurry up and catch up, Qing Ming shouted, wielding a sword stained with Pyo Wall's blood. Seeing Pyo Wall seriously injured, the warriors of the Qingcheng and Ma sect started to go on a frenzy. Like a hound, they rushed towards Pyo Wall. Ha! Yang Sol Ran looked at Pyo Wall and involuntarily let out a sigh. It wasn't because she was cornered about him. Even though Pyo Wall was starting to be cornered, his eyes were too cold. It was by no means the kind of gaze that a person in extreme circumstances could have. Even in the midst of overlapping crises, his eyes were desperately looking for a way to live, and his body moved toward it. Would I be able to do that? Yang Sol Ran shook her head. She had no self-confidence to do so. He's the kind of person that would not give up even if he gets hurt countless times and is cornered. The tenacity to live was something that Yang Sol Ran could never have. Bang! In an instant, an intense roar erupted. The energy released by Zhonghua exploded on Pyo Wall's back. Pyo Wall spit blood and flew away. Die! Zhonghua gave off her characteristic venomous eyes and caught up with Pyo Wall. This time, she was definitely trying to cut off Pyo Wall's breath and get rid of the evidence. Pyo Wall flew away like a kite with a broken thread. His head was lowered as if he had lost consciousness. Because of that, Zhonghua became a little careless. She thought she managed to capture Pyo Wall, but before being thrown to the floor, Pyo Wall opened his eyes and suddenly turned his body over. He instantly disappeared from their view. What? The guy is gone. Pyo Wall disappeared right before their eyes, and the warriors could not hide their puzzled expressions. Where is he hiding? Zhonghua gritted her teeth and looked around. However, the presence of Pyo Wall was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Mu Zhengjin approached and said, I'm sure he's hiding somewhere around here, so search thoroughly. Understood. The Qingchengs and Ma warriors searched the place where Pyo Wall disappeared. The secret was unraveled not long after. There is an entrance that leads to the underground here. The martial artists of the Qingcheng sect discovered the entrance that was hidden by the bushes. It was a vertical hole whose depth could not be measured. The large rock at the entrance of the cave was tied with a thick rope that could go down to the basement. To think a place like this existed, Mu Zhengjin's eyes lit up. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Pyo Wall had gone down underground. He shouted without hesitation, all of you, climb down the rope. We must catch him no matter what. By your order. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect went down the vertical hole using the rope without any hesitation. Zhonghua also gave an order. We will go down as well. We must find the assassin and take his life. Yes. The Ma sect's disciples also threw themselves into the darkness. Finally, Mu Zhengjin threw himself into the hole that leads down the vertical cave. It's like I'm descending to hell on my own. The unfathomable darkness made even a master like Mu Zhengjin feel fear. Without the rope connected to the ground, he would have never come down here. He didn't know how long they actually descended, but it felt like it was hundreds of meters to the ground. Hyuk! Mu Zhengjin, who finally landed on the floor, burst into exclamation without knowing it. The outline of the huge underground cave were faintly visible as the disciples who had come down before him were lighting their torches. Mu Zhengjin could not help but be astonished at the vast space that could hardly be estimated. To think there was a space like this. It was a sight that the martial artists of the Qingcheng and Ma sect, who came down before him, had seen for the first time in their lives, so they were similarly overwhelmed. Oh my god, how is this possible? They looked around the place with their torches, but the underground was so vast that they couldn't see the end. Zhonghua let out a sigh. Did the Blood Shadow group nurture the assassins here? No wonder we couldn't find them, since they were in a place like this. She quickly realized the identity of this place. Zhonghua's eyes shook as she scanned the underground cave. A huge building stood in front of them. She knew it the moment she laid eyes on the building. The Qingcheng sect. The fact that that place was created by imitating the buildings of the Qingcheng sect. Zhonghua unconsciously looked at Mu Zhengjin. How dare they? As she expected, Mu Zhengjin also realized that the true identity of the buildings was the Qingcheng sect. Those crazy bastards. It feels like our sect has been moved as it is. They've definitely been preparing for this for a long time. It's impossible to maintain such a facility like this without someone's support. Someone must have surely incited and protected them. They must be annihilated. The anger of the Qingcheng warriors pierced the sky. Zhonghua, on the other hand, turned her head and avoided their gaze. Qing Ming spoke to Mu Zhengjin in a resentful voice. We must not let this slide, Master. We must find out the ones who are behind this and make them pay. Of course. But before that, capturing the assassin takes priority. You have to catch him and send him back to our sect. Do you understand? Be sure to capture him. Single quote. Yes, Master. From now on, we will search this place thoroughly to find the assassin. This is like his home turf, so be very careful. Yes, it's just a single assassin. If we keep our vigilance, even he could not handle it. You have to be careful though. He's not normal. Understood. After Qing Ming bowed his head to Mu Zhengjin, he led his disciples to move. Zhonghua came to the side of Mu Zhengjin, who was now alone. I will lead our sect's disciples and search elsewhere. Capture him alive. Pardon? It doesn't matter if you cut off both of his arms or cripple him. However, make sure you capture him alive no matter what. You can do that, right? Of course. If the assassin loses his life, I'd be very angry. As you can see, someone dared to look down on our sect. I will definitely catch them and make them take responsibility, even if the perpetrators are one of the 5 great sects like us. Zhonghua swallowed dry saliva at the intense atmosphere that Mu Zhengjin exuded. Even in the dark, Mu Zhengjin's eyes shone like a firecracker, making even a master like Zhonghua terrified. He is already suspicious of our sect. That's why he had mentioned the 5 great sects. In the past, it was called the 9 great sects, but now it has been shrunk into the 5 great sects since some sects have disappeared. The reason Mu Zhengjin dared to mention the 5 great sects meant that he was suspicious of the MA sect. Her heart was pounding, but Zhonghua made an indifferent expression on her face. Fortunately, the darkness hid her expression to some extent. What you're worried about will never happen. I'll now take my leave. Go ahead. Mu Zhengjin waved his hand. After finishing their conversation, Zhonghua left with the MA sect's disciples. We must kill him. We must never leave any trails. If you make excuses that you couldn't help it because of the strong resistance after you kill him, even a ruthless person would have no choice but to do it. Zhonghua said to the MA disciples. You must find and eliminate the scoundrel before the Qingcheng sect. Yes, the MA disciples answered with firm expressions on their faces. There were only a select few who knew the truth, including Zhonghua and Yang Soul Ran. The rest were simply responding to the unusual atmosphere around them. Yang Soul Ran shook her head slightly. A dark shadow was cast on her face. Everyone here is too optimistic. After entering the underground cave, she felt a strong sense of danger that cannot be expressed in words. She found it hard to breathe because of the unknown chills she was feeling. It was as if the darkness was staring back at her. This is his domain. We are not the hunters in this place. He is. Editor's notes. Enjoy reading. Heart 34. Chapter 34. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 9. Manhwa, Chapter 25. The first place Piao Wall visited after entering the underground cave was the residence of So Yowil and the others. There was food still left in their dwelling. In his way of escaping here, Piao Wall had never eaten properly even for a single moment. And because of that, he was very hungry. Piao Wall found and ate the food the children used to treasure. Thud thud. The sound of warriors descending using the ropes into the underground cave was heard over and over again. To them it was a light landing, but in Piao Wall's ears it was as loud as thunder. As a rule of thumb, it seemed that more than 100 martial artists had entered the underground cave. Still, Piao Wall did not care and ate the food. It didn't matter how many people came in here. What really mattered for him was to quickly satisfy his hunger and replenish his stamina. Piao Wall ate until he was full. When his hunger dissipated, he seemed to be alive. Piao Wall sighed and got up. For a moment, he found his head spinning. He lost too much blood. Without a clear destination, he would never have been able to survive. It was only because of his strong will that he managed to reach this area. This was the place where he spent a total of 7 years. He even memorized the location of every stone and stalactite that existed here. It was no accident that he came here. The martial artists of the Qingcheng and Ma sect were able to follow him all the way here. All of this is what Piao Wall intended. He purposely brought them here. Look around here. Be careful everyone. The voices of the warriors were heard from not far away. They whispered quietly to others, but they couldn't fool Piao Wall's ears. Piao Wall quietly hid in the dark. Shortly thereafter, the warriors of the Ma sect appeared. They moved in groups of 5. The sight of them moving little by little, illuminating the surroundings with the torch they held in their hand, was too cautious. Look here. There are signs of food. One of the disciples noticed the traces where Piao Wall was staying and shouted. It's clear he's not far away. Be careful everyone. He's an assassin. Remain vigilant because we will never know when he's going to attack. They looked around with all their senses sharpened. However, there was a limit to the field of vision that a torch could secure. It was impossible to tell what was out of the range of the torch immediately. No matter how trained they were as martial artists, the pitch-black darkness was enough to frighten them. The darkness stimulated their imaginations. They struggled to maintain their composure. Their sinister imagination slowly engulfed their minds like a plague. Shit, one of the martial artists clicked his tongue as he struggled to drive away the anxiety. Kook, his eyes widened at the sudden pain in his neck. Something sharp was squeezing his neck. He tried to scream, but his breath was choked and no sound came out. He could see the backs of his colleagues right in front of him. He reached out and tried to grab his colleague's shoulders. But at that moment, his body was pulled up into the air like a radish. His colleagues ahead of him did not notice his disappearance at all. It was Piao Wall who caught the martial artist. In his hand was the Qianjamsa thread. The martial artist, whose neck was wrapped around using the Qianjamsa thread, had already stopped breathing. After hiding the body of the martial artist, Piao Wall calmly followed the rest of the warriors who were ahead, as if they were their colleagues. The warriors who were leading the way did not notice that their comrades had already been replaced. Piao Wall breathed like them, walked like them, and assimilated with them. As Piao Wall sneaked in, none of the warriors of Ma noticed it. There, the warrior, who was walking right in front of him, unexpectedly turned his head, as if he had something to say, and then opened his eyes wide. It was because an unfamiliar face, not a colleague, was following him. Puik. The warrior couldn't finish his words. It was because Piao Wall stabbed his neck with the sword he had taken from the first warrior he had killed previously. What? The warriors, who noticed Piao Wall's existence belatedly, looked back. But all they could see was the appearance of one of their colleagues falling down with blood dripping from his neck. Piao Wall was nowhere to be seen. He disappeared into the dark in an instant. Bastard. They recklessly swung their swords towards the darkness. But nothing was being caught by their swords. Kurg, the one leading the group, dropped his torch with a maddening scream. Piao Wall, who had returned imperceptibly, broke his breath. A light of horror appeared on the faces of the martial artists who had lost 3 of their companions in an instant. They did not know how they could have lost their colleagues like that so fast. Hep! Again, a scream bursted out. Another warrior lost his life because of Piao Wall's attack. The last warrior who was left alone shouted, "Come out, you cowardly assassin, don't just hide in the dark." Unable to overcome his fear, he swung his sword wildly. This was to prevent Piao Wall from approaching by hiding in the dark. His sword ripped through the air like a madman's sword dance. Piao Wall watched him in the dark. It was pathetic to see the man swinging his sword while leaning on the torch that had fallen on the floor. Come out, he repeatedly shouted. The man looked like he was going crazy. He had to see to attack or defend, but because of the thick darkness, he couldn't tell if someone was right next to him. The torch that had fallen to the floor was slowly extinguishing, losing its flame. Oh, no! A light of despair appeared on the man's face. That dim torch was his lifeline. Even a fool knew what would happen if the light disappeared, but his screams couldn't stop the torches from going out. Psst! Finally, the torch was completely extinguished. Thud thud. At that moment, footsteps were heard. It was the sound of Piao Wall's footsteps. He now didn't try to hide his presence. Still, the remaining warrior did not know where Piao Wall was located. The sound of footsteps bounced on the wall and echoed in all directions. Being able to adapt to the darkness, Piao Wall was the perfect hunter. On the outside, he was in a position of being hunted given the inescapable net, but now the situation has completely changed. Insignificant assassin bastard, huff howk. The warrior let out a rough breath. Just by briefly swinging his sword, he was exhausted. He swung it with all his might rather than controlling his power because of the extreme fear. The man blinked. Sweat got into his eyes. The warrior, who was rubbing his eyes with his sleeve, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. Like a ghost, Piao Wall appeared so suddenly. A pair of eyes with no emotion were staring straight into his eyes. Snake? The warrior was reminded of a snake as he stared into Piao Wolf's eyes. He couldn't move, as if he was under a spell. All he had to do was raise his sword and stab him, but his body didn't listen. He was overwhelmed by the existence of Pyo Wall. Kook no Suuk. Instantly, he felt a warm feeling spread into his stomach. An eerie, burning pain spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. The sword of Pyo Wall was immeasurably lodged in his stomach. Guruk. The warrior was unable to move and foam began to rise from his mouth. Pyo Wall looked at the collapsed warrior in front of him. You may rule the outside world, but the owner of this place is me. I will show you from now on who the owner of this place is. There's nothing you can do. Bastard. Qing Ming Wan lit the ground with his torch, looking for traces of Pyo Wall. However, no footprints were left anywhere on the floor. It was near impossible to track someone's footprints in such a dark place. More than 200 people had entered the underground cave. In their search for Pyo Wall, the traces they left behind were scattered and overlapped with his traces. In such an environment, it was almost impossible to find a Pyo Wall just by looking at the footprints. This is dangerous. This is his domain. Before coming here, Pyo Wall was nothing more than a prey that was being chased. No matter how ferocious his claws were, he could not withstand hundreds or thousands of trained warriors. He showed his wits at the moment of crisis as he broke through the inescapable net with unexpected strength, but that was all. There was a limit to what one could do alone, and it was impossible to block thousands of trained warriors. But here it was different. This was the domain of Pyo Wall. He felt it from the moment he entered the underground cavity. That his smell is there. Staying only for a day or two could not make his scent this strong. This is his domain. He must have spent at least a few years here. He had goosebumps all over his body. The fact that he had them lured to this place even as he was desperately trying to escape made him shiver. It's not just about running away from danger and going to the place you think is the safest. He has a clear sense of purpose. He must have planned to rest here as his base. Could he have done this by himself? If it was simply running away and escaping, he could do the same. However, he will not dare to lure many martial artists who were tracking him in such a critical moment. He would rather have them all killed before proceeding to hide in secret. However, instead of removing his pursuers, Pyo Wall, on the contrary, dragged them all into a location which he knew best. He's really going to do it. He intends to go out fighting until the end in an environment he is most familiar with. The more he thought about the assassin, the more frightened he became. Having a high-ranking martial art was not the problem. Those who were simply strong in martial arts were widespread in Zhonghu. If you look at the Qingcheng sect right now, there will be dozens of masters who can overwhelm Pyo Wall, but none of them were as insistent and patient as Pyo Wall. Qing Ming thought that there might be more victims than he expected. I have to catch him. If I catch him, my reputation in the Qingcheng sect will rise up even more. He strengthened his resolve. His nickname as sword-crazed Bloodwolf, Jian Shui Lang, was not for nothing. Pyo Wall might be mad, but he was crazy too. And in terms of madness, he was second to none. All of you, follow closely behind me from now on. We will move in pairs. You should also always check each other's positions. If we show even a small gap, he will dig in without mercy. Yes, understood. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect responded with a firm expression. Their faces were full of tension. In terms of numbers and martial skills, they were at an advantage. But the pitch-black space that did not receive a single point of light from the outside weakened their minds. Qing Ming also knew that. But he had no way around it. This is because humans instinctively feel fear of unknown spaces or existence that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No matter how much we have to sacrifice, we have no choice but to catch the assassin as much as possible. It was when Qing Ming was determined and moved cautiously. Chungqing. Suddenly, a fine metal sound resounded from beneath his feet. The complexion of Qing Ming changed completely. It's a trap, everyone. Dodge. Poopapook. At that moment, arrows came pouring from both sides of the wall. Quar. Shit. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect unsheathed their swords and tore through the darkness as they tried to block the onslaught of arrows. As the martial artists of the prestigious Qingcheng sect, they deflected most of the arrows that poured down like rain. Only a few soldiers were seriously wounded in the process, but fortunately no one was killed. But they were not relieved. The arrow attack was only the beginning. Jigging. The sound of an engine moving echoed ominously and various traps were activated. Everyone watch out. Qing Ming swung his sword and shouted. But he didn't know. These traps were only just the beginning. This hellish institution, which the children had challenged and bled for 7 years, was being activated yet again by Pyo Wall. Editor's notes. Hope everyone had fun reading this chapter. Heart. Qing Ming was previously translated as Chung Miang, but after seeing the manhwa version, I've decided to change it for consistency and to avoid confusion for the readers. I'll also be making the necessary changes with the S. 35. Chapter 35. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 10. Manhwa, Chapter 24. Mu Jung-jin walked forward with a frown on his forehead. Originally, he was supposed to be with his disciples, but he chose to be separated and moved alone. Isn't this strange? It's highly unlikely that the assassins would build such a huge facility underground just to assassinate Gunsang. Intuitively, it didn't make sense. It was true that the image of Gunsang was widely recognized in Zhonghu, but his reputation was still limited to Sichuan province. The sects such as Shaolin Temple, Mount Hua sect, and Wudang sect had better martial artists than Wu Gunsang. They already have an outstanding reputation, and there was a great possibility that they would be leading figures in the future. Of course, there was also a great possibility that Wu Gunsang would grow into a leading figure in Sichuan, but his reputation was weaker than that of the disciples of the other three sects. No matter how much he thought about it, making this place just to kill Wu Gunsang made him look more special. It is highly likely that the assassins discovered and utilized this facility that someone made. A group capable of creating such a huge facility must have had tremendous forces and power. No matter how urgent the situation they were in, he had to know who made this place. Because it was related to the dignity of the Qingcheng sect, if the power that created this place still exists in Sichuan, it was clear that they would end up being a great threat to the Qingcheng sect. That was the reason Mu Jung-jin moved alone. Mu Jung-jin discovered a large iron door. He looked around with his torch, opened the lock and then went inside. The place he found was the dwelling place of the instructors of the Blood Shadow group. The dwellings of the instructors were the same as they were when they left. Like the children, the instructors suffered from the long hours in the underground cave. They didn't want to take the objects associated with the underground cave to the surface, so they left most of their stuff behind. Mu Jung-jin looked into the rooms of the instructors one by one, but most of it just contains useless stuff. Still, without a sign of displeasure, Mu Jung-jin meticulously searched all the rooms. He searched all the rooms like that, and he came to the last room. It was the residence of Lim Sayol. While searching for Lim Sayol's residence, Mu Jung-jin found a secret compartment. It was the place where Lim Sayol hid his important documents. Mu Jung-jin used his torch and read the documents one by one. These bastards! Mu Jung-jin, who was reading the document in his hands, burst out in anger. Privy only to the Blood Shadow Group captain, requesting the assassination of Wu Gunsang. Duration: 7 years. Reward: 500,000 gold. Condition: leave no traces related to the Blood Shadow Group. It was a note that someone commissioned for the Blood Shadow Group. How dare! For only 500,000 gold, the Qingcheng sect lost its bright future. Even if there was a bit of a difficulty, it did not change as much as the fact that Wu Gunsang was like a lamp that would light up the Qingcheng sect. The warrior Mu Jung-jin, with his hair rising, blew the wall in front of him with his great intense aura. Quarong! A thick wall collapsed in his powerful roar, which was loaded with all his internal energy. Mu Jung-jin frowned. It was because he did not know that the wall was going to collapse due to his aura that was caused by his anger. He let his torch through the crumbling wall. SSSSSSs. At that moment, a small noise reached Mu Jung-jin's ears. Mu Jung-jin carefully pointed his torch in the direction of the sound. The moment he confirmed the reality of the noise, Mu Jung-jin's body stiffened. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief. There was a large pit where Mu Jung-jin's gaze was directed, and there were countless snakes entangled in it. The sight of large and small snakes wriggling in large pools was terrifying enough to make him nauseous. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a sight, so he was unable to take any action for a moment. See, crazy. He came to his senses after a while. The snakes woke up, wriggling and weeping as if they felt the presence of Mu Jung-jin. One or two would hardly be audible, but when a huge number of snakes hissed, the sound was greatly amplified, making it even more terrifying. The snakes had been hibernating for a long time, but were woken up by the sound of Mu Jung-jin breaking the wall with his aura. Some large snakes used each other to crawl out of the pits. However, it was not likely that they would get out immediately, so Mu Jung-jin looked inside with confidence. In the middle of the room was a small table. There was a high pile of dust on the table. A yellow booklet lying on the table was revealed when Mu Jung-jin reached the table. The moment he checked the letters on the booklet, Mu Jung-jin's eyes shook. 9 Demon Style, Ju Mo Lu, 1. It was now a forgotten name. The young martial artists of today did not even know that such a name existed. Even among the elderly warriors, only a few knew of the 9 Demon Style. The 9 Demon Style disappeared a long time ago. There were 2 great wars that decided the fate of Zhonghu within hundreds of years. The War of the Demons in Heaven, Ma Tentaisen, and the Battle of the Blood Heaven, Ket Tentaisen. The War of the Demons in Heaven took place only a few decades ago, while the Battle of the Blood Heaven happened much earlier than that. and the enemies of both battles were those of who continued the name of Magyo, Mo Jiao, or the demon sect. Point 2. Although it is now a forgotten name in people's memory, the name Magyo was once synonymous with fear. There were 13 tribes of the demon sect besides the Bonsan Ilmok, Motoyama Chimyaku, and the 9 demon school was one of those 13 tribes. The 13 tribes were feared because they possessed a force comparable to that of the main sects. However, many of them were either destroyed during the Battle of the Blood Heaven or absorbed by the Gods 3 and disappeared from the world. The 9 demon school was one of those sects. Mu Jung Jin did not know what happened to them, but their names have not been mentioned once since the Battle of the Blood Heavens. The reason Mu Jung Jin knew about the 9 demon school was because the history books that were kept in the library of the Qingcheng sect contained detailed information about the situation of that time. In the booklet, it was written that the 9 demon school was an unpredictable and bizarre sect. Just like the name 9 demon school, there were 9 different demon powers within the sect, and they dealt with bizarre techniques and demon practices rather than traditional martial arts. Is this the secret base or stronghold of the 9 demon school? If it was the base of the 9 demon school, a tribe of the demon sect, and not anything else, then everything makes sense. Then did the assassins accidentally find and use this empty space hat the 9 demon school left? Mu Jung Jin read the booklet. The booklet describes the process of studying various poisons and an unknown monster. The content of the book was so vast that it was impossible to understand all of it with just one glance. Still, one thing was certain: the fact that 9 demon school was especially obsessed with snakes. The snakes wriggling in the pit were laboriously collected from all over the world by the 9 demon school to study them. However, when 9 demon school left this place, it was clear that they had no choice but to abandon it. 9 demon school, I might have to check it out as soon as I get back to the main sect. Mu Jung Jin placed the booklet in his arms and left. Now that he found out the identity of the underground cave, he had to go back in catching the assassin. The faces of the MA sect's disciples, as they walked holding on to their torches, were full of tension. Even the thick darkness did not completely hide their fears. It was the first time since they were born that they were placed in a darkness so thick. They never imagined that they would be able to step into such a vast dark space. It was an unknown space that they had never even imagined, so they had to be more careful by taking one step at a time. Come on, can't you move? If it wasn't for Zhonghua, who was following them with a ferocious voice from behind, they wouldn't have been able to even move like this. Zhonghua encouraged the younger disciples. Her face was filled with an anxious light. A sense of crisis filled her mind that all of their secrets would be revealed if the assassin was not found and eliminated faster than the Qingcheng sect. She was thinking of killing Piao Wall. In the midst of her thoughts, the MA disciples increased the speed of their search. But the underground cave was more extensive than they could have imagined. How could such a large space exist underground? Besides, it was incredibly dark. Without a torch, they could not even tell what was in front of them. No matter how elite the disciples of the MA sect was, their power was inevitably dispersed as they searched such a wide area. However, since the MA disciples were so concentrated on the search, they did not even realize that fact. Aiming for that moment while hiding in the dark, a red-eyed assassin began to move. Piao Wall was reclining in a hollow above the wall of the underground cave. From where he sat, the movements of the MA warriors were clearly visible. They were chasing his trail noisily as they moved with their torches to and fro. They were trying to capture Piao Wall, but their movement was actually being exposed. Piao Wall's first target of assassination was the warrior at the forefront. He was a martial artist named Gong Un IV, a second-generation disciple of the MA sect. Gong Un was a martial artist who came in when the Guwasada, the abbess of 9 calamities 5, started accepting male students. He showed talent enough to break through the walls of Geomnam 6, and since he was also tenacious, he was moderated by Guwasada. The reason why Gong Un took the lead was to show his presence by using this opportunity. Despite the fact that the wall preventing men from joining the sect was broken, discrimination still existed between the male and female disciples. If I make a substantial contribution this time, they will pass on the vision of MA to me. At that moment, the thoughts of Gong Un were suddenly cut off. Even his eyes that had been burning with ambition lost focus. The dagger, which silently cut through Gong Un's cervical vertebrae, stopped his breathing at once. There was no screaming, no commotion. Piao Wall came with darkness and took his life in an instant. Oh, junior brother Gong Un. By the time the warriors who followed Gong Un noticed what happened, Piao Wall had already come close to them. Piao Wall, who approached at a frightening speed without leaving a trace, snapped their necks in an instant. Piao Wall injected his internal energy into the Qianjamsa thread and pulled it with all his might. To Duduk, the warriors' heads that separated from their neck floated before falling on the floor. Darkness obscured the terrible scenery. Pyo Wall, who killed 3 MA disciples in an instant, hid himself in the dark again. Gong-un has been killed by the assassin. Everyone, watch your surroundings. A commotion broke out among the warriors of the MA sect, who belatedly noticed Gong-un's death. The chaos was a golden opportunity for Pyo Wall. He mingled silently among the MA disciples. Although his outfit was a little different, it was not a problem because the darkness covered it. There was an opponent right next to them, but the disciples of the MA sect remained unaware of that fact. They would not have imagined that Pyo Wall would dare to blend proudly among them. However, Pyo Wall's audacity exceeded their imagination. The MA disciples could only see ahead by relying on torches, but it was different for Pyo Wall. Even in the dark, he could see like it was noon. The difference decided their life and death. Puik. Pyo Wall wrapped his forearm around the neck of the warrior who was right next to him. The warrior, who was startled by the sudden tightening of his breath, grabbed the sword in reverse and tried to stab it toward the back. But before the sword could hit him, Pyo Wall already twisted the man's neck. Tudik. The man's breath was cut off with an eerie sound of his bone fracturing. Pyo Wall was relentless. He mingled among the MA disciples and assassinated them to his heart's content. In an instant, more than 20 MA sect's disciples lost their lives to Pyo Wall. Zhonghua, who recognized the severity of the situation late, shouted, "All of you, gather together, he's hiding among us." The MA disciples hurriedly gathered around Zhonghua. Pyo Wall followed them to the end and took 2 more by the throat. Kauk. Gruk. The MA sect's disciples put on a fearful expression at the sight of the warriors who fell, with foam on their mouths. A tremendous fear came crashing down like a tidal wave and engulfed their hearts. Qua, I can't. How could this happen? Quote, the faces of the MA warriors were all white. This is not good, Yang Sol Ran said as she looked at the faces of the disciples. Despite Zhonghua's encouragement, the disciples' morale was already running low. As she had expected, this was the domain of Pyo Wall. He was using everything here to hunt the disciples of MA to his heart's content. If it goes on like this, there will definitely be more victims. Yang Sol Ran's talent was real. Her martial arts had already reached a level comparable to that of the famous masters of Sichuan. Considering her age, it was an astonishing achievement. But even with that kind of ability, she couldn't detect Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall was darkness itself. His ability to use darkness and chaos was unparalleled, which no one dared to imitate. He infiltrated the MA disciples, fostering division and a sense of crisis. And because of that, the MA warriors lost their reason in fear and went back and forth. Zhonghua tried to sort out the chaos, but it was in vain. She was already losing control of the disciples. In Yang Sol Ran's eyes, it looked like a sinking ship. If we keep going like this, we'll end up getting stuck. We have to join forces with the warriors of the Qingcheng sect at least once. She hurriedly looked around. However, the place where they went, none of the disciples of the Qingcheng sect could be seen. That was then. Poing. Suddenly, a firecracker went off in the middle of the MA disciples. As sparks splattered in all directions along with the explosion, the NAU disciples were startled and scattered all over the place. Oh no, gather everyone, Zhonghua shouted loudly, but to no avail. Her voice is not heard by the disciples of MA, who were lost in their confusion and fear. Everyone gather around the mansion, Yang Sol Ran also shouted until her throat was about to burst. But her cry was to no avail. At that moment, Yang Sol Ran's eyes saw a dark shadow seeping through the MA disciples. CIIT. Kook. Someone's screams continued to rip through the darkness. Editor's notes. This chapter was so difficult to translate and edit, there's a lot of names used. Hopefully the translation still makes sense. Anyway, we finally got some information about the 9 demon sect. We're definitely ahead of the manhwa now. Manhwa is CH25 as of the time I've finished this chapter. Cheers. After all that long grind of translating chapters, I'm so happy. No circle all but upper left quadrant filled, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. No asterisk. 9 Demon School. Jumo Lu. MTL usually uses the term Kumaryu or Gumaryu. Magyo is usually synonymous with the demon sect. Mo Jiao. Gods. I'm not sure if this is correct, but the MTL term used here was Shin Ma Ryan. Gong-un or Gong-wun. Abbess of the 9 Calamities. As mentioned in the announcement, homepage of the website, the title Elderly Master of Brilliance will be changed to Abbess of the 9 Calamities. Geomnam. Off limits to men. The act of forbidding men's entrance or limiting the opportunity. 36. Chapter 36. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 11. Manhwa. N.A. It was a nightmare. Seeing Pyo Wall, Zhonghua and Yang Sol Ran realized how powerful and deadly a single assassin can be. Pyo Wall completely broke the limits of being an assassin and attacked the MA sect's disciples. He thoroughly took advantage of the weaknesses of the disciples. Piao Wall did not reveal himself, and moved using the darkness and chaos as his shield. When the firecrackers he stole from someone else were set off, the MA sect's disciples could not come to their senses anymore. They said that they would quickly come to their senses and rectify the situation, but in Piao Wall's eyes, they were full of openings. Piao Wall did not miss the opening they provided. He never stayed in one place for too long. He was constantly on the move, looking for the next target. He took advantage of everything that was available. He would sometimes kill his opponents with his bare hands, while sometimes he would kill them with a weapon he had recently taken away. However, not all of the disciples of the MA sect remained helpless. Die, you bastard assassin! If I die, I'll take you along with me. As they lost many of their companions in an instant, the disciples of MA crazily wielded their swords. They swung their swords wildly as if they were injected with something. Piao Wall was not dull enough to be hit by a sword swung blindly. However, as he moved more vigorously in trying to avoid their swords, his stamina was rapidly consumed. Huff Hu! His heart was beating violently as if it was about to explode. Piao Wall suppressed the harsh breathing that was about to leak out of his mouth and looked at Zhanghua. He didn't think that he could kill all of the MA disciples anyway. From the beginning, his targets were only the leaders of the MA, which included Zhanghua. His method of confusing and dispersing the MA disciples was only his pre-work. Piao Wall slowly moved forward. Like a cat, he completely killed the sound of his footsteps, and erased his presence. As he thoroughly assimilated with the darkness, he carefully approached Zhanghua. Zhanghua's entire body was on alert, but she still failed to notice Piao Wall's approach. Piao Wall did not know exactly what position Zhanghua held in the MA sect. However, seeing that she was in charge of all the MA warriors who came here, he soon realized that she was a very important figure. If he can kill her, the MA sect's Guwasada will also take a major hit. It was a pity that Guwasada herself did not come, but he had to be satisfied with this for now. I must finish it at once. The longer the time he would take, the more disadvantageous it was for Piao Wall. He was taking advantage of the favorable environmental conditions to gain an upper hand, but he did not know how fast the situation would change if the warriors of the Qingcheng sect would join the fight, so before that happens, he had to quickly kill Zhanghua. Piao Wall concentrated his chi on the tips of his 10 fingers. He could have used a weapon that had fallen on the floor, but the one he was most familiar with was his bare hands. Chit! Piao Wall unleashed his 72 sword wave towards Zhanghua. He unknowingly unfolded the martial arts he was most familiar with. You dare! Just before Piao Wall's attack hit her body, Zhanghua suddenly deflected the attack with lightning speed. Her instincts as a martial artist warned her of the incoming danger. She was one of the MA sect's great disciples. With her martial arts and senses that she had trained for decades, she sensed Piao Wall's surprised attacks. Chuhaha! Her Chauri one, which was injected with internal energy, was a terrifying weapon. Zhanghua unleashed the MA sect's arcane sword attack with vigor. Even the darkness seemed to tremble with fear due to its immense power. But Piao Wall was indifferent. He knew that if he chose to fight at this moment, he would inevitably get hurt. But he wasn't afraid to get hurt. In this hellish place, he was wounded hundreds of times, and he would recover again and again. No matter how many times the pain he felt was repeated, his heart became stronger than steel. He won't die. No matter how badly injured he is, he will persevere and stand up again. So he had no fear of getting hurt. If he could kill an enemy even if he got hurt, the person who would end up having the last laugh would be Piao Wall. Swahak! Zhanghua's Chauri passed by and grazed his left shoulder. His flesh was ripped off, and the muscles were torn like rags. Blood poured down like a waterfall, and a dizzying pain took over his mind. But he didn't stop attacking. Piao Wall exploded everything he had with a single breath. KKGHH. Zhanghua dropped her weapon and let out a desperate scream. She covered her right eye with her hand and shuddered. Dark red blood gushed out on both of her right eye and fingers. The attack of Piao Wall stole Zhanghua's right eye. Piao Wall suddenly looked at his left side. A long sword was stuck in his side. It was the longsword of Yang Soul Ran. At the moment when Piao Wall attacked Zhanghua, Yang Soul Ran unleashes the MA sect's arcane swordsmanship, 13 jade swords, Yu Shu Shi Sanjian, to save her. Piao Wall, who was focused on attacking Zhanghua, was unable to stop the Yang Soul Ran's attack. If only he hadn't received Yang Soul Ran's attack on his side, he would have been able to kill Zhanghua with this single move. Yang Soul Ran grabbed a torch that had fallen nearby and blocked the way in front of Zhanghua. Piao Wall pulled out the sword that was stuck in his side and opened his mouth. Good job, block my attack. I was lucky. Lucky? I just attacked where my instincts told me to. That's some great instincts you have. I hear that often. The tone of the two people was so casual that if people whom they didn't know saw them, they would have mistakenly thought it was a conversation between lovers. But the reality was different. Pyo Wall needed time to stop his bleeding, and Yang Sol Ran, who had lost her weapon, needed time to regain her composure. Yang Sol Ran looked at Pyo Wall's wounds and said, "Why don't you just surrender?" Surrender? What else can you do with a body like that? It would be better for you to surrender. If I surrender, will you spare me? See? You're not going to spare me. If you wanted me alive in the first place, you wouldn't have done something like this, would you? What do you mean, killing me? At Pyo Wall's words, who seemed to know everything, Yang Sol Ran was at a loss for words. Was there someone like this? It is said that dragons appear in Zhonghu, but she really did not know that there would be such a person in a group of assassins. How much do you know? That the abbess of the 9 calamities was behind all of this. It's ridiculous how you're amazing. Someone like you could have become my master's disciple. Even if I'm reborn, I would refuse. I don't have the heart to join a sect like that. I'd rather bite my tongue and die than to become a disciple of that devil. I don't like master, nor do I want this to happen either. But you're still following her? She saved my life. So I've been blessed. Is that the only reason you follow her? You killed young Lord Wu. Him and I were supposed to get married. So I killed your fiancé? I'm sorry. I have no regrets because I didn't want to marry him either. You're no different from the woman named Guwasada. Doing the same things. If I don't, then I will not be able to survive in this tough world. To some extent, Yang Sol Ran regained her calm expression. It was the same with Pyo Wall. He roughly stopped the bleeding from the wound on his side. If he moved violently, his wounds would open again, but he can withstand an attack at least once. At that time, Zhonghua said, "Why the hell are you engaging in some pointless chit-chat? Come on, Sol Ran, kill that villain this instant." Zhonghua, who lost one eye to Pyo Wall, lost all of her reason. At Zhonghua's cry, Yang Sol Ran did her stance. A powerful energy flowed from Yang Sol Ran's whole body. Pyo Wall felt her energy through his skin. So far, he has gained the upper hand because he had used the darkness and familiar terrain as his weapon. But he wasn't sure if he would be able to defeat Yang Sol Ran if he confronted her head-on. Knowing this fact, Yang Sol Ran also intentionally released a powerful energy to pressure Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall quietly took a step back. Because of the momentum that was expressed, he did not find it necessary for him to face the opponent head-on. Pyo Wall was an assassin. Assassins do not hesitate to do anything cowardly to kill their enemies. It would be foolish for him not to use the most effective means of killing the enemy. A torch can temporarily illuminate the surroundings, but it cannot dispel the darkness forever. Pyo Wall was hiding himself in the dark and was planning to take advantage of the opening. But his wish did not come true. Shuik, it was because suddenly a sharp sword flew through the darkness. He had no time to dodge. Pyo Wall stopped the sword by concentrating all his energy on his weaker right arm as quickly as possible. Bang! With a deafening sound, Pyo Wall's body bounced back. Pyo Wall flew as nearly a dozen meters or so before crashing into the wall. His appearance looked truly miserable. His right arm, which had blocked the sword, was torn to the extent that his bones were exposed. He also had large wounds on his chest and right side. No matter how tenacious Pyo Wall was, it was impossible for him to move with such wounds. Pyo Wall took in a rough breath. Both of his eyes were stained red, its blood vessels bursting all over. Blood was also pouring down from his nose and mouth. The pain came over as if his whole body had been crushed by a boulder. Pyo Wall did not scream, and waited for the pain to subside. Suuk. At that moment, someone appeared from the darkness. The owner of the pair of eyes that glowed in the dark was Mu Jung Jin. In Mu Jung Jin's hand was the sword from which he had just thrown before. His sword was a weapon that only the elders of the Qingcheng sect could wield. The person who was most perplexed by the appearance of Mu Jung Jin was Zhonghua. Even while she was distracted from the pain of losing one of her eyes, Zhonghua thought that Pyo Wall should not be left this way. Die! She grabbed her sword and ran towards Pyo Wall. Her intention was to kill Pyo Wall immediately to shut his mouth. However, her attack was blocked by Mu Jung Jin. Back off! As Mu Jung Jin lightly swung his hand, a powerful wind rose and pushed Zhonghua away. Zhonghua vomited blood and shouted, "Mu Jung Jin, kill him if you keep him alive. You don't know what kind of tricks he will use. I will take care of that myself." In response to Mu Jung Jin's cold reply, Zhonghua tightly closed the rest of her eyes. Mu Jung Jin approached Pyo Wall, who was sitting while leaning against the wall. He then knelt down on one knee. He looked into Pyo Wall's eyes and opened his mouth. "So it's you. The one who killed Wu Gunsang. Why? Why did you kill him? Because I'm an assassin. Even an assassin must have the ability to judge right from wrong. KQ, I was kidnapped and brought here at the age of 14. I was raised as an assassin before I even had the mindset to judge right from wrong. So you're saying you didn't have a choice? Kukuku, there's no way someone who was raised as an assassin would have something like that. I see you don't see any room for reform. Mu Jung Jin was taken aback by Pyo Wall's eyes, which were full of poison. He had met countless warriors and taught a lot of them martial arts, but no one had eyes as malicious as Pyo Wall. His eyes could never have been taught. It must have been born naturally. If I had taught him myself, he would have been magnificent. He suddenly felt that it was a shame. How could someone with such a talent be raised as an assassin and soon be eliminated? But he had no desire to spare him. Pyo Wall assassinated Wu Gunsang. He also wounded and killed numerous warriors in the process of escaping from the inescapable net. It was difficult even for Mu Jung Jin to cover his sin. Suddenly, Mu Jung Jin pulled out a letter from his arms. Pyo Wall recognized at a glance that the letter in his hand was a request he found at Lim Sioul's residence. So you found it. You knew it right away. Then you must know who the client is. I have a guess of who it could be. Who is it? It's the same person you're suspecting. Pyo Wall looked at the disciples of the MA sect while revealing his white teeth. Mu Jung Jin's gaze also turned to the MA sect. The moment she saw Pyo Wall's smile, Zhonghua felt goosebumps all over her body. All these circumstances were induced by that demon. It was by no means a coincidence that, among the numerous sects that made up the inescapable net, only the Qingcheng and the Ma sect entered the underground cave. That's what Pyo Wall had intended. He created division by tying the sect who requested the assassination and the sect targeted for the assassination into one place. Kahahahaha. Pyo Wall's mad laugh echoed in the dark basement. Editor's notes. Hope you enjoyed reading. Let me know what you think of the chapter in the comments or by reacting with an emoji, emoticon, no circle all but upper left quadrant filled, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, no asterisk. Since we're starting to get caught up with the manhwa, ch25, the schedule of free chapter releases will change. Instead of every day, it will now be every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Chowri. Korean term is buljin or. This is also known as a fly flapper or whisk. It is a symbol of Buddhahood used by meditators to shake off the delusions of the mind. It is called buljin, fu xian, because it blows away the dust of defilements. It is said that it was originally a tool used by monks to repel mosquitoes in India, where there are many mosquitoes. 37. Chapter 37. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 12. Manhwa, Chapter 26. Kook. Pyo Wall stopped his laughter and vomited blood. The blood reddened his chest and stomach. The excruciating pain continued on, but Pyo Wall didn't care. He was in a very good mood now. It was because he threw the spark of strife between the Qingcheng and the Ma sect. It didn't matter whether the two sects would fight a blood-splattering war or suitoring awkwardly. No matter what the outcome would be, it will be impossible to go back to their amiable relationship. This was his revenge for the Ma sect, who mocked his fate. He didn't feel sorry for the Qingcheng sect. There are no innocent people among those living in Zhonghu. Everyone would commit a sin in one way or another as they live by dominating over others. The Qingcheng sect also could not get out of that category, so he didn't regret it. He didn't even feel guilty. Kukuku. At the sight of Pyo Wall, who was grinning even in his horribly ruined state, Mu Jung Jin's eyebrows rose to the sky. We must immediately get rid of him. He felt afraid of Pyo Wall. Simply speaking, assassins such as Pyo Wall did not possess any fear. More than his martial arts, Pyo Wall had a quality that stimulated people's fear. It was his first time he had ever seen a person with such features. That was then. Master, are you okay? Sabek. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect, including Qing Ming, ran towards Mu Jung Jin. They were full of wounds as they broke through the trap triggered by Pyo Wall. Anger appeared on the face of Mu Jung Jinin as he looked at them. Because some of the disciples were not present. Why are there missing children? I apologize. We fell into his trap and some lost their lives. Mu Jung Jin closed his eyes tightly at Qing Ming's answer. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, pressure seemed to overflow. It felt so frightening that Zhonghua and the rest of the Ma disciples retreated back at once. Mu Jung Jin, who looked at Pyo Wall for a moment, grabbed his ankle and began to drag him somewhere. A comfortable death for you is a luxury. You must suffer and die in pain worse than hell to atone for those who have been killed by you. His cold voice pierced Pyo Wall's ears. Atonement? Are you kidding me? Then who will compensate me for the 7 years that ruined my life? Pyo Wall snorted. He had his back collapsed, broken and torn on the floor. Still, the reason why he didn't feel any pain was because he had already suffered a greater wound. Mu Jung Jin dragged Pyo Wall and headed to the residence of the instructors. To be precise, it was the abode of Lim Sayul. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect hurriedly followed Mu Zhengjin. Yang Sol Ran said to Zhonghua, "Aren't we supposed to follow him too? Are you crazy? Do you know what kind of anger we're going to receive if we follow them? We need to get out of here. The situation will not be resolved if we run away like this. It might be better to be honest and ask for a conversation." "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what we have done? All we can do is fight to the end. Do you have any evidence other than the letter? But Master will be the one to decide. Don't talk anymore. Let's go." Zhonghua led the disciples and climbed the rope. Yang Sol Ran was the last to go. She looked in the direction where Piao Wall disappeared. She soon climbed up the rope, leaving only a small sigh. Mu Zhengjin said to Qing Ming, "You two, take your disciples and go out." "Pardon? But if those bastards cut the rope that leads to the outside, we're going to end up isolated here. So hurry up and stop that situation from happening." "Understood," Qing Ming answered with a firm expression on his face. He went straight up to the ground with some of his disciples. The place where Mu Zhengjin took Piao Wall was the newly discovered space beyond the collapsed wall of Lim Sayul's residence. SSSSs. As they crossed the wall, the loud hissing of the snakes resounded. The faces of the disciples of the Qingcheng sect turned white when they saw the snake pit using their torch. The sight of countless snakes wriggling together was so terrible that it was terrifying to even dream of seeing them. Only then did the disciples of the Qingcheng sect realize why Mu Zhengjin had brought Piao Wall here. Mu Zhengjin was thinking of throwing Piao Wall into that snake pit. He was literally trying to throw him as a prey to the snakes. Mu Zhengjin asked, "You still have no intention of atonement?" Piao Wall's lips twisted and went up. He didn't even have the energy to open his mouth anymore. But the meaning behind his smile was clear. It was a sneer. Mu Zhengjin shook his head. "You are an unworthy human. You do not deserve to breathe in a world like ours. Atone here and die a painful death." Mu Zhengjin picked up Piao Wall's body and then threw him into the snake pit. Amitabha 1 inch. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect could not be proud of their actions, so they turned their heads. The figure of Piao Wall, who fell into the snake pit, disappeared in an instant. It was because numerous snakes had already managed to wrap around him and stirred his body. "Let's go," Mu Zhengjin said to his disciples without looking back. Yes, the warriors of the Qingcheng sect hurriedly followed him, because they didn't want to see the snakes eating a person who was still breathing. SSSS's shisk. The sound of snakes enjoying its supper behind them made the situation even more blood-curdling. Mu Zhengjin told them, "As soon as we get out, close this terrible place. No one should be able to enter." Yes. Mu Zhengjin's eyes shone brilliantly at the response of the warriors. "Ma sect, I will never forgive you." The only evidence he has was Piao Wall's reply and the letter that he had in his arms. But Mu Zhengjin did not doubt anymore the fact that the Ma sect was behind all these incidents. Piao Wall, who had already become prey for snakes, was no longer his concern. His target was the Ma sect. "Ma sect, you will soon know that the sword of Qingcheng sect has not rusted." Piao Wall felt that his body was sinking to the abyss. In fact, his body was slowly sinking beneath the snake pit. Snakes wrapped around him and crawled. Piao Wall was fed up with that terrible feeling, even in the midst of being confused. The snakes had awakened from their long hibernation and were very hungry. If Piao Wall had been smaller, he would have devoured it right away. But he was too big to swallow in one bite. When the snakes couldn't swallow Piao Wall, some hasty bastards dug their fangs. As their poison was injected in his body, Piao Wall felt excruciating pain. His already dying body trembled in response to the poison. There were different types of poison given the different kinds of snakes. Different types of poison mixed and reacted within Piao Wall's body. Piao Wall's eyes widened at the pain beyond his imagination. The pain was so excruciating that he thought that he would rather die than endure like this. If it were a normal person, they would have died the moment they were bitten by a snake. However, Piao Wall was resistant to the snake's venom. Although he felt pain, he could not die easily. Even in his horrible state, his body tried its best to resist the poison. Rather, his dying body had awakened as the poison entered the body. The poison attacked Piao Wall's body and stimulated the natural rebirth. Kuhyuk. Piao Wall opened his mouth slightly and let out a rough breath. Then the snakes around him shook. The other snakes put their fangs on Piao Wall's body. Again, Piao Wall felt indescribable pain as if his body was melting from the newly injected poison. Piao Wall's body trembled. Regardless of his will, his body continued to react. It was a vicious cycle. He would have snakes stuck their fangs on his body while his body would react in different ways. Poison gradually accumulated in Pyo-Wall's body as numerous poisons attacked the inside of his body. His spirit grew clearer as the pain felt more vivid. Pyo-Wall became unable to both live or die. He just suffered from the countless snake bites. His face and body became swollen from snake venom. He wanted to scream as much as he could, but the moment he opened his mouth wide, the fear that a snake might crawl into his throat made his teeth clench. Pyo-Wall thought desperately, if I go on like this, I will die. Even though his body was resistant to poison, he was still human. He couldn't stand the poison being injected indiscriminately. His body had already reached its limit. If a snake bites any more than this, it is clear that his body will be out of balance and he would end up dying. So before that happens, he had to figure out a way. At that moment, the first thing that popped into his head was the first snake that bit him in the underground room. Back then he couldn't even guess where the snake came from, but it seemed like it probably escaped from this pit. The snake was perfectly adapted to the darkness. I have to adapt like that snake. Similarly with how the small snake adapted to the darkness in order to live, Pyo-Wall had to adapt to the snake den in order to survive. I have to think like a snake, breathe like a snake, and move like a snake. That's the only way to survive. Quack. Again, he felt pain in his ankle. Another snake has bitten his ankle. There was no area where his body was not full of snakebite marks. Wherever the snake bites, the area becomes undoubtedly swollen. Having a painful area was actually fine. The most unbearable part for him was the itchy area. Some poisons caused an unbearable itching layer. It would have been better if he could scratch it with his hand, but it was clear that moving his body even a little bit would irritate the snakes, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and put up with it. Pyo-Wall held his breath. Simply weakening his breathing was not enough. He had to breathe like a snake. Pyo-Wall tried to feel the snake's breath with his eyes closed. It would have been normally impossible, but now it soon became possible, because Pyo-Wall's spirit was clearer than ever. His body, which was seriously injured and suffered from various snake venoms, was unable to move like a stone statue, so his senses were more sensitive than usual. Sruck sruck. Countless snakes wrapped around him, and a terrifying sound echoed. Some of them choked Pyo-Wall's neck, while the smaller ones tried to enter the body through Pyo-Wall's nostrils and ears. Fortunately, such an incident did not happen, but for Pyo-Wall, it was a horrifying experience. SSS's. A voice resembling a snake came out of Pyo-Wall's mouth. As he forcibly tried to breathe like a snake, a similar sound came out. In an instant, the snakes covering Pyo-Wall's body responded to his voice. He looked like he was thinking of something. Not just one or two, but tens of thousands of snakes having its head raised up close would be terrifying, but Pyo-Wall didn't even think of that. It was because he had his eyes closed and his whole mind was focused on breathing like a snake. In the meantime, he had his body bitten several more times. Now that his body has reached its limit, his breathing became even more ragged. Still, Pyo-Wall desperately tried to imitate the snake's breath. He didn't know how much time had passed. At some point, Pyo-Wall's breathing stabilized. SSS's. The sound of a snake's breath was coming out of his mouth. It wasn't perfect, but it was able to somehow imitate a snake's breath. Snakes breathe differently from humans. Whereas humans breathe by inhaling and exhaling all of the air in their lungs, snakes always leave about half of the air in the lungs. By leaving extra air in the lungs, they were able to hold their breath for much longer. Pyo-Wall also found out about that fact while imitating the breath of a snake. The more he knew about the snake, the more amazing he found the creature was. There were no body parts that were useless to snakes. The reptile was specialized in survival. He thought it was exactly the same as him. Strong patience and stamina, as well as tenacity and venom were the snake's characteristics that were similar to him. His fear of snakes disappeared. Even as he was buried in an insurmountable number of snakes, he did not feel any discomfort. Pyo-Wall soon fell asleep comfortably for the first time buried in a number of snakes. Editor's notes. SSSSS's see you in the SSS. Amitabha. It is what monks usually say. It means infinite light. 38. Chapter 38. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 13. Manhwa. N.A. Pyo-Wall opened his eyes. He was still stuck in a snake's den. His body was still swollen. This was because the snake venom that entered the body has not yet been eliminated. His body still couldn't move, but there was one piece of good news. After imitating the breathing of a snake, he was no longer bitten by a snake. The snakes seemed to recognize Pyo-Wall as one of them. After getting used to the snake's breath to some extent, Pyo-Wall began to have other ideas. Isn't it possible to combine the snake's breath with the thunder-splitting technique? It was a crazy idea, but he didn't think it was impossible. The essence of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was accelerating his speed of the thoughts. Thus, the increase in the speed of the thinking naturally increases the speed of the body's reaction. He thought that if he could combine it with the snake's breathing, he might discover a new breakthrough. Those were Pyo Wall's thoughts. In any ways, all he could do right now was think because his body was not capable of moving. Thinking, analyzing, reasoning, and calculating were all he could do. Pyo Wall thought about how to effectively merge the snake's breathing using the thunder-splitting method. He fell asleep thinking about it, and when he opened his eyes, he repeated his routine of brainstorming. And from a certain moment on, Pyo Wall began to combine the snake's breathing little by little with the thunder-splitting technique. With his mind, he was using the thunder-splitting method, and with his body, he breathed like a snake. In the beginning, the two breathing methods started to mix little by little. It is as if ink was dropped into a basin full of clear water. Pyo Wall did not know how dangerous his actions were now. He didn't even know that it was an attempt that went against the general principles of martial arts. If he had great knowledge about martial arts, he would never have attempted this. If the man who had abandoned him here could see what he was doing, he would have been immediately furious thinking that Pyo Wall was crazy. To a great extent, what Pyo Wall was doing now completely goes against common sense. But paradoxically, he was able to try new things because he was not bound by stereotypes. Pyo Wall had no preconceived notions about martial arts. There was no stereotype that stops him from doing something because of a particular reason. He thought freely and tried everything he could imagine. Pyo Wall forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in the breath he created. At some point, Pyo Wall's pain began to subside little by little. The poison that used to accumulate in his body was now either neutralized or melted into his blood. The only reason why that became possible was because of his newly created cultivation method. It was the so-called sub-thunder snake cultivation method, Fen Lei She Hun Shin Fa. This new cultivation technique, created by Pyo Wall in the snake pit, was effective in controlling the poison that had penetrated into the body. The more he used the sub-thunder snake cultivation method, the more snake venom naturally fused with his internal energy. Now snake venom was no longer his object of fear. When the snake venom was absorbed, the swelling in Pyo Wall's body had noticeably been reduced. Finally, when all of the poison was gone, his physical body was able to move. Pyo Wall moved his finger. When the strange movement was felt, the snakes went mad. Snakes nearby immediately bit Pyo Wall with their fangs. Pyo Wall did not resist and accepted the venom of the snakes. Then, when he felt hungry, he reached out and grabbed a snake nearby. Pyo Wall caught a small snake that bit the back of his hand. He then took a bite of the snake's head with his mouth. Wagzack! The snake's head shattered in Pyo Wall's mouth. The flesh he chewed came with a fishy smell. He didn't know how long it had been since he had last tasted food. He didn't think it was disgusting. He even felt ecstatic about the flesh that he ate after such a long time. The snakes here also ate each other to survive until now. The strong have endured for a long time by eating the weak. It was not a sin to eat other creatures here. The same was true for Pyo Wall. He survived by imitating snakes, so there was no reason to feel guilty about eating them. Living with snakes, the snake's survival instinct naturally melted into Pyo Wall. As Pyo Wall lived in a snake pit, whenever he became hungry, he would eat the snakes. Although his body recovered to some extent and he was able to climb out of the snake pit on his own, Pyo Wall chose not to, because there was so much more to be gained here than trying to go out. An animal such as the snake made Pyo Wall experienced many things. Their bodies and developed senses, which were focused on survival, were something Pyo Wall still have to learn. So Pyo Wall continued to willingly live with snakes to observe their behavior. As a result, he noticed that the eyesight of snakes was different from that of other animals. The vertically split eyes of the snakes could see into areas that humans and other animals could not see. One of the things Pyo Wall discovered was that snakes were excellent at detecting body temperature given their particularly sensitive senses. Rather than relying on their eyes to see the shape of the living creature, they used it to sense and distinguish a creature's body temperature. 1. Pyo Wall came to know this fact while learning the sub-thunder snake cultivation method. If he looked at an object while using the sub-thunder snake cultivation method, he could see its temperature with his eyes. At first he didn't know what the change in his perspective meant, but as time went on, he realized that it was how a snake's vision works. Seeing the world through the eyes of a snake was different. Pyo Wall has already adapted to the darkness to the point that it was like daytime even in places without a single light. The expansion of his field of vision also came with the expansion of his senses. Pyo Wall opened his senses as he assimilated with the snakes. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was almost impossible to capture the flow of time in a place where not a single point of light could enter. Because of that, Pyo Wall didn't even know how long he had been trapped in the snake pit. He could only guess that he had spent quite a long time with the snakes because his hair and beard had grown quite long. Pyo Wall slowly exhaled and moved his body. The snakes went mad. However, Pyo Wall continued to writhe around without hesitation. His physical condition was perfect. He delivered power to his arms and legs. The swelling of his body completely disappeared, and all of the wounds that were once so severe were now healed. Pyo Wall slowly moved his body. His movements were awkward at first, but later on, he naturally swam among the snakes. His movement without using his arms and legs was similar to a snake moving in the water. Although Pyo Wall was moving around, the snakes did not attack Pyo Wall. He was being mistaken for a fellow snake. After swimming for a while, Pyo Wall stuck his head out of the snake pit. Pyo Wall took a moment to breathe in some fresh air. In the serpent pit he had never once been able to breathe freely. This was because the air was thin. In order to live, the use of the sub-thunder snake cultivation method must not be stopped even for a moment. Pyo Wall got out of the snake pit using both of his arms as support. It's been a long time since he had stood with his feet on the ground, so he felt strange. He had a feeling that his legs were definitely alright, but at the same time it wasn't. But the foreign feeling quickly disappeared. Pyo Wall looked around for a moment. Lim Sioul's residence, seen through the wall, had not changed at all from when he was thrown into a snake pit. Pyo Wall came out of the hole where the snake pit was. The underground cave, with all of the torches extinguished, was darkness itself. The underground cave was eerily quiet that he couldn't even hear insects crawling, let alone sensing a presence. Neither the warriors of the Chingcheng sect nor the disciples of the Ma sect could be seen. Everyone had already left this place. I am alone again. Pyo Wall's voice echoed in the darkness. Even though he was alone, Pyo Wall didn't feel lonely. Maybe he had already forgotten the feeling of loneliness. Pyo Wall sat on a large rock and looked at the space above him. The rope he used to come down here disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the warriors of those two sects took it. Even though the only exit to the outside was blocked, Pyo Wall was not disheartened. Because he already expected that to happen. As long as the rope was gone, it was impossible to go outside. At least with his current martial arts level, I have to grow stronger. When he bumped into Mu Jung Jin, he became certain how insignificant his martial arts level is. Even if he tried a sneak attack, there was nothing that could kill Mu Jung Jin. The odds of killing him were extremely slim. He had to be stronger. That even if he cannot carry out a sneak attack, he would be able to face his opponents confidently. He already knew how to become stronger. I have to utilize and develop everything I have. He was now the owner of this space that was completely cut off from the outside. He didn't expect to eat delicious food, but by eating snakes, he can satisfy his hunger. That was enough. After thinking about something for a moment, Pyo Wall began to move. The place he was headed to was where he had previously attacked and fought the Ma disciples. The Ma sect was unable to retrieve the bodies of the disciples because they had to flee. So the bodies of the Ma disciples still remained in various places. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the only thing that remained from the corpses of the Ma disciples were clothes and bones. The worms ate up all the flesh. Pyo Wall searched their arms without aversion. After searching dozens of bodies, Pyo Wall was able to find a booklet. The booklet was the Pyosul Qianunjing, now Shui Chuan Yun Zhang, 2. It was a copy, not an original. The Pyosul Qianunjing was the strong fighting method that the Ma sect was proud of. The person who carried the booklet in his arms was a martial artist named Gong Un, who lost his life to Pyo Wall. Gong Un was a second-generation disciple of the Ma sect and was allowed to learn Pyosul Qianunjin, so he carried a copy. He originally would have left the manuscript at his sect, but he had carried it with him because he left so hastily. Gong Un did not think that he would not be able to return to his sect until he died. Pyosul Qianunjing was one of the highest-ranked martial arts that the Ma faction was proud of. It was a technique not leaked to the public. I'm lucky, Pyo Wall mumbled. Although he was not formally taught, he learned the 72 sword wave of the Chingcheng sect, and this time, he also obtained the Ma sect's Pyosul Qianunjing. There is also the assassination methods he learned from the Blood Shadow group. So he wasn't entirely without basics. Pyo Wall was going to see the end up here. The end of the 72 sword waves and the end of the Pyosul Qianunjing. And he will combine the essence of the two martial arts into his own method of assassination. Maybe it was impossible. That only a true master of martial arts can fuse three martial arts of completely different natures into one. But he didn't even think it would be impossible at all. He had already created a new kind of technique called the sub-thunder snake method. It was also because of luck, but it would have been impossible if it wasn't supported by Pyo Wall's talent and effort in the first place. Pyo Wall sat down and began to examine the contents of the secret technique. He forgot the passage of time as he dug deep into the martial arts. Something came into the darkness. A beast with wings too large for its small body. It was a bat hanging from the ceiling. It looked around for a moment. It was a pitch-black space with no light coming in. It can grasp a space that the human eye could never see using its other senses. The bat pricked its ears for a moment and then started flying in one direction. Neither the protruding stalactites nor the bulging roof of the pavilion could hinder the bat. The bat flew into the dark hallway, avoiding all the obstacles. Without even paying attention to the rooms on the left and right of the hallway, the bat headed towards the deepest room. Entering through the cracks in the broken door, a strange noise was heard. Susik, any sane person who hears the sound would not be able to help but feel frightened. But bats were not human. The bat knew that the sound it heard was the characteristic breathing sound of a snake moving. The bat looked down as it flew through the rectangular underground space. There was a large snake pit where the bat's gaze was directed. Numerous snakes were wriggling together. Snakes were good food for bats. In particular, small ones like snakes were a staple food for bats. Those tiny snakes were intermingled among the big ones. The bat descended into the snake pit without making a sound. It was planning to snatch just one snake. When the bat was almost approaching the snake pit, a white hand suddenly protruded from among the snakes. But the bat remained completely unaware of that fact. The bat's nerves were so concentrated on the snake, and most of all, the movement of the hand was so stealthy that the bat could not detect it. Bats were particularly sensitive to changes in the air. It used sound to identify the terrain, so even if there was a slight change in the air, the bat should have been able to immediately sense and avoid the hand. But at that moment, it didn't feel any change in the environment at all. The pure white hand grabbed the bat without making a sound. It was only then that the bat realized the existence of the hand and began to rage, but to no avail. The pure white hand held the bat tightly and did not let go. In an instant, the owner of the hand appeared through numerous snakes. The snakes swayed desperately away from the owner of the hands, as if they were confronted with a dreadful being. A man with long hair down to his waist and a beard covering his chest. He was naked, not a single thread in sight. His naked body was beautiful, as if he had no muscles at all. If a snake would take off all its skin and transform, a person would wonder if it would look like this. The man with the pair of red eyes glowing in the dark was Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall muttered as he watched the bat flapping in his hand. Is the road to the outside open? Editor's notes. OMGGG, is Pyo Wall about to go the outside world? I'm so hyped. I also can't wait to translate the and know what's going to happen next. I've searched about this one and apparently snakes can indeed detect infrared radiation using their unique sensory system. This would enable snakes to generate a thermal image of predators or prey. NCBI. Pyosul Qianunjeng. Now Shui Chuan Yun Zhang. The Chinese characters translate to, the snow wears the palm of the cloud. It is a technique of inflicting a surprise blow by disturbing the opponent's eyes as if piercing through the clouds in a field of scattered snow. It is a technique that is the purification of martial arts by drawing out the opponent's inner strength to the maximum with the first tension, and then pouring out the second tension that was left over once. Namu Wiki. 39. Chapter 39. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 14. Manhwa. N.A. Pyo Wall looked at the bat. It was his first time seeing a creature other than snakes here. He found it mysterious. The bat flapped its wings, trying to get out of Pyo Wall's hand. However, no matter how much the bat shook, it could not escape Pyo Wall's hand. As if trapped in an invisible, intangible membrane, the bat floundered on Pyo Wall's palm. Pyo Wall gently reached out his other hand and caressed the bat. Then it trembled as if a bat had met its natural enemy. SSS's. Pyo Wall made a strange sound as he touched the bat as if it were his child. The bat was frozen like ice and couldn't move. Pyo Wall smirked lightly. His white teeth were revealed in the dark. His appearance was surprisingly friendly. He had no idea how many years he had been here. He could only guess at the fact that he had stayed there for quite some time with his long hair and shaggy beard. A normal person would have gone crazy staying in a place like this for a few days. However, Pyo Wall managed to keep his mind intact. No, maybe he became crazy, but he was just not aware of it. It didn't matter either way. All he had done in the meantime was to practice the sub-thunder snake method, assimilate himself with snakes, and learn martial arts. His life, which repeated every day like a treadmill, was too monotonous for a sane person to handle. As the sub-thunder snake method reached a certain level, it was now difficult to distinguish whether Pyo Wall was a snake or a human being. He breathed like a snake and looked at the world through the eyes of a snake. And from a certain moment, he reached the point of breathing through his skin like some of the snakes. This wasn't what he intended. The changes just happened naturally, like breathing. After learning the snake's habits, he made no sound even while walking. No matter how narrow the opening, if his head was inserted in, his entire body could pass through. The function of the sub-thunder snake method was not limited to that. The acceleration and expansion of thinking became possible. He can think more broadly and make decisions faster, and his body can immediately respond given those brain changes. He has had reflexes and physical abilities that transcend ordinary humans. But Pyo Wall was still not satisfied with that level, so he practiced the 72 swords waves while operating the sub-thundersnake method. Before returning to the underground cave for the second time, his understanding of the 72 sword waves was only about 1/4. However, his understanding increased by breaking through the inescapable net. The 72 sword wave was a skill made in the early days of the Qingsheng sect. Although it was pushed aside by the other skills created after that, it was never a martial art that can be taken lightly. Pyo Wall insistently studied the 72 sword wave. As he learned and endured, his understanding deepened. When the 72 sword wave reached a certain level, he studied how to activate it with his bare hands. He broke down the technique and tried to rebuild it again to fit his bare hands. His attempts have failed dozens of times. However, Pyo Wall did not become frustrated nor did he despair. If he failed, he just thought of going back from the beginning. All the useless parts were cut off, leaving only the core parts. He then reassembled it to his own taste. Thanks to the sub-thundersnake method, his intellectual powers increased dramatically, making Pyo Wall's plan possible. Pyo Wall learned the 72 sword waves to the extreme. After mastering all of the 72 swords, he then spent time comprehending the Ma sect's Pyosul Qiananzheng. Although both sects were in the same province, which was Sichuan, there was a big difference in the nature of the Qingsheng sect and the Ma sect's martial arts. The two sects differed from their origins. The Qingsheng sect had its origins in Taoism, while the Ma school had its origins in Buddhism. There would obviously be a stark difference from their cultivation methods to their philosophy. It was a very dangerous thing to learn two completely different martial arts simultaneously. However, Pyo Wall did not care and still studied the Pyosul Qiananzheng. The characteristic feature of Pyosul Qiananzheng was that it was like snowblowing in the wind. It is a martial art who shares the same box with the shamans Mianzhang, Mianzhong. The technique was much more difficult to learn than other strong martial arts. This was because, without proper operation and power control, the person cannot exert its actual power. For that reason, even Gong Un, who had obtained a copy of Pyosul Qiananzheng, did not dare to learn it easily. In order to exert the full power of the Pyosul Qiananzheng, it is necessary to have a great understanding of the philosophy of the Ma sect. Without understanding the context and meaning behind the text, it would be near impossible to bring out its original power. Pyo Wall, unaware of that fact, learned Pyosul Qiananzheng based on the sub-thundersnake method. Of course, he couldn't draw out the skill's actual power. His learning speed was also slow. Still, Pyo Wall did not give up. All he had left was time. There are only a few things that could be done in a place where there was no distinction between day and night. Even if he fails, he can always try again. There was no need to worry about unsuccessful attempts. Pyo Wall's body, which has adopted the snake's habits and characteristics, was tougher and more flexible than any other martial arts master's, so he can easily handle any shock. Just as he disassembled the 72 sword waves, Pyo Wall broke down the Pyosul Qiananzheng into pieces and reassembled it to suit himself. In this way, Pyosul Qiananzheng was recreated by Pyo Wall. But Pyo Wall was still not satisfied with that level, so he attempted to combine the 72 sword waves and the essence of Pyosul Qiananzheng into an entirely new method. Naturally, his attempts were unsuccessful. There were times when he would struggle with qi deviation, and there were times when his heart would burst due to the regurgitation of the internal organs. He had fallen into a moribund state and visited the threshold of death dozens of times. And each time, Pyo Wall would go back and visit the snake pit. He would regain his vitality and stamping by meditating among the snakes and eating them. Every time he would overcome the crisis of death, he would shed his skin. With each layer of skin removed, his body grew tougher and stronger. Pyo Wall would constantly overcome death and become strong. Now the bat stopped flapping its wings. It sat quietly on Pyo Wall's palm and waited. Pyo Wall had no intention of killing the bat. This was because bats were the evidence that a passage to the outside had been opened. This was the first time Pyo Wall had seen a bat in an underground cave. If the bat had really managed to come in from the outside, there must be a passage. Good. He was thinking about going out now, because he realized that further training was meaningless. Pyo Wall didn't know exactly how much time he spent, However, he was confident that he would not be easily pushed back if faces the other martial artists of Zhonghu. Pio Wall took a step forward. Passing through the corridors where the instructors live, he headed into a huge underground cave. The buildings which had been built in the underground cavity could not withstand the passage of time and collapsed, leaving only ruins. Pio Wall searched through the ruins. Moments later, a torn garment was in his hand. It was the clothes of the Ma disciples who died here. Pio Wall had taken off the clothes of the male disciples and kept them here. It was only here in the underground that he could stay naked since he was alone. But he couldn't do that outside. Pio Wall wore the clothes that looked most intact. It's been a while since he has worn clothes, so the feeling was unfamiliar. But he thought he'd get used to it soon, just like it has been so far. His preparation to leave was over. There was no excitement. His heart was so calm that it was strange. Maybe after being with the snakes for a long time, his heart had also become as cold as a snake. Pio Wall spread his palms wide. Still, the bat didn't even try to fly. Pio Wall thought that the bat should be set free. Later on, the bat flapped its wings vigorously. The bat fluttered in place for a moment, then began to soar vigorously into the air. Pio Wall looked carefully at the direction the bat was heading. The bat soared towards the ceiling, changed direction and then headed towards a particular wall. And after a while, it disappeared. Pio Wall moved in the direction the bat disappeared. It was a wall that was located a dozen or so high above the ground. When he touched the wall, he felt a small crack. The space was small enough for Pio Wall's head to fit in. Inside the wall was a pile of broken stones. It seems that the wall has recently weakened and collapsed. Pio Wall brought his face near the crack. He felt a cold wind. Air is coming in from the outside. Hu-eup. Pio Wall inhaled the fresh air coming in from the outside, deep in his lungs. There was nothing special about the air as it entered through the underground passage, but the feeling was different. Pio Wall's heart was beating faster than usual just because the air had flown in from the outside, and not simply from the underground cavity. This crack was another uncharted space for Pio Wall. Little bats were small enough to crawl in there, but no one can guarantee if there was room for a person to pass through. If one would make a mistake, they could get stuck in the middle and be unable to continue or go back. No matter how good a person's martial arts were, any normal person couldn't help but feel fear. But Pio Wall was different. After living in harmony with the darkness and snakes for a long time, he could no longer feel the emotion called fear. Pio Wall shoved his head into a small crack. It was only large enough to fit a single head, but miraculously, Pio Wall's shoulders and body glided through the cramped space. Inside the crack, it was truly a dark place. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his hand. However, Pio Wall did not make a fearful expression and crawled forward without hesitation. The darkness was familiar to him. Others may fear it, but to him it felt as comfortable as a mother's womb. Pio Wall has adapted to the darkness perfectly. A darkness of this degree was still bright like broad daylight. Pio Wall crawled non-stop. There were sharp pieces of stone and unidentified ores protruding here and there, but none of it did any harm to Pio Wall's body. Pio Wall moved like a snake, gliding gently. Sruck. Only the rustling of his clothes echoed in the darkness. Pio Wall so crawled in the dark without rest. It was impossible to guess where the end of the crack was. Sometimes he would go down, and at other times, he would pass through a near vertical passage. However, Pio Wall crawled and crawled without any sign of exhaustion. He didn't know how long he crawled. A faint light was seen in the distance. In an instant, a turbulent expression appeared on Pio Wall's face. No matter how cold his emotions were bound to stir in front of the light he had not seen for such a long time. He wanted to go to the place where the light was right away, but Pio Wall stopped moving. His eyes were perfectly adapted to the darkness. If he goes out into the bright world in this state, his eyes will not be able to bear it and he will die or become blind. His heart was in a hurry, but he had to stop and rest, so his eyes had to adjust to the light. Pio Wall crouched down and looked at the dim light in the distance. That alone felt like having his eyeball burst in pain. Pio Wall quickly turned his head and looked at the other side. The pain subsided a little. Pio Wall approached the entrance little by little every day. Inching closer to the light already made him feel a burning pain in his eyes and skin. It was as if thousands of needles were stabbing his whole body. However, Pio Wall did not give up and adapted little by little to the light. It took him 10 days to fully adapt to the light. Then Pio Wall went out. It was the cramped space between the large rocks where Pio Wall had squeezed out. The gap between the rocks was so narrow that no one dared to imagine that it would lead deep underground. A raccoon or a weasel crawled through the crevice of the rock. Pio Wall did not raise his head for a moment, although he tried as much as possible to adapt to the light in the cave entrance. Facing the sun directly would bring him a different kind of pain. He felt pain and thirst as if his whole body was burning. This was why he needed to adapt as much as he could. Pio Wall did not avoid the pain. Later on, he looked straight up at the blazing sun. As time passed, the pain gradually subsided. His reddened skin calmed down, and his tears slowly stopped. Later on, the redness completely disappeared. Phew! Pio Wall sighed and turned his head to look around. He saw an unfamiliar landscape. He previously entered a vertical opening at the top of the mountain to enter the underground cave usually. But now, the hole he exited from lead to the bottom of the mountain. Thanks to this, he was able to avoid the trouble of coming down the mountain. Pio Wall looked at the top of the mountain for a moment and then moved on. He had no regrets. He wanted to get out of this damn place quickly. Pio Wall walked without looking back. The smell of the forest tickled the tip of his nose. A gentle breeze blew past his body. It was a feeling he could never feel in the underground cave where everything including time seemed to have stopped. It felt like the sensations in his body were coming back to life. It was only now that he truly felt that he was alive. After walking for a while, a fairly large stream appeared. In the water, Pio Wall looked at his face. A strange man was staring right back at him in the water. Long hair down to his waist and a beard covering his chest. He expected his appearance to be something like this, but seeing it with own eyes, he still felt like it was someone else's face. Pio Wall jumped straight into the water. He swam in the water, removing all the dirt. After brushing off all the unique underground smells from his body, he pulled out a small dagger from his waist. It was the only tool he had brought from the underground cave. Pio Wall looked at his own face reflected in the water and roughly cut his hair and beard. His face was revealed. He had not seen the sun for a long time, so his skin had turned white. It contrasted well with his dark hair and soft red eyes. His features resembled a person full of decadence, close to royalty. He had a strange atmosphere and a beautiful face that seemed not to be a person in this world. Pio Wall stood blankly for a long time and stared at his reflection on the surface of the water. Editor's notes. RMC is so pretty. Hollow down pointing triangle. Thank you for reading. 40. Chapter 40. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 15. Manhwa. N.A. Batang was a city located in the western part of Sichuan province and served as a gateway to the western highlands. In front of the city, a large river more than 20 meters flowed, and the western highland was spread out like a folding screen in the back. In the paddy fields surrounding the village, rice was swept away by the wind, creating blue waves. Batang was the largest city in the vicinity, which was around 100 li close. Indigenous people from Kong County were predominant, but there were also many Han Chinese. Although the city was located in a remote place, there was a lot of rice and various specialty products, so merchants did not stop visiting throughout the year. Thanks to this, entertainment facilities such as inns and brothels were well established. Ho ho, come here. How about having a drink here today? The courtesans lured passers-by by sticking their upper body out the window. Haha, good. These guys wash up and wait. This old man will come running to you after today's deal is over. Merchants who were not unfamiliar with this atmosphere looked at the courtesans with a sinister smile, and young men who were unfamiliar with the situation turned their heads away and fled. Ho ho ho. The high courtesans burst out laughing. As darkness descended on the street, the atmosphere became even more lively. The courtesans lit up red lanterns and seduced customers by acting coquettish. However, because it was still early, there were not many customers coming to the brothels. Red Sky Pavilion 2 was one of the largest and most splendid among the brothels in Batang. There were also many high-level courtesans. The origins of the courtesans also varied. There were women who came from Kong County or Han as well as women from Yunnan or Shijiang. For this reason, people who's visiting Batang for the first time usually find and stay in the Red Sky Pavilion and unwound. Sol Hyang III was the most popular courtesan in the Red Sky Pavilion. Her beautiful features and her snow-white skin was what attracted the people's attention. But the most impressive thing about her was her eyes. Sol Hyang had eyes that were commonly called as three white eyes. 4. The white color surrounding the three sides of her eyes gave off a strange atmosphere. Many men fell in love with Sol Hyang's unique atmosphere and visited her. However, it was almost impossible to sleep with her even if she kept and entertained a customer by her side throughout the drinking party. Because Sol Hyang didn't allow it. No matter how wealthy the customer was, she would not allow access to her body if she did not like it. Still, many men were willing to pay a lot of money to join her. Sol Hyang looked at the street with a bored expression. Red Sky Pavilion was still quiet, just like any other tower. But after a while, all the rooms will be full of guests. This is boring. Sol Hyang yawned lightly. Even for today, she adorned herself beautifully and wore colorful clothes. The ornaments made by a famous craftsman hung all over her body. She was a flower, and it was the duty of a flower to lure in butterflies and bees. Sol-hyung looked out the window, exuding her happiness to the fullest. She saw people walking down the street. Batang natives do not come here. Most of the people in the streets were foreigners. Among them, those who boasted that they made a lot of money usually come to this place. Even those who casually passed through the street could not take their eyes off of Sol-hyung. Whenever they managed to take a glimpse of her, Sol-hyung did not blush even once, despite their gazes which were full of desire. She was used to this look. Most of the men who saw Sol-hyung looked at her with eyes full of desire. Sol-hyung thought that men were the same because she had been treated like that since childhood. If she shows even a little bit of her smile to indicate that she's fond of something, many would be willing to give her all of their fortune. In that way, there were already more than 10 people who have been financially ruined. Sol-hyung thought that men who she could put on her toes were not really great. However, as always, she thoroughly concealed her inner feelings and seduced every man she saw with a bright smile. Then, a strange sight entered Sol-hyung's eyes. Among the many people walking down the street, one person clearly caught her eye. Most of the people walking on this street were wearing high-quality silk or fancy clothes, but he was wearing very shabby clothes, so he stood out even more. In a sense, it was something that was not often seen here. But what stood out more than his clothing was the man's appearance. The moment she saw him, a burst of laughter came out of her mouth without realizing it. A beautiful face with whiter skin than any woman and a decadent beauty. His deep, shadowed eyes were so beautiful that anyone who would see them, exclamations of admiration would burst out from them. Sol-hyung lost her mind as she looked at the man's face. She had seen a lot of men before, but this was the first time she's seen a man like this. He couldn't take my eyes off him. It was the same with other courtesans. Oh, how can a man have a face like that? The prostitutes who were sticking out their faces through the window could not take their eyes off the man's face. That man had the power to catch the people's attention. In particular, the women looked at the man with a weak pulse. The man looked around with a curious expression as if it was his first time being to a place like this. He then met Sol-hyung's eyes. For a moment, Sol-hyung found herself lightheaded. The man looked at Sol-hyung half-heartedly with his bright red eyes. Sol-hyung could not remove her gaze. Sol-hyung unknowingly told the man, "Come in here. A lot of men have visited so far, but this man was the first one to make her tell them to come in first." The man did not refuse and entered the Red Sky Pavilion. Sol-hyung hurriedly went down to the first floor to meet the man. There she saw a man coming into the Red Sky Pavilion. The man she saw up close was more beautiful, as if he had never been under the sun. His pure white skin was shining under the light of red lanterns. Sang-gong. Sol-hyung approached the man. In an instant, Sol-hyung inhaled the strong scent coming from the man. A strange scent was emanating from the man. It was a scent that made Sol-hyung unable to think clearly. What made her mind dizzy more than anything else were his eyes that had a subtle tinge of red. Sol-hyung was mesmerized by his eyes that seemed to suck her in the more she stares at him. The man asked Sol-hyung, "This is a brothel, right?" "Yes, that's right, Sang-gong." Sol-hyung shook her head and replied. Unknowingly, she was treating the man with a humble attitude. "Can I stay a few days even without any money?" "Oh, of course." Had another guest here said they have no money, she would have looked at them with contempt. But when the man in front of her said that he doesn't have any money, there was no contempt, only regret. "I'll take care of you, so don't worry about anything and come inside." Sol-hyung pulled the man's hand. The man entered her residence as naturally as if he had entered his own house. GMC Yeon, the owner of Red Sky Pavilion, looked at the Chongwon with a frown. "Why aren't we making a profit? Haven't our sales been below average for the past few days?" "That is." Chongwon bowed his head with a troubled look. GMC Yeon said as she banged the table, "Why can't you tell me? What the hell is going on in the Red Sky Pavilion? Sol-hyung hasn't worked for the past few days." "Sol-hyung? Why?" "That's because she fell in love with a certain guy." "That girl fell for a man? Are you joking with me?" GMC Yeon knew what Sol-hyung was like better than anyone. She couldn't easily believe the words of Chongwon that Sol-hyung was obsessed with a man and stopped accepting clients. As GMC Yeon got angry, Chongwon said with an unhappy expression, "It's true. She's been stuck in her room for 3 days and still hasn't come out." "Really?" "Yes. I'll check it myself. Have the other kids ready." GMC Yeon got up. Her eyes were full of poison. The Red Sky Pavilion was a business she worked so hard for and Sol-hyung was her best courtesan. It is impossible for her to see such a commodity fall in love with a man and cause damage to her business. Dozens of men followed GMC Yeon. The men were warriors dispatched by Chongik Guan 5 in Batang. GMC Yeon had a close relationship with Yu Jin-san, the ruler of Chongik Guan. Although she was already retired from the front line, GMC Yeon still boasted a decent beauty and education. Because of that, Yu Jin-san, the most powerful member of the party, fell in love with her and sent warriors to look after her. Although they cannot be compared to the two factions, Pai, the three gates, Sanmen, the four fangs, Si Fang, and the five halls, Wu Guan, that make up Sichuan province. There were no military officers who dared to compete with the Chang'ik Guan in the vicinity of Batang. When GMC Yian appeared leading the men of Chang'ik Guan, all the courtesans and workers they encountered turned their heads and avoided them. GMC Yian's power was so great that no one dared to stop her. The courtesans looked at GMC Yian's back with bewildered expressions. Why is Si Yian Uni so angry? It's because of Solhyang. What did Solhyang Uni do? She's been out of business for the past few days because she fell for a certain guy. With the best courtesan in the Red Sky Pavilion not selling her services, the damage is huge. What kind of man is he for to make that sassy Solhyang Uni stop doing her business and be locked up in her room? I don't know, but that man's skill is no joke. I mean, why were they moaning until dawn? Really? The young-looking courtesan widened her eyes. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Between a man and a woman, it was the courtesans who usually got the vigor. Courtesans can moan briefly during the intercourse to please a man, but it's impossible to do it all night, unless you have mind-blowing sex overnight. Oh my god, what a great man. Ho ho, he must have drank a lot of. GMC Yian's expression was distorted by the chatter of the courtesans who were unable to grasp the atmosphere. These empty-headed bitches can't even understand the atmosphere, after being lenient on them. For a while, everyone became out of tune. GMC Yian thought that as soon as she solved the problem of Solhyang, she would also talk and discipline the other prostitutes. GMC Yian and the warriors finally arrived in front of Solhyang's room. Solhyang's door was firmly shut. When GMC Yian glared at it, the soldiers immediately forced the door open. Thud. As soon as the door opened, hot air rushed out. GMC Yian frowned, because she knows fully well what the heat coming out of the room means. GMC Yian looked around the room. Red silk gold needles were scattered all over, and Solhyang's pure white naked body was visible. She was lying on a man's lap, breathing heavily. Just by looking at it, she could fully guess what had just happened. GMC Yian burst into anger. Solhyang, what are you doing after closing your services? Quote, Si Yian Uni? Then Solhyang turned her head and looked at GMC Yian. Her eyes were dreamily opened and her face was full of redness. You? Who? Solhyang raised her upper body, covering her white naked body with a silk blanket. GMC Yian's gaze turned to the man. She was curious about the face of the man who captured Solhyang under his spell. Even though GMC Yian and warriors came in with the door open, the man sat and looked out the window, not even paying the slightest bit of attention to them. Although he hasn't turned his head yet to reveal his face, she felt a strange atmosphere coming from the man. His undressed, white upper body was smooth and slender as if he had no muscles. The appearance of the scattered candles illuminating his smooth body made him look mysterious. For a moment, GMC Yian felt a sense of incongruity that could not be explained in words. There was something off about him. The man did not match the atmosphere. Still, it was strangely mixed. The man's appearance stimulated GMC Yian's instinct. GMC Yian opened her mouth carefully. I want to see the face of the unauthorized guest. The man turned his head at her voice. Ah! As soon as she saw the man's face, GMC Yian let out a soft gasp without realizing it. The man's face was too beautiful to be expressed in words. She had spent nearly 30 years as a courtesan. She had already met so many men and slept with them, but no other man could match the beautiful charm of the man in front of her. Especially his pair of eyes with a soft red color seemed to tickle even GMC Yian's heart. At that moment, GMC Yian seemed to understand why Solhyang had fallen for the man. With such a man, it would be difficult for any woman to get out of his grasp easily. Since GMC Yian has seen through everything with her matured age, she can keep her reason against the man, but it seemed that it would be impossible for young Womento get out of the charm of the man. Where did such a person? GMC Yian instinctively took a step back, because she smelled a dangerous smell from the man. It was like seeing a big snake. She had goosebumps all over her body and her hair stood up straight. As GMC Yian's face turned white, the warriors supported her and said, Are you okay? Maybe the man used some sort of trickery? GMC Yian could not easily answer the questions of the soldiers and only shook her head. But warriors thought that GMC Yian had been enchanted, and looked at Pyo Wall. Bring him out. Editor's notes. Thank you for reading. Comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart. Li. This is also known as the Chinese mile, is a traditional Chinese unit of distance. The li has varied considerably over time but was usually about 1/3 of an English mile and now has a standardized length of a half kilometer, 500 meters or 1,640 feet or 0.311 miles. Red Sky Pavilion. Other possible translations. Hong Qianru, Hong Tianlu, Solhyang. Other possible translations. Three White Eyes. Other possible translations: Sambagan, Sanpaka, Sanpakugan. It refers to the eyes in which either the white spaces above or below the iris are revealed. In manga or anime, characters with these eyes are usually portrayed as yandere, tsunere, or kuadere, chongik guan. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Chapter 41. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 16. Manhwa. N.A. All of the warriors were masters of martial arts. Naturally, their bodies were very well developed. Unlike the unknown man who does not have any muscle, they were proud of their lean muscular bodies. Bring that bastard out, asshole. The warriors were angry for no reason. From the moment they laid their eyes on the unknown man, strangely, they couldn't control their anger. They thought they should drag the man out and teach him a lesson. It would be better to just follow along. The warriors took hold of the man's arms and exerted force. However, no matter how much strength was applied, the man did not move. Veins popped out of the foreheads of the warriors. They exerted enough strength to drag him out, but they still couldn't drag the man out. Then they realized that something was wrong. What? You bastard. At that moment, the man opened his mouth for the first time. Let go of my hand. The man's voice was very soft, but it sounded strangely clear. The moment they heard his voice, the soldiers felt goosebumps rising up their spines. Their whole body stiffened, and their hair stood up. Their instinct whispered that they had to stop here. However, their pride did not allow them to retreat like this. What bullshit are you talking about? Come on, get up. The warriors raised their internal energy and tried to bring down the man in front of them. But the man's body still didn't budge. His body obviously looked slender, but it felt as if his body was made of rock. At that moment, the soldiers felt a sense of crisis and tried to take their hands off the man. That was the moment. Kirk-hyuk. The warriors who had put their hands on the man's body suddenly collapsed with a loud scream. Their eyes rolled and white foam came out of their mouth. Seeing the scene, the rest of the warriors raised their swords and shouted, "What did you do? Do you want to die?" At that moment, the man raised his body. A red silk robe landed on Solhyung's naked body, who was not wearing a single thread. Sagong. Solhyung wrapped her arms around the man's body from behind. Solhyung hugged the man from behind and did not know that he would fall. It was not normal for anyone to see. If she had proper judgment, Solhyung should have taken the side of the warriors. However, Solhyung was attached to the man's back, pretending not to see the warriors. The man opened his mouth for the first time. "I'm leaving in 3 days. I'll be quiet before I go, so don't bother me." It was a voice that was low and quiet, like the whisper of a snake. The warriors and GMC Yin felt as if a large snake was watching over them. Their bodies trembled, and cold sweat broke out on their palms. It was the first time in their life that they felt this way. The man who looked down on them was Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall wasn't in a good mood right now, because his rest was interrupted. For the past 3 days, Pyo Wall has been coveting Solhyung in her room. He spent 7 years being raised as an assassin and another 7 years in an underground cave after being attacked by Mu Jung Jin. A total of 14 years had been spent in an empty underground cave. It was only a short time when he saw the light, when he assassinated Wu Gunsang, and when he ran away from the inescapable net. Most of the rest of his time was spent in the dark. The average person would have gone crazy without being able to endure it for a few days. After spending such a long time in darkness, Pyo Wall was very hungry. Pyo Wall himself did not know, but from his whole body, a body odor that made women feel hot was emanating from his body. The more intense his feelings, the stronger the body odor, and the woman fell into a frenzy. It was at that moment when Solhyung brought him into the room. He found out that he had been imprisoned in an underground cave for 7 more years. He was now 28 years old, but the thought that he had spent half of my life in vain in pitch-black darkness intensified his emotions. Solhyung was caught at that time. Pyo Wall has been coveting her for the past 3 days without thinking. It was kind of like a reward for his strong mentality. Pyo Wall had undying energy and sexual desire. Solhyung was completely tamed by Pyo Wall. Now, she couldn't even think of any other man other than Pyo Wall. As Pyo Wall was about to close the door, an old warrior called out, "What nonsense are you talking about? What have you done to my comrades? Can't you go and restore them back to their normal state? After a day or 3, they will recover. So don't bother and step back." 7 years in the underground cavity was a time spent in exploring assassination techniques. During that long time, Pyo Wall studied only how to kill opponents. Among them was how to kill people without leaving any traces. The technique used on the warriors who were in pain with foam coming out of their mouth was a weak application of one of the techniques. If Pyo Wall had wanted to, they would have stopped breathing without even realizing that they were dying. Do you know who you're facing? Do you think you'll be okay after you injure the warriors of Changik-guan in the Padang? Changik-guan? Pyo Wall tilted his head, because it was the first time he heard the name. All of the famous sects of Sichuan province had participated in the inescapable net aimed at him, but he had never heard the name Changik-guan anywhere. If so, there is a high possibility that the Changik-guan, which the warrior in front of him was proud of, is actually just a mere sect or group. Even if they were a great place, it didn't matter. He is not what he used to be. He was not just a mere assassin, a young boy who had to run away because he lacked the strength. Even back then, he fought for his life against the Qingcheng and the Ma sect. At Pyo Wall's attitude as if he was ignoring the name Changik-guan, the old warrior cried out, "Do you dare ignore the Changik-guan? I don't know what kind of tricks you used, but it won't work for me." The old warrior swung his sword and ran towards him. Other warriors followed. The young red light in Pyo Wall's eyes deepened. He suddenly stretched out his palms and thrust them forward. GMC Yian's face was filled with suspicion. It was because she did not understand what the hell Pyo Wall was choosing to do at this dangerous moment. He's not thinking of facing the warriors of the Changik-guan, does he? That was then. Hyuk, Kukik, the warriors who were running towards Pyo Wall like a lie, grabbed their chests and fell. They threw themselves on the floor, clutching their chests with painful expressions. Some have their faces already turned black. Hyuk, GMC Yian covered her mouth with both hands at the unbelievable sight. A master. If he defeated the opponent without touching them, it was clear that he had reached the level where he could release his energy. There were not many masters in Sichuan who reached that level. Although GMC Yian didn't know anything about martial arts, she had a wealth of insight. As far as she knew, even Yu Jin-san, the head of Changik-guan, had not reached that level. Is there such a master in Sichuan? Not to mention, Pyo Wall was remarkably handsome. It was hard to believe that a man who possesses such an appearance would be still unknown. GMC Yian's eyes shook anxiously, because she knows from experience that there would be constant storms brewing around a person who suddenly stands out like this. Kukeuk, Sa, save me. The warriors were toppling on the floor in agony. The veins on their faces looked like it was about to burst. GMC Yian quickly realized that she had to do something. Sa, Sang-gong, please forgive them at this point. Forgive? Yes, these people were rude without knowing that a precious person had arrived. I'll take care of everything during your stay, so how about forgiving them at this point? GMC Yian got down on her knees and begged. One of her greatest strengths was her keen eyes. Until she came here, she thought she needed to take care of Solhyang and Pyowol, but as soon as she realized that Pyo Wall was not someone she could handle, she immediately changed her attitude. What he did was not something anyone could do. Pyo Wall looked at GMC Yian inquiringly. At that moment, a hand as white touched Pyo Wall's chest. When he turned his head, Solhyang was looking at him with a sultry gaze. Please forgive Si Yian Uni for me. Si Yian Uni is not a bad person. Even if it wasn't because of Solhyang's request, he had no intention of causing any more trouble, because he still wanted to rest more. One day he will end this life, but not for the time being. Pyo Wall gently waved his hand. Then the warriors lying on the floor widened their eyes and exhaled a big breath, because the pain suddenly disappeared. Pyo Wall looked at them and said, 3 days. That's all I'm asking. I hope that all of you would not dare disturb me. Tell that to your leader. The warriors looked at Pyo Wall with terrified expressions, but did not say anything. The warriors already had a keen feeling that Pyo Wall was a different being from them. It wasn't just his martial arts that were far stronger than them. The man in front of him was something different. Like a frog standing in front of a snake, there was something in him that stood out. Of course, the frogs were the warriors themselves. When Pyo Wall waved his hand, they ran away, leaving only GMC Yian. GMC Yian asked cautiously with a pale complexion, then what should I do? If you need anything, please tell me. I told you. Don't disturb me for 3 days. Will that be all? Yes. That's it. Okay. If you need more children, please let me know. There are many pretty girls besides Solhyang in the Red Sky Pavilion. I will. Pyo Wall nodded his head. It's not that he's tired of Solhyang or that she's ugly. It was just that his desire was too strong. Even Solhyang couldn't fully handle him. Solhyang knew about it, so she didn't say anything. Solhyang knew that she could not monopolize the man who covets her so tenaciously. Pyo Wall was never one to settle for one woman. To him, they were nothing more than an object to satisfy his momentary desires. Solhyang thought it didn't matter. The man's scent emanating from Pyo Wall was too strong for her to think of complicated thoughts. Thud. Sol-hyung closed the door. When Pyo-wol was nowhere to be seen, Se and Jiam breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Many rumors spread in Batang over the incident. The rumors which spread that throughout the Batang were such as that a minister one visited in have bought all of the prostitutes, or that a powerful man came to the Red Sky Pavilion and voluntarily banned the business. But the Red Sky Pavilion still did not open the door without saying anything. Finally, after all 3 days, Sol-hyung's services were opened again. Sol-hyung was combing Pyo-wol's hair behind his back. Her eyes were filled with affectionate emotions as she used a fine comb. Sol-hyung, who finally cleaned Pyo-wol's hair, carefully dressed him this time. It wasn't the shabby clothes he was wearing when he left the basement. It was a jeonui too that Sol-hyung specially ordered from a famous artisan in Batang. Jeonui was the clothing worn by warriors during hunting or war, but the clothes Sol-hyung ordered were engraved with colorful patterns and looked elegant. The cloak fit perfectly into Pyo-wol's body. Sol-hyung wiped Pyo-wol's chest, who was wearing the robe. There was deep affection in her hands. She asked cautiously, "Sangong, will I be able to see you again? If there is a chance, I want to see you again. Please don't forget about me." "I won't forget you." Pyo-wol's calm words brought a bright smile to Sol-hyung's lips. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was able to smile because she heard what she wanted to hear. Pyo-wol looked at her for a moment and then turned around. Waiting for him to come out were the strong-looking middle-aged warrior and the rest of his men. "Can we talk for a moment?" The middle-aged warrior approached Pyo-wol. Editor's notes. "Oh my YYRMC, what a chad. Stealing girl's heart." The moment he came out, Ing hollow down pointing small triangle. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart Minister. Other translations. J-Sin, God of Wealth, Kai Xian. Jeonui. Other translations. Jian Yi. 42. Chapter 42. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 17. Manhwa. N.A. A middle-aged warrior looked cautious at first glance. His name was Yu Jin-san. The ruler of Cheongik-gwan and the most powerful person of the group appeared directly at the Red Sky Pavilion. Even with the appearance of Yu Jin-san, Pyo-wol did not tremble. There weren't many people who could skillfully hide the agitation of emotions revealed through their eyes. So, whenever he met people, Yu Jin-san looked into their eyes first. As soon as he saw Pyo-wol's eyes, he felt his belief shake. Pyo-wol's eyes were completely unperturbed. It was not a matter of him revealing or hiding his emotions. It seemed that his emotions were deleted altogether. How can a person's eyes be like that? Even the eyes of the beast would not be like that. No, he had seen those eyes on a beast once. Damong 1 foot. The eyes of a giant snake he met in the rainforest when he went to Yunnan one day were like that. The snake was so huge, it could wrap itself around a large cow and suffocate it at once. Yu Jin-san did not even dare to attack the beast and ran away. Pyo-wol's eyes reminded him of the Damong. Yu Jin-san felt the spine of his back get cold. He didn't know how much skill the man in front of him actually had, but it was impossible for a person with such eyes to be ordinary. Only then did he understand the words of his men who had run away with their tails between their legs. He used a bizarre magic trick. He just swung his hand and then suddenly I couldn't breathe. His eyes were really bloody. I can't explain it in words, but it was really scary. Just seeing his eyes was enough to make you give up. If he had eyes like this, the reaction of his subordinates was only befitting. He, too, was unable to contain his reluctance to look at Pyo-wol. However, he was Yu Jin-san, the most powerful in the group. He stepped forward, but when he saw his eyes, he unconsciously stepped back, making his face fall on the floor. Some would call him stupid, but in Zhonghu, protecting the body was the most important thing. A person whose face has fallen to the floor will be ridiculed by people, making it impossible to recover. Yu Jin-san, well aware of Zhonghu's physiology, had no choice but to hesitate to step back. He said as he approached Pyo-wol, "My name is Yu Jin-san. I am the leader of Cheongik-gwan, the first military officer in Batang. What is your name?" "Pyo-wol." "Pyo-wol? Where are you from?" "Why'd I have to tell you?" At Pyo-wol's words, Yu Jin-san's expression hardened. "Our young friend here sure is short-tempered. It seems that you're not taught to be polite by your master." "That's right, my master never taught me any of those manners. All he learned was how to effectively kill his opponent. No one in the Blood Shadow group had ever told him that he had to be polite when dealing with people." "Where is your master?" "I'll have to meet your master and ask him." "Dead." "What? He died a long time ago." "All of them." "What?" At Pyo-wol's short answer, Yu Jin-san felt speechless. "All the other members of my group are dead except for me, so if you have anything to say, you can go ahead and tell me." Pyo-wol approached Yu Jin-san. For a moment, Yu Jin-san felt that Pyo-wol's movements were different from those of an ordinary person. It was clear that he saw him move, but there was no sound. It was as if a ghost was floating and approaching him. It was then that Jin San Yu realized that Pyo Wall was a greater master than he thought. A look of disappointment flashed across his face. That bastard dares to tell the master. He's being so disrespectful. Unlike him, his subordinates did not understand the atmosphere and burst out in anger. The image of Pyo Wall appearing in such a disrespectful way to their leader, whom they looked up to like the sky, made them angry. You bastards, that's not it. Yu Jin San cried out desperately in his heart. He wanted to get out of here. However, if his subordinates escalate the problem to such a greater extent, it might be impossible for them to back down. Damn it, be polite. Kneel down. Before Yu Jin San could dry, two men sprang out and attacked Pyo Wall. They were twins with the same body shape and the same face. In Batang, they were famous for their nickname of One Face, Two Wolves. 2 wolves with the same face were the words they were referring to. They usually thought of Yu Jin San as the sky. When they thought that their master was being insulted by a kid they had never heard of, their anger soared to the top of their heads. Oh, no! Yu Jin San tried to stop them belatedly, but their attack was already on the verge of stacking up on Pyo Wall. At that moment, Pyo Wall raised his right hand. Arg! Kook! All of a sudden, the two brothers screamed and stopped with their attack. They couldn't move as if they had become stone statues. The twins were in extreme pain with all their veins bulging all over their body. The pain, like tens of thousands of ants crawling along their veins and biting them, drove them crazy. Stop. Spare. The two brothers begged with foam in their mouths. However, there was no change in Pyo Wall's expression who's looking at them. He was thinking about other things. This works well, too. The twins could not see it, but a thread of chi was flowing from Pyo Wall's finger and was connected to their body. Suhansa. 3. A thread that takes the soul. Although it was only for a short time, the most impressive weapon Pyo Wall used after coming out of the underground cave was the Cheonjamsa. The uses of Cheonjamsa were endless. Depending on how it was used, it could be a great tool for killing, or it can be used to do arts that were impossible with only one's own strength. However, Cheonjamsa was completely destroyed by the powerful blow of Mu Jung Jin. After recovering to some extent, he wanted to use Cheonjamsa, but he couldn't find it in the underground cave. It was from then Pyo Wall started to study Suhansa. Its purpose was to release the chi inside the body to the outside, giving it a shape like Cheonjamsa. At first, of course, it failed. Only the masters of Zhonghu can outwardly manifest their chi. However, they too also needed a large medium like a sword or a dagger. At best, they could also use their hands as a medium. No one would have thought of making chi as thin as a thread, nor dared to even try. In order to extract the chi from the body and make it like a thread, a high degree of concentration, extremely delicate operation of the inner work, and a vast amount of internal energy were required. Pyo Wall, unaware of that fact, tried to make a thread of chi. He also suffered serious internal injuries due to reflux. But Pyo Wall did not give up. There wasn't much that could be done in the underground cavity anyway. He was engrossed in making a thread made out of chi, as if he had found a fun game. It was after seeing the movement of the snakes that he found a clue. When the snakes crawled on the floor, it was much easier to operate the chi. It was the sub-thunder snake method that helped with that. Pyo Wall's boundless imagination was supported by the essence of the sub-thunder snake method. The whole process of thinking, revising, re-challenging, and supplementing were performed at a speed that ordinary people could not even imagine. A day on the eve of the month was equivalent to a few days for ordinary people. That's how Suhansa was born. Although it had not yet taken the form of a sword or a dagger, the substance certainly existed. Only Pyo Wall could feel and use it. Pyo Wall used Suhansa to infiltrate the blood veins of the twins. His control was still weak, so he could only use 3 or 4. That was only the amount that could be freely used. Later on, as he gets more advanced, he will be able to use it on all of his 10 fingers. Magic! Yu Jin San shouted in surprise. The martial arts that Pyo Wall put so much effort into seemed like magic in his eyes. It was the same for the other warriors. Even if they knew, they could not see it, and at their level, no matter what they did, they could not understand the reality of Pyo Wall's work. Kekuk! Gare! The two brothers were on the verge of dying. Still, neither Yu Jin San nor the other members of the Chang'ik Guan dared to attack Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall's presence was overwhelming. It wasn't because he did any remarkable martial arts or used overwhelming violence. He just performed a strange skill. But they instinctively felt it, that the man in front of him was something different. The fact that there is something primal in him that makes people afraid. I'll be devoured. Yu Jin San once again recalled the Demong he had seen in Yunnan. Although he was the best warrior in Batang, he was nothing more than a regional leader on the outskirts of Sichuan. The leading sects in Sichuan did not even consider Chang'ik Guan a proper sect. He forgot his pride and knelt down. Young master, please save them. I have no eyes, so I was rude to you. Please forgive me, I beg you like this. Yu Jin-san used to live with pride. Saving face used to be more important than life, but not at this moment. He felt a deep fear that he could not even dare to attack Pyo Wall. This feeling was the first in his life. Just looking at Pyo Wall made his neck numb with a cold sweat running down his back. It doesn't matter if he's alone, but if he makes a mistake, the Chang'ik Guan could be annihilated. Pyo Wall looked at Yu Jin-san. Yu Jin-san was banging his head on the floor as he begged. At that time, a middle-aged woman approached Pyo Wall. It was GMC Yian, the owner of the Red Sky Pavilion. GMC Yian bowed her head. Pyo Wall looked at her and she handed him something. I've packed a few things for you to eat on the way. You'll be able to fill up your stomach when you go out. What she brought out was a small container with food. Pyo Wall noticed that GMC Yian was quite wise. She didn't ask Pyo Wall to forgive her or just leave. She just gave him the utmost care she could, and that alone greatly eased the harsh atmosphere. Her experience of working in the entertainment industry for a long time served as a buffer between Pyo Wall and Yu Jin-san. Amazing. The act of changing the atmosphere in an instant was never easy. In particular, for a person who lacked human relationships like Pyo Wall, he could not emulate the act. Pyo Wall smiled slightly and released the Suhansa. Immediately after, the twins fell on the floor, breathing heavily. Their faces were full of fear. They closed their eyes, unable to even look at Pyo Wall. Having confirmed the power of Suhansa, there was no longer any use for them. Pyo Wall silently accepted the package from GMC Yian. It seemed that it was not just food that was packed since the weight was heavy. Still, he didn't say a word of thanks. Pyo Wall glanced at Yu Jin-san and took a step forward. Yu Jin-san was shaking and trembling, but he did not dare to stop Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall passed through the crowd and exited the Red Sky Pavilion. As his appearance disappeared, the Yu Jin-san and the rest of the Chang'ik Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, in that brief encounter they experienced hell. It was the first time they realized that people can be so scary. GMC Yian came to Yu Jin-san's side. Lord Jin-san, are you okay? Who is that man? He was just a random visitor. You don't even know? GMC Yian looked at Solhyang at Yu Jin-san's question. Among them, Solhyang was the person who spent the longest time with Pyo Wall. If it was her, she might know the answer to the question. However, even Solhyang shook her head to express that she did not know. Looks like the storm has passed. What a mess. Yu Jin-san shook his head. In that brief moment, his face looked much older. GMC Yian understood what Yu Jin-san meant. It was because she was also nervous while Pyo Wall was staying at the Red Sky Pavilion. Even now, both her mind and body were a mess. Fortunately, things went well. She comforted Yu Jin-san. You did well. The quick and good judgment saved the Chang'ik Guan. I think it's time to retire. I saw the Reaper in front of me and didn't recognize it. You're right about that. That's comforting. Where do you think his next destination is? How would I know that? But I think I know one thing. What is that? That a terrifying killer has appeared in Zhonghu. I feel the same way. Where did such a person come from? Sooner or later, Zhonghu will be turned upside down. Will you inform the great sects? Why would I tell them? They're the sects of Sichuan that. Will they even listen to me? They'll just be ridiculing us, saying it's mere nonsense from the villagers in the countryside. One humiliation is enough. Yu Jin-san shook his head and looked in the direction where Pyo Wall disappeared. They have to experience it themselves to learn a lesson. Editor's notes. Damong. MTL translations. Long awaited. Flatbread. Da Bing. One face, two wolves. MTL translations. Ilmian Arang. One Meiyun Rang. Yi Mian Erlang. Suhansa. Other translations. Shou Hun Xian. Show gather together, collect, harvest. Tama soul, spirit. Send thread, wire, line. 43. Chapter 43. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 18. Manhwa. N.A. After leaving Batang, Pyo Wall walked through the east towards Guangdong. All the cities in Sichuan province were connected to Chengdu. Chengdu was the center of the gathering of the inner culture of Sichuan. The destination of Pyo Wall was Chengdu. He was thinking of going to Chengdu to learn about the Qingcheng and the Ma sect. 7 years have already passed, but Pyo Wall never forgot his resentment against them even for a single moment. He could choose to live in a quiet place. After all, it has already been 7 years. No one would have an issue about it since they know that Pyo Wall was already buried. Pyo Wall was already a forgotten man in the world. If he just stayed still, it's possible for him to live in peace. But Pyo Wall couldn't do that. The world may have forgotten him, but he never forgot his past. For 14 years he was locked in darkness and had to live a life that was inferior to that of a human being. Such a past was not something that could be easily forgotten. Pyo Wall was well aware that if he did not shake off the past, he would not be able to take even a single step toward the future. But Pyo Wall is not the kind of person who forgets his grudges. From the moment he was kidnapped by the Blood Shadow group and forcibly turned into an assassin, he never forgot his grievances, not even for a single day. Although the Blood Shadow group has disappeared from the world, the MA sect, who was the root cause, is still alive and well. Pyo Wall couldn't just leave them alone and know that they were doing well as they continued taking advantage of others. Solhyang and the courtesans did not know much about the MA sect. Since the area called Batang is on the outskirts of Sichuan province, there was no proper information coming in. That was the reason Pyo Wall left Batang and headed towards Chengdu for 6 days. Pyo Wall was not in a hurry. He wanted to see the world he hadn't seen in a long time. So he walked slowly as much as possible, fully taking in the scenery around him. After walking for a while, he got hungry. He took a seat in a suitable place and unpacked his luggage. Then, a bowl of food made by the master of the Red Sky Pavilion appeared. The bamboo bowl contained rice and simple side dishes. But there was something that caught his eye even more than that. There was a 30 Niyang silver slip and a few coins. It seemed that GMC Yian was looking out for him. But Pyo Wall did not know how much 30 silver Niyang were worth. Having been locked up in an underground cave for 14 years, he had no choice but to lose his sense of the true value of money. Pyo Wall touched the slip for a while, then put it in his bosom and ate. He knew it when he was living with Solhyang, but the Red Sky Pavilion's food was delicious. Even simple food had a deep taste. Thanks to this, Pyo Wall was able to have a pleasant meal. The thing he liked the most after going out into the world was that he could enjoy eating delicious meals to his heart's content. As he ate delicious food, Pyo Wall realized that he was also human. When he was trapped in the underground cave for the second time and lived with the snakes, he seemed to have become a snake himself. Thanks to that, he adapted and managed to survive, but he had no desire to go back to that time again. The soft taste of rice in his mouth made him realize that he was alive. Pyo Wall chewed little by little and fully savored the taste of the food. The wind blew. It was a fresh wind that could not be felt in the underground cave. Pyo Wall stopped eating and felt the wind. A lot of information was contained in a single wind. It's going to rain soon. The wind was full of moisture that was about to pour at any moment. Furthermore, it felt like the incoming rain would not stop anytime soon. Pyo Wall got up from his seat after roughly tidying up. As he looked around to find a place to shelter from the rain, he saw a closed tomb in his sight. It must have been abandoned a long time ago, so the tomb was half destroyed. Still, it seemed like he could use it to escape the rain for a day or so. Shortly after Pyo Wall entered the tomb, it started to rain. Hududik, heavy raindrops fell non-stop on the roof. Pyo Wall sat leaning against a pillar and watched the rain fall. It had been a long time since he had seen the rain coldly pouring down like this. Pyo Wall closed his eyes and muttered, "Zhang." The best thing about being out in the world was him being able to feel the change. There was little change in the underground cave. It was the same life, the same environment. There was no sense of the passage of time, and you could not expect that something would change. The outside world, on the other hand, was different. Every day was different. It seems like a continuation of similar days, but there was never a single day that was exactly the same. Pyo Wall suddenly thought that it would be nice to have alcohol. But alcohol was forbidden to an assassin. This was because alcohol dulls the nerves and slows the body's reactions. That was then. Talk talk. The sound of footsteps was heard in Pyo Wall's ears. Someone was walking through the rain. After a while, someone appeared at the entrance to the Guanzhong Tomb. 1. Ah, what's this? Now, I'm all wet. That's why I told you to hurry. You sissy. This is because you're so slow. Immutable. Fortunately, we found the Guanzhong Tomb, so stop fighting. The combination of people who entered the Guanzhong Tomb, who were as wet as a mouse, was very strange. A woman who appears to be in her mid-20s, a Taoist monk who appears to be in his early 60s, and even a middle-aged Buddhist monk. The unique group of 3 people rushed to avoid the rain. As soon as they entered the tomb, the woman lifted the hem of her robe and shouted at the old Taoist, "My underwear is all wet. What am I going to do? Go dosa too. What am I going to do? Why are you asking me that? Is it my fault that your clothes got wet? It's the Go dosa's fault since it's you who got lost and wandered around. So, Go dosa must take responsibility." 3. Go dosa turned his head at the woman's bizarre logic. The middle-aged monk shook his head at the quarrel between the two and murmured, "Amitabha Buddha, blessed one who has prepared for great mercy, why are you giving me such an ordeal? Out of the many people, why must I be accompanied by the 2 of them? Anyone who hears you would think you're also normal. Because it's not true. The woman's target this time was a middle-aged monk. At her attack, the monk closed his eyes tightly and gave up fighting. A satisfied smile appeared on the woman's face. HMPF. The woman put her arms around her waist with a triumphant expression on her face. Her appearance was so bewitching. Since her clothes were wet from the rain, her clothes clung and revealed her curvaceous body. The woman looked around the inside of the Guanzhong tomb. Oh, someone's here. She belatedly discovered Piao Wall, who was leaning on a pillar. With her words, both the Taoist and Buddhist monks looked at Piao Wall. Oh, someone came before us. Amitabha, you're so handsome. Oraboni.4 To meet such a handsome man on a mountain like this. Such great luck has come to me. This is all my luck since I got lost. You should thank me. Shut up. Amitabha Buddha, when the hell is this ordeal going to end? The three were still noisy. A woman approached Piao Wall. Hello, handsome Oraboni, it's a coincidence that we stayed in the same place like this. But we don't even know your name. I'm Ranju, Hio Ranju. What about you, Oraboni? Piao Wall. Oh, such a cool name. Seeing the twinkling eyes of Hio Ranju, Go-Dosa shook his head. That bitch, she's at it again. Why can't she just stop fawning over handsome men? Even so, he's really handsome. Even a man can fall for him. Corrupt, isn't existence itself a nuisance? He's filthy and handsome. His words were harsh, but even Go-Dosa could not hide his admiration. The man in front of them is handsome. Really handsome. It was a strange atmosphere. Hio Ranju's fuss was understandable. She was trembling with excitement as she went closer to Piao Wall. But where is this handsome Oraboni going? Chengdu. It's such a coincidence that we're going to Chengdu, too. I think we should go together. Right? You can save on expenses, you won't be bored, and you can also be with me. Hio Ranju wrinkled her eye. Seeing her like that, Go-Dosa had an expression that looked like he was going to get sick at any moment. Hio Ranju got angry and beckoned to him. Don't be silly there and say hi to this handsome Oraboni. You look older than him. How can he be your older brother? If someone's handsome, they're all my older brothers. It's all the same. Go-Dosa and the Buddhist monk approached Piao Wall with a look of helplessness. Then, Hio Ranju introduced both sides. Did you hear? This handsome Oraboni is Piao Wall, and this is the Go-Dosa, Dosande Sungo. So, Go-Dosa. This one here in the middle is Hyoul Sung. He has memorized every single Buddhist sutra. Nice to meet you. I'll call you Dosa. Amitabha, I'm Hyoul Sung. Go-Dosa and the Hyoul Sung greeted Piao Wall. Piao Wall looked at their faces and opened his mouth. Piao Wall. What happens to our handsome Piao Wall's group? None. You mean you have no companions? Why? Is there a problem? It's not like that. Go-Dosa carefully looked at Piao Wall. He had a slender body with no prominent muscles. It was unreasonable to see him as a person who had mastered martial arts. However, Go-Dosa was not deceived by such appearances. I'm sure he has learned some martial arts, but I'm not sure what level he is. Go-Dosa had a lot of experience in Zhonghu. He had fought numerous battles, and Hio Ranju was practically raised the same as him. Even though that bitch has a bad temper, she's excellent in martial arts. But we can't gauge that guy's level at all. Without mastering martial arts, he would not be able to show that kind of leisure against strangers. It must mean that he believed in his own prowess for him to not shrink even when he saw strangers. The problem is that they can't measure the level of Piao Wall. Go-Dosa looked at Hyoul Sung. He was trying to communicate without words. Hyoul Sung knew what the Go-Dosa's eyes meant. He shrugged. That, too, meant that Piao Wall's skill could not be measured. This guy, he's more fun than I thought. The Go-Dosa's eyes sparkled. Did you say you were going to Chengdu? Why are you going there? You don't have to know. Don't be like that. Let's be friends. If we get to know each other, even a long journey won't be boring. Go-Dosa sat down next to Piao Wall. Piao Wall looked at the Go-Dosa, Hio Ranju, and Hyoul Sung without a change in expression. As was the case with Hio Ranju, Go-Dosa's nudging was also above the average level. No one would dare approach Piao Wall if he treated them so coldly, but they didn't care. There was no sign of shame, let alone an angry expression. It meant that their courage was great or strong. Master, they're all skilled. Hio Ranju looked like she had no weapons. However, Piao Wall recognized that the black object Hio Ranju was wearing around her waist like a stick was a whip. The shiny appearance and tight texture was telling him that the material of the whip was unusual. Go-Dosa had a sword on his back, while Hyoul Sung was holding a fire pit with a ring. Since each weapon used was different, it was natural that the martial arts they learned were also different. Still, Piao Wall thought that they had mastered doing group battle because the position they naturally occupied was the best position for a pincer attack. It was not intentionally set up that way. It has been repeated for a long time, and such position has been engraved into their body. Their center is Hyo Ranju. The three of them seem to be on equal footing, but as he looked closely, he could see that it is Hyo Ranju who is taking the initiative. Go-dosa and the Buddhist monk were murmuring, but they were faithfully obeying her words. They were well disciplined, and they were thoroughly united around Hyo Ranju. However, as he further observed Hyo Ranju, he didn't see the inclination of her being a leader. There is someone. There's another strong person above them. Dosa and Hyeol Sung follow that person. Pyo Wall thought it was fun. Hyo Ranju, however, did not seem to be satisfied with the free tendencies of Dosa or Hyeol Sung. If it was enough to force those three people to follow the rules, it was clear that they had strong leadership or possessed great force. Or he possesses both conditions. Their destination was also Chengdu. If so, as he travels with them to Chengdu, he will naturally know who is the one leading them. Hyo Ranju was crumpled. What about you, handsome Oriboni? Join us. I'll be very nice to you. Okay, let's go together. Really? Hyo Ranju's eyes widened at Pyo Wall's unexpected answer. Her face was filled with bewilderment. Editor's notes. Yay, new characters. Gwanjan Tomb. Dosa. Other translations. Priest. Korean name for a Taoist monk. Sick. Other translations. Plague. This is a swear or curse word when someone is dissatisfied with something. It's an old curse word. Elders usually use it. It can be taken as get plague and die. Oriboni. Other translation. Old Korean term. Formal version of Oppa. 44. Chapter 44. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 19. Manhwa. N.A. It's advantageous to take a boat here to save time. Go-dosa pointed to the dock in front of them. After leaving the Gwanjan tomb, Pyo Wall moved with the group of Go-dosa. Go-dosa was very knowledgeable about geography. He seemed to know where to go, so Pyo Wall didn't have trouble in having to find the way. Why is our handsome Oriboni going to Chengdu? Hyo Ranju walked close to Pyo Wall. With every step she took, her large chest gently brushed against Pyo Wall's elbow. Whether she knew this or not, Hyo Ranju looked at Pyo Wall with innocent eyes. I want to meet someone I know. Someone you know? Who? They are a lot. Who the hell are they? Debtor? Are you in debt? No, they're the ones who owe me. Then are you going to get them? Yes. Those bad bastards, why aren't they paying off their debts to our handsome Oriboni? Who are they? Just tell me. I'll take them all. Hyo Ranju was angry as if she was the one who's the creditor. Go-dosa and Hyeol Sung too looked at Hyo Ranju with a pathetic expression. Hopefully, I'll untie the skirt here. There's a lot of honey dripping from her eyes. Hyo Ranju naturally put her arms around Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall knew about it, but he didn't say anything. Then, Hyo Ranju got closer and talked more. We met by chance at Gwanjan Tomb, and our destination is the same. This is also a relationship. What do you think? Perhaps the heavens made us meet. Why are you going to Chengdu? Us? Yes, we are going to do some business. Without any items? Because we don't necessarily sell items that are visible. Can you guess what we're selling? No, thanks. Why? I feel like my mouth will be stitched up when I hear the answer. HMPF. Hyo Ranju pouted her lips at Pyo Wall's answer. Her expression was so rich that it was unbelievable that she was in her mid-20s. If it were any other man, he would surely be mesmerized by her appearance. Women who are sensual and yet have a protective instinct are not that common. But Pyo Wall was different. No matter what kind of expression she made or what kind of talent she had, he didn't feel very impressed. If it's a woman, he had already embraced them to the point where he's tired of it in the Red Sky Pavilion. It didn't mean that his desire completely disappeared, but he wasn't stupid enough to fall for the ego of a woman he didn't even know about and to lose his reasoning. Instead, Hyo Ranju clung to Pyo Wall. Whoa, Oriboni doesn't know how to push and pull. I hurt my heart very much. I'm gonna tremble and die. Opening parenthesis quote comma quote closing parenthesis. Hey, would you just like to stay here? Just get a room then. Go-dosa said something, but Hyo Ranju pretended not to listen. Hyeol Sung comforted Go-dosa with a soft voice. When has she even listened to others? Don't get too upset. Upset? Do you know how many years I have seen that bitch's bad attitude? Go-dosa also lowered his voice so that Pyo Wall could not hear him, and answered. Aren't we going to be late for our appointment? If we get on a boat, we'll be able to arrive at roughly the same time. Thank God. I'm the one guiding you, so what are you worried about? Hyeol Sung, don't even think about anything and just follow me. Is that so? Can I leave those two like that? Hyeol Sung's eyes turned to Pyo Wall and Hyo Ranju. For a moment, Go-dosa smirked. Why, she's actually doing well. Her eye go towards a person is a sign she's planning something. I'm scared every time that bitch does that. It's a calculated act. Is that really a calculated move? What are you talking about? I seriously thought that she liked him. Don't worry. Do you think the Blood Lord of the Heavens, Shui Bao Mei, will be holed up by a man one day? You should say something that makes sense. Yeah, right? Of course, he's a guy with a lot of questionable aspects, and he seems pretty reticent, so she'll have to put a lot of effort into getting information. Go-dosa's eyes, who was looking at Pyo-wall, were cold. This was a very important time. Even the smallest variable was unacceptable. Existences that might interfere must be identified and removed in advance so that there is no repercussion. Up until now, they have lived that way and have survived because they acted that way. Go-dosa quickly changed his expression. He approached the sailor with a friendly face and asked for the ship's schedule of departure. After chatting with the sailor for a while, he returned to the party and said, "We're lucky. It's supposed to leave after half an hour, so we can get on it right away. Can I get on that boat? It looks like they've loaded a lot of luggage. It's a rice carrier, so there's nothing we can do about it. If you want to choose another boat, you will have to wait another day. It's best to take this boat because we can't waste time. Sheesh, if it's a rice carrier, don't expect a comfortable bed. I miss having a soft bed. Damn it, you talk a lot. Hey, bitch, if you miss a soft bed like that, then why are you following me? How can I do that? If I did, Danju-won wouldn't let it go. Then don't talk and follow me. Oops, you don't know what to do without me." When Hyo-ranju backed down, Go-dosa pressed his temples with both hands as if he had a headache. Immediately, let's get on the boat. Hyeol-sung got on the boat first with a tired expression. Pyo-wall also bought a ticket. It was his first time using money, so he was amazed. Pyo-wall had been staring at the bill exchanged for money for a long time, so Hyo-ranju approached him and said, "That slip will be enough. Let's get on the boat." She grabbed Pyo-wall's hand and dragged it. Pyo-wall meekly followed her. It was said to be a rice carrier, so grains were piled up like a mountain on the deck and dock of the ship. He had never seen such a large amount of grain before. As he stared blankly at the grain, the Taoist said, "Isn't this a little too much? It's rice harvested last year, but they say it's going to Chengdu." To Chengdu? All the products of Sichuan province gather in Chengdu. The same goes for rice. With this amount, hundreds of people can live on it for a year. Although the name was a rice carrier, there were quite a few passengers on the ship. Sailors also need to earn pocket money, so they accept passengers on the surplus seats. The passengers were gathering and talking. Some of them had their faces frowned as they were having a serious conversation, while others were smiling constantly. It seemed that there were as many different expressions as there were people. Pyo-wall looked at them without a word. Most of the people on the ship were ordinary people who had nothing to do with their strength. Pyo-wall thought they were lucky. Pyo-wall is the person who knows best how difficult it is to live an ordinary life in Jonghu. When Pyo-wall couldn't take his eyes off the people, Hyo-ranju asked, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing much." "Ha, so you also have a sentimental side." "That's the first time I've heard it." "Really? You look sentimental in my eyes." "If you're going to keep talking nonsense, just shut up. It hurts my ears too much." At Pyo-wall's cold words, Hyo-ranju had a wounded expression on her face. But then, as if nothing happened, she acted bashful and held onto Pyo-wall's arms. "That's more attractive. I can't stand it. Shall we go somewhere else for a moment?" "Where?" "A place where the people's eyes cannot reach." Hyo-ranju pressed her chest to Pyo-wall's elbow. Pyo-wall looked at Hyo-ranju without saying anything for a moment. Then, Hyo-ranju smiled even more bewitchingly. Hyo-ranju was beautiful enough to make any man's heart tremble. However, Pyo-wall did not fall for her smile. She had a smile on his lips that seemed to attract people, but her eyes were as cold as ice. If it had been a man other than Pyo-wall, they would have been mesmerized by her smile. That's how good she was at deceiving her feelings. But she couldn't fool Pyo-wall's eyes. Pyo-wall was used to understanding the psychology and emotions of others. No matter how she hid her inner self with a bright look, he was able to read the atmosphere and emotions that flowed inside of her. Hyo-ranju was a rose with poisonous thorns. It was obvious that he would be seriously injured if he grabbed hold of her by falling for her gorgeous appearance. Pyo-wall gently shook his head. "It's a bit difficult here. I'll think about it after we get off the ship." "Sheesh, you look like an expensive man." "Well, that's attractive too, so it doesn't matter." Ho ho. Hyo-ranju burst into laughter. Everyone around looked at Hyo-ranju. She was beautiful enough to attract the attention of others. Many people were already spying on her from the moment she boarded the ship. Go-dosa said to Hyo-ranju, "Stop joking, come and have a drink." "Who said it was a joke? Everything you do is a joke." "This damn scoundrel." "So you're not drinking?" "No, I'll drink." Hyo-ranju sat down in front of Go-dosa while grumbling. Then, the old Taoist gun opened wide. 4 bottles of wine were hung inside his cannon. Go-dosa took out one of them and said to Pyo-wall, "Would you like to have a drink too? Nothing's as good as having a drink on a long road trip." "No, is that so?" It's weird for a young man to refuse to drink. Go-dosa didn't bother to recommend it twice. He drank, received and gave alcohol with Hyo Ranju and Hyeol Sung. Meanwhile, the ship left the pier. Pyo Wall sat on the railing and watched the flowing scenery. The fact that he sat quietly and admired the surrounding scenery gave Pyo Wall a strange impression. On one side, Hyo Ranju and his party were drinking and chatting. They were two people who couldn't stand each other normally, but when they drank, they laughed and talked as if they had ever done it again. Hyeol Sung was also drinking alcohol to set the mood. Hyo Ranju, who knew Pyo Wall was looking at her, slowly turned her head to look. When their eyes met, she gave her a characteristic bewitching smile. This year I'm messing around again. After hearing a word from the late master, Hyo Ranju concentrated on drinking again. Thud thud. At that moment, a strange noise reached Pyo Wall's ear. Pyo Wall looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Nothing could be seen yet. But since the sound is getting louder little by little, it seemed like it would appear if I waited a little longer. No one on the ship, including Hyo Ranju and others, could hear the sound. Pyo Wall frowned and stared forward. After a while, the identity of the strange noise was revealed. A ship was approaching at a rapid pace. There were numerous oars on both sides of the ship. The sound he heard was the sound of rowing. What is that? Another ship is approaching. The sailors who discovered the ship late trembled. At their cry, the passengers and the captain looked at the approaching ship. The captain's face, who had been looking at the ship for a long time, was distorted. Damn it, we're outnumbered. Outnumbered? Oh my god. The passengers were agitated. The enemies were approaching, aiming for the rice loaded on the rice carrier. The closer the ship got, the clearer their identity was. All the enemies were holding weapons. If we take the rice from that boat, we can eat to our heart's content for a while. The eyes of the enemies were full of greed. The rice carrier ran at full speed with its sails wide open to shake off the enemies. However, it was impossible to shake off the enemies who were rowing fast. As time passed, the gap was narrowed. In the end, the captain had to make a decision. Everyone, raise your arms. We must protect rice no matter what. Yes. The sailors took their harpoons and swords. A look of nervousness was evident on their faces. Although they were forced to grab a weapon as a self-defense measure, they could not stop their body from trembling. Recently, a number of enemies targeting the rice carrier have been appearing frequently. The enemies didn't just steal rice, they also took people's lives. Because of that, the rice transport line has been frequently haunted for the longest time. This was not an area where the enemies usually appear. Did they advance to this place? The captain muttered with a puzzled expression. If it was an area where enemies often appear, they would have been well prepared. But since there have never been any enemies here, they did not hire martial artists. Someone approached the captain and talked to him. Looks like you're quite in a bit of trouble. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I can do. It was Go-dosa who waved the bottle of alcohol in front of the captain with his face red. What do you mean? How much would you give me to protect the rice? Can you tell me? He began to bargain with the captain. Editor's notes. Here we go again with the new characters. Names are so difficult to translate anyway. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart. Danju. Other translations. Hall Leader, Department Head, Administrator, Director. Hyeol Seong. MTL translations. Bloodshed, Blood Monk, Bloodseer. 45. Chapter 45. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 20. Manhwa. N.A. The captain looked at Go-dosa with a puzzled expression. No, what do you mean? Your life is at stake, but you're here negotiating? Do you think they'll just take the rice? Exactly. If you want to protect your rice and your life, you have to pay a certain price. Go-dosa laughed slyly. Price? If the enemies come in and attack, you will also die, so what do you mean by price? You're really crazy. Hummy, crazy? Can a crazy person do this? Pouk. When the Go-dosa pointed with his finger, the anchor line thicker than an adult's forearm exploded because of the intense firing. Uam. Only then did the captain realize that the man in front of him was a warrior who had mastered martial arts. If it was at a level enough to materialize internal energy without the help of a weapon, his level was worthy of being considered high. Can you deal with them all alone? I guess it's too much now that I'm older and my bones aren't as strong as before. Then it's no use. Why are people so quick-tempered? When did I ever say I was alone? Go-dosa pointed to Hyo Ranju and Hyeol Sung behind him. The captain frowned heavily. He didn't feel good about it. But he had no choice. Okay, if you keep both the rice and the people safe, I'll pay you 100 niyang. No. Who's going to meddle with someone's problem with just 100 niyang? 100 silver is enough money for your family to spend 5 years in abundance. But compared to the price of rice on this ship, it's only a small amount. How about 200 niyang? 500 niyang? That's too expensive. That's enough to buy 3% of the rice on board. Hey, it's cheaper if we can save all your life and rice at a price of only 3%. This is daylight robbery. The captain shivered. A conflicted expression was evident on his face. If acquiesced to the 500 niyang to the Go-Dosa as it is, there will be no gain for them in this voyage. But even at that moment, the enemy's ship was getting closer and closer. The distance between the two ships is now about a dozen meters. The captain had to make a decision. Oh, okay, fine, if you can really defeat them, I'll give you 500 niyang. Hey, you made a good decision. As Go-Dosa smiled and turned around, he saw Hyo Ranju and Hyeol Sung. Hyo Ranju asked, how much is it? 500 niyang. Hey, that's all you can do? For now, let's be satisfied with this, because we can already hit 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 birds with 1 stone? If we want to sell our armed forces, don't we have to promote it? It's a perfect opportunity to make a mark on the MA and the Chingcheng sect. I can't wait to see their reactions. Hyo Ranju burst into laughter. Go-Dosa smiled and said to Hyeol Sung, come on, I've laid out the stage, so let's run wild. Why do you have to make me do this? You really don't know? Amitabha, go wild and do what you do best. Go-Dosa waved his hand as if to hurry. After a moment's sigh, Hyeol Sung turned his head to look at the ship where the enemies were. The enemies who approached the rice carrier were preparing to climb with their weapons. Amitabha Buddha, blessed one who has prepared for greatness. Please forgive this sinful disciple. Fiat. Hyeol Sung spurned the deck with a fire pit and flew into the air. The body of Hyeol Sung, who had reached the highest point, turned over and crashed into the ship the enemies were on. Kwang. With his landing, the boat with the enemies on board shook violently as if it would sink at any moment. Yua. What? The enemies could not balance themselves and fell over. They tried to regain their balance. What? Is that a Dongjung monk? Careful, he looks strong. The enemies cautiously approached the Hyeol Sung. Hyop. Thud. At that moment, Hyeol Sung hit the bottom of the boat with a fire pit. Then the ship shook violently again, as if there had been an earthquake. However, the enemies were prepared this time, so they did not fall unnaturally. That was then. Pawahik. The floor that had been hit by the fire burst and the water spurted out. Hyeol Sung made a hole in the bottom of the boat. The enemies furiously rushed towards Hyeol Sung. Die. At that moment, Hyeol Sung spread out his palms towards the enemies who rushed at him. Poing. Kook. Hiich. The enemies who were hit by the strong pressure bounced back and fell into the water. Those who fell into the water were swaying in the waves without moving as if they had lost their breath. You crazy bastard. Everyone attacked together. When the enemies saw their comrades dipping in the water, they became even more furious and rushed all together. But what greeted them was the fire of Hyeol Sung. Kwejik, Kekuk, Kohyuk. With the sound of breaking bones, the 2 enemies that had been hit by the fire were thrown out. Hyeol Sung's hands were cruel. Every technique he used was intense and powerful. Among the enemies, there were those who had mastered the martial arts, but none of them could stop the fire of Hyeol Sung. If they block the attack with their hands will break, and if they block with a sword, both their sword and bones will be broken. It was truly a destructive force. Hyo Ranju leaned her upper body against the railing and watched Hyeol Sung running wild. There is no human being who speaks and acts like that. Isn't that why his name is Hyeol Sung? His name literally means blood monk because he's crazy about blood. Go-Dosa smirked as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a fan. There was no sign of anxiety anywhere on their faces. That's because they believe in Hyeol Sung. Hyeol Sung might get caught in between the 2 of them every day and gets picked on, but his skills were real. When hit by the hands of Hyeol Sung, no doubt it would be a serious injury. The condition of the surviving enemies was miserable enough that it was better for them to lose their lives. Arms and legs were either deformed, broken, or a hollow bone piercing or protruding through the skin. The crew and passengers on the rice carrier had their eyes closed at the terrible sight. Not long ago, they were trembling for fear of losing their lives, but now they are looking at the enemies with a sympathetic gaze. In particular, the captain looked at Go-Dosa and Hyo Ranju, who were casually chatting with each other. Hyo Ranju, who had been chatting with the Go-Dosa for a long time, clapped her hand as if she had suddenly been reminded of something. How's our handsome Oriboni? You're not scared, are you? If I knew it would end up like this, I would have told Hyeol Sung to take it easy. When she looked at Pyo Wall, Dosa smirked. Do you think that's a scared face? Hyo Ranju's gaze moved along the fingers of the Go-Dosa. Her gaze was soon directed towards Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall was sitting on the railing, watching the spectacle of Hyeol Seong running wildly with an indifferent expression. It was a face that a frightened person would never be able to make. That guy, he's not an ordinary person. You can't have eyes like that without being a guy who's been through a lot of turmoil. Where did that Oroboni come from? We already know most of the famous masters in Sichuan. Not everyone. So what did you find out? Nothing. What? You didn't find out anything while you were stuck with him together like that? It seems that everything is over now. We can't figure out the identity of that guy. I feel the same way as you. Go Dosa. He's not an ordinary person. I can't read him. I was so sure he'll give in to me, but I can't seem to dig deep inside his heart. Hyo Ranju bit her nails. Go Dosa clicked his tongue at her, whose self-esteem had been already severely damaged. Tisk anyway, if you don't want to create a variable, find out about him, or our captain will be disappointed. Hey, that's never going to happen. I bought mine too, so I can't stand it until I get it. Sooner or later, I will know about everything. Just wait and see. Yeah, if you say so. That was then. Kwang. There was a huge explosion that could not be compared to anything before. Silence came. In the ship where the enemies were boarded, only Hyeol Sung stood alone. All the enemies were submerged in the water. Among them was the head of the enemies. Although they were quite strong in martial arts, they could not be an opponent of Hyeol Sung. In just 3 seconds, they were bloodied and were thrown into the water. They did not come up again. Hyeol Sung jumped off the enemy's boat and climbed onto the rice carrier. Shortly after he landed, the enemy's ships disappeared completely below the surface of the water. Passengers and sailors looked at the Hyeol Sung with fearful eyes. But Hyeol Sung was quite familiar with this kind of gaze, so he had a casual expression on his face. Good job, Hyeol Sung. Amitabha, please order Ranju instead of me next time. Does she even follow what I tell her? It's already good if I don't get insulted or sworn at. Heh. Go Dosa smirked and approached the captain. The captain was surprised and stepped back. Go Dosa reached out to the captain. Okay, now that we've done all the work, you'll have to pay the bill. Oh, here you go. The captain handed over 500 silver coins without saying a word. He obviously hired 3 people, but he couldn't dare ask why they fought alone instead of the 3 of them. But despite the inaction of the 2, what Hyeol Sung showed was too great. Even the Hyeol Sung already had this level of indifference, so he couldn't even guess how strong the Go Dosa or Hyo Ranju would be. That was a good deal. Go Dosa came towards Hyeol Sung with a pouch containing the silver coins. But Hyo Ranju was nowhere to be seen. What about that bitch? Hyeol Sung silently pointed to Pyo Wall. Hyo Ranju was already close to Pyo Wall. Pyo Wall wasn't paying her any attention, but Hyo Ranju continued to talk and smile towards him. Go Dosa frowned. You told her to seduce the guy, did you not? The sight of her twisting her body and smiling at him made him feel a bit uneasy. Whether or not Hyo Ranju knew the worries of the Go Dosa, she whispered to Pyo Wall, who had his arms crossed. When we get to Chengdu, do you have a place to stay? If not, how about going with us? No. Why? Is it because of Hyeol Sung? As you can see, he's usually gentle. Don't worry, I'm more comfortable being alone. You're so unusual, rejecting a beautiful woman who's usually so favored. Even if it's a flower, it's not good to have a rose with thorns. Hyo Ranju's forehead twitched slightly at Pyo Wall's nonchalant words. But even then, she smiled brightly with an innocent expression. Still, it's pretty. Only the appearance is pretty. Wow, how could you say that to a woman? I'm hurt now. Hyo Ranju grabbed her chest and looked like she was about to faint. But Pyo Wall's eyes looking at her were still cold. The brute force shown by Hyeol Sung just before was very impressive. Although the enemy's prowess was not great, it was clear that they were still powerful even if they had no striking aspect. Although he couldn't confirm it with his own eyes. Go Dosa and Hyo Ranju must be similar to Hyeol Sung in terms of their martial arts skill. Those 3 people were heading to Chengdu at the same time as Pyo Wall. There were many things that were ingenious to dismiss it as a mere coincidence. The biggest problem is their objective for them to go to Chengdu. Pyo Wall looked at Hyeol Sung. When the 3 of them were together, he was the most insignificant. However, after the incident happened, Hyo Ranju and Go Dosa put Hyeol Sung to the front. It felt as if they deliberately placed Hyeol Sung to the front lines, when it was something Hyo Ranju or the Go Dosa could have handled quietly. The reason is unknown, but it was clear that the armed demonstration they showed just now was meant to be shown to someone. Who do they want to show it to? What do they gain from this? Pyo Wall once again looked closely at Hyo Ranju. Hyo Ranju was wearing revealing clothes. In particular, the chest area was clearly visible. Pyo Wall looked at Hyo Ranju's chest. To be precise, he saw the wounds passing over her chest. The wound was so deep that an ordinary person would have stopped breathing immediately. Deep wounds were seen not only on the chest but also on the forearm. It wasn't just an injury suffered during training. It was a testament to the battle between life and death. She probably has more wounds in the other areas covered by her clothes. No matter how tough Jonghu is, the fights were not always so fierce that martial artists suffered such deep wounds. Unless they were participating in a war, it was rare for someone to suffer so much damage. They are mercenaries selling their skills for money. They are now demonstrating their force for their client to see so they can be hired. The enemies that came were nothing more than pitiful sacrifices to increase their payment. Is there a conflict happening in Chengdu that there's a need for independent mercenaries? Piao Wall thought things were going to be fun. Chengdu is the center of Sichuan. Under normal circumstances, the sects of Sichuan, such as the Ma and Qingcheng, would have not tolerated such conflict in Chengdu. But since a conflict was allowed to happen in Sichuan meant that the Ma and Qingcheng sect were not in a good position to intervene and fix it. Maybe 7 years ago, the seeds of destruction he had sown had sprouted. Piao Wall smiled, and Heo Ranju looked at him. His smile was so eerily beautiful that she even felt the chills. Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart 46. Chapter 46. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 21. Manhwa. N.A. The journey to Chengdu was uneventful. Even the enemies didn't want to fight anymore as they heard the news of their comrades being massacred. The rice carrier was anchored at a dock not far from Chengdu. From now on, they had to move by land instead of by water. There were wagons already waiting to load rice at the dock. Hurry up, I have to go to Chengdu tomorrow. Be careful not to burst the sack. Workers got on the boat and started unloading the rice. Piao Wall and Heo Ranju also got off the boat. Go Dosa stretched out. I think I will be able to live again if I step on the ground. Are you saying you've been sick for a few days? It's not like you're getting any old. Why is this bitching starting a fight again? Are you sexually frustrated, huh? Excuse me? Ehem. Nothing. When Heo Ranju raised her eyebrows and grabbed the whip, Go Dosa took a step back. He deliberately spoke to Piao Wall. What are you going to do now? What? We're going to go straight to Chengdu. I'm going to stay here for 1 day. It was already evening time. There was no reason to rush out. Go Dosa made a disappointing expression on his face. Then we must separate here. Since we have to arrive in Chengdu by tomorrow morning, can't you just go with us? Heo Ranju, standing next to the late Taoist, had a pitiful expression on her face. I have something to prepare. What preparations? I'll help. Let's go together. I need to do it alone. Tisk. Heo Ranju licked her lips at Piao Wall's resolute answer. A look of sadness was evident on her face. But that was not enough to shake Piao Wall's heart. I'll contact you later when I go to Chengdu. Really? Yes. Heo Ranju relaxed his expression as if she liked Piao Wall's answer. The three of them bought horses at a nearby horse market and set off right away. Piao Wall, who was left alone, looked for a guest house nearby. All cargo loaded onto the ship was unloaded from there and loaded onto carts. Since this is a place where a huge amount of cargo goes through, there were a lot of large passengers that stayed in the area. The guest house, which Piao Wall visited, was one of those places. The inside of the guest house was already crowded with people. Most of them came from high-ranking countries. They were sitting together and eating. As Piao Wall looked around, a waiter one approached him. Welcome. Meals or lodging? Both. Ah, so you're going to stay to eat and sleep. Is there a room? There is a room left. But it's a little expensive. How much? 10 coins. And the cost of food is 2. As you can see, the seats are full, so even you will have to wait for a little while. Piao Wall silently took a coin from his pocket and counted it. Go up this floor and follow it all the way to the left corridor. You will find a room at the end. You can stay and sleep there. Okay. Bring me my meal first. Yes, wait a minute. After giving a quick reply, the waiter ran to the kitchen. Piao Wall looked at the waiter for a moment, then found an empty seat and sat down. Hey, look, what kind of bastard is prettier than a girl? Is he really a man? Isn't he a girl disguised as a man? The martial artists who were nearby looked at the Piao Wall and gossiped. They weren't the only ones. Most of the people nearby were staring blankly at Piao Wall. It was because Piao Wall's appearance stood out. Piao Wall didn't even care about the chatter of people. He knew how great his appearance was. He was handsome in the first place, but not to this extent. After spending 7 years with the snakes, Piao Wall's appearance became so beautiful for a relationship. He didn't even know, maybe it was the effect of having been with snakes for a long time. He thought it didn't matter at all. There was no need to deprecate himself just because he was seen as beautiful and not necessarily handsome. Having a beautiful appearance was also a great weapon. Coming from the underground cave to this place, Piao Wall was aware of that fact. The women who fell for his appearance lowered their guards, and they provided a lot of information to Piao Wall, both knowingly and unconsciously. Such information was of great help to Pio Wall. Pio Wall tapped the table with his finger and waited for the food to come out. Fortunately, the food came out quickly. The waiter asked while putting down the food, "By the way, would you like some alcohol? The sake brewed directly in our guest house is amazing. I don't drink." "Okay, if you change your mind, call me anytime." The waiter nodded his head at Pio Wall and went back to his place. Pio Wall ate with chopsticks. At first, chopsticks felt unfamiliar. He hasn't used chopsticks in over 14 years, so he missed getting the side dishes several times. But he soon got used to using chopsticks. Pio Wall savored the food little by little. It was just the level of food that you can taste at any other restaurant. He couldn't say it was particularly delicious, but to Pio Wall, even such cheap food felt like heaven. This moment was the greatest luxury of his life. People here will not know how fortunate they were to pay a fair price and eat the right food. He could feel the sweetness of each grain of rice in his mouth. There was a smile on the corner of Pio Wall's lips. That was then. "Hey, you're a guy, right?" An unusually large warrior approached Pio Wall. He was wearing a sleeveless top which showed off his muscles. His forearms, exposed outside his clothes, were as thick as the torso of any woman. His face was also quite rough, and just looking at it would give anyone goosebumps. Pio Wall looked up at the man with the chopsticks still in his hand. Then, the man revealed his yellow teeth and grinned. "My name is Jang Woo Rak. A member of the Gujin Pyogik, Gujin Escort Company, too. So, I made a bet with my coworkers, if you strip your clothes, they will give me a silver if you have a pepper." Jang Woo Rak looked at Pio Wall who was in the left corner, smirking. There, the leaders of the Gujin Pyogik had gathered. They were looking at Pio Wall with a look of interest. Pio Wall asked with an indifferent expression, "So which side did you take?" "I bet that you're a girl disguised as a man." "I'm sorry. You'll lose 2 coins. "Then you're a man? You'd better throw away those eyes. Can't you see properly?" "I don't know." "Huh." Jang Woo Rak let out a sinister laugh. "Haha, come on, take it off and let me check it out. If you take it off, I will buy you alcohol." Jang Woo Rak's colleagues whistled and shouted. The other people who were in the guest house looked at the scene with interest. They knew that the members of the Gujin Pyogik were making spiteful pranks, but they had no intention of intervening, because what was happening in front of them was both exciting and entertaining. They wondered, what kind of response will the man who looks like a woman show? They thought that maybe he would shed tears and squeal like a bitch. Jang Woo Rak clasped his big hand and said, "Come on, let's see where the peppers are." Kook. Suddenly, Jang Woo Rak let out a desperate scream. In the eyes of such Jang Woo Rak, thin chopsticks were stuck imperceptibly. It was the chopsticks in Pio Wall's hand. You crazy bastard, my eyes." Jang Woo Rak looked at Pio Wall, clutching his eyes that were stabbed with chopsticks. Blood was dripping from his left eye. Pio Wall got up from his seat. "If you can't see what's right in front of you, it'd be better for you to not have your eyes. I'll take your other eye now." "What? And no." Jang Woo Rak hurriedly backed away. The speed at which he was approaching was much faster than the speed at which he retreated. Pio Wall approached Jang Woo Rak without making a sound. Only then did Jang Woo Rak see Pio Wall's eyes. His serpent's eyes, which had no emotion, were staring at him. Only then did Jang Woo Rak realize that he had mistakenly touched the wrong opponent. A person with eyes like his couldn't be normal. Pio Wall's face was the last scene he saw. Pook, cue my eyes. With the eerie attack, Jang Woo Rak's world turned into darkness. "Hey, you crazy bastard." "What?" The complexion of the head of the Gujin Pyogik, who had been watching with an interesting expression so far, has changed to a greenish color. Chopsticks were stuck in Jang Woo Rak's eyes. He cannot avoid being blind by taking out the chopsticks. He never thought that there would be a madman who would poke his eyes out with just one remark. It was also a man who looked as beautiful as a girl. They jumped over the table and ran towards Pio Wall. All of a sudden, they had weapons such as swords and daggers in their hands. They were planning to attack Pio Wall and save Jang Woo Rak. Poopapook, cock, hitch. But before they could even get close, they screamed and collapsed. They had chopsticks stuck to their shoulders and sides. It was thrown by Pio Wall. How? I didn't even see him throw." The martial artists who were nearby were appalled. Although they acted rudely like a gangster, the leaders of the Gujin Pyogik were still quite recognizable experts. Gujin Pyoguk was a medium-sized escort company in Sichuan province. It was entirely thanks to their strength that they were able to grow, even when they just started their company. Because of that, they were very proud of themselves and gradually became unruly. It was for the same reason that Jang Woo Rak tried to harass Pio Wall. He found his target and thought of molesting and humiliating him because he looked like a girl. The only problem was that Pio Wall turned out to be at a level they could not offend. Pio Wall had a cold expression. Suddenly, he had chopsticks in his hand. He used the soul reaping thread to pick up a bunch of chopsticks. Bang! Gurk! With the sound of chopsticks hitting the wall, one of the members of Gujin Pyeogik screamed desperately. The chopsticks that Pyo Wall had thrown pierced his shoulder and made him stuck on the wall. The man struggled to remove the chopsticks stuck in his shoulder, but it was so deeply embedded that he couldn't pull them out by himself. "You crazy bastard, do you know who we are?" Quote, Gong Jin Hyuk, the oldest of the Gujin Pyeogik members, shouted. In an instant, 4 people from the Gujin Pyeogik, including Jangwoo Rak, were suppressed by Pyo Wall. The results were too fatal just because they made fun of a person because of his appearance. The Pyotis 3 here were the real power of the Gujin Pyeogik. Since they were now either blind or wounded, they could not even dream of working for a while. The fate of Pyeogik, whose members could be active, was dim. That was then. Suddenly, Pyo Wall appeared in front of Gong Jin Hyuk. Gong Jin Hyuk was surprised to see Pyo Wall, who ignored the distance and appeared without any sign. The moment he saw Pyo Wall's sunken eyes, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Pyo Wall was looking at him with eyes that couldn't be defined. It would have been less scary if his eyes were as cold as ice or full of life. But the perfectly still eyes that show no emotion stimulated the feeling of fear deep inside Gong Jin Hyuk's heart. Coo! Gong Jin Hyuk let out a moan without knowing it. Pyo Wall pushed his face up to his nose and opened his mouth. "Who are you? Tell me. Who are you guys?" "Kook, we are the me members of the GU, Gujin Pyeogik." "So? What do you guys do?" Gong Jin Hyuk could not speak properly. An invisible, intangible energy seemed to squeeze his heart. His face turned pale, and cold sweat was pouring down his body like rain, as if his whole body had run out of breath. "Did you think you'd be okay if you touch someone just because they look pretty? What, were you thinking of buying me? So you're just going to take my clothes off and check me out? Do you still want to do that?" No, never. I haven't lived in the world for very long, but I do know one thing. You have to take responsibility for what you do. If you touch a person, you have to pay a price. What do you think? That's Gong Jin Hyuk couldn't answer. It was because he had an intuition that his fate would change depending on his answer. It was just a prank. Pyo Wall looked like a girl, so they were interested, and as a result, obscene words that can usually be shared between men came out. They want to see if he's really a man. They said it would be fun to take off his pants and reveal his nether regions. They thought there would be no problem. It was because Pyo Wall was alone and did not appear to have mastered martial arts. If they later apologized by saying it was a joke, they thought it would end without any problems. But what is this? Jangwoo Rak, who played a prank, was now blinded and screaming, and his other colleagues were struggling like worms pierced by chopsticks. What on earth is this nightmare sight? He couldn't understand if they had done something so bad that they deserved this outcome. That was then. Bang! Hey, that's enough. There's a lot of other people here, but the situation is like this. Another martial artist, who was sitting on the other side of Pyo Wall, smashed the table and said, "His name is Oh Won-hoo. He was a man who had been friends with Gujin Pyeogik for a long time." When Oh Won-hoo appeared, Gong Jin Hyuk had an ecstatic expression on his face. "Oh, Daeup Kukyuk." Suddenly, Gong Jin Hyuk screamed. Chopsticks were lodged in his shoulder, and the figure of Pyo Wall disappeared. Pyo Wall was standing in front of Oh Won-hoo. Why would I stop? Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart. Waiter. Other translations. Term referring to those who worked in taverns or an employee who serves customers in restaurants, teahouses, etc. Also another name for servant. Gujin Pyeogik. Exact Raz. Pyaduji of Gujin Pyeogik. Gujin. I think this is the name of the company. Pyeogik. Transportation, escort, security, insurance company. They are given the duties of guarding and protecting wagons or cargo of others from calamities or bandits. Pyotis. Workers, security guards or employees of the Pyeogik. 47. Chapter 47. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 22. Manhwa, Chapter 30. Oh Won-hoo's eyes shook. The figure of Pyo Wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Pyo Wall appeared suddenly without any sign. Oh Won-hoo was a well-known master in Sichuan, but such a master could not sense the movement of Pyo Wall at all. The opponent in front of him was more stronger than he expected. Pyo Wall asked again, "Stop who? Isn't that enough?" They must be reflecting too. Who decides that? Who decides that enough is enough? This is a matter between me and them. But why are you saying that it's enough? This matter can only end when I think it's good enough. Well, there is a line in everything. I just wanted you to keep that boundary. Line? There is a line of common sense, a line of discipline, and there are lines that need to be drawn somehow. But why didn't you keep that line? In an instant, Oh Won-hoo's eyes turned to Gong Jin Hyuk. He stepped up because of his personal friendship with them, but he didn't really expect that Pyo Wall would be such a non-communicative person. He regretted going out of his own way. But now he couldn't withdraw his remarks, because everyone in the guest house was looking at them. In Jonghu, Phase 1 was more important than anything else. The reason that he was able to receive treatment and work until now was because he had never suffered any loss of his face. Shit. In his mind, he wanted to pull out his sword and hit Pyo Wall's neck right away. But his opponent doesn't look easy. The leader of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps was also a master with excellent martial arts skills. But those people were immediately suppressed using chopsticks thrown by their opponent, and now they were still groaning in pain. It was true that Wonhu's martial arts were superior to those of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps, but it was not enough to subdue all of the members in an instant. Pyo Wall asked again, "Why didn't you keep the line that his fate will depend on what kind of answer he gives here?" A light of conflict appeared on Wonhu's face. An arc was drawn on Pyo Wall's lips. The moment Pyo Wall's white teeth were exposed through his red lips, Wonhu felt a threatening feeling. He had the illusion that the chopsticks in Pyo Wall's hand would pierce his head at any moment. Don't look at me like that." Wonhu suddenly drew his sword and tried to swing it. Sheik. Before his sword could even be pulled out, it was already blocked by Pyo Wall. All human body parts are connected as one. While it might seem that the hands and feet are acting independently, but in reality, both can move organically if the two show cooperation. With the slight trembling around Wonhu's eyes and the spasm of his shoulder muscles, Pyo Wall was able to predict Wonhu's next action. Above all, Pyo Wall was able to roughly grasp his intentions through his opponent's eyes. Pyo Wall called this ability of his own fine sense. Point 2. During his time in the dark, his fine senses developed terribly. His pair of eyes might be looking at the Wonhu who's right in front of him, but his other senses were still spread out enough to sense even the breath of every single person in the room. Hyuk. Wonhu raised his internal energy to pull out the sword. Tuck. At that moment, Pyo Wall's finger touched his elbow. Kerhyuk. Suddenly Wonhu let out a scream. His arms were bent to the opposite side. Pyo Wall's simple hand movements destroyed his elbow joint. People nearby widened their eyes. They could not comprehend the situation that was right before their eyes. Wonhu was a master who could protect his body with his internal strength, but he couldn't believe that his elbow had been destroyed by just a simple touch of Pyo Wall. What was happening right before his eyes was completely beyond his common sense. But it was no coincidence. It was the product of the bloody hard work of Pyo Wall. Trapped alone in the dark, Pyo Wall wondered how to effectively neutralize or destroy humans. He thought and continued to imagine. He merged the martial arts he already knew into one and fused the cultivation methods. He even got inspiration from the snake pit. The martial art that was born from this way was a Gudo, Ji Gui Dao 3. It's a hungry man's martial arts. Pyo Wall did not forget the hunger he felt when he first entered the underground cave. The desperate memories of having to scrape off the moss on the wall to survive. So, he named the martial arts he created a Gudo. The technique that Pyo Wall used to destroy Wonhu's elbow was the human body destruction. Technique 4, which was the basis of a Guido. Pyo Wall thought that the structure of the human body was complex yet simple. It would be infinitely complicated if you dug deep, but in simple terms, the human body was made up of axis and joints. He thought that if he destroyed the joint that connects one shaft to the other, he could easily incapacitate the opponent. From then on, Pyo Wall thought about how to effectively destroy the opponent's joints. Thus, this kind of human body destruction technique was born. It attacks and destroys parts that humans cannot train. Wonhu's elbow was shattered. No matter how good a doctor is, his elbow cannot be completely cured. This bastard. Wonhu held out his shaky arms and unfolded his technique. It was a technique called Myeongguk 5. However, his attack did not reach Pyo Wall, because Pyo Wall's fist was shot like an awl and smashed his knee. Perjeok. Kook. Wonhu collapsed with a scream. However, when Wonhu collapsed at this point, the inside of the guest house became quiet. Many of the people in the guest house were warriors who had mastered martial arts. However, even with their eyes, they could not tell what method Pyo Wall had used to destroy Wonhu, an unidentified martial artist who instantly destroys a master like Wonhu and who steals his opponent's eyes just by doing a bit of dirty talk. In their eyes, Pyo Wall no longer looked pretty. Behind that beautiful and seductive appearance, the cruel hands and killing intent made them frightened. A killing star has appeared. Point 6. Where the hell did this guy? They never heard of such a man in Jonghu. At least in Sichuan. Pyo Wall grabbed Wonhu's collar and looked into his eyes. Wonhu's eyes shook relentlessly in fear. His pants were getting wet. He was urinating without knowing it in extreme fear. Pyo Wall asked, "You still want a medal?" No. Wonhu shook his head violently. Because of that, he stuttered, but he didn't think it was embarrassing. His mind was filled with only the thought of not wanting to see Pyo Wall's eyes again. It was then that he released the hand holding him. Talkick. One whose body collapsed. Tears flowed from his eyes. Shame and pain belatedly came rushing in like a tide. Seeing one who cry, the atmosphere of the warriors was somber. They didn't say anything, but in their heart they thought they were lucky that they didn't come forward, since he was humiliated like that. One whose life as a warrior was almost over. He suffered indelible wounds not only physically but also mentally, making it impossible to recover. Pyo Wall looked inside the guest house. The warriors eagerly turned or bowed their heads to avoid making eye contact with him. In an instant, a few people had their lives ended as martial artists, but no one wanted to meddle anymore. Seeing one who was enough for them to know that meddling was futile. Pyo Wall didn't say anything and went back to his seat, and casually ate his leftover food. The figure of Pyo Wall left a strong impression on people. A crazy man has appeared. He's a person that can never be matched. The atmosphere of Chengdu is so bad that even crazy people appear like this. Whether or not he knew the thoughts of such people, Pyo Wall continued to use his chopsticks. Clack clack. Only the sound of chopsticks hitting the bowl resounded in the silent guest house. The atmosphere in Chengdu sure is brutal. Dao Shigo looked around Chengdu and murmured. Half of those who walk down the street seem to be armed. In general, no matter how large a city is, the proportion of martial artists is small. If there were 100 people, there were only 1 or 2 warriors. However, the percentage in Chengdu was excessively high. It was proof that the public security was so unstable that even ordinary people carried weapons. Hio Ranju said with a smirk. It's a great opportunity for us. Other people's misfortune is fortune for us. What could be more tragic than this? Namu Amida Butsu. I don't want to hear that from you, you crazy monk. Why not? Who do you think is the most money-hungry person among us? Why are you so eager to save money that you don't even dedicate to the Buddha? Namu Amida Butsu. Buddha Blessed Sakamuni. Please forgive this evil sentient being. You suck. Hio Ranju snorted, and Dao Shigo said, stop with the bullshit. Let's go to the place where our captain is. You know that he doesn't have much patience. When he mentioned of captain, the expressions of Hio Ranju and Hyelsung expression became serious. They hurriedly followed Dao Shigo. The place where the Dao Shigo brought them was the largest guest house in Chengdu. It was still early in the morning, but there were several customers eating breakfast in the guest house. A pleasant light flashed in Hio Ranju's eyes as she looked around the inside of the guest house. Captain, she approached a man who was busy eating. The said man who raised his head looked at Hio Ranju. The man appeared to be in his mid to late 40s. He opened his mouth. Vice Captain, you've arrived on time. Wow, it's been a while, Captain. Hio Ranju hugged the man tightly. The man patted Hio Ranju's back. The Dao Shigo and Hyelsung, who arrived late, also greeted the man. It seems you've become more handsome in short time. I haven't seen you, Captain. It's been a long time, Captain. The man moved away from Hio Ranju and said, we've finally met again after a long time. Is there a lot of work to do? Didn't you already get a good rest thanks to me? That's why it's already a problem. I've run out of money after the long break. Isn't that why we've all gathered like this? Are you really going to get involved in this matter? Why? Is it burdensome? Then get out. Don't say that. Who said anything about that? Dao Shigo shook his head and sat down quickly. Hyelsung and Hio Ranju also sat in the empty seats. There was a firm trust in the eyes of the three who looked at the man. The man's name was Zhang Meryang, the leader of the Black Cloud Corps. 7. The Black Cloud Corps was a kind of mercenary group. They sold their arms for money. Their main stage was at the disputed area of the border. It didn't matter who the client was. They fought on their behalf by entrusting themselves to a place that gave them even a little more money. People called them a group of money-crazed killers. Rogues who only chase after money without any justice or cause. They gathered in Chengdu because Zhang Meryang smelled the money. Dao Shigo rubbed his palms and said, is it because of the Qingcheng and Ma sect? You must have heard the rumors. Doesn't everyone know that the two sects have been at odds since 7 years ago? That's right. The atmosphere seems like there will be a massive clash sooner or later. Zhang Meryang nodded his head. No one knows what exactly happened, but the Qingcheng sect and the Ma sect have had many disputes for the past several years. At first, it was only a couple of clashes between martial artists, but it soon escalated into an all-out battle. They collided against each other heavily, inflicted many casualties, retreated, and fought again several times. The confrontation between the two greatest sects of Sichuan naturally resulted to a split in all of Zhonghu in Sichuan. Among the sects in Sichuan, there were no clans that did not have a connection with the two sects. Many sects tried to stay at the middle ground in the beginning, but as the confrontation between the two sects grew longer, they were increasingly forced to choose between the two. Eventually, the sects of Sichuan were split into two. Heo Ranju asked Zhang Meryang, "Why the hell are they fighting? They're both prestigious sects recognized by Zhonghu." "Vice Captain, it doesn't matter why they fight. What matters is that we have a chance to make our dreams come true." Zhang Meryang smiled. The battle between the Qingcheng sect and Ma sect was a great disaster for all who live in Sichuan province. But unfortunately, it was a golden opportunity for the Black Cloud Corps and Zhang Meryang. Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart Face. This is not to be taken literally. This usually refers to one's image, reputation or pride. Find sense. Other translations, Wei Shi Gan Wei, Agudo. Other translations, Weaving Ghost Road, Ji Gui Dao, Human Destruction Technique. Other translations, Ren Ti Po Wise Shu, Mei Yonggik. Other translation, Horse Shadow Feet, Ma Ying Jiao, Killing Star. Other translations, Sol Sung, Sha Xing, Black Cloud Corps Right Pointing Arrow Black Cloud Corps. Other translations, Hukan Biongdan, He Yun Bing Tuan, Kuro Black, Dark, Evil, Yun Cloud, Yunnan Province, Bing Soldier, Troops, Tuan Sphere, Ball, Circle. 48. Chapter 48. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 23. Manhwa, Chapter 30. There were men who opened the door of the guest house and entered. They immediately approached the seat where Zhang Meryang was sitting. "Captain, what? Ranju is already here. You bear cub, that's why I told you to hurry." "Shit." The two of them quarreled and approached Zhang Meryang. Both appeared to be in their early to mid-30s. One was overweight and the other had a cold appearance. Heo Ranju looked at the two and snorted. "Hong, if Captain said to assemble, of course I would immediately come. You're so noisy. It seems that the old fern water has risen more." A man with a large body looked at Heo Ranju up and down. Heo Ranju flaunted her chest even more by squeezing it between her arms, thus making her breasts stand out. "Pretty, right? Will you give me a shot?" "Hey you perverted bastard. You won't eat it even if I give it to you." Despite Heo Ranju's insulting remarks, the large man didn't make a single distasteful expression, but rather smirked. "Is that my fault? What should I do if I just don't feel the desire towards girls? So you're only coveting guys like you? Ha ha ha." Heo Ranju shook her head when the large man gave a sinister laugh. The name of the man with the large body was Oyuk Pyo. Oyuk Pyo was a man whose hobby was sodomy. Heo Ranju looked at the man who had come with Oyuk Pyo. The name of the man who was now sitting next to Zhang Meryang was Yang Wu Yung. He was in the same position as Heo Ranju. If Heo Ranju leads the atmosphere of the Black Cloud Corps with her unique charm, Yang Wu Yung holds the discipline of the Black Cloud Corps using his sharp reasoning and relentless demeanor. Zhang Meryang opened his mouth. "You worked hard to come a long way. What about the other guys? They are all dispersed and staying in different guest houses. Good job. Listen to me from now on. This is important for the future." Everyone remained silent at Zhang Meryang's words. Usually, the Black Cloud Corps had a free atmosphere, but when they entered work mode, they boasted a discipline stronger than any other group. "Daoshi go. Tell me, Captain. First, gather information in Sichuan. We need to find out which sects belong to the Ma faction and which sects follow the Qingcheng faction." "Understood." Daoshi go nodded. Zhang Meryang's gaze turned to Yang Wu Yung. "The head of Yang takes a few children to the Qingcheng sect. Poke to see if there is room for negotiation, and negotiate how much you can get." "All right, Ranju." "Yep, you go to the Ma sect. You know what to know without me saying anything, right?" "Of course. If you can't understand the atmosphere, you can't even eat porridge or rice." "Don't worry, I know it well." "Okay." "Oh Yuk Pyo." "Yes, Captain." "You keep a good eye on Ranju. If anything happens, report it immediately." "Why do I have to be with this girl?" "It's an order." "Understood." Oh Yuk Pyo replied with a look of not being able to do anything. Heo Ranju raised a brow and looked at Zhang Meryang. "Can't I rather move together with Hyelsung? Hyelsung has to do something else. Don't complain too much, and move with Oyuk Pyo." "Shit, okay." It was impossible for the members of the Black Cloud Corps to disobey Zhang Meryang's orders. No matter how selfish she was, Heo Ranju could not disobey Zhang Meryang's public order. Zhang Meryang, who gave each one a task, smiled and said, "Nothing happened while you're on the way here, right? Has anyone seen any unusual trends or people who could be a variable?" "I don't know about the variables, but I've seen an unusual guy." "Who is that?" At the words of Daoshi Go, Zhang Meryang showed curiosity. There was a man named Pyo Wall who looked even prettier than Ranju. Ho, was there such a person? He's a guy who didn't fall for the seduction of Ranju. Hong, what do you mean? I was deliberately being less seductive. Hyo Ranju intervened in the middle, but Dao Shigo ignored it and continued. Anyway, he had a very striking appearance, and his martial arts look pretty strong. Have you ever seen him perform martial arts? Not really, but there was no change in his expression when he saw Hyelsung in action. Seeing Hyelsung run wild on a rural place, anyone would turn their heads away, but he looked at him insensitively as if he was looking at a stone rolling on the floor. If he's not a martial artist, then he'll never have those kinds of eyes. Have you figured out his background? No, Ranju stuck to him like glue and flirted with him, but she still couldn't figure out anything. He seems hard to crack. Ranju's temperament might be dogshit, but with her looks alone, anyone can be tempted. Hey, what do you mean by dogshit? Hyo Ranju protested, but Jang Muryang and Dao Shigo ignored her and continued their conversation. Did he also come to Chengdu? He will come in today or tomorrow. Okay. I'll see and judge him for myself later. Yes, Dao Shigo laughed. He completely trusted Jang Muryang's abilities. It was entirely the work of Jang Muryang that the Black Cloud Corps could grow and maintain their influence this much. At that time, Oyuk Pyo opened his mouth. Is the boy really pretty? His eyes were already red and bloodshot. No one in their group would not know what it meant. Hyo Ranju got up from her seat. You crazy bastard, I saw him first. He, whoever gets him first. You want to try it? What can't you do? Oyuk Pyo also got up from his seat and looked at Hyo Ranju. At the untimely confrontation between the two, Dao Shigo and Hyelsung sighed. But they didn't look too worried. Jang Muryang asked Dao Shigo, what did you say his name was? I told you, it's Pyo Wall. By the time the sun rose, Pyo Wall came down to the first floor of the guest house. The 9 Treasures Escort Corps had already departed, so the inside of the guest house was empty. When Pyo Wall appeared, the owner of the guest house was extremely nervous. The uproar last night was because of Pyo Wall. The head of 9 Treasures Escort Corps, who lost his face, had a soulless expression. One of their members became a blind person, while the rest of the members were also injured, both large and small, that left them unable to act out and do missions for some time. The only reason why he didn't rush to get his revenge was because he knew how to grasp the overall situation. Even though the strongest members of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps united and rushed, they still ended up in that shape. The fact that he would receive even more damage if he rushed to get revenge made him restrain himself. Furthermore, the members of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps were also against the idea. So even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything. So, he gave up on revenge and left with the rest of the members. Jang Wurik couldn't do anything about it, but it was best to take the rest of the members to the doctor as soon as possible to treat their wounds. Pyo Wall approached the owner of the guest house. The owner of the guest house looked at Pyo Wall with a look of terror. The fear he felt was immense, as he had seen firsthand the ruthless nature that lies behind his beautiful appearance. Pyo Wall asked the owner of the guest house, who here knows best about the internal affairs of Sichuan? By internal affairs, what exactly do you mean? The situation among the sects. In that case, you should go visit the Workshop Street. 1. Workshop Street? After leaving the guest house, go straight to the left and you will see the Workshop Street. There is a signboard which says Fire Dragon Room 2 at the innermost part of Workshop Street, so go take a look. Fire Dragon Room? It is a sect created through the gathering of Sichuan's artisans long ago. Since they have been doing business with sect members in Sichuan for a long time, no one knows the inner situation better than them. If you buy a weapon from them first, they will gladly answer your questions. Pyo Wall walked to the Workshop Street as the owner of the guest house had told him. Kong. It was early in the morning, but the street was noisy with the sound of hammers coming from the workshops. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a sight, so Pyo Wall stood in the middle of the street and listened to the sound of hammering. The sound of hammering coming from some of the workshops were dull, while in others the sound was too light. Countless noises were mixed, but Pyo Wall's sensitive hearing was able to discern all the sounds. One by one, bang bang. Among them, there was a place where there was a particularly clear metal sound. Pyo Wall looked around in search of the source of the sound. It didn't take long before he was able to find the place where the clear metal sound was flowing. It was the Fire Dragon Room. Pyo Wall soon entered the Fire Dragon Room. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, he could feel the heat. The heat emanating from the furnace is filling the inside of the room. In front of the brazier, a young man in his early 20s was pounding a hot iron metal. He was concentrating on hammering, unaware that Pyo Wall had arrived. Pyo Wall looked at the man with his arms crossed. Kong. The man's hammering was heavy. Each time he struck the iron, it changed shape. That was then. Inside the workshop, a man with a goatee opened the door and came out. He saw a young man hammering, turned his eyes and rushed in. Hey, you bastard, what the hell do you think you are doing? Who told you to use the hammer as you please? Quote, he kicked the young man. The young man fell to the floor without even screaming. You bastard, I told you. Never hold a hammer in the workshop, just go and do the errands you've been assigned. He trampled the young man mercilessly, but the young man endured the violence without screaming. The young man's eyes, covering his head with both hands, were full of poison. Hyuk, you damn bastard, still not saying when you're in the wrong. In the end, the man with the goatee was the first one to get exhausted. At that moment, the young man patted off his clothes and stood up. You are banned from entering this place for the time being. Go to the back and do chores until I call you back. The young man nodded at the man with the goatee and went inside. That burns. What was the branch leader thinking, accepting such a bastard like her? The man with the goatee, who was cursing the young man, noticed that there was another person in the workshop. I didn't even know that a customer was here, so I showed something unsightly. What have you come to purchase? What did that man do wrong? That man? Oh, you're talking about Sochu. Sochu? Yeah, his name is Tang Sochu. I heard that he is a descendant of the Tang family, but he keeps trying to grab the hammer without permission. Can't the descendants of the Tang family hold the hammer? You seem to be new to Sichuan. In a way, then, that explains it. Did you know why the Tang family was destroyed? Isn't it because they were on the side of the demon sect in the old days? Because of that, they were forced to close their doors by someone titled the strongest in history, and after that, the sect rapidly shriveled up and collapsed. In the eyes of the Sichuan sects, the Tang family is a traitor who betrayed the Sichuan Zhonghu. That's why no workshop ever passes down their secret techniques to anyone associated with the Tang family. They are afraid that the same history in the past will happen again. Even using the surname of the Tang family without any relation to the said sect was penalized. The existence of the Fire Dragon Room itself would be in jeopardy if they teach a person who was rumored to be a descendant of the Tang family, but it was not known whether Tang Sochu was really the descendant of the Tang family. This was because it has already been over 200 years since the Tang family went extinct. There was no guarantee that the bloodline of that time still remained, and even if it did, there was no way to trace and reveal his personal history. The goatee man was Buntahu 5. It was only in anger that he trampled on Tang Sochu. He went to a gambling house last night and lost a lot of money. He released his anger on Tang Sochu. In Sichuan province, there was still a perception that the descendants of the Tang dynasty could still be alive, so the descendants pay for the sins of the ancestors, who told them to stand on the side of the demon sect. It's the price that the Tang family chose for themselves. Oh, but what have you come to purchase this early in the morning? A flying sword, 0.4 inches. Hick, if it's a flying sword, it must be for throwing. Please follow me. All the weapons made in the workshop are on display inside. Buntahu was a very talkative person. He spoke non-stop as he made his way to the display of weapons. Many clans from Sichuan province order weapons from our Fire Dragon Room. Among them, my work is famous for its high quality. You probably won't regret it. Do you have a lot of orders coming in recently? The amount of orders has doubled since the Ma sect and Qingcheng sect started fighting in earnest. The atmosphere in Sichuan province has become chaotic, but on the other hand, we are enjoying the booming business. Even now, all the craftsmen in our workshop have their hands full in making weapons ordered by various sects. Buntahu continued to chatter and talked about how great their workshop was. Pio Wall listened attentively to his words. Buntahu was proud of his work, and his words contained enough information about the situation of Zhonghu in Sichuan, which among the sects are associated with the Ma sect, and which sects support the Qingcheng sect. All of this were the information that Pio Wall wanted. All kinds of flying sword are here. Pick one. There were different kinds of throwing knives placed on the shelves pointed to by the Buntahu. Pio Wall looked closely at all the weapons. But there was nothing he really liked. In fact, he didn't need the weapons. Buying a flying sword was just a ceremonial act to get information from the Fire Dragon Room. Pio Wall bought two of the most well-made flying sword and went out. Perhaps because of the name of the Fire Dragon Room, the flying sword was very expensive. However, Pio Wall, who did not know the price of weapons, paid the amount he wanted. After Pio Wall went out, Buntahu liked that he caught a pushover. But for a pushover, he's really handsome. I want to live with a face like that for just one day. Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart Workshop. Other translation. Gungbang. Fire Dragon Room. Other translation. War Yungbang. Huo Long Fang. Huo Fire. Flame. Burn. Long Dragon. Fang House. Building. Tang Sochu. Roz. Flying Sword. Other translations. Throwing Knife. Bigum. Non-Sword. Fei Jian. Fei Fly. Go Quickly. Dart. Ken Sword. Dagger. Saber. Buntahu. Roz. 49. Chapter 49. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 24. Manhwa, Chapter 31. After leaving the store, Pyo Wall's gaze turned to the next alley. Who told you to go use the hammer? Are you crazy? How dare you grab a hammer that we've never held before? Some men were trampling on someone. It was the Tang Sochu who he saw in the workshop. He was being ruthlessly beaten with his back bent like a shrimp. The people trampling on Tang Sochu were the apprentices who were learning blacksmith work in the Fire Dragon Room. Fire Dragon Room was basically a clan made by artisans. The arc is operated, but the authority of the Fire Dragon Room comes from the craftsmen. That's why it was important to be an apprentice of a particular master artisan. Buntahu was a very good craftsman in the Fire Dragon Room, and there were countless apprentices who wanted to be taught by him. However, in order to become a formal apprentice, a lot of waiting was required, and in the meantime, it was an implicit rule to have to do chores. Tang Sochu broke that rule and grabbed the hammer. In a way, it was natural for the apprentices to be angry with Tang Sochu. This is for having such dirty blood of the Tang family. This is for breaking the rules every now and then. The apprentices spit out curse words and used violence. Even though Tang Sochu was beaten like that, he did not scream once. His eyes remained full of poison, and his lips were clenched. His flesh was torn or burst and blood was flowing red, but his eyes never softened. Pyo Wall looked carefully at the face of Tang Sochu. As time passed, the violence of the apprentices became more severe. However, Tang Sochu gritted his teeth even more and persevered. Pyo Wall liked the poisonous eyes of Tang Sochu. Because he himself survived with such an attitude, Tang Sochu's eyes turned to Pyo Wall as he felt his gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Pyo Wall's eyes, as if the flow of time had stopped, and Tang Sochu's eyes, which seemed empty but full of poison, were somehow similar. Thunk! Pyo Wall threw the throwing knife which he just bought from Buntahu towards Tang Sochu. The throwing knife fell right in front of Tang Sochu's hand. Pyo Wall replied to Tang Sochu's eyes, who had a questioning gaze, as if asking about the meaning of Pyo Wall's action. Human beings are more ferocious than beasts. Once you look down on them, they will bite until they die. Their beating will not end if you put up with it like this. Don't endure it. If it becomes your habit to endure the pain and beatings, you will continue living like a wretched dog. When? It was only then that the apprentices realized that someone was standing in the alley. They had a puzzled expression. This kind of violence was usually done in secret. There was nothing good about going outside. The oldest of the apprentices said with a fierce expression, "Hey, customer, don't talk nonsense and just go. This matter only concerns our Fire Dragon Room." His voice was polite, but the meaning of his words wasn't. The very mention of the Fire Dragon Room was used to pressure Pyo Wall. In fact, the prestige of the Fire Dragon Room in Sichuan was great. Although the force itself is declining, many sects in Sichuan province were connected with them as they are the only clan that can supply high-quality weapons in large quantities. For that reason, some problems were resolved by using the name of the Fire Dragon Room. The apprentices were also aiming for that, so they used the name Fire Dragon Room. However, Pyo Wall was neither intimidated nor scared by the name of the Fire Dragon Room. He already experienced too much to be terrified of such a threat. Pyo Wall didn't even look at the apprentices, but only looked at Tang Sochu. Such an attitude of Pyo Wall further fueled the anger of the apprentices. Go before. It was a moment when the atmosphere of the apprentices became even more sinister. Kook! Suddenly one of the apprentices screamed. The other apprentices flinched and quickly turned around. They saw Tang Sochu biting the shoulder of the apprentice who had been screaming. With how deeply he bit, an enormous amount of fresh blood flowed from the apprentice's shoulder, staining Sochu's face and chest red. "You crazy bastard. Come on, let go." The apprentices were frightened and tried to get rid of Tang Sochu's head from the apprentice. However, when Tang Sochu threatened to wield a dagger, they could not approach him ahead of time. Kikyuk, having his shoulder bitten, the apprentice struggled with pain. Just before he lost his breath, Tang Sochu released the shoulder that he had bitten. "You crazy bastard. Are you crazy? How can you bite a person like a beast?" The apprentices supported their bloody comrade and stared at Tang Sochu. Despite their accusations, Tang Sochu did not care. "When did you guys treat me like a human? You treated me like an animal. Do you think you'll be safe after this? It doesn't matter. Now I'm tired of being beaten by you guys for no reason. I'm going to attack any bastard who abuses me again." Tang Sochu threw his dagger at the apprentices. Then the apprentices' eyes shook. There seemed to be naturalization in the eyes of Tang. Those bloody eyes made the apprentices feel weak. Even rats bite when they're cornered, and that's exactly what Tang Sochu did. The only difference is that the rat has only a small fang, but Tang Sochu has a dagger in his hand. It is also a dagger that has been forged in a blue color. Damn you, you just wait and see. Crazy bastard. The apprentices eventually withdrew with the injured apprentice. When they all disappeared, only then did Tang Sochu spit. Cock heek. Blood was mixed in with his saliva. His internal organs were very badly damaged. Shit. Pio Wall supported the body of Tang Sochu when he fell, and asked, "House? No, take me to the dormitory inside the workshop." Pio Wall took Tang Sochu to the place he was talking about. Tang Sochu's accommodation was so poor that he could only escape the rain and wind. Even a pigsty couldn't be any worse than this. Inside the room, there was only a single, shabby lump of paper. Pio Wall looked into the room and murmured, "It's nice. You like this? Are you crazy? It's like an Avenger palace. I lived in a place infested with snakes." "You don't have to lie. Do you think I will be comforted if you say that? Do you see me as a person who can comfort others?" "Not really," Tang Sochu said. It didn't seem like a person with emotionless eyes like Pio Wall could comfort others by telling lies. "Then is it true that he really lived in a snake pit?" Tang Sochu let out a sigh of relief. It was because he instinctively felt that Pio Wall's words were true. Pio Wall got up from his seat. Tang Sochu asked, "Where are you leaving?" "I have a place to go." "Where? Are you really that interested in other people's affairs? Didn't you also meddle in the affairs of a stranger?" "I guess so." Pio Wall looked at Tang Sochu. A face resembling himself was staring straight at him. "I've been there before. Thoroughly exploited, abandoned and chased. So you want to get revenge?" "Of course. Your opponent seems to be quite easygoing. Seeing that you can even try to get your revenge." "Not really. They're pretty strong." "Who's your opponent?" "The MA sect and Xingsheng sect, and all the other sects that follow them." "Aren't you crazy? Are you going to declare war against the entire forces of Sichuan?" Tang Sochu raised his voice. It was a look of real excitement. Pio Wall shrugged. "Maybe it's crazy. But that doesn't mean I'm crazy." "Then are you really going to try it?" "I have no reason to lie to you." "You're really crazy. Now give me back the dagger. I bought it because I needed it." "This trash?" Tang Sochu looked at the dagger he was holding in his hand. "The trash is worth a coin. Haha, if you rush to get revenge on something like this, it'll break quickly. Just throw this garbage away." Tang Sochu threw the dagger away and searched in the far corner of his room. He showed up after a while with a leather belt in his hand. "Take it." "What? You'll know when you try it." Pio Wall took the leather belt and examined it. On the outside, it was just a simple belt, but looking inside, there's a bag with dozens of throwing knives stored in it. Pio Wall took out throwing knives and examined them closely. The sharpened blade was perfect for both balance and strength. A small ring was attached to the end of the handle of the throwing knife so that something like a string could be connected. It was such an excellent item that Pio Wall immediately understood what Tang Sochu's words meant when he said that the dagger he bought in Bunta was garbage. "Did you make it yourself?" "Who else would make them?" "Of course, I made them all myself." "You must have had a hard time." "Hard? It was only hard because I didn't have the time to make it secretly. But the process of making it myself wasn't hard at all." There was a sense of pride in Tang Sochu's voice. "Is it really okay for you to give me something like this? You're going to take revenge on the Qingsheng and MA sect, right? So, the reason the Tang family collapsed was because of them, of course. It doesn't mean that the Tang family was good. In any case, it is wrong to stand on the side of the demon sect and betray Zhonghu. However, I cannot forgive the fact that they pressured the Tang family in every way and caused them to fall apart." Tang Sochu inherited the Tang family's spirit and resentment. "So, you want revenge with this weapon? If my weapons can taste their blood, then it's enough. It's not a difficult request, but how can you believe in me and give me such a piece of equipment? This can make me a lot of money if I sell it in the market. Money is not important to me." His voice was full of resentment. Just because he inherited the Tang surname, the hardships he suffered were indescribable. The Fire Dragon Room didn't fully come into his side either. It was unavoidable because of the pressures of the sects. The Fire Dragon Room was extremely afraid of the rebirth of the Tang family. So, they are trying to keep a close watch on Tang Sochu, who has inherited the Tang surname. If he was a disciple, they would have allowed him to hold a hammer, but because he was just an apprentice, they didn't pass on their skills. Because of that, Tang Sochu learned secretly at night, and today this incident happened. "Everyone told me to endure. You're the first one to tell me not to. I didn't know your circumstances, but your eyes must have impressed me quite a bit. Sometimes a dog whistle is sweeter than a cowardice." Opening parenthesis quote, closing parenthesis. "Okay, I will use this." Pio Wall loosened the existing belt and wore the leather belt made by Tang Sochu on his waist. It was so luxurious that no one would even think that there were weapons in it. Pio Wall moved his hand and picked up the stored throwing knife. The weapon came out without a sound. Pio Wall repeated the act of inserting and removing the dagger several times. Tang Sochu couldn't hide his surprised expression at the speed of Pio Wall's actions. It was because his eyes could not even grasp Pio Wall's hand movements. It was as if the weapon was moving on its own. My eyes weren't wrong. He's the owner of my weapons. He did not know Pyo Wall's name or identity, but he was convinced that he was the owner of the things he had made. Oh, come to think of it, I don't even know your name. Pyo Wall. That's my name. I'll remember it. Whenever you hear this name, know that I'm using these phantom daggers. 1. Phantom daggers? If such a good weapon doesn't have a name, it would be a waste. Phantom daggers good. Tang Sochu smiled for the first time. It was a name that suited the object he had worked hard to create. Then take good care of yourself. My name is Tang Sochu. If ever the phantom daggers would break down, come to me anytime. I'll fix it for you. I will. Pyo Wall tucked the phantom daggers into his belt and went outside. Sochu, who was left alone, muttered as he watched Pyo Wall disappear through the door. Pyo Wall, I'm praying that your name will spread throughout Sichuan province. The more the name Pyo Wall is heard, the more likely the Ma and Qingcheng sect will decline. He did not really believe that a single person could really do anything to the two major powers of Sichuan, the Qingcheng and the Ma sect. He's just looking forward to it, in order to relieve his resentment a little by inflicting a certain amount of damage. Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart. Phantom Dagger. Raz, Yu Reihi. Yu quiet, secluded, dark. Ray spirit, soul. He knife, spoon, ladle. 50. Chapter 50. Light Novel, Volume 2 Episode 25. Manhwa. Chapter. Pyo Wall really liked the Phantom Dagger. It was nice to have the weapon completely hidden inside his belt. Furthermore, from the beginning, it seemed like that the Phantom Dagger fits well around his hand. A small phantom dagger was spinning on the palm of Pyo Wall. Just by moving the muscles in the palm of his hand, he can control the phantom dagger at will. One of the most important things to the assassin was the sensation of his bare hands. Pyo Wall's hand sense was very delicate, so he was able to freely use any of his muscles as long as he set his mind on it. As time passed, he became more proficient in using the throwing knife, and by the time the sun went down, the weapon could twirl freely on Pyo Wall's hand like a living creature. As he spent time playing with the throwing knife like a toy, Pyo Wall suddenly thought of how to connect it with his soul reaping thread. If it can be used by connecting the soul reaping thread at the end of the knife, its use will be endless. Is it possible? The biggest advantage of Pyo Wall is that he has no hesitation. If there is something that comes to mind, he could execute it immediately to satisfy his curiosity. For him, there were no side effects or backlash from experiencing failure. If he fails, he can try again, and he can endure the side effects. Pyo Wall has lived like that until now, so he took on another challenge again. His disposition did not change just because he went out. Pyo Wall operated the soul reaping thread. An invisible thread of qi came out at the tip of his index finger. Pyo Wall moved the soul reaping thread to grab the ring of the phantom dagger. At first, it seemed that the soul reaping thread could carry the weight of the phantom dagger. However, as soon as he moved it a little, the soul reaping thread could not bear the weight of the phantom dagger and broke off. For a moment, Pyo Wall felt his inner qi flowing backwards. A recoil occurred when TTHE soul reaping thread was cut off. Pyo Wall once again controls his inner qi and tries to attach the soul reaping thread to the phantom dagger. The phantom dagger hanging from the soul reaping thread swayed precariously. The moment Pyo Wall moved his fingers, the soul reaping thread ceased again. With that reaction, Pyo Wall's complexion turned pure white. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up at this point. This was because, if their internal qi experiences a repulsion, they may get caught in a painful backlash. However, Pyo Wall's body was different from that of ordinary warriors. His blood veins were as flexible and tough as snakes, and they stood firm against any shock. Even if he felt the pain, he can endure the runaway of the inner qi to some extent. Pyo Wall also knew that fact, so he was able to take on the challenge despite the continued failures. While walking on the road, Pyo Wall did not stop practicing. At first, it was difficult to maintain a single angle. However, as the number of his trials increased, the length of time Pyo Wall maintained the connection with the phantom dagger increased. The phantom dagger connected to the soul reaping thread moved back and forth like a pendulum, hung on a string. It's still dangerous, but the soul reaping thread could now bear the weight of the phantom dagger. It was then that Pyo Wall collected the soul reaping thread and phantom dagger. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Now that he has learned to some extent how to deal with the phantom dagger through practice, all that remains is to get used to it through constant training. It is daunting to deal with just one ghost at the moment, but later, when his realm deepens, he will be able to handle all 10 ghost knives with his 10 fingers. Pyo Wall suddenly raised his head and looked around. A large city could be seen in the distance. He came here while training using the phantom dagger, and he was getting closer to Chengdu. Chengdu was incomparable to any other city Piao Wall had ever seen. It was enough for him to be overwhelmed by its size just by looking at it. Piao Wall paused for a moment and looked at Chengdu. Numerous thoughts ran through his mind. However, Piao Wall shook his head and threw away all useless thoughts. From now on, every moment matters. A single negligence could cost his life, so Piao Wall once again strengthened his resolve. After calming down to a certain extent, Piao Wall moved towards Chengdu. Chengdu was bigger and more splendid than it looked from the outside. The road was wide enough to allow several large carriages to pass at the same time, and the huge pavilions continued endlessly. People of all kinds were filling the streets, and they were overflowing with vitality. However, there was a sense of tension in the faces of the people passing by on the street. There were a few warriors in possession of weapons. The confrontation between the Qingcheng sect and Ma sect is also affecting Chengdu. Piao Wall set out to find a guest house. As it is the largest city in Sichuan province, there were many large guest houses in Chengdu. Among them, Piao Wall entered the guest house, which is a place that was visited by many people. Haiyu. As soon as he entered the guest house, the people's attention was focused on him at once. It was because Piao Wall's appearance stood out. Piao Wall didn't blush and simply found an empty seat. He already experienced receiving those kinds of looks and reactions countless times on the way to this place. As he sat down, a warm-looking middle-aged woman approached with a tray. Ho Hong, welcome, guest. She was the hostess of the guest house. It was usually a waiter or servant who greeted the guests. However, due to Piao Wall's outstanding appearance, the hostess ran over and beat the servant to it. Oh my gosh, how can a man be so handsome? I've been running this guest house for 20 years. But this is the first time I've seen such a handsome man. The hostess looked at Piao Wall with a look as if possessed. Ho Hong, are you just going to eat? I'm going to stay for a few days. Is there any room? Of course. We have a very spacious and clean room. The other guests need 5 coins, but you only pay 3 coins. Ho Hong. A blush appeared on the hostess's face. If it was a handsome man like this, it wouldn't matter if she didn't get the extra 2 coins. Then I'm going to eat and stay. You thought well. No matter where you go in Chengdu, there is no place that is cleaner and has better food than ours. Okay, I hope you can give me some tasty food. I could look at my spirit. What kind of joke is this for a customer who has come a long way? If you wait a little bit, I'll bring you some food. Ho Hong. The hostess went back to the kitchen, shaking her buttocks. The guests who saw the scene spoke. I've been coming here for a long time, but it's the first time I've seen the hostess have such a bright expression on her face. He's so handsome, so damn good looking. Even if I'm a girl, I think I'll untie my skirt. If I could live just one day with a face like that, I would have no wish. Piao Wall listened to them with one ear and let it out through the other. It was because he got used to it many times while coming here. Piao Wall looked out the window with an indifferent expression. Red lanterns were lit up one by one on the street as the sun went down. The street dyed with fire was colorful and beautiful. At that time, the voice of the hostess of the guest house broke Piao Wall's thoughts. Ho Hong, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. I've mastered cooking, but now the food has arrived. Enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, please call me anytime. The hostess put down the food and smiled at Piao Wall. Piao Wall nodded his head without saying a word. As if regretful, the hostess looked at Piao Wall's face once more and returned to her original position. Then Piao Wall picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food little by little. The stir-fried pork, rice, and a few side dishes were all it took, but they were all delicious because of their good cooking skills. In fact, for Piao Wall, everything he ate outside was delicious. No matter what kind of food he ate, it was bound to taste better than moss or snakes. Piao Wall chewed the food tightly. Not even a single side dish was lightly chewed. That was then. It's Sona. Clear Sky House's one Go Seong Ak is also with her. Then, is today the day of the Blue Moon meeting? 2 inches. The voices of people shouting came from outside. The murmur grew louder and louder, eventually leading to a guest house where Piao Wall ate. When Piao Wall raised his head with a slight frown on his forehead, 3 men were entering the guest house in the form of escorting 1 woman. All the men were young. They all looked different, but it was clear that they all had a good body and had a strong physique. Their eyes were all on the woman walking in the middle. The woman was like a gorgeous rose. She wore a beautiful dress made of heavenly silk with colorful ornaments on her neatly curled up hair. But what stood out most was her snow-white skin and beautiful features. The woman resembled a red rose. The people in the guest house lost their minds and looked at the woman. Sona can obviously be said to have the most beautiful appearance comparable to that of the Yang Soul ran from the main mountain of the Ma sect. I'm guessing that's why the young master of Clear Sky House lost his mind and followed her. Sona lowered her eyes slightly and moved forward. Because of this, an unusually white neck was exposed above the collar. It was so alluring that people couldn't take their eyes off it. After entering the guest house, all she did was just walk gently. However, with that simple act, she completely took control of the atmosphere in the guest house. Sona lifted her head slightly and looked around the inside of the house. A soft smile appeared on her lips, confirming that everyone's attention was focused on her. She had to get everyone's attention like this before her job was released. She hasn't seen anyone other than herself getting attention. Go Seong-ak and the other two people in Clear Sky House who came with her were also mentioned, as Naro in Chengdu. They always followed and courted her. Although Sona did not directly set up the group, her followers naturally gathered and formed a group called Blue Moon. Today was the meeting day of the Blue Moon. For the meeting, the Blue Moon borrowed the entire floor of the guest house. It cost a lot of money to rent the whole floor as it is a very well-run business, but it was no problem for Go Seong-ak and others who were blinded by Sona. They were willing to pay a huge sum. It was to get closer to Sona even a little more. If I can marry her, I will sell my soul. She's really beautiful. How can a human be so beautiful? Whoever gets her can be said to be the luckiest person in the world. Go Seong-ak and the others looked at Sona, lost in their hearts. However, Sona's eyes were focused on someone else. It was towards the beautiful man sitting by the window. Even though he was a man, he was more beautiful than a woman and had a strange atmosphere that could not be expressed in words. The moment she saw Pyo Wall, she felt a chill in her spine. She couldn't hide the bewildered expression that took precedence over the unfamiliar emotions. It was the first time she felt such an emotion in her life. However, Pyo Wall was only eating food as if he had no interest in her. Sona was lost in the middle of her thoughts. Then Go Seong-ak asked with a worried expression, "Are you okay? Do you feel anything?" "It's nothing. It was because I was dizzy for a while." "Then shall we cancel today's meeting?" "No, I'm fine now. Thank you, Go Seong-ak, you're always taking good care of me." "No, I just want Sona to always be alright." "I am always grateful for the consideration of Go Seong-ak." Seong-a smiled at Go Seong-ak. Then, Go Seong-ak put on an ecstatic expression, and the crew members around him stared at him with jealous eyes. Those who followed Sona gathered together and named it Blue Moon, but in reality they were nothing but competitors. If any of them wins the competition and takes priority, the Blue Moon will be disbanded on that day. Knowing that fact, she did not give her heart to anyone who took precedence, and she exquisitely walked the tightrope and burned the troubles of the crew. With a nonchalant look on her face, she took a step back. However, Go Seong-ak was already staring at the place Seong-a had been looking at a while ago. Although it was momentary, he realized that Sona was looking at Pyo Wall. A glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. Pyo Wall didn't do anything, but just because Sona gave him his gaze, he got angry from the bottom of his heart. What made him angry more than anything else was Pyo Wall's appearance. Even with their similar gender, his handsome face stimulated his inferiority complex. "I'll see him later." His poisonous eyes were shot at Pyo Wall like a dagger. The first to notice this were the people near Pyo Wall. People hurriedly turned their heads to avoid Go Seong-ak's eyes. Clear Sky House, where Go Seong-ak as the young master, was based on the outskirts of the city as one of the 4 rooms. 3 For that reason, his influence in Chengdu was greater than that of the Ma and Qingsheng sects. It was virtually impossible to stay away from the eyes of Go Seong-ak in Chengdu. When Go Seong-ak followed Sona up to the next floor, some people looked at Pyo Wall with regretful expressions. Among them, a middle-aged man who looked a little older spoke to Pyo Wall. "Hey, if you don't live here, you better leave the city as soon as possible. It's all because I'm worried about you, so get out of here before the night is over. That's the only way for you to live." "Why should I do that?" "Ha, I guess you're not really from here. Seeing that you don't know anything about the young master Go Seong-ak." "Who is he?" "He's the Fire Lord of the Clear Sky House. He's easily jealous, so he'll never allow the Sona to stare at other men." "I have no interest in her." "Your interest is not very important. First of all, the fact that the Sona has given you her attention is important. Go Sok-ah wants the Sona to see only him. He does not let anything get in the way." "That woman is a pretty great person, right?" "How do you mean you don't know the poisonous wasp, for Wu Sona? She's the Fire Lord of the 100 Flower Room 5, which is made up of women. The 100 Flower Room is no different from the Ma sect's subfamily clan. So how could she not be great?" "Did you just say the Ma sect?" "Yeah, the 100 Flower Room is a follower of the Ma sect. Sona is a very prized person in the Ma." A white smile appeared on Pyo Wall's lips. "That's interesting." Editor's notes. Don't forget to comment down below and let me know what you think of the chapter Heart. Clear Sky House. Other translations. Chungmyeongbang, Blue Moon Festival. Roz, Chung Wall, Ching Yu Shi, Ching Blue, Yu Moon, Month, Shi House, Dwelling, 4 rooms. Roz, Si Fang, C4, Fang House, Building, Room, Poisonous Wasp. Other translations: Dakamo Bong, Du Mu Feng, Du Poison, Venom, Bo Mother, Female, Feng Bi, Wasp, 100 Flower Room. Other translations: Bai Wa Fang, Bai 100, Many, Numerous, Wa Flower, Blossom, Fang House, Building, Room. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.